On a gloomy morning in the metropolis of Yun City, inside the #1 Central Hospital, Jiang Yu was at an eye exam in Dr. Zhao's ophthalmology clinic. When the doctor called his name, Jiang Yu immediately answered, "Here." Dr. Zhao frowned, studying the file in his hands before thinking to himself, did they file this under the wrong name? Seeing that Jiang Yu looked perfectly healthy, he checked the chart once more and demanded, "Describe your symptoms for me again." Jiang Yu touched his temple, explaining wearily, "My eyes. They just don't feel right." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's pupils blew wide open. His eyes, webbed with blood-red veins, shot open as if he'd witnessed something horrific. His entire world was now bathed in a bloody crimson hue, making even the doctor look unnatural. He struggled to explain, "When I look at things, they're covered in a layer of red." Through his eyes, Dr. Zhao looked increasingly bizarre, shrouded in that same gory, red aura. A red bar suddenly materialized above the doctor's head, but the man simply continued, "How old are you?" The red bar grew sharper, looking exactly like a health bar from a video game. Then, text appeared above it, 18%. Jiang Yu couldn't handle the bizarre sight any longer. He squeezed his eyes shut, muttering that number over and over. When he finally snapped back to reality, he asked blankly, "Doctor, were you asking for my age?" At this, Dr. Zhao's face turned purple with rage as he thought, what else would I be asking? What other question could I possibly be asking? Did this kid wander into the wrong clinic? Jiang Yu, too, was caught in a deeply awkward situation. He couldn't help but wonder, if that was really a health bar. He doesn't 18% mean he's on death's door, but he looks so full of life. The doctor pressed on. "Do you drink?" Jiang Yu replied cluelessly. "You mean, right now?" The doctor was now trembling with rage, too stunned to even scold him anymore. Jiang Yu quickly shook his head, trying to excuse his strange behavior. "Ahem, my apologies. I just zoned out for a second." Dr. Zhao sighed in defeat, looking at him helplessly. "You can't even focus. You kids these days." The doctor stood up. "All right, fine. Open your eyes and let me take a look." He shone a bright light directly into Jiang Yu's eye, who sat frozen, not daring to move. Under the light, every blood-red vessel was starkly visible as his pupil drifted to the right. "Look to the right," the doctor instructed. His eye followed the command. The doctor gave him a weary look and concluded, "Well, everything seems fine." Jiang Yu closed his eyes, then snapped them open again. The doctor's reflection still seared into his vision. In his eyes, the entire hospital was now drowning in that deathly crimson glow. A shiver of fear ran down Jiang Yu's spine, but he forced himself to act as if nothing was wrong. Everyone he saw now had a health bar hovering over their head, and of course, the numbers on each one were different. But contrary to his initial fear, Jiang Yu was now buzzing with excitement about his new ability. He thought with a grin, "Who cares about treating pink eye? My golden finger has finally arrived." He strode down the hospital corridor, muttering to himself, "But all I can see is their health bar. What good is that, really?" He calmly stepped out of the hospital, his attention caught by a massive screen broadcasting the news. The report announced, "To ensure the safety of our citizens, the Night Patrol is opening a new round of recruitment to patrol the streets after dark. It has been 99 years since the Great Cataclysm, and we have established a safe haven for all survivors. The aberrations have been pushed back time and again. Hope belongs to us, the people of the Grand Zhou dynasty." And sure enough, the sky above was filled with patrolling drones. Jiang Yu listened intently, his mind racing. I should head home and think this through properly. But just at that moment, he realized something was off. As it turned out, one of his shoelaces had come undone. He bent down to tie it, and as he slowly straightened up, he finished off the last bite of a pastry he was eating. But what he saw next made the food catch in his throat. The world around him suddenly grew dark, and floating just ahead was what looked like a dismembered human leg. A raspy voice echoed from it. "What should I eat tonight? How about a head?" In the distance, a towering monster materialized. A terrifying black aura radiated from its body. A truly horrifying sight. Jiang Yu scrambled to his feet, pure terror etched on his face. The monster charged with terrifying speed, closing the distance in an instant. This was true panic. His entire body trembled with fear, his mind going completely blank. But then, a brilliant blue sphere descended from the heavens, instantly capturing his attention. A pair of boots slammed into the pavement with incredible force. A beautiful girl emerged from the light, her eyes gleaming with a thirst for slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched herself at the colossal monster that was tearing the city apart. At the same time, more monsters began crawling out from everywhere. They were like a limitless, swarming army of nightmares. Jiang Yu's jaw dropped. Okay, this problem is a little bigger than I thought. His anxiety was completely justified. One look at the girl's own colossal health bar was all it took. Yeah, he thought. It's officially the entire city was a desolate, shattered ruin, and strange, shimmering droplets hung suspended in the air. They seemed to materialize out of thin air, with no end in sight. Those drops of water. They moved like living things, shifting their shape. They drifted near where Jiang Yu stood, and fell right on his head. Jiang Yu was standing in the middle of a crowded street, surrounded by the constant roar of the bustling city. The day was ending, but the street vendors were still calling out, "Candied fruit, looks delicious, watch the road, big sale over here, come take a look." Nearby, someone helped an old man cross the street, gently warning, "Careful now, sir, watch the curb." After the great disaster 99 years ago, the night patrol has always been the people's rock. Our world is only getting better. Our city is completely safe. But Jiang Yu stood frozen in the street, as a little girl pointed and said, "Mommy, why is that handsome man just standing there?" But despite the claims of safety, the city still had its share of shady characters lurking in the alleys. One of them whispered, "Hey brother, need some medicine?" Straight from the Indian factories. Another hawked his wares, premium imported meds, 50,000 a bottle. "I can give it to you for 5,000. Jiang Yu just strode past, walking home as his thoughts raced. Is our city really this safe? Or is this whole thing just one carefully constructed lie? Lost in thought, he stared blankly at the beautiful sunset. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. It was that shady merchant again. This time he was targeting Jiang Yu directly. "Brother, you want to buy some medicine?" Jiang Yu just stared back, dazed. "Huh?" The man gave him a creepy smile, relentlessly pushing his product. "It's the same stuff from the Indian factories, just like the premium imports." Jiang Yu shot him a cold, disinterested glance. "Medicine?" he scoffed. "This whole city is filled with monsters, and you still have time to sell pills? You think you're some kind of miracle doctor?" Hearing that, the shady merchant's eyes lit up, and he eagerly opened his box. "I've got a cure for anything right here." Jiang Yu kept probing him. "Is it free?" Hearing the word free, the man's expression soured, and he immediately turned to walk away. He even cursed under his breath. "If you're not buying, then get lost. Besides, what monsters?" Jiang Yu quickly called him back. "Hey, brother, don't leave so fast. I was just kidding. Do you happen to sell any divine oil?" The man looked at him, completely confused. "Huh?" By now, the sky had turned a deep, dark orange. Jiang Yu got on the bus to go home. He stared at the vial of divine oil in his hand, thinking, 3,000 for a bottle of this stuff is insane. No wonder I felt like reporting him to the police. But as he looked out the window, the golden sky was strangely beautiful. Isn't this just a normal street? Why am I getting so paranoid? The bus finally reached his stop and slowly rolled to a halt. An announcement played, arriving at South China Road. "Passengers for the next stop, please prepare." Jiang Yu started to get off the bus. But he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. He glanced at his reflection in the window and saw a grotesque figure staring back. A jolt of pure terror shot through him, and he blinked hard, as if waking from a nightmare. Jiang Yu looked around in a daze, thinking, was that another hallucination? Suddenly, a sharp pain flared in his chest. He touched the spot, whispering, "Hiss. Is this a second puberty or something?" As the bus pulled away, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, "Why did it suddenly start hurting? I have to check it carefully when I get home." The place he called home was actually a large rundown building called Sunset. He was now in the bathroom, washing up. Jiang Yu paid no attention to the strange mark on his left pec and just continued his shower. It wasn't until he looked in the mirror that he finally noticed the tattoo. He screamed in horror, "Why do I have a tattoo on my chest?" He touched it lightly, his mind reeling. Hiss. I feel like I've seen this tattoo somewhere before. Was it from that book that hit me? His mind flashed back to that fateful night. He was in the dark library, looking for comics, when a strange book of tattoos suddenly appeared. It had scared him half to death, and in that moment, it had branded a strange mark onto his chest. The very same tattoo. Snapping back to the present, Jiang Yu saw the tattoo was now emitting a strange, green light. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the bathroom floor, trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his chest, crying out, "It hurts! It hurts! It's so hot!" He frantically turned on the hot water, and the relief on his face was immediate. He gasped, "Phew, that's much better." The glow from the tattoo faded along with the pain. He checked his reflection in the mirror one more time to be sure. He could only see that his health bar was at a perfect 100%. Jiang Yu looked at the number with a grin of satisfaction. "Huh, now that's more like it." He stepped out, But there was something wrong with his shadow. It twisted and moved behind him, as if it were a living creature. Jiang Yu sensed the abnormal movement and quickly spun around. He stared at the empty floor, letting out a confused, "Huh?" A cold dread twisted in his stomach. He frantically said, "My shadow. Where is my shadow?" He began searching desperately for it. He jumped around the bathroom like a madman, trying to find his shadow, wondering, where did it go? Is it here? Then, his eyes locked onto the wall. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, thank God. For a second there, I really thought I'd lost my shadow. But after all the insane things that had happened today, losing his shadow wouldn't even be that surprising. He walked towards the door, saying, "Showering is exhausting." He opened the door and instantly froze in place. Standing right in front of him was a pitch-black shadow, staring at him without moving. Its eyes glowed brightly, watching him with a strange expression. Its entire body was pure black, revealing only two white eyes. Jiang Yu and the shadow stared at each other. The shadow and the boy stood frozen, locked in a silent standoff. He instinctively took a step back, but Jiang Yu was surprisingly calm, as if bizarre events like this were normal. He faced the shadow and spoke. "All right, I'm okay." I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Suddenly, a strange pain stabbed at his heart. The tattoo on his chest flared with that same blue light once again. Jiang Yu clutched his chest, staring at the living shadow. The good news? His shadow hadn't run away. The bad news? It was alive. They stood watching each other for a long moment, neither one moving. The tension in the air became suffocating. By now, it was deep into the night, and only a few lights remained on in Jiang Yu's neighborhood. That pitch-black shadow was now moving according to his will. Jiang Yu looked at it with curiosity, mentally commanding it to raise its left hand. The shadow instantly lifted its left hand. Seeing this, Jiang Yu grew even more excited. He continued, ordering it to raise its right leg. It lifted its right leg, its whole body as stiff as a wooden puppet. A wicked, almost perverted grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. As if sensing his master's gaze, the shadow seemed to hesitate. He then gave it a command, "Do a fan dance." Instantly, it switched into party mode and began dancing with incredible enthusiasm. He had to admit, its fan dance moves were even more artistic than his own. The sight left Jiang Yu completely stunned. He truly couldn't believe it was capable of something like this. He ran a hand through his hair, his mind buzzing. He thought to himself, why did this thing suddenly have to appear now? All at once, an object on his chest blazed with light and shot into the air before Jiang Yu could even react. The object, which resembled a bagua sphere, began to spin. It rotated faster and faster, its speed constantly increasing. As the spinning intensified, the light it emitted grew even more brilliant. A moment later, an information panel about the shadow materialized before his eyes, looking just like a character info screen from a system game. Jiang Yu wondered aloud, "Is this the attribute interface for my shadow?" He tried tapping the panel, and immediately, a long screen filled with the shadow's attributes appeared, displaying the message, "Your shadow exists for you. It possesses all of your memories, has the exact same strength as you, and can carry out any simple command you give. But please note, it has no capacity for independent thought. Perhaps you could try ordering it to train. You might discover an unexpected benefit." After reading the information, Jiang Yu shot a sharp, wary glance at the shadow, which was still dancing without a care in the world. He tried passing his hand through its body again, and sure enough, his arm went right through. He spoke, "No physical form. Can you talk?" In response, he only received silence. Jiang Yu asked again, "Do you have all of my memories?" The shadow gave a slight nod. Immediately, Jiang Yu sat down at his desk, his hands quickly searching for something. He pulled out a math test and said, "Come over here for a second." He glanced at the shadow and calmly commanded, "This is my summer homework. Give it a try." Wait a second. Can you even hold a pen? He wondered. But the shadow simply reached out and took the pen without any trouble at all. It sat down at the desk, studying the paper intently, while Jiang Yu, still endlessly curious, kept poking its head and thinking, does this thing have a physical body or not? This is a little creepy. Suddenly, the shadow threw the pen down on the desk and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Jiang Yu asked, "Why aren't you writing?" It picked up the pen and wrote 3 words on the paper. "Can't do it. You dare say you have all my memories?" Jiang Yu roared in anger. "I can solve this kind of problem in 2 minutes. You understand me?" As he spoke, he slapped its head with a piece of paper in his hand, but the paper just passed straight through. Suddenly, he recalled the attribute description from before and guessed, could it be that the problem is too difficult? A confident smirk appeared on his face. "Fine. transcribe one chapter of Battle Through the Heavens. The shadow's gaze suddenly became incredibly serious. It picked up the pen once more and began to write furiously. Its hands moved at lightning speed, no different from a high-speed printer. Realizing the potential here, an idea instantly sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. Whoa, with this? Who needs to be a superhuman? The shadow copies the books, and I read them. It's a perfect deal. His eyes gleamed with a crafty light as he calculated, valuable, extremely valuable. Let's see what other ways there are to use this thing. Putting his thoughts into action, he quickly opened the attribute panel again to search for more information. He tapped on another plus sign. This time, a new panel appeared with the words, Devour Shadow. You can absorb shadow points from all darkness to strengthen yourself, or decompose inanimate objects to absorb their shadow points. Jiang Yu stared at the panel as if he'd struck gold, laughing as he thought, Devour shadow. Devour darkness. So how does that work? Does it mean I have to make physical contact with an object's shadow? With that thought, his eyes darted around the room. Jiang Yu backed himself into a dark corner, trying to create a space devoid of any light. He held his hand out in front of him. As he watched his own hand, a thought occurred to him. Like this. I can devour the darkness. His hand began to distort and twist. Jiang Yu could feel a new source of power surging within him. Though a triumphant grin was on his face, beads of sweat formed on his brow as he watched the transformation with caution. He watched for any sign of change, but after a long wait, absolutely nothing happened. Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment, thinking, this ability is a total bust. There isn't even a user manual for beginners. As if reading his mind, the system instantly displayed another panel. Shadow Eye. Your eyes have undergone an unknown transformation. Activating this ability allows you to see the dark side of the world. Choose to observe or to enter. He stared at the words in shock, his mind racing. The dark side of the world? Isn't that where you find monsters lurking everywhere? Whatever. I'll just take this one step at a time. Still, Jiang Yu stared thoughtfully at his own hand, then turned to his shadow, which was busy copying a book. Stop writing and show me some push-ups. The shadow paused, looking at him in silence. It slowly rose, emitting a strange blue mist, before its entire body seemed to melt, gradually merging into the floor. It lowered itself down, its body becoming one with the floorboards. When only a sliver of it remained, Jiang Yu panicked. Hey, I said, push-ups. Where are you running off to? He was genuinely freaking out, shouting, where did my shadow go? It was well past midnight, and the hazy moonlight, mixing with the frost, gave the entire building an even more sinister atmosphere. Jiang Yu frantically looked left and right, trying to find his vanished shadow and calling out, hey, get back out here. Obeying his command, the shadow instantly materialized from the wall. It was already pitch black, but now, it seemed even denser. Its very presence seemed to plunge the space into darkness, radiating a much more dangerous aura than before. Jiang Yu warily rubbed his forehead. Did you just go outside? In response, it silently picked up a pen and wrote 2 words on a piece of paper. Dark side. Jiang Yu was baffled. What were you doing there? It tore off the old sheet and wrote 2 more words. Push-ups. Without a second thought, a theory sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. Could it be that the shadow's training is more effective in the dark side of the world? Musing this over, he waved his hand. All right, carry on then. The shadow gave a slight nod and vanished without a word, leaving Jiang Yu all alone in the room. It skillfully slipped through a crack in the floor. Jiang Yu could only watch it go, letting out a helpless sigh. Now completely alone, Jiang Yu quietly sat at his desk. He picked up an ink pen, his expression suddenly turning incredibly serious. All right. It's time to get down to business. The scene shifts to the break of dawn. The fresh morning light was a complete contrast to the eerie gloom of the night. Inside Jiang Yu's room, a steady snoring could be heard. He was passed out at his desk, looking completely comfortable, and even drooling. Jiang Yu snored on, unconsciously mumbling in his sleep. My mom's friends are working out. A gentle female classmate, Xiao Ro. Hey, the passionate comic gives me a pen. I can still draw. He. He finally began to stir, groggily blinking at his surroundings. An agonizing ache immediately shot through his back and waist. He grimaced in pain, thinking to himself, sleeping at a desk really is hell on your back. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed from the door, followed by a loud shout. Jiang Yu, open up! The knocking continued relentlessly. Jiang Yu rushed over, scowling. I'm coming. What's the big rush? Standing outside in the early morning was a petite, pink-haired girl wearing a school uniform. Her eyes were glued to her phone. Her name was Lu Jiao Jiao, Jiang Yu's childhood friend and also his classmate. The moment he saw her, he let out a startled gasp. Ack! Looking at Zhao Zhao's health bar, Jiang Du couldn't help but wonder why her health was so low. Let me just check the time. His gaze shifted to the wall calendar, and it all clicked. Oh, I get it. It's that time of the month. Why are you here so early? Jiang Du asked out loud, but Lu Zhaojiao paid him no mind. Still absorbed in her phone, she marched right into his room without saying a word. As she walked, she urged, "Hurry, hurry. Last night you were binging that doujinshi and said you were starting a new series. You already had the plot figured out. Let me see that chapter," Zhao Zhao demanded, her face turning red with excitement, though her eyes never left her phone's screen. Suddenly, a loud crash made her jump. She let out a terrified scream. Ah! She spun around angrily. Jiangdu, even if you didn't want to show me, you didn't have to break the door. Jiangdu could only stand silently in the corner as the door, split by a powerful force, hung broken. He stared at the damage he had caused, unable to believe what just happened. Sensing that something was seriously wrong, Zhao Zhao called out his name. Jiangdu? A moment later, as if finally noticing something, she hissed and stared at Jiangdu. Her gaze was now fixed on his body, full of suspicion. You, what is this? She stammered, her eyes scanning his solid physique. Have you been working out? Zhao Zhao's voice trembled in shock. She tried to calm herself down, to rationalize it. No way. A shut-in otaku like you, who hasn't exercised in years. How could you possibly get a perfect body overnight? With that, she reached out and poked his bicep, feeling its firmness. Despite her disbelief, Zhao Zhao's face turned as red as a tomato. She asked again, her voice laced with doubt. You're using something, aren't you? Faced with his best friend's sharp accusation, Jiangdu was completely flustered. He instinctively backed away, shaking his head frantically while trying to change the subject. That's ridiculous. Why would I be on drugs? I've just been training a little harder lately. But even as he said it, he was thinking, so it's true. As long as my shadow trains, the results transfer directly to me. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Zhao's hands shot out and lifted up his shirt. Caught by the sudden attack, Jiangdu froze like a statue, letting out a startled yelp as his face turned beet red with embarrassment. Zhao Zhao stared intently at his perfectly sculpted physique, her own face flushing slightly. Liar, she said. A little training doesn't give you an 8-pack. She gave him a deadly serious look. I've seen some of the cases my dad has handled. Jiangdu, there are some things you should never touch. It's not too late to turn back now. Jiangdu looked at her, exasperated, and clicked his tongue. Just shut up. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, a hand lunged towards him with blinding speed, aiming straight for Jiangdu. It was Lu Zhaojiao, and she subdued him with ease. One hand gripped his wrist like a vice, while the other reached behind her back for something. Jiangdu panicked. Hey, what are you doing? You're not about to pull out some kind of deadly weapon, are you? She then pulled out a bracelet-like object from behind her back, covered with strange mechanical components. Lu Zhaojiao snapped it onto his wrist. Jiangdu quickly asked, "What is this?" She replied curtly, "Don't move. It's an infection index scanner." Infection index? He repeated. Her eyes were glued to the device as she explained, "Killing aberrations, taming anomalies, anything that generates resentment will cause a certain level of infection." She continued, "If it isn't cleansed in time, long-term accumulation leads to human corruption and mutation." Hearing this, Jiangdu just gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, "My power comes from the handbook on my chest. How could I possibly be infected?" Despite his confidence, his body immediately began to react. The tattoo on his chest emitted a strange, dark glow. The numbers on the scanner began to skyrocket, making even Jiangdu's jaw drop in alarm. He stared, dumbfounded, at the soaring numbers. "Oh crap," he thought. "My body is actually reacting to this." Behind him, Lu Zhaojiao had already drawn a massive handgun, terrorizing Jiangdu with a look that could kill. He flinched as a chilling thought shot through his mind. "Wait a second. Zhao, she's not actually planning to shoot me, is she?" He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling in fear. "No, I absolutely cannot let her find out. I have to stop this strange reaction in my body." Slowly but surely, the device began to return to normal. The displayed number got smaller and smaller. Only then did Zhao finally relax, casually twirling the gun in her hand as she said, Looks like you're clean." Jiangdu had just survived a heart-stopping ordeal. "I told you so. But did you really just pull a gun on me?" He finally allowed himself to relax, turning away to let out a quiet sigh of relief. Zhao holstered her weapon and replied nonchalantly, "My dad taught me to always be prepared for the worst." Jiangdu, desperate to change the subject, decided to play along. "Right. Oh hey, I've been drawing some shonen manga characters lately. Wanna see? Lu Jiao, who looked like a terrifying enforcer just a moment ago, suddenly lit up like a kid who'd just been offered candy. Yes, yes, show me. Jiang could only look on helplessly as she completely changed her tune. Finally, the two could talk comfortably again. Jiang warned her hesitantly. Hey, can you tone it down a bit? You're starting to drool. Lu Jiao let out an ecstatic scream that echoed through the entire building. Hurry and show me. I can't wait anymore. After finally seeing Lu Jiao off, Jiang collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained. He sighed. That was too close. But I managed to fool her in the end. The system interface appeared above his head once again. Jiang casually tapped it, and an information panel instantly materialized. A flood of notifications popped up. System log. Your shadow is entering the dark side of the world. Training initiated. Shadow Devour activated. Initial shadow points absorbed. Your shadow has grown stronger. Arm strength training in progress. Devouring. The system even projected an image of his shadow training tirelessly on the dark side of the world, performing endless exercises without a single break. Seeing this, Jiang was stunned. He exclaimed, "Has my shadow really been training all night long?" Dark wisps of energy began to swirl and wrap around Jiang body. A moment later, a strange sound echoed in the room. The aura flowed from his body down to the floor, slowly taking shape. Before long, his very own shadow slowly rose to its feet. Jiang crossed his arms with a satisfied smile. Excellent. I've received the fruits of your labor from last night. However, simple push-ups aren't enough. Let's ramp up the difficulty. His shadow obediently nodded a few times in agreement. Jiang spirits lifted immediately. All right, full-body push-ups. Traveling push-ups. It began to rotate across the floor, skillfully executing every one of Jiang commands. Meanwhile, he just stood in one spot and continued to bark out orders. One-handed handstand push-ups. Tiger pounce handstand push-ups. He waved his arms around, relentlessly coaching his shadow, ordering it to do things like finger-only push-ups. He then hammered out push-ups and crunches. As he got into the zone, his fists clenched, he dropped into a deep squat and upped the intensity with brutal Spider-Man crawls. The determined voice of Jiang Yu echoed through the small room as he held a perfect L-sit, his core tight. But just outside the door, Lu Jiao stood listening in, a stack of documents clutched in her arms. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. So he really is just working out, she thought. Guess I was being paranoid. A small pout formed on Lu Jiao's lips. Making me worry for nothing, she grumbled. At least he's actually okay. Time to go home and read some manga. In a different scene, Jiang Yu furiously stomped on something beneath his feet. The Cataclysm calendar. May 20th, year 99. The first day he possessed the shadow, his world felt bleak. The shadow had been working all night, yet he felt absolutely nothing. Getting stronger without even realizing it, this effortless method, he smirked with confidence. It's almost embarrassing, really. How can a guy like me be satisfied with the status quo? A brilliant scene flashed before him. May 21st, day 2. Jiang Yu's abs were already defined. He assigned even more training routines to Ying. The results were insane. His chiseled six-pack was impossible to ignore. Jiang Yu let out a satisfied laugh. I bet one punch from me now could probably one-shot Lu Jiao. Gotta keep up the effort. Just then, Li Sunguang walked in, carrying a heavy bag in one hand. His voice was full of reproach. Hey kid, what took you so long to open the door? A thought suddenly sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. Uncle Li is here today. He works for the Night Patrol Division, but he probably won't notice anything different about me. After all, Uncle Li is old, and he's missing an arm. With my current strength, I feel like I could take out 3 of him with a single punch. May 23rd. Jiang Yu's fist tightened with resolve. I have to get serious, damn it all. These peaceful days can't last forever. Now that I have this incredible power, I need to work even harder. As they say, to forge iron, one must be strong. I can't just lie around and do nothing. May 24th. Jiang Yu was lounging comfortably in bed, scrolling on his phone, while his shadow trained relentlessly in his place. Ying trains. I reap the rewards. May 25th. Jiang Yu continued to enjoy the good life, lost in the world of video games. Ying trains. I reap the rewards. May 26th. Jiang Yu was on the floor, struggling to squeeze out a pathetic 10 push-ups. Nice. I actually did 10 push-ups today. Time to get back to reaping the rewards. He stared at his shadow's status screen, feeling a wave of disappointment. This is weird. The shadow points are increasing so slowly. All these days, and I've only gained 8 points. The status window displayed the details. Shadow attributes. Shadow points. 8. Next tier. 10 shadow points. Ability. Shadow Devour. Jiang Yu slowly closed his eyes, absorbing the aura from his shadow. At this rate, he thought, who knows how long it'll take to get the 10 points I need to unlock the next tier. A faint aura began to swirl around his legs. Maybe, if I enter the shadow world directly, my growth will be faster. Slowly, Jiang Yu's body began to sink into the shadow world. He kept his eyes shut tight, allowing the darkness to swallow him whole. Jiang Yu's form vanished completely from the room, leaving behind nothing but a lingering echo. In that moment, Jiang Yu was rapidly descending into the shadow world. His eyes snapped open. Jiang Yu's feet touched down on the tiled floor of a ruined room. So this is the shadow world? It looks exactly like my own apartment. His footfalls echoed softly on the ground. All that surrounded Jiang Yu now was the sound of a howling wind. He raised a hand to his forehead, a grin spreading across his face. I finally made it outside. He silently gazed up at the pitch-black sky, completely void of light. The wind continued to scream through the desolate air. Jiang Yu recalled the last time he was here, when he thought he was trapped forever, unable to leave his room or even the residential complex. He took out a small handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked slightly dazed as a realization hit him. It seems I can only enter the wider shadow world, from outside my apartment complex in the real world. Jiang Yu began to walk around and explore. He had to admit, this place felt eerily similar to the real world. Suddenly, a wicked black shadow materialized behind him. Jiang Yu remained completely unaware, sensing only that the air had grown a little colder. A loud clang echoed from beneath the nearby railway tracks. The shadow that had been stalking him suddenly lunged closer. It was then that Jiang Yu realized something was terribly wrong. He called out, "Is that you, Ah Ying?" A small smile touched Jiang Yu's lips as he turned his head. "Did you come here to meet me?" But what greeted him wasn't his shadow. It was a row of long, sharp teeth belonging to a jet-black demon. Sword in hand, it lunged at him with blinding speed, startling Jiang Yu completely. Just as the danger registered, Jiang Yu cursed under his breath. Oh, crap. The demon swung its blade straight at him. But luckily, Jiang Yu managed to dodge the surprise attack. However, the demon wasn't about to give up so easily. Its gaze locked onto Jiang Yu, growing sharper and more terrifying. Before Jiang Yu could even think to run, the demon's attacks rained down upon him relentlessly. He desperately tumbled out of the way, yelling, "Whoa, crap, what the hell?" A massive magic circle materialized right in front of him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu reached out to touch it. Shadow gaze. Model. The very next instant, Jiang Du was already scrambling to escape, the demon hot on his heels. That magic circle had flung him into a different dimension. He suddenly found himself plummeting from the ceiling, crashing to the ground before he could even react. Jiang Du glanced back at his own exposed rear end and let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. Jiang Du sat up, patting his chest. That nearly gave him a heart attack. What in the world was that thing? Why would it just show up at the neighborhood entrance and attack without a single word? He glanced at the small gash on his leg where the demon's blade had nicked him, feeling a strange sense of relief. Thankfully, all the training he'd been doing lately had paid off. His reflexes were much sharper now. A sly grin spread across Jiang Du's face as he stared off in a certain direction. That thing couldn't even land a real hit on me. He then gripped something tightly in his hand, his mind already set on revenge. Jiang Du decisively slung the object over his shoulder. That damn Apiao, daring to ambush me at my own complex. I'm not letting this go. I have to settle the score. Moments later, Jiang Du was back on the dark streets, diving headfirst into a brutal clash with Apiao. August 29th. Round 1 against the neighborhood demon, Apiao, ended in an unfortunate defeat. Jiang Du took a devastating kick from Apiao that sent him flying. Apiao, you bastard. August 29th, Round 2. The quest for vengeance failed once again. This time, a vicious blow to the chest nearly shattered his ribs. But even after tasting defeat again and again, Jiang Du's spirit remained unbroken. He was determined to fight another day. And then, that all-too-familiar, piercing scream rang out again. Oh, son of a. August 30th. 3 new claw marks on his backside. These past few days have been hell, but at least he's chipped away 6% of its health bar. Just gotta keep going. But after days of relentless fighting, he was forced to stay home and let Lu Jiao patch him up. August 31st. Resting at home. Jiao angrily confronted him. "Have you been picking fights again these last few days?" He replied, his voice full of pride. "Don't you get it? Scars are a man's badge of honor." Jiao looked absolutely furious. She squeezed the vial of medicine in her hand, pressing down hard on Jiang Yu's bruised backside as she scolded him. A badge of honor? On your butt? He yelped in pain. Ow! 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 Jiao Jiao's face was bright red with anger. Oh, so you can feel pain? She snapped. The second you start to heal, you run off and do something reckless. Jiang Du immediately turned to argue back. Speaking of which, we only have a month left. What's your plan? Jiao Jiao looked at him, curious. A month until what? He pushed himself up slowly with his hands. The martial exam, of course. Don't tell me you forgot? A brilliant and colorful galaxy filled the screen. Along with it were images of technology familiar to anyone in the modern age. In the era of the Great Calamity, most professions lost their appeal, especially those in the arts and culture sectors. Those who pursued the arts were slowly relegated to the lower rungs of society. The public no longer cared about celebrity gossip or entertainment. Instead, their attention was fixed on matters of national importance. The scene shifts to massive crowds, their eyes glued to huge screens, watching a fierce showdown and cheering with unbridled passion. Warriors fighting on the front lines, like the legendary Night Watch, became the new celebrities, hailed as heroes by the people. Next, a powerful martial artist is shown, flexing for a roaring crowd. To become one of the Night Watch, a candidate must pass the state-sponsored martial exam. Passing this one exam could transform an ordinary life into something legendary. Jiao Jiao remained silent, quietly dabbing medicine onto Jiang Du's wounds. After a moment, she suddenly spoke up. The truth is, I don't want to take the martial exam. Hearing this, Jiang Du looked at her, taken aback. Jiao Jiao bit her lower lip, as if steeling herself to confess something important. Her lips parted, and her clear voice was firm. What I really want is to study music. Jiang Du was confused. If you want to study, then just do it. Is it because Uncle Lu won't let you? He sighed, a wave of understanding washing over him. Of course he wouldn't agree, he thought. It makes perfect sense. After all, Uncle Lu is a high-ranking officer in the Night Watch. This is like the son of a top official blowing off the civil service exam to become a musician. Jiao Jiao's hand trembled slightly as she dabbed medicine on his scrapes. Her gaze fell to the floor, filled with sadness. It's not that my dad won't let me. Now Jiang Du was completely lost. Then what is it? As she tended to his wounds, Jiao Jiao's voice dropped to a whisper. You can't tell anyone. The policy has changed. Jiao Jiao sighed before continuing. This year, anyone whose aptitude meets the standard is being forced to enlist in the Superhuman division of the martial exam. Jiang Du's eyes widened in shock. What? But I thought they always respected personal choice before? Students with average abilities were allowed to take the regular exam. She gently blew on one of his scrapes to soothe the sting, the pressure on the Night Watch. It's just getting heavier, as I get older. If things keep going this way, I'll have no choice but to take the martial arts exam. Jiang Yu turned, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Come to think of it, that little device Jiao Jiao had the other day. Doc doc. It nearly went haywire with its constant beeping. He vividly remembered that dreadful day. During the exam, with all that advanced equipment, there's no way I could have hidden my secret. If they found out, wouldn't the Night Watch division just shoot me right on the spot? Jiang Yu placed a hand over his heart, a strained smile on his face. He thought to himself, this strange little notebook of mine, it's not going to get me classified as an aberration, is it? A sudden idea sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. He turned to Jiao Jiao and asked, Hey, that detector you had before, can it be used to fight off aberrations? Jiao Jiao replied with a gentle smile. How could it possibly do that? That device can only detect aberrations and superhumans. If you actually run into an aberration, just run. And if you can't run, well, you can try calling for help before you die. Jiang Yu's jaw dropped. Superhumans? He echoed. She nodded quickly. Yep. After that simple confirmation, Jiang Yu was at a complete loss for words. The two just stared at each other in a long, awkward silence. When the awkwardness finally faded, Jiao Jiao decided to head out. Well, your injuries are all treated. I should get going. Jiang Yu suddenly coughed, stopping her. Hey. Your family must have some books about superhumans and aberrations, right? Could you bring some over for me to read? Jiao Jiao playfully twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. I thought you weren't interested in the world of superhumans. Weren't you going to take the normal exam? A faint smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. You said it yourself, didn't you? The martial arts exam is mandatory this year. What if I happen to have some hidden talent? It's better to be prepared. Jiao Jiao suddenly leaned in close to him. Oh, really? She whispered. Startled, Jiang Yu held up a finger, stammering, Oh, of course, but more importantly, I'm planning to write a new action-packed manhwa, one about superhumans and aberrations. Hearing his excuse, Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up with genuine excitement. For real? Tell me everything, now. Jiang Yu was completely stumped. Well, he thought frantically. I was just bluffing. Did she really buy that? As a gentle breeze rustled the curtains, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly filled with confidence. He began to weave the tale of his upcoming series. The basic idea is about a scrawny kid named Abin. He gets bullied relentlessly at school, but through it all, he never loses his kind heart. With the help of his adorable deskmate, a gentle teacher, and his caring aunt, he's chosen by the Night Watch Division for their top-secret super soldier program. Faint sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating an old guitar and a few antique trinkets. Through sheer force of will, Abin transforms completely. After receiving an injection of the super soldier serum, he becomes the powerful and respected Captain Abin. Jiang Yu grew more passionate as he spun his tale. But the Night Watch Division doesn't send him to the battlefield. Instead, they have him attend high society parties, mingling with wealthy heiresses and famous figures. Until the day a powerful aberration invades the city. The enemy is a terrifyingly strong aberration, a pink skeleton wielding a pulsating, blue cosmic crystal. As he described his grand idea, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but giggle, completely captivated. A little while later, Zhao Zhao led Jiang Yu to her room. Come on in, she said. You can wait here. I'll go get the files from my dad's study. Zhao Zhao's room was filled with cute stuffed animals and charming decorations. Potted plants and her wardrobe were all perfectly neat and tidy. But then, his gaze was drawn to something else. Oh? Jiang Yu's eyes landed on a small comic book resting on her bed. He picked it up and flipped it open. The title read, Faded Sky. Isn't this one of those brotherly love comics? I can't believe you read this stuff. Zhao Zhao froze mid-search, stunned by his discovery. She rushed over, snatching the book from his hands. A friend left that here, she explained hastily. I don't read it. Seeing that Jiang Yu was now sitting obediently in a chair, she prepared to leave the room again. Just sit there quietly and wait, and don't touch my things. Jiang Yu just waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, go on. He leaned back comfortably in the chair, a small smile playing on his lips. Heh, she hasn't changed a bit, still so trusting of everyone. Jiang Yu's gaze then drifted to an old guitar in the corner. Right. She's loved music since we were kids. She never could bring herself to throw old things away. Back then, she'd always drag me along to listen with her, even though I had zero interest in music. Lost in the memory, he reached over and turned on some music. A clear, gentle melody began to fill the quiet room. The tune was like a gentle stream, pulling Jiang Yu back into a flood of cherished memories, happy moments of him and Zhao Zhao, playing out in his mind. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, pulling Jiang Yu from his pleasant daydream. Since when did you get into music? He rubbed his eyes, his drowsy expression looking surprisingly cute. Zhao Zhao playfully covered his mouth with her hand. Don't even try it. Before, you couldn't even name half the instruments. With that, she tossed a box of files at Jiang Yu, which he caught easily. You found it? He asked. Zhao Zhao simply said, It's all in there. See for yourself. He raised the device, pressing it against his eyes. A strange hum echoed in his ears the moment it activated, and behind him, mystical circles began to materialize. Jiangdu's entire body felt like it was free-falling into a vast, cosmic black hole. Endless waves of lightning crashed over him, leaving him completely stunned. His gaze went vacant as his vision faded to absolute black. When his consciousness finally returned, Jiangdu was met with thousands upon thousands of glowing eyes, all fixed directly on him. Floating in the empty space, Jiangdu could only think, what the hell? Is this place the Abyss? This VR headset is way too realistic. The Abyss, a mysterious and unexplored realm, holds countless forbidden secrets and dangers, serving as the very origin of all great calamities. The landscape of the Abyss grew even more surreal as humanoid figures began to emerge. These were the aberrations, creatures born from this grotesque dimension. With an inherently cruel and bloodthirsty nature, they relentlessly consume and destroy our world. Jiangdu watched the swarm of creatures. So, these are the aberrations? Could this be what he saw at the hospital that day? A dimension between our world and the Abyss. A plane known as the Shadow Layer. A dark, twisted reflection of reality. A strange vortex of light swirled intensely right before his eyes. It was a sign of the Abyss's fracture. The aberrations were using the Shadow Layer to invade the real world. Though the Night Watch strictly controls all portals, some always manage to slip. Jiangdu continued to ascend, a strange blue light trailing just behind him. Suddenly, his ascent stopped. A massive, towering city materialized before him, looking exactly like one from the real world. The shadow layer has a mechanism to reset itself every month, perfectly recreating the landscapes of our world. Gradually, plumes of black miasma appeared atop the city's towers, a sign that the number of aberrations was about to explode. They had to be eliminated quickly. But there was a major problem. A human's combat power is drastically weakened inside the shadow layer. For this reason, powerhouses at level 4 or higher are strongly advised against entering this place. Visibility in the shadow layer is limited to just 3 to 5 meters and only improves as one's power grows. Jiang Yu scanned his dark surroundings. In this heavily contaminated dimension, humans who linger too long risk being transformed into aberrations themselves. The shadow layer is contaminated? That's strange. I didn't feel any discomfort when I first came in. Silently, an aberration had already appeared right behind him. Hearing a faint sound, Jiang Yu instantly spun around. Bathed in a sliver of light from above, the aberration began to grow. With razor-sharp claws and a savage glare, it prepared to lunge straight for him. Suddenly, a brilliant orb of light erupted from behind the towers, forcing the terrified aberrations to recoil in fear. Jiang Yu threw an arm up to shield himself, gritting his teeth to keep his footing against the blast. His pupils contracted violently, his brow furrowing in pain. To fight the aberrations, humanity was forced to wield the very power of their enemy. Jiang Yu's voice continued. By becoming a transcendent, an image appeared, a transcendent with muscles like sculpted stone, wreathed in smoke and fire. Seeing this perfect being, Jiang Yu couldn't resist reaching out and poking it a few times. So powerful. This is a transcendent? It's way too cool. If I pass the martial exam, will I get the chance to become one, too? But then, a chilling realization hit him. In essence, a transcendent is nothing more than a human body possessed by the power of an aberration. The transcendent's face became obscured as he spoke again. You wield its power, but that same power slowly consumes you. Its flawless skin began to stain a dark black. In the end, that perfect form was replaced by a pitch-black silhouette, completely shrouded in a sinister aura. A transcendent is in a constant battle against this corrupting influence, and upon their death, there's a high chance they will fully transform into an aberration. Strange sounds echoed, like the frantic beat of war drums. Its hands morphed, sprouting razor-sharp claws. But Jiang Yu remained completely oblivious to the transcendent's horrifying transformation. Therefore, as a transcendent, when you know you can't survive, you must expend every last drop of your power before you die. Only then did he finally look up, watching as the colossal figure kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. A moment later, a long beep echoed as he returned to the real world. Jiang Yu ripped the headset off, his body so drained he could barely even breathe. Zhao Zhao stood beside him with her hands on her hips. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead. It's nothing, just a massive info dump. My brain can't process it all at once. He finished, patting his own stiff back. Come, give me a back rub. Zhao Zhao shot back angrily. Say that again. He just smiled, giving in. I'll treat you to a round of ultra-pure water, your pick. Faced with such a tempting offer, Zhao Zhao couldn't refuse. Deal. Why are you so stiff, anyway? She commented as she worked on his muscles. Are you training all the time? Even your neck is getting muscular. It is? Jiang Yu replied. Of course. You want to touch? Without a second thought, Zhao Zhao lifted his shirt and ran her hand over his rock-hard abs. Just then, the door burst open. Zhao Zhao's father stood there, his eyes blazing with fury at the scene before him. His hands clenched into tight fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing as his face darkened with rage. Jiang Yu stammered, Uncle Lu. The sky slowly faded to dusk, and soon it was dinner time. The three of them sat at the table in complete silence. Jiang Yu nervously ate, stealing glances at Uncle Lu's face. He watched as Zhao Zhao's father gnawed furiously on a bone. His eyes were wide with anger, glaring daggers at him. Zhao Zhao calmly placed a piece of meat in her father's bowl and tried to explain. Dad, it's a misunderstanding. Uncle Lu angrily cut her off. A misunderstanding? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Zhao Zhao was at a loss for words. It's not my. Her face flushed red as she turned and shouted. Jiang Yu, say something. Seeing how tense things were, Jiang Yu quickly raised his beer glass. Uncle Lu, some things are hard to explain. As punishment, I'll drink 3 glasses. Without waiting for permission, Jiang Yu chugged the entire glass. I'm finished. You two take your time. For some reason, this act only enraged Zhao Zhao's father even more. Put that glass down. He violently flipped the small table over. You've got some nerve, kid. You're really bold. Where's my knife? Zhao Zhao rushed over to stop him. Dad, calm down. Terrified, Jiang Yu scrambled to his feet and ran. Uncle Lu, it's a misunderstanding. You've got it all wrong. Let me give you some background. Although Lu Jiao and I were childhood sweethearts, our personalities have been polar opposites since we were kids. I was the classic bad kid every parent warned their children about. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao was a prim and proper young lady, full of knowledge and etiquette. An image of a tiny Lu Jiao holding a book, her cheeks flushed with shyness, flashed in my mind. But for some reason, she only ever wanted to play with me. The scene shifts. A stream of water suddenly flows across the floor. In a memory, a young Jiang Yu was peeing, turning to challenge her. Bet you can't pee farther than me. Lu Jiao was no pushover. She immediately shot back. Who's afraid of who? Then another memory surfaced. Jiang Yu's face was covered in bruises, his breathing ragged and shallow. Maybe it was because I'd helped her before. Back when two chubby bullies cornered her, I had stepped in front of Lu Jiao to protect her. At that time, all the little girl could do was collapse on the ground, sobbing her heart out. Or maybe she was just captivated by my heroic good looks. He smirked, throwing a powerful punch forward. Cheers erupted from the side. Go, little Jiang. On another occasion, the two of them were dressed in rags, pretending to be beggars. We even put on a dumb street hustler act. And she was happy to go along with me. A moment later, Jiao's dad found us and gave me a few smacks, yelling relentlessly. Tricking people at such a young age. Another woman came over to wipe Jiao's face, warning her, Sweetie, don't play with him anymore. Back in the present, Uncle Lu sat on the sofa, his expression incredibly stern. Opposite him, Jiang Yu and Lu Jiao stood at attention. Uncle Lu was determined not to let his daughter pick up any of my bad habits. He was always wary of me, always on his guard. His expression grew even darker as he stuck a cigarette in his mouth. His hand reached into his pocket, searching for something. After pulling out a lighter, Uncle Lu flicked it on and brought the flame to his cigarette. In that instant, Lu Jiao's eyes locked forward. A second later, she lunged, snatching the lighter right out of his hand. The move left her father stunned. Uncle Lu's gaze immediately snapped to me, turning ice cold as a dark, ominous aura began to surround him. His voice was low and dangerous. When I got home. What exactly were you two doing? Sensing the danger, he forced a strained smile and quickly waved his hands. Reporting, Sir, we were reviewing materials on superhuman variants. His suspicious eyes shifted back to Lu Jiao. Under her father's intense stare, she just stuck her tongue out and quickly averted her gaze. Ha ha. Hearing that, her father let out a sigh of relief, his tone softening. Ah, I've spoiled you too much. But in the next moment, his voice hardened as he barked. Little Jiang. Uncle Lu crossed his arms, leaning back against the sofa. He continued seriously. Do you know why the government doesn't let students get involved with this stuff? The question caught Jiang Yu off guard. He looked confused, stammering a reply. Not really. Uncle Lu held the cigarette, explaining with a grave expression. The human heart is a strange thing. It gives birth to its own evil. Despair can drag a person into the abyss. Some things aren't meant for public knowledge. Jiang Yu glanced over at him. His eyes were filled with deep thought. Uncle Lu's solemn voice continued. Not everyone's will is strong. Even the smallest crack in one's spirit can give these variants an opening. Uncle Lu's voice echoed again. That's why a disposition test is required before the official martial arts exam. Only those with qualifying bodies and minds are permitted to access the supernatural world. Jiang Yu listened in silence, absorbing his every word. But his uncle's next words only deepened Jiang Yu's confusion. The path of the supernatural was a treacherous road, full of pitfalls. Fragments of images flashed through his mind. Uncle Lu took a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes clouded with thought as he warned him. Even with healing support, people lose control every year. It's a tragic sight. That's why I can't recommend you look into this stuff. You understand? Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Yu's mouth curved into a smirk. He replied, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. He placed a hand on his chest, his gaze meeting his uncle's, filled with confidence and certainty. Isn't this the year of the unified martial arts exam? There's no escaping it. Besides, it's better to rely on myself than on others. If the sky falls, the strong will hold it up. All I need to do is stay calm. Seeing his attitude, Uncle Lu looked up and replied evenly, Little Jiang, you really are. But before he could finish, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Uncle Lu pulled out his phone and quickly answered. Hello? The person on the other end urgently reported an emergency. Captain Lu, we have an urgent mission in the shadow layer. Hearing this, he shot to his feet, striding past Jiang Yu as he spoke into the phone. Understood, I'm on my way. With that, Uncle Lu turned back, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He flashed a menacing smile as a final warning. I'm heading out on a mission. You be a good kid for me, Jiang Yu. If I catch you again, next time, I'm dragging you to the Night Watch division myself. Jiang Yu met his gaze with a confident grin, patting his chest. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Lu Jiao Jiao and I won't do anything out of line. Again, at his words, a stunned Lu Jiao Jiao spat out the water she was drinking. She stomped over, pinching his cheek in embarrassment and yelling, What do you mean again? We never did anything in the first place. You said that on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Yu, refusing to back down, pinched her cheek right back. The shops lining the street were decorated with glowing red lanterns, some with lucky characters pasted on their doors, praying for good business. On the bustling street, people bundled in warm clothes hurried past one another. A cheerful father wearing glasses carried his son, who wore a fluffy puppy hat, on his shoulders. The noisy chatter of the crowd blended together on the main road. It's so cold today. Are you cold? Is he coming tonight? Candied hawthorns on a stick. What time is it? Why isn't she down yet? The little boy with a missing tooth, perched on his dad's shoulders, opened his mouth wide, ready for a bite. A massive screen on a busy street displayed 3 people in uniform with the caption, Patrolling the night, every day, to keep Yunhai City safe. Inside a supermarket, Jiang Yu carried a basket, lost in thought. He had wanted to find more information, but all he got were the bare basics. He grabbed a small brown vial with a rubber stopper from the shelf and sighed with regret. Knowing Uncle Lu's personality, all of that information is probably hidden away now. I'm afraid I'll never get another chance to see it. Just as he placed the last item into his basket, the phone in his jacket pocket began to vibrate. He pulled it out and answered. A girl's piercing voice came through the line. You idiot, Jiang Yu, get me a carton of eggs, a box of milk, and, something to take care of that much? Jiang Yu immediately understood. He walked straight to the feminine hygiene aisle, muttering to himself, If you wanted me to buy 2 packs of pads, you could have just said so. Why all the beating around the bush? Jiang Yu decisively grabbed 2 packs of pads, not with a hint of embarrassment, but with the air of a seasoned professional. After paying, Jiang Yu walked out of the store with his plastic bag, his mind wandering. There's still a month until school starts. Lately, my shadow training has been getting less and less effective. The setting sun painted the rows of dense, green trees along the road in shades of gold. He steeled his resolve. It seems like just training isn't enough anymore. I need to get some real combat experience. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A new idea sparked in his mind as he paused, looking up at the sky. Come to think of it, there's been more and more propaganda about fighting aberrations lately. He turned his head slightly, a seed of doubt growing in his heart. On top of that, they're forcing a higher enrollment for the martial arts exam this year. He gazed up at the dark sky, where pink hues touched the edges of dark clouds, obscuring the full moon. The faint moonlight illuminated half his face. A deep sense of unease crept over him, a feeling that something terrible was about to happen to the world. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze, swinging his arms casually as he told himself, Whatever. Overthinking it will just wear me out. I'll just find that aberration from the other day and blow off some steam. As he neared the end of the street, Jiang Yu suddenly spun around, ducking behind a brick wall and carefully peering left and right. He stood perfectly still, focusing his spirit to summon his power. A stream of blue-black energy began to rise from his feet. The once bright space instantly dimmed, swallowed by an eerie blue glow. Jiang Yu saw a health bar with 1,400 points remaining. He raised his fist defensively and shouted, Who's there? But there was no reply. From the deep shadows between 2 buildings, Lin Mo staggered into view. A health bar floated above his head. His entire body was covered in dried black blood and fresh crimson stains, his face smeared with grime and gore. Cracks had appeared on Lin Mo's face, and his eyes, once so sharp and full of life, were now into an eerie, ghostly purple. Jiang Yu instinctively recoiled, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Lin Mo. You live in my building. What are you doing here? He demanded. He only managed a few steps before collapsing, sprawling lifelessly on the ground. Jiang Yu watched the scene in stunned silence, completely frozen and unsure of what to do. His eyes were fixed on the man's rapidly depleting health bar when he suddenly spotted it, a shadowy figure, outlined in red, standing before a small boy. The boy was desperately clutching a little girl, sobbing uncontrollably. The health bar above his head showed only 24% remaining. The creature flashed a sinister grin, its eyes burning with a dark, greedy hunger as it stared down the 2 children. In that instant, Jiang Yu's blood ran cold. He knew this thing. As he scanned it from head to toe, a single, glowing red eye stared back. Its teeth were sparse but razor-sharp, and its long black hair floated unnaturally in the air. His hands clenched into tight fists, his face twisting with pure hatred as he growled, "It's you!" Walking down the street, Lin Mo rubbed his neck and groaned, so exhausted. The workload at the night watch has been insane lately. He let out a long sigh, continuing his rant. I thought being a desk jockey for the night watch would be an easy gig with good pay, but it's just been endless overtime. If I'd known it would be like this, I never would have signed up for the martial exam. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from up ahead. "Ah, help me." The shriek startled Lin Mo. His head snapped in its direction, just in time to see two children being dragged away, entangled by a bizarre black mass. They reached out their hands, their voices filled with terror. "Help us! Somebody, help!" Seeing this, Lin Mo's heart plunged. An aberration. It was dragging people into the shadow dimension. Wait, that's not right. Aren't aberrations supposed to sneak out of the shadow dimension to cause chaos in the real world? He'd never heard of one dragging people in directly. The black mass was about to completely swallow the children, but they kept reaching out, their faces pleading, "Help us. Help." Without a single moment of hesitation, he shot forward like a bullet. Lin Mo locked his eyes on the children's tiny hands and yelled, "Don't be afraid." The two kids held on for their lives, and in that split second, he managed to grab one of their hands. But he wasn't fast enough to pull them out. Instead, Lin Mo was also sucked into the mysterious black void. Lin Mo struggled to keep his eyes open, but all he could see was pitch-black darkness. Slowly, the strange, dark matter of this bizarre space began to consume his vision entirely. In a flash, the black hole had transported him and the two children to another dimension. The little boy leaned against a wall and stammered, "Where? Where are we?" The girl seemed even more terrified. "Wah! Mommy!" she wailed. Lin Mo's own face was pale with extreme tension. He pressed his hands to his head, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over. I got dragged in too. Damn it, I'm just an office worker. An off-the-clock office worker at that. I don't even have my anti-contamination gear on me. Isn't this just a suicide mission?" Suddenly, a long, shapeless red thing shot towards him at incredible speed. The two children screamed in terror. "Ah!" Lin Mo's brow furrowed instantly as he moved to intercept. He launched a powerful kick at the red entity, knocking it off course and sending it crashing to the ground. He immediately followed up with another swift kick, giving it no time to dodge the full force of his attack. The children watched in awe as the red aberration dissolved into nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Mo ran back to where the black hole had been, his mind racing. The dimensional rift is gone. Looks like there's no going back. He fell silent, looking up with his lips pressed into a thin line, trying to get a handle on the situation. Feeling the immense danger of this dimension, Lin Mo thought to himself, "This whole place is crawling with aberrations. They could attack at any moment. On top of that, I've been a desk worker for so long. I've probably forgotten most of the combat skills I learned for the martial exam." He sized himself up, then glanced back at the two crying kids. And the worst part is, he thought, I'm stuck with two children who have zero combat ability. Overwhelmed by fear, the two kids couldn't stop crying. "Wah, I want my mommy. Wah." He immediately looked down at his own hand. "My only choice is to send a distress signal and wait for backup." He then pressed the SOS button on his bracelet. As soon as he did, a red triangular symbol lit up, pulsing with a signal. It seemed to be working. Lin Mo forced his expression to soften, trying to appear calm as he placed the signaling bracelet in the little girl's hand. "Don't cry," he said gently. "Hold this. It can temporarily protect you from the contamination here. I'll figure out a way to get you two home soon." He lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, "It's useless in my hands anyway. Better to give it to them. Whether they live or die now is up to fate." The bracelet continued to pulse with a steady signal. The little boy looked up at Lin Mo and asked, "Really? You're really going to take us home?" Lin Mo kept a reassuring smile on his face and replied, "Yeah. Now you two go hide over there for a bit." But as he spoke, from the darkness behind him, a monstrous aberration had appeared and was drawing to build a strong foundation. Hoping to one day become a combat agent, Lin Mo trained relentlessly, battling monsters day in and day out. His efforts finally paid off, or so he thought, in his second year. Under his teacher's guidance, he defeated an unranked aberration. Lin Mo was ecstatic, having finally slain his first monster with his own hands. But that joy was short-lived, quickly replaced by a grim realization. He recounted the painful memory, knowing it would never be enough. Others his age were already taking down aberrations far larger and stronger than anything he could handle. In the world of the gifted, sheer effort means nothing in the face of true genius. Alone in the training hall, Lin Mo draped a towel over his neck, gasping for breath through gritted teeth. He collapsed to his knees in despair, utterly broken. No matter how much I defy fate, no matter how hard I push myself, in the end, I can never break these chains. Lin Mo calmly recalled his past as he slowly wrapped his hands. In the end, I had no choice but to transfer from the combat division to the liberal arts. I became just another office worker at the Night Watch division. He darted left, then right, with blinding speed. He moved so fast, he was nothing but a blur. Lin Mo dropped into a fighting stance, showing no fear as he faced the monster. He carefully observed the creature before him. 4 eyes, 4 legs, a semi-bestial form. A low-tier, rank 1 aberration. The grotesque monster let out an enraged roar. Lin Mo tightened his fists, ready for battle. He frowned slightly, a look of disgust on his face. A chunk of unidentifiable flesh suddenly slapped onto the ground. Fresh blood splattered from the impact. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, dodging the monster's attack as he pivoted to regain his footing. He planted his feet, channeling his entire body's weight into his legs. Then, he launched himself forward, slamming a punch straight into the monster's face. Its soulless eyes shot open, its mouth full of sharp teeth agape in a stunned expression. Lin Mo let out a satisfied breath. Whoosh! That's it. That familiar feeling is back. But before he could celebrate, a chill of mortal danger shot down his spine. The monster's arm shot out, slamming Lin Mo's entire body against the wall. After the attack, it quickly retracted its arm and leaped away. Wounded, Lin Mo seethed with anger. Damn it, I tried to dodge. My mind saw it, but my body just couldn't keep up. Seizing the opening, the monster lunged forward to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Mo barely managed to throw his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. He scrambled to get away from the monster, his heart pounding with anxiety. My body's getting heavy. It feels like 1,000 tiny needles are piercing me all over. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. I can't drag this out. I have to end this, and end it now. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. All the demonic energy in his body surged into his fist. It swirled into black and blue tendrils, slowly converging on his hand. A violent, dark blue power began to radiate from his fist. As he prepared to use his fatal Shadowmancer technique, the sharp-toothed aberration let out a low growl. A loud blast erupted as it fired a beam of pure darkness from its mouth, aimed straight for Lin Mo. Black smoke began to seep from his own breath. Lin Mo clenched his jaw, clutching his neck. The contamination. It's getting serious. Every time a supernatural uses their ability, a source of pollution builds up inside them. For someone like me, with low aptitude and a weak will, I absolutely cannot use my powers multiple times. The aberration prepared to charge again. A torrent of thoughts raced through Lin Mo's mind. Thankfully, since I became an office worker, I can count the number of times I've used my powers on one hand. The contamination has been kept under control. Seeing the aberration get closer and closer, he knew he had to risk it all. But today, if I don't go all out, I'm dead. Lin Mo charged forward with surprising speed, planning to put all of his strength into one final, devastating blow. But he never expected the aberration to react so quickly. Its eyes began to glow with a menacing crimson light. The aberration sent Lin Mo flying with a single kick, causing him to spit up a spray of blood. He crashed to the ground in agony, and it wasn't done yet. The aberration continued its assault, unleashing even more powerful attacks. Lin Mo pushed himself up, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Damn it. It adapted to my power that quickly? As the aberration closed in, he knew he had no choice but to brace for the impact. This is just a mid-tier, rank 1 monster. Any student from the combat division at the university could kill it with one hand. And yet, for me, it's this difficult. Is this really the gap created by talent? The aberration lunged again, tearing at Lin Mo without mercy. He quietly thought to himself, I can't win. But even so, as a member of the Night Watch, I absolutely cannot retreat. The aberration's power was so immense, it tore up the very ground. The only thing I can do now is buy more time. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to 2 children, cowering in a corner, hoping the Night Watch would arrive to save them. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as a slicing sound. With brutal force, the creature slammed him onto the cold ground. Lin Mo's entire body was driven into the earth itself. He struggled, using the last ounce of his strength to move. His eyes reflected the image of the monster, preparing to charge again. But for Lin Mo, not even a shred of hope remained. Is this how I die? A flood of memories from his youth flashed before his eyes. But they were filled with deep scars, not a single moment of joy. At 15, he watched his family die at the hands of these creatures. At 18, he chose the path of a warrior. At 20, after finishing his second year, He was forcibly expelled from the combat division. At 21, he started an internship as an office worker at the Shun Guild, a job he's now had for 4 years. This was his life. A rough path, but in the grand scheme of things, he was just an ordinary person living the most ordinary life. For 100 years, humanity's war with these creatures was nothing like the propaganda. It was just one decline after another. Dark clouds swirled and gathered in the sky. The creature's blood-stained, razor-sharp wings were right in front of him. When the black clouds devour the sun, who can still see hope? Lin Mo let out a faint smile, as if he'd accepted his fate. His trembling hand reached into his pocket. For the superhuman, death is just a normal state of being. Lin Mo placed a small pill in his mouth. But just before he died, a dense aura flared in his eyes. "If I'm going down, I'm taking one of you with me." Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit slowly returning. "You little pest." Once more, he and the creature faced off, neither side backing down. With eyes turned completely white, Lin Mo slowly advanced. Round 4. He wiped the corner of his mouth, cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound. "Here we go." The monster, with its blazing red eyes and sharp fangs, roared as it charged toward Lin Mo, whose fist was already raised to strike. Hya! He used every last bit of his strength to dodge the enemy's vicious attacks. A powerful kick landed squarely on the monster's face, forcing its jaw open and revealing all its teeth as its eyes rolled back. The monster trembled, instinctively scrambling backward to evade. A fragile, blue flame formed in his hand. He threw a barrage of punches at the screaming creature. He clenched his jaw, telling himself, "Hold on, just a little longer." His vision began to blur. He was so close. The monster's face became a hazy, indistinct shape. He kept repeating it to himself, "Just a little more and I'll have it." His fist tightened, trembling with the thought. Just a little more. His whole body shuddered with exhaustion, his injured legs buckling in pain. The monster seized the opportunity to counterattack. Lin Mo was slammed violently to the ground. His head hit the pavement hard, and blood began to pool beneath him. He managed a tired smile. "I can't see anything anymore." In the end, I was consumed by my own power. I couldn't win, even at the very end. How pathetic. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, pain etched on his face as blood streamed from his mouth. He gave up. Is this the end? The end of my boring, ordinary life? Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. "Huh?" Jiang Yu, holding a bag of food, yelled out, "You useless piece of trash! Why'd you run here instead of waiting at the district gate? Is he from the Soon Guild?" "No. His voice is too young. And he doesn't talk like they do. Could he be a superhuman? That's even more impossible. Normal people would never come here." Lin Mo lay in a pool of his own blood, speculating. Jiang Yu helped him up, gently instructing, "You just rest here for now. Leave the rest to me." Lin Mo's mind raced. Besides, the entrance to the Dark Zone is strictly guarded by the Shun Guild. Not just anyone can get in here. Jiang Yu grinned, his eyes bright as he cracked his knuckles. Unless he's some mysterious powerhouse who lives in the Dark Zone. The demon sent a punch flying that warped Jiang Yu's face, leaving Lin Mo completely stunned. Jiang Yu was knocked flat on the ground. Lin Mo's eyes went wide, his jaw hanging open as he sputtered in his mind. "He's so weak? What a twist." But then came a powerful counterattack that left Lin Mo speechless. 5 fingers slapped forward with immense force. The monster took the full force of the slap, its cheek caving in. The relentless blows gave the monster no time to react. It could only take the beating. Lin Mo could only sit and watch. Jiang Yu exhaled in anger. "Your opponent is me." He aggressively gripped a sauce bottle in his hand and shouted. The bleak, gray moonlight made the buildings look like hazy phantoms. The monster regained its senses and began to fight back. It knocked the sauce bottle from Jiang Yu's hand. The bottle tumbled through the air, about to shatter on the ground. But at the last second, Jiang Yu snatched it back, now broken in two. The monster unleashed a vicious strike, like a scythe swinging toward him. Its whole body glowed red, its eyes were savage, and its tail whipped back and forth. It didn't notice Jiang Yu stealthily attacking from behind. Suddenly, Jiang Yu plunged the broken bottle straight toward the monster, making it jolt in shock. Its ugly face twisted in a snarl. Baring its teeth with eyes bulging, it sneered. "Useless. After our last few fights, I've figured out all your moves. Model me." Jiang Yu flashed a series of infuriatingly smug expressions, winking one moment, then sticking his tongue out the next. Then he explained with absolute confidence, "Besides, you're badly injured now. Your speed and strength are way down. The advantage is all mine." A volley of broken bottles flew at the monster, forcing a screech from its grotesque face. It howled, baring its teeth. A mess of hair covered half its face, revealing only stark white, bloodshot eyes. The monster dodged, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy to push the bottles away. Lin Mo thought to himself, I can't tell if this is strong or weak. His fighting style follows no rules whatsoever, yet he always manages to miraculously overwhelm his opponent. Jiang Yu charged straight at the creature, furiously remembering their last encounter. You scratched my ass last time. Today, I'm shredding your back, he roared. Now die. His pupils contracted, a sharp, murderous intent glinting in the depths of his eyes. Ignoring the monster's howls, Jiang Yu clung tightly to its flailing, crimson tail as it thrashed wildly, slamming his back hard, straight into the wall. He coughed a few times, his eyes turning ice cold as he muttered, got careless. Focusing only on its back made it put up a guard. As if provoked, the monster flew into a rage and lunged forward. Seeing it target the two trembling children in the corner, Jiang Yu calculated his options. How should I handle this? If I take 2 more hits like that, I'm done for. The safest bet is to retreat into the shadows and wait a few days to recover. Then I can come back. But as his gaze swept over Lin Mo cowering in the corner, his conscience flared to life. He gritted his teeth, thinking, running away when someone's about to die is completely against my style. Damn it. I still have 20% of my health left. Why the hell should I be scared of it? He tightened his grip on the bottle and swore, Today, I'm fighting you to the bitter end. Just then, Lin Mo shouted a warning to Jiang Yu. Its right flank is heavily injured. Attack there. The monster was already closing in. A smirk played on Jiang Yu's lips, his eyes glowing as a turquoise aura flared around him. Got it, he replied. The creature's matted hair concealed most of its face, but it couldn't hide the blood-red eyes and the grotesque, bared teeth. A twisted smile formed on Jiang Yu's face. He scanned the monster from left to right and said cheerfully, Looks like your left side is wide open, too. With that, he drove the empty bottle in his hand, deep into the monster's side. The creature's health bar immediately plummeted. 18% remained, as it let out a piercing shriek. Grunting, it realized its disadvantage and quickly turned to flee. It screamed non-stop as it ran. Woo! Jiang Yu looked openly disappointed. Huh? You're running away already? Seizing the moment while Lin Mo was still stunned, the monster shot towards the door with horrifying speed. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Mo cried out, No, that's not right. The monster's real target is the 2 sleeping children. He yelled, It wants to heal. The monster bared its enormous, sharp teeth, its red eyes glowing from behind its shaggy mane of hair. In the gloomy scene, illuminated by an eerie blue light, a boy and a girl huddled in fear as the disgusting creature hovered over them. The abomination opened its maw filled with claw-like teeth, its entire body, a ghastly mix of black and red, radiating a demonic presence. It moved closer, intending to devour the 2 children. The terrified boy held the girl tightly, trying to shield her from the monster's approaching mouth. Just as its jaws were about to close on the boy's face, a voice boomed, Get your hands off them! At the same time, a powerful arm appeared. It was Jiang Yu. He was holding a soda can, his muscles straining as he wound up for the throw. He hurled the can directly at the monster. Focused on the 2 children, its impending meal, the creature didn't notice it. It didn't see the can hurtling through the air. As the monster salivated over its prey, the can was already right in front of its face. The can Jiang Yu threw nearly smashed into the creature's head, but at the last possible second, the monster managed to dodge. But immediately after, a figure appeared right behind it. A young man with purple hair gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a scowl. From above, the young man dove down, forcing the monster to look up. The man, dressed in a bullet-riddled military uniform, unleashed a devastating kick that struck the monster, making it cry out in agony. Arg! The monster snarled. Grr! It quickly spun around to reverse the situation, slamming the purple-haired man to the ground. A health bar appeared at a critical level, dropping from 18% straight down to 15%. The young man was severely injured, spitting up blood. The horrifying monster seemed pleased with itself. It let out a dark, cackling laugh and said, I'll bite you to death. It opened its terrifying mouth wide. Sword-like teeth aimed straight for the purple-haired man lying helpless on the ground. It roared, Grr, and lunged forward. The man stared in terror at the dark light radiating from it. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on the monster, stopping it cold. It was Jiang Yu. He had closed the distance in an instant, a demonic grin on his face. With one hand, he grabbed the monster's hair and yanked its head back. With the other, he pinned it down with all his might. He bit down hard on the monster's neck. The health bar appeared again, flashing down to 14%. He grabbed its hair and slammed. He smashed the abomination's head into the ground, triggering a massive impact. Then, Jiang Yu unleashed a merciless storm of fists, forcing it to roar in agony. As he rained down blows, he taunted, "So you're one of them, huh? Just a worthless shrimp." With another curse, the health bar dropped to 12%. In a flash, it was down to 11%. Jiang Yu kept punching, snarling, "You like eating humans? I'll give you something to chew on." Suddenly, he spotted a glowing, circular object inside the creature. He paused, wondering, "Huh? What is this thing?" The light flared brilliantly. Jiang Yu hesitated for a split second before decisively thrusting his hand straight into its core. The creature shrieked in absolute agony as blinding light erupted from the spot he struck. Jiang Yu roared, "Time to die." His hand pierced through the monster's very center. He bellowed, unleashing all his strength, creating an explosive shockwave from the point of impact. Everything nearby was blown away as streaks of red light instantly appeared. He held its head tight and ripped his arm free. The light from Jiang Yu's power and the creature's core erupted simultaneously, violently blasting everything in their path. The monster's body exploded. Its head was torn from its neck, and Jiang Yu was drenched in its blood. He staggered to his feet, wiping the gore from his face. The surrounding landscape was a wasteland of shattered rock. The camera slowly pans up, revealing massive black craters beneath his feet. Nearby, objects and rubble were sucked into the walls, hitting with enough force to leave deep indentations. Slowly, the chaos subsided. Rocks that had been floating in the air crashed back down onto the fractured pavement. To one side, the unconscious purple-haired boy slumped against a wall. Next to him, two children were also passed out, leaning against each other. Jiang Yu stretched his body, feeling a sense of relief after destroying the abomination. He smirked, running a hand through his hair. Looking straight ahead, he declared, "Finally got revenge for my butt." But as he glanced towards the purple-haired boy and the two kids, his vision began to blur, and the world started to spin. Jiang Yu vaguely reached out a hand, but the image kept shrinking and blurring until he couldn't see anything at all. He collapsed, unconscious. The scene opens on a bleak, ruined landscape filled with raging fires and billowing smoke. Traffic lights lay toppled on the ground. The surrounding apartment complex was littered with corpses as smoke and fire poured from the buildings. Not a single living soul could be seen. A wide shot reveals the entire city drowning in a sea of flames. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of a street, surrounded only by the dead. He wondered in a panic. This was supposed to be a safe zone. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, he sensed danger and whipped around. Without him noticing, countless dangerous abominations had completely surrounded him, and they were closing in. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yu's brow as he thought, "More of them?" In the next moment, the entire horde, with all their grotesque shapes and sizes, lunged at him with bared fangs and sharpened claws. Before he could even process the situation, dozens of claws were aimed straight for him. They seized Jiang Yu, holding him fast. In his absolute shock, all he could manage was a single word, "What?" Then they descended upon him. Claws tore deep into his body, forcing a scream from his lips. "Ah!" At the center of it all, a blood-red vortex appeared, sucking everything, even the very earth, into its depths. The concentration camp was now a ruin, a battlefield of fire, smoke, and corpses. The sun seemed a million miles away. This is the dark side of the transcendent world, like Liu Yifei's, a fractured domain with a weak spiritual flame. Some people are celebrating at parties, while others are screaming in the darkness. The silent, the departed, and the one who risks death that is the true master. Most people know of this, but most don't know who the true master really is. In his hazy state, Jiang Yu tried to picture the city, but everything was a complete blur. In his unconsciousness, Jiang Yu heard a voice calling to him, "Wake up, get up." He slowly opened his eyes, raising a trembling hand and groaning. The person asked again, "Hey, are you still alive?" Jiang Yu finally came to, leaning back against the wall. He coughed a few times and said, "Still breathing," he thought to himself. Thank God. It was just a dream. Across from him was the purple-haired boy who had just woken him up. On the ground lay the severed head of the abomination. Jiang Yu felt confused, staring blankly at the creature's head as he tried to piece things together. "After I killed it, I don't remember a thing." He reached out and touched the monster's head, saying the word, "Devour." Instantly, a black smoke flowed from the head into his body. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Yu's face as he looked at the spoils of his victory. The purple-haired boy scratched his head nervously and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Why aren't you saying anything?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, Yeah, I'm here." Jiang Yu silently checked the boy's status and thought, "This guy's condition is really bad, but according to the system's standards, he could still be saved." The boy was breathing heavily, his health bar now at only 10%. According to the system, 70% was a minor injury, while 50% was considered quite serious. 30% health was a critical wound, and 10% meant you were knocking on death's door, with just enough time to leave some last words. If you were lucky. Unexpectedly, the purple-haired boy clapped a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder, startling him. They looked at each other, confused, as only the sound of their breathing filled the hazy blue darkness. The purple-haired guy glanced over, breaking the silence first. "Hey brother, you're not with the Warden's division, are you?" Jiang Yu thought to himself. Shouldn't this guy recognize me? He was baffled. How could he not know who I am? We live in the same building, after all. It seemed the man's sight was completely gone. I guess it makes sense he wouldn't know me then. Jiang Yu sighed and replied, "I'm not." The purple-haired man stared blankly forward. His eyes were vacant, lifeless, and a strange, dark mark snaked from the corner of his eye all the way down his neck. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I knew it. I told you so. Struggling that much just to kill a single level 1 aberration. Someone that pathetic could never be from the Warden's division." Jiang Yu could only sit beside him, watching helplessly as the man laughed. He's not with the Wardens, but he's this strong? Ha ha ha, he thought. Does this guy even know how to talk to people? And to think I just saved his life. The scene opens on a young man with violet hair and eyes, leaning against a wall, covered in blood, joking with a wide grin. "Hey, you're pretty good." With that, he clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder and coughed a few times before adding, taking out an aberration with a soy sauce bottle. "That's definitely a first." "Cough, cough," Jiang Yu asked with concern. "Are you all right?" He thought, the guy is this messed up, and he can still laugh? Is everyone from the Warden's division this mentally tough? Jiang Yu turned, speechless, staring at the purple-haired man's goofy grin. The purple-haired guy asked, "So, brother, which university you from? What year?" Jiang Yu quickly replied, "Kaijiang University, in Beidou capital. Second year." He was cautious. "It's better to keep my real situation under wraps. Just make something up to get him off my back." The purple-haired man asked again, "What a coincidence. You're my junior then. What's your major, arts or combat?" Jiang Yu paused, then suddenly yelled, "Stop asking questions and get some rest." Probably combat. An arts major couldn't handle a mid-level 1 aberration." The purple-haired man held a hand out towards Jiang Yu. "Hey brother, got a smoke?" Jiang Yu stared blankly. "Smoke?" He then pulled a brown box from his pocket that only contained ration sticks. The man continued, "Dry biscuits? That works too. Give me one." Jiang Yu pulled out a stick and snapped it in two. He put one half in his own mouth and offered the other to the young man. "Here, for you." The purple-haired guy accepted it helplessly, thinking, what a total cheapskate. After handing it over, Jiang Yu pointed to the scattered sticks on the ground, saying, "I had a few more, but they all fell out during the fight. You want one? I can pick some up for you." The purple-haired man looked exasperated. Get lost. If you want to eat them, you eat them yourself." The two sat leaning against the wall, their clothes soaked in blood, silently chewing on biscuit sticks, each staring off in a different direction. The purple-haired man spoke up. "So, tell me, is this your first time hunting an aberration all by yourself?" he asked with a serious tone, tinged with a bit of sadness. Jiang Yu replied, "You could say that." With a sharp glint in his eyes, the man sighed. "You know, I really envy you guys from the combat division. The true warriors, the naturally gifted." He mocked himself. "Unlike me. Poor aptitude and a weak will. Just like this sky above us. Heavy with the aura of death and completely hopeless." The sky hung over them in a sickly, gloomy green, and the air was deathly still. Jiang Yu cut him off, advising, "You should stop talking. Save your strength until reinforcements get here." The man turned his face away. "It's fine. I just wanted someone to listen to me ramble." He then raised his blood-soaked hand before his eyes. "The willpower of us office workers. It's like cotton. No matter how much you have, in the end, it's still just cotton. When the corruption rises like a tide, how can we possibly stop it?" Cough. Cough. Jiang Yu asked coldly. "So you regret it? You could have just stuck to a normal arts degree. Besides, why would a desk jockey like you run into the shadow layer?" The purple-haired man clenched his fist tightly. Pushing himself to his feet with a surge of energy, he declared, "Regret it? Of course I regret it. A paper pusher like me should be slacking off at work, chatting with the girls whether I'm busy or not, and happily training the new recruits. An easy life with the Warden's division. Wouldn't that be better? I must have been out of my mind, rushing in here on an impulse. And look where it got me. Now I'm trapped." He broke into a violent coughing fit. Jiang Yu patted his back and said, "Take it easy. You won't last until backup gets here at this rate." The purple-haired man pointed toward two children lying on the ground. The distress signal was sent a long time ago. Help should be on the way. The small, delicate hand of one of the children was still clutched tightly around the activated beacon. Jiang Yu said, "Oh, well that's a relief. In that case, I'll be going now." He started to stand up. The purple-haired man quickly grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. "Don't run off. You'll just stumble right into another aberration. With those half-baked skills of yours, you wouldn't even make a decent appetizer. Come on, stay and chat with your big brother a while longer, just until the rescue team arrives." Jiang Yu fell silent, completely exasperated. "Please, dude, just give me a break. You're more draining than the monsters. He's worse than an aberration. I really want to make a run for it." Amidst the gloomy green landscape, the purple-haired man's laughter echoed once again. "Haha, let me tell you, I was incredibly brave back there. One clean swing of the shovel." He began to cheerfully recount the tale to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu could only sit there, completely helpless. The purple-haired guy just chuckled as his shovel slipped with a clang. Jiang Yu was stunned into silence. The purple-haired youth spoke up. "Hey, if you make it back to the academy, could you apologize to Director Chu for me? He's with the Superhuman Engineering Department at the Martial Science Academy. Tell him I let him down, that I couldn't even handle a mid-tier, level 1 aberration." Jiang Yu listened in silence as the young man kept talking. The youth continued. "Also, pass on my thanks to the Vice Chair of Contamination Studies at the Transcendent Arts Academy. Thank her for everything she taught me. And, tell her to maybe tone down all that stuff about passing the torch and humanity's eternal survival. It's so cheesy." Jiang Yu forced a bitter smile. "Hey, maybe you should wait while I grab a notebook. Or you could just wait until you've recovered and tell them yourself." The purple-haired youth froze for a moment, then shook his head with a deep sigh. "I've been holding on to those words for so long. I just needed to tell someone." He let out another heavy breath. The Beidou Sentinel Academy. It would be nice to go back. With a lifeless gaze, he asked, "Got any of those dry biscuits left? Give me 2 more sticks. I want the spicy flavor." Jiang Yu replied, "You've got some intense cravings. Besides, you won't find another spicy stick in this entire world." The purple-haired guy lowered his hand. "Yeah, you're right. Forget it." Whoosh! A surge of dark green energy appeared in the distance. It seemed the Shenjia division had finally arrived. Both of them turned toward the source. Jiang Yu's face lit up. "This is great! You're saved! They're finally here!" Jiang Yu grabbed his bag of food and started to walk forward. The purple-haired guy asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Jiang Yu turned back. "No. I'll go my own way." The youth sighed and pointed. "Go on then. Good luck on your journey." Jiang Yu gave a dazed nod. This farewell felt final. Perhaps the last time they would ever see each other. The world fell silent as Jiang Yu walked straight ahead. The exhausted purple-haired youth lowered his head in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu approached the dark green magic portal. Swish! As the teleportation gate activated, he glanced back at the purple-haired guy, just in time to see the Shenjia division arrive. He saw one of the Shenjia agents standing by 2 others. One of them said, "Check his vital signs." As Jiang Yu was being teleported away, he kept his eyes fixed on the scene. The purple-haired guy's health bar was down to just 10%. After the check, the Shenjia agent shook his head at his comrade. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Beep, beep. The purple-haired guy's life bar was rapidly draining as his body began to dissolve into fragments of light. What's happening? Why is his health plummeting like that? With modern medicine, an injury like his should have been easily treatable. In that final moment, Jiang Yu couldn't comprehend it, unconsciously reaching out his hand as the image of the purple-haired youth shattered and vanished. Ahead, the members of the Shenjia division gave a solemn, respectful bow. Whoosh! The purple-haired guy's health bar finally hit 0. He slowly faded into light and disappeared, but a smile remained on his face. Jiang Yu snapped his head back, wanting to stop the process, but it was too late. He was back in the human world. He stood frozen as people all around him stared, their loud whispers filling the air. What's with this guy? Is that some kind of flight art? With his golden eyes and blood-splattered clothes, Jiang Yu could only scowl in a daze. A notification panel appeared. A dark-skinned, white-haired man spoke. As a superhuman, you must remember this in your final moments. Never give up. In his hand was a glass vial containing a green liquid. Jiang Yu knew his own survival rate had been incredibly low. Using this will consume a vast amount of your potential, with a mortality rate of up to 90%. Once used, it means you have fallen into a critical situation, from which conventional methods offer no escape. Please use Hope Compound number 3. the compound that brings life and illuminates our great Zhou. Images of Shenjia squads appeared, swearing an oath together. We will remember. This hope gives us courage to push forward until every last aberration is annihilated. Standing on the earth, we gaze up at the stars. Patrolling the night in heaven's stead, we strive for a future that transcends the mortal world, using our own bodies to perform superhuman feats. A brilliant light radiated from the soldiers of the Sunjia Watch. We are the Sunjia Watch. The elevator arrived at the 8th floor. Jiang Yu was inside, wearing his stained red coat and holding his bag. He wondered, did that guy really just die? Just like that? Ding! The elevator chimed, signaling his arrival. He stepped out, his mind heavy. The same thoughts kept swirling in his head. Just a little while ago, he was still talking and laughing. Back at his apartment, he replayed it again. He just wanted to find someone to pour his heart out to before the end. As he put the key in the lock, his mind was still lost in the memory. There were no flowers, no applause. He just passed away quietly, like any ordinary person. But no matter how ordinary he was, as the stuck door finally creaked open, Jiang Yu knew he would never, ever forget him. He stepped into his home. He sighed, pulling his hood down. He flipped on the light and dropped his bag. What a long day. Time for a quick shower and some sleep. He suddenly caught his reflection in the mirror and took a closer look. Huh? Was walking back really that exhausting? I only lost half my health bar. I thought I'd be down to 20%. Jiang Yu walked to the refrigerator. He opened it, taking out a box of instant noodles and 2 sausages to prepare a meal. It seems training my body alone isn't enough. My willpower has to catch up too, he mumbled to himself, fumbling with a cup of noodles. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the silence. Where are the eggs? Startled, Jiang Yu fumbled, dropping his noodles and sausage right into the trash. It was Lu Jiao, the girl with the striking peach-colored hair. She was clearly furious. I called you, but you didn't answer. I couldn't find you anywhere. I asked you to buy eggs. Did you go to a chicken coop to get them? She drawled, lounging lazily on a chair. Flustered, Jiang Yu quickly turned away, pulling at his shirt to hide the fresh wounds. It's almost the New Year festival. Don't you know how insane the lines are? Jiang Yu shot back, gesturing at Zhao Zhao on the bed. So what? You have a key to my place, Zhao Zhao retorted, hopping off and revealing her slender figure. You order takeout every single day. Uncle Lee asked me to look after you. That's why he gave me the key. Her gaze on Jiang Yu was razor sharp. What happened to you anyway? Did you get into a street fight? Jiang Yu stammered awkwardly. It's late. You should go home and get some sleep. Otherwise, Uncle Lu might get the wrong idea. But Zhao Zhao grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Turn around and face me. He struggled against her grip. I'm starving. Let me make my noodles first. As they wrestled back and forth, Zhao Zhao suddenly noticed something. Wait, don't move. Her eyes widened in shock as she finally saw the extent of his injuries. How? How did you get this hurt? She demanded an answer. Jiang Yu tried to deflect. I forgot to buy the eggs. But she pressed on. Where on earth have you been? Hearing that, Jiang Yu tried to pull away, but Zhao Zhao grabbed his shirt, refusing to let go until he told her the truth. Jiang Yu put on his most innocent face. On my way home, I saw a mugger, so I stepped in to help. Hey, don't worry about how I look. You should see the other guy. When the cops showed up, they could barely tell if he was even human anymore. Jiang Yu boasted, waving his arms around for dramatic effect. Seriously, you have no idea how fast my reflexes are. It was a left hook, a right jab, then a devastating combo. I beat him so bad his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He trailed off as Zhao Zhao fell silent, her fingers gently tracing the edge of a wound, her gaze a mixture of tenderness and sorrow. The air suddenly grew thick with an awkward silence. The two of them just stared at each other in the middle of Jiang Yu's room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's mind was racing. Oh crap, she doesn't actually believe my ridiculous story, does she? There in the brightly lit, messy living room, Lu Jiao and Jiang Yu stood face to face. Lu Jiao asked softly, full of concern. Does it hurt? Jiang Yu scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. Nah, it's nothing. You should really go home and sleep. Hearing that, Lu Jiao froze for a second, a deep blush spreading across her face. She was completely at a loss for words. Then, flustered, she turned away, trying to regain her composure with a haughty declaration. I'm telling Uncle Lee about this. You were fighting people in the middle of the night. Her words made Jiang Yu jump. Ack, he cried out in mock agony, immediately grabbing her to pull her back. It wasn't a fight. It was an act of justice, my lady. Please, I'm begging you. But Lu Jiao was resolute. Nope, I'm not listening. Switching tactics instantly, Jiang Yu collapsed onto the floor, putting on a show. Ugh. I have no strength left. I don't feel so good. That got her. Lu Jiaojiao whipped around, her eyes wide with worry. Hey, are you all right? The two of them ended up sitting on the floor. Lu Jiaojiao anxiously rolled up his sleeve. Look at this. With wounds this bad, you need to go to a hospital. He immediately shot down the idea. No, it's too much trouble. Besides, Uncle Li gets me all the medicine I need from the Xunjia division. It's better than anything at the hospital. Hearing that, Lu Jiaojiao instantly saw through his plan. Humph. You just want me to put the medicine on for you, don't you? Jiang Du didn't even try to hide it. If you would be so kind, Dr. Lu. The next scene was Jiang Du, covered head to toe in bandages, howling in pain. Oh wow, that hurts. It hurts. Jiang Du shrieked at Lu Jiaojiao, who was standing beside him. I asked you to put on some ointment, not turn me into a mummy. This is way too much. Lu Jiaojiao gave him a stern tap on the shoulder. Are you going to act so recklessly again? The tap was enough to make him answer honestly. No. Next time I'll definitely stay out of it. She wasn't convinced. Pointing a finger at him, she demanded, swear on it, but he refused instantly. No way. Lu Jiaojiao immediately pushed his head down, ready to inflict some pain, forcing him to talk fast. Getting involved is human nature. At most, I'll just watch from the sidelines. Lu Jiaojiao's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. What did you just say? Say that again. Defeated, Jiang Du relented. I said I'll just watch. I won't do anything. Only then did Lu Jiaojiao turn to leave. Fine. I'm going now. Jiang Du looked surprised. You're leaving just like that? You could always stay the night. My bed is pretty big. You know. Lu Jiaojiao spun around with a mock-sweet expression. In your dreams. She stormed out immediately after, making sure to slam the door behind her. And just like that, Jiang Du was alone again in the spacious room, sprawled on the sofa. Suddenly, he remembered something and started muttering to himself. That guy asked me to deliver a message to the Northern Watch Academy. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his eyes flew open. He shot upright. Wait, that's not it. A look of pure dread washed over his face, his mouth agape and his eyes wide in horror. A central health bar materialized out of thin air. A strange vortex swirled into existence, sucking in all the surrounding energy. Letter by letter, words scrolled into view before locking in place, glowing with an eerie green light. It was a notification about an aberrant species called a Spectre. A shadow type. Rank 1. Mid-tier. A lowly aberrant from the abyss, capable of unleashing immense power while concealed within the shadows. The shadow. If it sets its sights on you, to watch your back. The system warned that this creature was far from ordinary. And the price for victory was a shattered arm. As the system window faded, reality snapped back into focus. It was night again in Jiang Yu's apartment, so any defeated variant gets logged in the system's archives. He sat slumped on the sofa, his body a canvas of bandages. With one hand, he scrolled through the system panel. Or maybe, he wondered, I have to absorb it with Shadow Devour first? Suddenly, a golden light flooded Jiang Yu's mind. His expression shifted as a new vision appeared. A lone figure, standing perfectly still. It was a surge of information about a new skill. Shadow Ambush. When activated from the darkness, the user becomes completely invisible. This allows for a perfect surprise attack, striking at an enemy's weakest point. What's more, the initial blow inflicts overwhelming damage. The moment the notification closed, he muttered, forget that for now. Time to check out my newly acquired skills. With that, he hobbled into the middle of the living room. Jiang Yu was a mess of bandages, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. He struck a pose to activate the skill, shouting, Shadow Ambush. Jiang Yu stood frozen for a moment. The room was silent. Absolutely nothing happened. He stomped his foot in frustration. Still nothing. Is this system messing with me? Then, a thought struck him. He stroked his chin. Wait a second. Could it be that I need a target to activate it? He went back and flopped onto the sofa with a long sigh. Whatever. I'll test it later when I get the chance. A circular menu appeared before Jiang Yu. He tapped on one of the options. Instantly, his personal status window popped up. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Shadow points, 10 out of 14. Class, Shadow Walker. Unlocked abilities, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye, and Shadow Form. The one who walks the path of shadows, a slayer in the dark. You are a natural-born assassin. Hiding in the darkness, you are like a fish in water. Hide in the shadows, fight in the shadows. Jiang Yu stared at the screen, exasperated. Did this ridiculous system just rip its dialogue from a video game? What's all this about hunting in the dark? I should be hunting in the light. Your shadow has undergone a metamorphosis. You have discovered the ability to merge with your shadow, entering a unique and powerful form, the system's voice announced as he tapped the panel. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Shadow form. Is this a new skill? A flood of information about the skill filled the screen. By training in this form, you will unlock unexpected potential. Your presence will be completely suppressed, allowing you to merge perfectly with any shadow, rendering you utterly undetectable. Your physical abilities and recovery rate are massively enhanced. Within the shadow dimension, this skill can be used with zero cost. However, it will consume energy in the real world. You no longer have critical weak points. Even decapitation will only result in massive health loss, not instant death. Reading through the skill's advantages, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. He thought to himself, "Whoa. So this is the true power of the system, especially that fourth point." Jiang Yu reread the description carefully. You no longer have critical weak points. Even decapitation won't cause instant death. Below it, a small note gave an example. Upon decapitation, health will be reduced by 99%, but will not result in death. He gasped in amazement at first, but then his shock turned to pure rage. He jabbed a finger at the system screen, shouting, "A 99% health drop? How is that any different from being dead? I might as well just die cleanly." After venting, he waved his hand dismissively. Whatever. Complaining won't change it. The ability itself is still pretty incredible. Time to test it out. Shadow, emerge. Instantly, a pool of churning black energy appeared in the middle of the room, writhing as it expanded. Jiang Yu watched as it began to take shape, forming a perfect, shadowy replica of himself. Its physique was perfectly defined, muscle for muscle. Once it was complete, Jiang Yu pointed a finger toward his shadow double. The shadow mirrored his gesture exactly. As the fingertips of the real and the shadow touched, his double dissolved into a liquid state. It flowed up his arm, enveloping his entire body and face. Jiang Yu stood perfectly still, observing the transformation. Flesh and shadow became one. His body was now completely pitch black. His eyes began to glow intensely, and a powerful aura erupted around him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Yu raised his hands to admire his new form. His entire body was a void of darkness, crackling with energy tendrils. "So this is shadow form?" He grinned. Interesting. While in this new empowered state, he opened his mouth slightly and took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu vanished, leaving nothing but a faint afterimage behind. It was time to test his new power. He blurred across the room, moving so fast he was nothing more than a black streak. The sheer force of his incredible speed was immense. Everywhere he passed, objects collapsed under the pressure, flying into the air. Next, Jiang Yu effortlessly lifted his entire bed with a single hand. This newfound strength was also part of his shadow form. He raised and lowered it several times, testing his limits. Then, he somehow produced a 100-kilogram sledgehammer, holding it up before him. To test his new defenses, he didn't hesitate to swing the massive hammer right at his own body. After testing all his new abilities, Jiang Yu leaned back with a triumphant laugh, marveling at how insanely powerful this shadow form truly was. But the noise from his apartment was too much for the downstairs tenant, who finally shouted up in anger, "Hey, buddy upstairs, could you please keep it down?" Hearing this, he just smirked, opening his system with one hand and speaking humbly. "Gotta stay humble, gotta stay humble." As he deactivated the shadow form, black smoke evaporated from Jiang Yu's body. Unexpectedly, a new class appeared on his system panel, the Executor class, waiting to be unlocked. Curious, he reached out and tapped it. He thought to himself, I can open this. I wonder what's inside." Jiang Yu stood alone in his quiet bedroom. The only sound was the system's voice. "You have acquired partial rights to this class. However, you have not officially awakened it. After unlocking the class, you will fully awaken it, and no one else will ever be able to awaken any of its skill branches. It will belong to you and you alone. But be warned, this class carries certain dangers. Do you choose to awaken it?" The system's prompt appeared with a special note. Sometimes, danger can become a great opportunity. A choice to unlock a whole new class. Yes or no? It sounded like a pretty good deal. Jiang Yu hesitated, weighing his options. The system even used red text to emphasize the danger, strongly hinting that choosing no might be the smarter path. Even so, danger also meant great rewards. This fact made Jiang Yu pause, unsure of how he should proceed. After a moment, he made up his mind, slamming his finger on the yes option. Instantly, a torrent of pure black energy erupted from the system panel. Jiang Yu stumbled back in shock, shouting, "Whoa, are you serious? I hadn't even fully decided yet." Damn it. The dark energy formed long tendrils, wrapping tightly around Jiang Yu until he was encased in a black egg. At the same time, his entire apartment began to shake violently, as objects crashed to the floor and trembled intensely. A while later, just before dawn, the room was engulfed in a powerful flash of light. Then, everything returned to a peaceful, normal state. Jiang Yu stepped out of the black sphere, feeling a new weight beneath his feet. His new form looked absolutely incredible. Half of his body was covered in a dark, greenish-black armor, surrounded by swirling currents of blue energy. This form was called the Hunter. You do not erupt in the hunt. You are the doom within it. You are a natural-born annihilator. Every single attack is guaranteed to inflict damage. The system's notification provided 3 key points. Notice 1. Excludes attacks from guns, bows, and poison. Notice 2. The Hunter lurks in the shadows. The more mysterious you are, the more your fearsome reputation will grow. Let your legend spread, and you will reap unexpected rewards. Notice 3. Not even the gods can escape. I can see health bars now. The system confirmed his new skill. Every single attack would land and deal damage. Not even the gods were an exception to this rule. Jiang Yu looked at his bandaged arm, noticing the dark aura still swirling around it. Suddenly, one of Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, displaying a new notification directly from the system. After unlocking the shadow form, your execute ability will be enhanced, or the health requirement for triggering it will be significantly lowered. A vision appeared of him being consumed by the shadow ability. His eyes glazed over as his entire body radiated raw power. Execute triggers when a target's health reaches a critical limit, at which point their health bar will turn a deep crimson. At that moment, you can see the target's vital core, a glowing red orb that appears only when they've reached the execution threshold. A simulation showed Jiang Yu merely flicking his wrist, causing the target's vital point to shatter instantly. Striking that spot will activate the execute skill, completely annihilating the target. The required health threshold for this skill depends on factors like the power, abilities, and class of both parties involved. Alone in the silent room, he reread the information on the panel. He remembered his battle with that monstrous aberration. Could that have been the red dot that appeared on it during the final phase? Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Absolute damage. Plus an execution skill. A satisfied grin slowly spread across Jiang Yu's face as he spoke. He pointed a finger to the heavens, his laughter echoing in the empty room. I think I'm invincible. Ha ha ha. Then, a thought struck him. His eyes widened and he quickly shouted, "Wait a second." Jiang Yu frantically began to unwrap the bandages on his body. Jiang Yu patted himself down, confused. That's weird. Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of danger? It seems like nothing happened. He pointed to his newly healed wounds and continued. Come to think of it, my injuries are basically gone. Medicine could never work this fast, could it? He gently ran a hand over his side where the wound had been. Jiang Yu broke into a cold sweat, completely awestruck. Could it be because I unlocked the shadow form just now? This healing ability is way too overpowered. The scene cuts to a phone screen displaying Jiang Yu's latest post. It's a shirtless picture of him wrapped in bandages, with the simple caption, "Say hi. Jiao Dao." Look at this post Jiang Yu made yesterday. Do you think it's real or fake? Jiao Jiao asked, talking with her 2 friends. Model. Her friend was waiting inside the coffee shop. The girl with the glasses spoke first. Yesterday, Jiang Yu told me in private. He fought off human traffickers. He grabbed a watermelon knife and cut a path from one end of the street to the other, and without even blinking. Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The chubby guy sipped his coffee and replied, So, he's really hurt? Maybe we should go visit him. Jiao Jiao, who was Jiang Yu's childhood friend, let out a long sigh. Don't listen to his nonsense, she explained. He got chased by a wild dog and tripped. Huh? Seriously? The scene then shifted to the bustling city of Fansheng. Jiao Jiao thought to herself, that idiot Jiang Yu is spreading crazy rumors again. So the 3 of them, Jiao Jiao, the chubby guy, and the girl with glasses headed to Jiang Yu's house to check on him. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. After saying that, Jiao Jiao reached for the lock. She had a key to Jiang Yu's house and was about to open the door. Her 2 friends stared at her, confused. Wait, why do you have a key to his place? Jiao Jiao froze, her face turning a faint shade of red. She calmly looked away and explained, Jiang Yu's uncle insisted, I take it. Her 2 friends behind her let out a knowing, ooh. Jiao Jiao, blushing furiously, opened the door and walked inside. Jiang Yu, are you home? We came to visit you. Suddenly, a pained scream echoed from one of the rooms. Inside his bedroom, Jiang Yu was collapsed on the floor, clutching his stomach. Jiang Yu gripped the wound, hissing in pain. So careless. A scab like this can't just be peeled off. A voice called from outside. Jiang Yu, are you okay? Zhao Zhao rushed to his side, gently helping him up. Where's your bandage? She asked. Why did you take it off? Jiang Yu replied. Well, I thought the wound was healed, so I removed it. The chubby guy and the girl with glasses stood back, watching the two of them. Looks like that status he posted yesterday was actually true. Yeah, I think so too. The two of them walked closer to Jiang Yu, their eyes widening in surprise. Whoa, since when did you get so ripped? No wonder you dared to fight human traffickers. The girl with glasses reached out and poked his abs. Wow, amazing. But she barely got a touch in before an annoyed Zhao Zhao shoved both her and the chubby guy out of the room. All right, that's enough staring, she said. Go sit in the living room. Her two friends relented. Okay. Stop pushing. The moment they were out, Zhao Zhao slammed the door shut, leaving the two of them standing awkwardly in the living room. The girl with glasses and the chubby guy sighed. Are those two fighting again? The girl replied. There's an 80% chance. A deep wound was visible on Jiang Yu's muscular torso, and it clearly stung. Hiss. Ow. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao shot him a suspicious look as she applied medicine. Stop whining. I know this ointment. It doesn't hurt at all. Jiang Yu kept groaning, but his eyes had already drifted down to Zhao Zhao's long, slender legs. His face flushed red as he stared, completely captivated. Zhao Zhao looked at the wound, her heart aching with worry. She scolded him in a frustrated tone. I swear, you must have rocks for brains. Picking at a wound that was healing perfectly fine. Jiang Yu had been trying to drag things out, but he hadn't expected Zhao Zhao to see right through him. He was so busy staring at her legs that he didn't even notice he had started drooling. Zhao Zhao's brow furrowed in annoyance at her lecherous friend. You're already such a perv at your age. I'll just have Fatty put the medicine on for you. Seeing that Zhao Zhao was genuinely angry, Jiang Yu quickly protested. No. His hands are too clumsy. He's not right for the job. Seeing his complete lack of remorse, Zhao Zhao simply let out a long sigh without another word. Fine. Then, her hand shot out and pinched Jiang Yu's cheek, pulling it hard. I see it's been far too long since Uncle Li disciplined you. Jiang Yu thought to himself, Uncle Li could punish me 800 times, and it would still be useless. After a bit more bickering, Zhao Zhao decided to ask him directly, what exactly were you doing yesterday? And don't tell me you ran into robbers. Do you really think I'd believe that? Seeing Zhao Zhao's serious expression, Jiang Yu decided to tell her the truth. I was truly being a hero, performing a brave and selfless act. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Zhao thought he was lying. She scoffed and glared at him. Huh. All that mouth is good for is telling tall tales. You can't even say one honest thing. Jiang Yu was left speechless and frustrated, thinking to himself, what else am I supposed to say? That I ran into the Shadow Realm, killed an aberration, and then had a heart-to-heart with an agent from the Night Watch? Would you believe that? He then started bandaging the wound himself before looking over at Zhao Zhao. He asked slowly, by the way, what time did Uncle Lu get home yesterday? Jiang Yu's cautious tone surprised Zhao Zhao a little. He didn't come home. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu sighed, a worried look on his face. I just suddenly realized how hard it must be for the people in the Night Watch. They work all day, then work overtime at night, and on top of that, it's incredibly dangerous. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhao Zhao fell silent, a thoughtful expression on her face. Jiang Yu watched her for a long moment, thinking, Lu Zhao. She must worry about Uncle Lu all the time. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhao finally spoke. Very few members of the Night Watch get to live a long, peaceful life. Uncle Li lost an arm. Lin Mo died when he was only in his 20s. Even someone as strong as Uncle Lu has been severely injured before. The very foundation of his power was damaged. Now, he can never advance another step in this lifetime. Zhao Zhao looked at Jiang Yu and gave a small smile. If you ever surpass him, Jiang Du, are you really going to join the Night Watch division? Faced with Zhao Zhao's question, Jiang Du could only remain silent. He had no idea how to give her a proper answer. After a long, agonizing wait, Zhao Zhao finally got a response from him. She thought he would be serious for once, but his next words shattered every thought in her head. Are there a lot of pretty girls in the Night Watch division? Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's face flushed with anger. Shut your mouth, Jiang Du cried out in pain. Ow, stop pinching me. A little gentler, please. Who acts like a girl like that? You've never seen one? Well, you're seeing one today. Stop. Please don't. While Jiang Du and Zhao Zhao were waging war inside, Xiao Xiao and Bao Qiang were right outside the door, listening intently to the situation. Hearing the strange sounds coming from the room, Bao Qiang asked Xiao Xiao with a blank look, "What's wrong with them?" Xiao Xiao slapped Bao Qiang and said, "What do you think?" To find out what was really happening, they decided to barge into Jiang Du's room. The sight of Jiang Du's current state left the two of them momentarily speechless. But Jiang Du, completely oblivious, just smiled and said, "Hey, what are you two doing here?" He didn't realize that the red marks on his neck had been mistaken for hickeys. Xiao Xiao forced a smile and asked, "Are you okay?" Bao Qiang quickly made up an excuse. "We heard you bragging about your exploits yesterday, so we came to see what was up." In their minds, the same thought appeared. Whoa, are those love bites? Zhao Zhao is seriously intense. Hearing that, Jiang Du casually sat down, waving them over. "Relax. I'm not dead. Come on. Have a seat." With a smug look, he crossed his legs and began to boast about his great deed. "You guys have no idea. I was at the supermarket, just buying some soy sauce and snacks. On my way back, suddenly, a huge guy rushed past me. He was clutching a bag in his arms. Seeing Jiang Du's arrogant expression, Zhao Zhao just frowned, thinking to herself, he's lying again." Zhao Zhao grabbed Jiang Du's shirt, turned to leave, and added, "Jiang Du, I'm going to the store. Both of these shirts are ripped, so I'll just toss them on my way out." Without even looking, Jiang Du just waved his hand and replied, "Sure, throw them away." Then he eagerly continued with his story. At that moment, 80 huge guys from the village rushed out. Suddenly, as if remembering something crucial, he whipped his head around. Seeing the shirt in Zhao Zhao's hand, Jiang Du lunged forward in a panic, shouting, "Wait, I still have something in the pocket." Before a confused Zhao Zhao could react, an object fell from the shirt, causing both of them to freeze on the spot. Zhao Zhao looked down at the floor, and when she saw the familiar feminine product that had fallen from Jiang Du's pocket, she was utterly speechless. In silence, she shot Jiang Du a scornful smile, then asked, "What are you doing carrying this around?" Jiang Du quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be clueless. "Didn't you have a stomachache yesterday? When I was at the store, I kindly bought this for you. As a surprise." Ha ha ha. As luck would have it, Bao Qiang and Xiao Xiao witnessed the entire scene. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up as she quickly took out her phone to snap a picture of the moment. A million different theories were now running through their heads. This is something only really intimate couples would do. Oh, this gossip is juicy enough to feed the whole class. Jiang Du swiftly handed the item to Zhao Zhao. "Here, take it. If you need more in the future, just let me know anytime." But this gesture only made Zhao Zhao even more furious. She crushed the sanitary pad in her fist, put her hands on her hips, and declared loudly, "I don't need it." And with that, she mercilessly threw it right at Jiang Du's face. He could only rub his head in pain and mutter to himself, "Why is she so angry?" Realizing the show was over, Xiao Xiao and Bao Qiang said their goodbyes and left. "Well, we'll be going then. Good luck, bro." Before leaving, they couldn't resist teasing him. "We're really impressed with you two." Hearing that, Jiang Du just looked confused and replied, "Oh, huh?" After everyone had gone, he could finally relax. A satisfied smile spread across his face. They're all gone. Now there are no more distractions. He raised his hand, summoning his power. His eyes suddenly flashed, and a magic circle materialized beneath him. Jiang Du stood in the center, extending a hand to command it. He called upon his shadow ability, and a stream of dark energy immediately coiled around him at his call. His eyes slowly transformed, turning into pools of darkness. Jiang Du whispered, "Time for some fun training to begin." It seemed he was about to start a brand new hunt. Jiang Du unleashed his power, opening a gateway to the shadow realm. He looked at the scene before him and felt that something wasn't quite right. Strange. This place should be overflowing with corruption, but instead, "I feel incredibly comfortable here." He couldn't help but think of an analogy. It felt like someone who'd lived too long in a polluted industrial city, suddenly setting foot on a vast, sprawling grassland. This power feels endless. Not bad. Not bad at all. The searing pain in my gut has vanished, and my health has recovered. Jiang Du raised his hands before him and declared, "Good." He lowered himself to the floor, planting his hands in a perfect push-up stance, channeling all his strength into his arms. With a powerful burst, he launched himself into the air, feeling an intense energy surge through his body, before landing with surprising gentleness. Wow, a landing that should have been painful was nothing to Jiang Du now. Feeling this abundant power coursing through him, Jiang Du couldn't hold back his overwhelming joy. He let out a triumphant laugh, feeling an inexhaustible well of strength within. With that, Jiang Du dove into a relentless, non-stop training session. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him. Shadow form activated. entering the shadow plane. You feel your body completely unleashed. A sense of absolute freedom. You begin to test your training. During the exercise, Shadow Devour is triggered. As you devour the essence of the shadow plane, your shadow points slightly increase. Your physical attributes have slightly increased. The power of darkness slowly seeped into Jiang Yu's body, merging with him. System notifications kept popping up. Physical attributes have slightly increased. During training, physical attributes have slightly increased. Just like that, Jiang Yu had already completed his workout regimen. He stood tall, his voice brimming with confidence. 1,000 push-ups, done with ease. This place is still too small. I need to train outside. And with that, he vanished from the room. Alone in the gloomy expanse of the shadow plane, Jiang Yu trained in silence. Watching his own relentless dedication, he exclaimed with a grin, "If I were back in the real world, all those old masters would have to call me their teacher." He then leaped onto a high bar, grabbing it firmly with one hand and beginning a series of complex and powerful movements. He shouted with excitement, "I've decided. First goal, win a World Championship Cup." Meanwhile, back in the real world, the atmosphere at the Night Watch Division headquarters was suffocatingly tense. A group of instructors entered the headquarters, their expressions urgent. Stepping into the briefing room, they found Division Chief Liu and other key personnel already waiting. The headquarters representative stood to deliver the report regarding the recent disturbance in the shadow plane. Its scale is vast, with abnormal fluctuations. The corruption index has spiked, breaching the Great Hill Wall sector. Squads B3, B7, and A2 have detected traces of suspected fissures in the north, south, and east 1 sectors respectively. This disturbance is highly unusual. Looking at the frontline distribution map, the affected area is concentrated in residential zones, not randomly scattered like before. Hearing the findings from headquarters, Division Chief Liu lowered his head, a dark premonition stirring within him. A tense and fearful silence fell over the meeting room. The Night Watch Division's leader frowned, lost in deep thought. He noted the increasing frequency of aberration activity. In just the last 2 days, 4 separate anomalous events had dragged people into the shadow plane. The rampage of these aberrations had created immense difficulties for the entire Night Watch Division. The numbers seemed small, but no one knew if the next wave of aberrations would be more skilled, causing far more devastating consequences. But compared to the anomalies of the shadow plane itself, the abyssal fissures held a much deeper, more terrifying danger. If the aberrations were merely ferocious beasts, then whatever crawled from the fissures was Godzilla. Seeing everyone so grim and stressed, Li Jun spoke up. All right, everyone pull yourselves together." Uncle Li leaned against the wall, speaking slowly. "It's just a suspicion for now. No need to act like the sky is falling. Besides, we've been prepared for a fight for a long time, haven't we?" Everyone looked at Chief Liu in silence for a moment, then glanced at each other. A faint smile of relief breaking the tension. With morale mostly restored, Uncle Li gestured to the instructor. "All right, you can continue with the report." The instructor nodded. "Understood. Next is the list of recent casualties from the Night Watch Division." After the meeting ended, Chief Liu didn't leave right away. He remained in the empty room for a long time, staring out at the distant city. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed one between his lips. As he smoked, he let out a helpless sigh. Ugh, the new year is almost here, and all this crap is happening. But as he reached for his lighter, his expression suddenly changed. He eyed the cigarette with suspicion. Cookies. That little rascal switched my cigarettes again. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes flew through the air. Chief Liu deftly caught it. He gave Uncle Li a questioning look. Don't scowl all the time. Here, have one. Uncle Li simply placed the pack on the table. He picked up one of the cookie cigarettes and crunched on it. Then, he looked at Uncle Li with a smirk. Forget it. I'm afraid of getting lung cancer. Hearing that, Uncle Li couldn't help but laugh. You're afraid of that? Uncle Li's face turned serious. Enough with the nonsense. You stayed behind to talk to me about something, right? Spit it out, old friend. With a grim expression, the man took a slow drag from his cigarette. The higher-ups had sent down another notice. Hearing this, Uncle Liu was completely stunned. Another notice? Uncle Li said nothing more, just taking another silent puff. Suddenly, Uncle Liu's face turned pale. Already? So soon? He reached out, pulling a chair away from the table. Uncle Liu quickly sat down, his voice laced with urgency. This is way too rushed. Are you absolutely sure about this? Li Tuanquang exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, pointing a finger at him. You should have received it on your computer by now. At his words, Uncle Liu immediately opened his terminal to check. An urgent notification letter glowed on the screen. Supers of rank 2 and above, barring special circumstances, are required to enroll their direct descendants in the Superhuman specialization track after they undergo their aptitude test. Tuan Kuang noticed that Uncle Liu had finished reading. He broke the silence, asking, "So, have you decided which path you'll register your daughter for? The Superhuman Combat Division or the Liberal Arts Division?" He answered quietly, "I haven't decided yet. I'll wait until after her aptitude test to see what her results are." Uncle Liu closed the terminal and shot a question back. "Don't just talk about me. What about your son?" At the mention of his own kid, his anger flared as he slammed his fist on the desk. "I swear, that boy is anything but honest. He could sign up for spirit tech, variant studies, or even superhuman anatomy." Uncle Lee fell silent for a moment before placing the cigarette back on his lips, a gentle stream of smoke curling into the air. Uncle Lee lowered his head slightly and replied, "He's not signing up for any of them." Uncle Liu was taken aback. "Are you telling me you'd rather let him study superhuman liberal arts?" Tuan Kuang took a drag and said, "No, I'm letting him follow the normal academic track." Uncle Liu let out a sarcastic laugh. "Are you kidding me? He hasn't even taken his aptitude test yet. What if he's compatible? You know the rules. If his aptitude is high enough, enrollment in the superhuman track is mandatory." The cigarette in Uncle Lee's hand was finally extinguished. He threw on his coat, walked straight to the door, and said with finality, "No." A stunned Uncle Liu watched him leave. He roared in frustration, "Hey, you get back here and explain yourself." Uncle Lee shot a sly grin at the secretary as he passed. "You handle your official duties. I'm going out for a walk." The secretary forced a smile and replied, "My apologies for the disturbance, sir." Only then did Uncle Liu notice her. "What is it? Spit it out." She gently placed a file in front of Uncle Liu, explaining, "Yes, sir, this is new intel that was just sent up from the shadow layer." He picked up the file and began to scan its contents. Inside, the new variant report was an image of a strange, shadow-like creature, ID D29527. Codename, the Verdant Shadow Fiend. Its obsession is relentless training. The anonymous observer described it first as a shadow-like existence, completely black from head to toe. The target was first sighted in the central garden of the Qingyue district, presumably having entered the area by accident. The next section showed images of the new variant's physical activities. 2. The target shows no signs of fatigue and has an immense interest in physical training. It knows how to use tools to facilitate its training, and its desire for aggression is noted as quite low. But beyond these traits, this variant possessed a very peculiar ability. 3. When the inspection staff approached, the target ceased its training and proceeded to greet them. Observation time, 2 hours. Threat assessment, considerably low. Tentative conclusion. Do not proceed with termination of the subject. The secretary continued to flip through the pages of the file, saying, "The observation staff stationed near the district discovered a strange variant with no records in our database. They're requesting your decision on the matter." As Uncle Liu read, his blood began to boil until he couldn't hold back a curse. Damn it, what the hell kind of variant is this? Night had fallen, and a full, bright moon illuminated the sky. The towering fortresses of the shadow layer still blazed with brilliant lights. A colossal red spider crawled slowly across the ground. Then, the familiar voice of Jiang Yu rang out. "Behold, before us, we have a spider. The body of this arachnid contains a high amount of protein, several times more than an equivalent serving of rice." He aimed his phone's camera at the giant creature, while continuing his dramatic monologue. "The meat is fresh and succulent. If you use a high flame to singe off the outer layer of hair, you can easily peel off its exoskeleton. Take one bite, and you'll find it tastes nothing like beef, nor does it taste like goat. So what does it taste like? It tastes like spider." Jiang Yu put his phone away and reviewed his masterpiece. He never expected that clips of the shadow layer's scenery would get so many likes. At this rate, I'll become a major influencer in no time. He zoomed in on the spider's image, thinking to himself, I guess I'm not the only one making these superhuman-type videos. That's strange. All my previous content was heavily censored and impossible to post. A system panel suddenly flashed to life before his eyes, startling Jiang Yu so much he nearly dropped his phone. He stared intently at the attribute panel. Shadow persona. Lurker. Hunter. One who does not erupt in the hunt will perish in the hunt. To not hunt is to die. You have awakened this persona, and you are overjoyed. You know that only through ceaseless hunting can you prolong your own life. Go. Go and enjoy the process of every hunt. Become a hunter that all shall fear, until you ascend. Jiang Yu was furious. He slammed his hand against the system panel, cursing it for startling him over such a trivial matter. But then his pupils constricted, locking onto a message that made his blood run cold. Remaining lifespan, 100 hours. The notification struck Liu Jiang like a physical blow. This couldn't be happening. His entire life, reduced to just 100 hours. Staring at the system's countdown, Liu Jiang was completely stunned. What in the world was going on? Why was his lifespan suddenly capped at a mere 100 hours? Then, a past warning echoed in his mind that awakening a class would come with certain risks. A wave of dread washed over him. Could this be the so-called risk of awakening the Slayer class he'd just acquired? You call this a certain risk? Liu Jiang took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to regain his composure. Calm down, he told himself. Don't panic. There has to be a way out of this. He frantically recalled the information from the system. For a Slayer, there is no glory in the hunt, only survival. You either hunt, or you die. You were overjoyed to awaken this class. But did you know? Only by hunting relentlessly can you extend your own life. Go forth and savor every hunt. Become a fearsome hunter of men, and perhaps you will live on. Reading this, it finally clicked for Liu Jiang. The Slayer class forced him into a constant hunt for survival. In short, as long as he eliminated these strange variants, he could extend his own life. Liu Jiang kept digging for more information. 1. Life and death are the Slayers to command. Perhaps you will find eternal life in the endless slaughter. So, according to this text, it was even possible to achieve immortality through hunting. Before he could even process that, Liu Jiang was faced with a new problem. The Slayer class is unique. Even if the physical body perishes, it will continue to exist in another form. The system's information left Liu Jiang completely bewildered. Exist in another form after my body is destroyed? What does that even mean? The cryptic messages were maddening, overwhelmed, and helpless. All he could do was swear. And what's this crap about? You were overjoyed to awaken this class. How can I be happy when I only have a few days to live? At this rate, if he couldn't successfully hunt a variant, he'd have to go beg Uncle Lee for help. With that thought, he peeked over at the peacefully sleeping variant nearby. An idea sparked in his mind. It looked like he had no choice but to take this thing down and earn some lifespan. This was a rare opportunity, and he could even record it to finally go viral. Besides, this account was a secret one Uncle Lee got from the Night Watch. No one would be able to trace it back to him. Shadow form. Liu Jiang summoned the power within his body, his eyes flicking toward his phone, which was already live streaming. He cheerfully greeted his online audience. You want to see what a variant looks like? Let me show you the real deal. Hey everyone, it's your boy, Little J, a giant spider variant, but I can handle it alone. As he spoke, Liu Jiang slowly crept closer to the creature. Okay guys, let's be quiet now as we sneak up on it. Then we'll give it a nice surprise, he whispered. The closer we get, the quieter I'll be. Don't want to startle it. He raised the high-quality iron rod he'd spent several thousand yuan on, its tip embedded with a piece of unknown metal. He brought the weapon down with a mighty first strike, causing the variant to screech in agony. It thrashed left and right, twisting around to find whatever had dared to disturb its slumber. Its massive size made Liu Jiang hold his breath, his heart pounding in his chest. But even though he was standing right there, the variant couldn't seem to see him at all. This gave Liu Jiang a thrilling idea. Even this close, it still couldn't detect him. This shadow form is incredibly useful. Now, all he had to do was use his Slayer skills to find its weak spot. He began to attack the variant in a relentless frenzy. After a flurry of blows, he finally located it. There you are. A sinister smile crept across Liu Jiang's face as he readied his club for the final, decisive blow. The spider variant, however, was still completely oblivious to the danger, happily humming to itself. Been in this world for a while now, it mused. And I really like the environment here. It's not oppressive like the abyss, and there aren't too many terrifyingly strong enemies. A little guy like me can live a good life if I'm careful. Just had a fight with an ugly-looking relative. I got a little banged up, but it was enough to fill my stomach. A few more naps, and I'll be fully recovered. Just as it was about to drift back to sleep, the spider variant suddenly froze. It sensed something was terribly wrong. Using its spider sense to scan for anomalies, it realized it was being targeted. Someone has their eyes on me. The spider dragged its huge body around the area, but it couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Strange. Where could it be? I can clearly sense it's nearby. Realizing its lair was no longer safe, the spider decided it was time to move. Forget this, it thought. This place doesn't feel safe anymore. I'll find another spot to sleep. But it hadn't crawled far before it was forced to a halt. The spider thing stared blankly behind it. Ah! A surprise attack struck it before it even had a chance to react. And just like that, the spider was stunned, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. Jiang Yu stared at the power in his own hands, a sense of awe washing over him. Incredible. For a split second, I felt the shadow essence inside me surge. So that's it. Only by hitting its weak point can I unleash my true power. A grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Perfect, he declared. Its health bar is down to 40%. Just 2 more hits should do it. But as he moved in to finish the abomination, its razor-sharp claws lunged right for his face. Without warning, it swatted Jiang Yu, sending him flying several meters. He rose from the debris, a defiant smirk playing on his lips as he taunted the beast. Not bad. Didn't even hurt. His words struck the spider fiend like a physical blow, a deep sense of humiliation setting in. It let out a soul-shattering shriek of pure rage, which was exactly what Jiang Yu had been waiting for. He simply stood to the side, a satisfied smile on his face. Excellent. The iron rod embedded in its weak spot was causing it to bleed out continuously. Sensing his moment, Jiang Yu slowly closed the distance. Focusing all his power, he unleashed his new skill, Shadow Assault, and with that, he began to sink into the ground itself. His body descended deeper and deeper into the abyss. Looking around, Jiang Yu was stunned. So, this is Shadow Assault? I can move through the shadows like an assassin, avoiding a direct confrontation with the fiend. All I have to do is wait patiently, like a hunter in the tall grass, and then deliver the fatal blow. The prey will never see it coming. A wicked grin crossed Jiang Yu's face. A supernatural fiend, a hunter, and his prey. Let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yu was busy hunting in the shadow dimension, back in the real world, the Night Watch Division was broadcasting a public service announcement about the fiends. When the sun sets, the Night Watch Division protects you. Hello everyone, I'm an agent with the Night Watch Division. Today, I'll be giving a brief introduction to the different types of low-level fiends. But it wasn't just information about fiends gaining traction. The trend of live streaming for fame was exploding across social media. Hey guys, it's your girl Lala. Today I'm taking you to a hidden gem of a cafe I found. What's up, it's your boy Prank Master. Check this out, I'm gonna do something totally insane with this lighter. See? All I had to do was lift it like this, and boom. Xiaodi scrolled through the videos, her face a mask of utter boredom. What is all this junk? She wondered. Are all streamers this pathetic lately? So lame. But then, a particular video caught her eye. It was Jiang Yu's account, broadcasting live from the shadow dimension. The name's Yu, from Beitu. Xiaodi stared, bewildered. Where is this? Before she could process it, the next scene left her completely captivated. She gasped, her eyes glued to the screen. Was that a fiend? No way. Is this for real? It's not just some special effect, is it? On the other side, Jiang Yu calmly continued introducing his opponent. This creature is a shadow pattern spider, a level 1 ancient fiend. It's a mid-tier, low-level fiend from the abyss. The patterns on its body can emit a neurotoxin, so low-level individuals can't look at it for long. As she watched, Xiaodi scrolled through the comments below, growing more and more annoyed. A bunch of trolls, posting their disgusting fake opinions for all their classmates and parents to see. I despise this kind of shameless, clout-chasing behavior the most. Xiaodi stared at her phone for a long moment. Finally, she typed a few words. Bro, you got this. But a second later, the streamer vanished without a trace, stunning everyone watching. Xiaodi was no exception. She stared at where Jiang Yu had been, her eyes filled with awe. He's gone. Could this streamer actually be a superhuman? She fell silent, a mysterious smile creeping onto her face. Hey, this is getting more and more interesting. Back with Jiang Yu, the hunt for the fiend was still on. He launched himself into the air, landing on its back. With a powerful kick, he drove the iron rod deeper into its body. The spider fiend shrieked in absolute agony. It raised its claws, wildly attacking the space where Jiang Yu was. Every one of its strikes was devastatingly powerful. After a long moment, it paused to find its enemy. But there was nothing there. The fiend could only stare at the destruction it had caused. While the spider fiend was still looking confused, a small hand suddenly poked it from behind. It turned around slowly, only to see Jiang Yu with an incredibly friendly smile. Over here, seeing the creature's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Missed again. I'm here. Now I'm over here. Haha. Can't even hit me with those 8 legs? You're pathetic. At the same time, Xiaodi was glued to her phone, watching the fight intently. Her eyes shone with undisguised admiration for Jiang Yu. He's so fast, and so cool. This streamer is fast and handsome, she exclaimed. Jiang Yu's relentless assault left the audience in awe. Suddenly, a strange purple liquid began to pour from the beast. It quickly enveloped the spider fiend in a sphere, leaving it no chance to escape. Even so, the spider fiend managed a defiant sneer. "You think you can trap me with acid? Model, you think I'm helpless on the ground?" As the beast thrashed, trying to escape the swamp, Jiang Yu materialized from the shadows nearby. He began to channel his power, his voice cold as ice. Darkness is everywhere, and with that, he shot forward at the speed of light. No matter how wildly the creature rampaged in the mire, he evaded every strike with ease. "But I can move freely within the shadows," he declared calmly, teleporting through objects and leaping into the air. "I am the hunter who stalks the dark." He gripped his staff, and without a moment's hesitation, dove toward the spider anomaly. From high above, a fatal blow rained down upon it. The strike pierced through the creature's body as its agonizing shriek echoed through the dimension. Once he confirmed the anomaly was down, Jiang Yu slowly approached, staring it down as he spoke. "My name is Yu." And with that, the battle between him and the spider anomaly officially came to an end. In the silent void of the shadow dimension, Jiang Yu reached out to claim his prize. He commanded with authority, "Devour shadow." The spider anomaly's power flowed into Jiang Yu's own shadow. His body began to transform, his strength surging to new heights. He spread his arms wide, feeling the abundant energy coursing through him as he danced without a care. Hunt complete. Witnessing Jiang Yu's spectacular performance, the online community exploded with awe, showering him with the highest praise. Xiao Di was no exception. She couldn't stop herself from shouting, "Incredible! That was absolutely insane. It's been so long since I've seen something this thrilling." She immediately went to Jiang Yu's profile, frantically mashing the follow button. "Follow, follow, follow. I have to follow him." As she subscribed, she couldn't stop praising Jiang Yu, a streamer who's both cool and overpowered. Where else would I find that? She even sent Jiang Yu a direct message. "Hello, can I add you on WeChat?" A high-value kill mission appeared. The system interface displayed the details. Name: Shadow Pattern Spider. Type: Ancient Demon. The description read, "A low-level abyssal anomaly. The patterns on its body represent its true power. The more intricate the patterns, the more potent its neurotoxin." The system also issued a warning: "Do not maintain eye contact for long, unless you are willing to become its prey." An illustration of a red-orange spider appeared on the screen. Next, the system displayed more info. It showed abilities like acid attacks and infectious ancient demon silk. The price for killing it was sensory chaos. But the benefits from devouring its shadow were twofold: gaining the shadow silk ability and increasing shadow points. The system announced that the anomaly had been archived, and the price was waived. Looking at the information, Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment. Just a mid-tier level 1? And here I thought I'd defeated a formidable enemy. He then stretched his body, his bones cracking loudly. In terms of raw power, there's still a huge gap between me and that monster. I only won because I had the advantage of a surprise attack in the darkness. Just then, his phone on the ground began to vibrate. Jiang Yu picked it up and saw that his viewer count had reached 1.5 million, making him shout with joy, "Awesome! With this many viewers, I'm a star now." Jiang Yu put his hands on his hips and let out a hearty laugh. "All right, stream's over. That's all for today. Gotta keep you in suspense, right, audience?" But suddenly, Jiang Yu looked confused. Black threads began to appear on his hands. "Is this the shadow silk?" A long thread shot from his hand, attaching to the top of a nearby building. It immediately yanked Jiang Yu into the air before he could even process what was happening. Whoa. But as soon as he got used to it, Jiang Yu grabbed the line and started swinging. "Woohoo!" He grew more excited, laughing freely. "Haha, I'm Spider-Man." His joy was short-lived, however, as he immediately slammed face-first into a wall. The impact sent him ricocheting backward before he fell, leaving a perfect human-shaped imprint on the wall. Jiang Yu quickly flailed his arms and landed on a nearby streetlight, hissing, "Ow, ow, ow. Looks like I still need to practice with this shadow silk." The system interface displayed another notification. Life expectancy remaining, 7 days. This made Jiang Yu's face fall. Only 3 days of life earned? That's less than I thought. Gazing down at the city from above, Jiang Yu thought to himself, I only have 7 days left, but these anomalies don't show up every day. What if I can't find another one in time? The system interface began beeping repeatedly. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed with tension. Attention, hunter lurking in the shadows. Increase your dread reputation. Doing so will grant you even more unexpected rewards. As your reputation has spread, the hunter's scepter has been unlocked. The system continued its tutorial, showing an image of a confused monster that had been marked as a target. You can now mark your prey, making it easier to discover their weak points and launch critical strikes. Prey, marked by you, will suffer negative statuses like panic and fear. The effect depends on the power difference between you and the target. For a single target, the mark lasts for only 1 second in a short period. Increase your reputation or passive skills to enhance this ability. The illustration then changed to a user being stared at by countless eyes, accompanied by a system note. Please be aware. Using this, mark consumes a portion of your stamina. This ability can also expose your position, alerting the prey. Use it with caution. The tutorial shifts, showing the user gleefully chasing a terrified, marked target. The hunt. Targets with the mark of the hunt grant you an agility enhancement. Successfully hunting a target will permanently increase certain attributes. Take note, the hunt itself costs no stamina, and its duration matches the marks. Finish the prey before time runs out. Increasing your infamy or rank will strengthen this ability. Reading this, Jiang Yu scratched his head in confusion. So my growing infamy is what unlocked the scepter. But when did I ever become infamous? Then, he remembered the 1.5 million viewers. A thought struck him like lightning. Could it be because of that last live stream? A wicked grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Hunt abnormals, edit the clips for views, and unlock new powers. If I keep this up, both my regular and supernatural abilities will skyrocket. Feeling a surge of power, he made a joyful decision. That settles it. I'm working overtime tonight. The moment he activated the skill, Jiang Yu saw it. A purple-hued monster, straight ahead. Found you. Leaping from a street lamp, Jiang Yu soared through the air. He then channeled his power, diving towards his prey. The hunt begins. Jiang Yu flashed a merciless smile. The next morning, in an apartment building, a woman was dabbing Jiang Yu's facial wounds with a cotton swab. He flopped onto the ground, crying out dramatically. Ow, 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 that hurts. Jiao Jiao looked down at him and asked, couldn't stay put? Who'd you fight this time? A moment later, they were sitting on the couch as Jiao Jiao tended to his wounds. With one cheek swollen, Jiang Yu complained. Be gentle. I was out playing the hero. You wouldn't understand. Jiao Jiao gave him a skeptical look. Is that so? Have you ever seen a hero who gets beaten up every single day? She then shoved the cotton swab right up his nose, laughing. All talk and no bite. Jiang Yu turned his head, trying to look cool in front of her. No matter the injury, I can heal it instantly in my shadow form. Isn't it obvious I left this wound on purpose so you'd treat it for me? But Jiao Jiao just raised an eyebrow. What are you mumbling about? Flustered, Jiang Yu grabbed a water bottle to change the subject. Nothing. Any good movies out lately? We should go see one. Jiao Jiao scrolled through her phone. They're all just trashy films. Nothing good at all. But then, she suddenly blushed and said excitedly, although, there is a pretty interesting topic trending right now. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued. A trending topic? Seeing his interest, Jiao Jiao turned her phone towards him. Here, take a look. On the screen was an image of him in his shadow form, introducing himself mid-livestream. My name is Du, an amnesiac assassin from the shadows. Seeing this, Jiang Yu choked on his water, spraying it everywhere. Jiao Jiao panicked, asking, what's wrong with you? Why so emotional? Wiping his face, Jiang Yu sputtered, nothing. You've been watching this guy's videos? Jiao Jiao excitedly leaned towards Jiang Yu, her eyes glued to the phone. Of course, he hit the hot search list in just 2 days. This Du guy is the hottest supernatural streamer right now. Jiang Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Is that so? Pretty amazing. But isn't it illegal to just broadcast supernatural knowledge like this? He was worried his fame had grown too quickly. What if the people from the Night Watch noticed him? Jiao Jiao glanced at him, then explained. It's the crucial knowledge that's classified. Everything people see on here is just the absolute basics. The impact is minimal. Jiao Jiao then scooted closer to Jiang Yu. Look. This is a video of him in a real battle with an abnormal. She hooked her arm through his, pulling him closer to her chest. Jiao Jiao was still engrossed in the video. Aren't you super interested in the supernatural? You should definitely follow him. Jiang Yu sat up straight, glancing at the focused Jiao Jiao beside him. He saw even more videos about himself, remixed and re-uploaded by other streamers. Jiang Yu blushed, smiling as he watched the girl next to him, while Jiao Jiao kept excitedly talking about what was on the screen. A while later, Jiao Jiao stood up, looked back, and struck a confident pose. Hey, Jiang Yu, you think I could make videos and post them online? What if I got famous too? But Jiang Yu just averted his eyes. Film what? You dancing in the shadow realm in a skimpy white lace outfit? Jiao Jiao hugged herself in embarrassment. Get out. Can't I just film some supernatural tutorials? A perverted look appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Ha, you think you know enough? Then Jiang Yu shrugged and continued. Enough to surpass the seasoned veterans at the Night Watch? He then pointed directly at Zhao Zhao, making her jump. Also, don't wear outfits like that outside again. You'll attract creeps. Jiang Yu crossed his arms with a wicked smile. I lost track of one just the other day. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao's face changed. Zhao Zhao's face went grim as she repeated, "We lost track of someone." In the next instant, she drew her weapon, circling behind Jiang Yu and catching him completely by surprise. Zhao Zhao pressed the gun into Jiang Yu's back, her brow furrowed, a furious blush coloring her cheeks as she asked, "Don't tell me you got these wounds chasing after some scantily clad girl and got yourself beaten up." Terrified, Jiang Yu shot his hands up in surrender, blurting out, Hey, I was just joking." Zhao Zhao jammed the gun even harder into his spine. Humph. And how would I know if that's true? With his hands still up, Jiang Yu begged, "Spare me, Officer Liu." But from behind, Zhao Zhao coolly delivered his sentence. "No mercy. Your punishment is to cook me dinner." Phone in hand, Jiang Yu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. Sigh. He let out another weary sigh as he unlocked his phone. Finally got rid of her, he muttered. Whoa. His inbox was completely flooded. Jiang Yu, are you there? Who are you? What was the purpose of posting that video? Are you really a member of the Big Dipper organization? Mister, are you from the Night Watch division? Was that whole thing scripted? Do you have any more pictures of that aberration? It's not photoshopped, is it? Reading through the messages, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Heh. All these DMs in such a short time. Looks like I've really blown up. But just then, his eyebrows shot up as a different kind of notification started flooding his screen. A wave of new, hateful messages poured in. Dude, UZ, you got exposed by the digger. Go watch his video now. UZ, the digger totally called you out. Is it true? UZ, you're such a noob. That video is fake. How can you be so stupid? Got exposed, huh? Serves you right. So many members of the Night Watch division risk their actual lives. And you're just editing clips for clout? How dare you even compare yourself to them? Get out here and stop pretending. You fraud, who only knows how to edit videos, come out and face the music. Reading this, Jiang Yu froze. What the hell is this? A faked video? Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the link that had appeared on his screen. Jiang Yu held his phone, watching intently. Hey everyone, it's your boy, the digger. Today, we're not reviewing a restaurant. I'm taking you all on a journey to expose a fraud. On the screen was a bald, pot-bellied man smirking into his phone. His username was the digger, and he had over 1 million followers. I'm sure you've all seen the video. Some guy named UZ. Some aberration. I spit on it. Who does he think he is? The Shadow Layer? A memory-wiped assassin? Aberration? Huh. Does this video look real to you? The screen showed Jiang Yu's shadowed form. He was battling the Shadow Weave spider, with an arrow pointed directly at the creature. First, let's break this footage down on the computer, frame by frame. Everyone, look closely at the images in these two spots. See it? The frames don't connect. It's a clear cut and paste job. The arrow then moved, pointing to the building above the spider's head. And now, look at this background. It's obviously been post-processed to hide the parts that aren't real. Jiang Yu scowled in fury at the old man on his screen. Isn't this streamer usually a food reviewer? Why is he trying to leech off my fame? Besides, all I did was cut out the parts where I looked bad. How can he call me out for something like that? In the clip, the digger was still smirking triumphantly. Heh. So why did I decide to expose this guy today? It's because I am a true, off-the-books member of the Night Watch division. In my younger days, I killed more aberrations than I can count, so I can spot a kid's cheap tricks from a mile away. That's all I'll say. I hope someone learns to stay in their lane. Jiang Yu immediately scrolled down to the comment section. A firestorm of conflicting opinions raged below, leaving him momentarily speechless. This footage is obviously real. Both the Shadow Layer and the aberration were legitimate. Why would anyone claim this video is edited? Why else would he edit it? The background's fake too. It just proves the guy has a guilty conscience. Editing doesn't automatically make it fake. But I think there's a bigger issue here. That Uzai guy has no real power. He's just an expert at getting clicks. Exactly. The digger is the real deal. He's the true veteran of the Night Watch division. Reading these comments, Jiang Yu swept his hair back and smirked. Humph. So they want to expose me? Fine. Back when I drew comics, I dealt with my fair share of talentless haters. As they say, only when the tide goes out do you see who's swimming naked? With that, Jiang Yu stood up and stretched, feeling refreshed. All right, if they say my video is fake, then I'll just have to go hunt another aberration and earn a little more lifespan while I'm at it. His gaze fell back to his phone, a grin spreading across his face. Heh. But before that, I need to settle things with this digger character. Instantly, Jiang Yu materialized within a digital space, his hand reaching out to gather the malicious comments swirling around him. We demand an apology. Fake super streamer. UZ, is this who you really are? You've been exposed. UZ's video isn't that simple. Who is this guy, really? He's definitely no ordinary person. Amidst the storm of criticism, a single, thoughtful comment caught his eye. He smiled wryly and said, "Time to edit the script, starting with one person. Model. A natural-born hunter, the nightmare that makes his enemies tremble." Night fell fast, swallowing the entire city in its shadow. Jiang Yu held a small, square camera, sticking it to his chest. He chose a perch atop a skyscraper, a perfect vantage point to survey his hunting ground. Feels like there are fewer of them than yesterday. The shadow dimension must reset after a certain period. Usually, their numbers are overwhelming at first. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Jiang Yu's eye. He'd spotted something. In the distance, a purple aberration lurked, but it looked like another ambusher was already stalking a different target nearby. He tightened his grip on his staff, a wicked grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Heh, time to show you what a true master of the ambush looks like. But just as Jiang Yu, buzzing with the thrill of the hunt, lifted his foot to leap, he froze. Staring down from the towering skyscraper, Jiang Yu swallowed hard. In the end, he sheepishly chose the safer option. The stairs. Gotta stay grounded, don't get too high. A true assassin doesn't hunt just any aberration. The so-called superhuman took the stairs, while the aberration flew around a corner, right into the ambush Jiang Yu had prepared. As if it sensed the danger, it whipped its head around suddenly. Not missing the opportunity, Jiang Yu instantly activated his mark skill. The aberration was instantly marked, stunning it with surprise. It stared at Jiang Yu, its eyes filled with wary alarm. It worked. The marked target is overcome with a strange, momentary fear. Watching the creature spin around in confusion, he mused, "Now that I think about it, this thing looks just like that scythe monster from before. Could it be an evolved form?" Jiang Yu immediately tightened his grip on his staff, his brow furrowing as he took a battle stance. So what if it evolved? So have I. Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang Yu lunged forward, thrusting his staff straight at the aberration. Old trickster's staff arts, ascending dragon. Even so, the aberration's health bar was still at 45%, and now it had spotted him. Jiang Yu pushed off the ground, launching himself into the air in a relentless pursuit of the creature. He unleashed a continuous barrage of techniques, activating his hunt ability at the perfect moment. Mark initiates hunt. Strength and agility are boosted. Duration: 1 second. Killing the target during this window yields an unexpected reward. Jiang Yu instantly swung his staff, appearing right in the creature's path. But the monster was faster. It struck first, shattering a part of his body into fragments. For the first time, Jiang Yu was genuinely stunned. As the aberration charged again, he instinctively leaped back to dodge. Jiang Yu fluidly evaded the attack, twisting mid-air to launch a counter-assault. He landed gracefully, poised for a direct confrontation. Suddenly, its scythe-like arms began to emit a strange, clicking sound. A powerful energy began to gather around them. Seeing this, Jiang Yu immediately braced himself, taking a defensive stance. The aberration opened its maw, unleashing a barrage of sonic waves. The surprise attack sent Jiang Yu stumbling, struggling to defend himself. My head is spinning. This thing can launch mental attacks. Before he could recover, it struck again with its scythes, landing a direct hit. Splat! Thrown a great distance, he hastily jammed his staff into the ground to stop his momentum. His health bar plummeted to 66%. Jiang Yu coughed. Cough, cough. Damn, you're strong. It wiped out 34% of my health in an instant. From within the smoke, the creature raised its scythe-like arms once more. Jiang Yu watched it from a distance, mentally calculating. This is an assassin type, high attack and agility, but low health. He frowned, then a smirk slowly formed on his face as he made a decision. Looks like I'll have to get a little tricky. The aberration charged relentlessly, its attacks crashing down, but Jiang Yu had already vanished into the shadows, a smug look on his face. You can't hit me. The creature's furious onslaught was useless, as Jiang Yu, now one with the shadows, effortlessly dodged every blow. Thud, thud, the aberration relentlessly slammed the ground where Jiang Yu was hiding. Thump, thump, The very instant Jiang Yu peeked out from the shadow, the monster shot towards him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a loud snap echoed, stunning the creature. Seizing the moment it was distracted, Jiang Yu lunged forward. Fist raised, he slammed a powerful punch straight into the aberration's chest. Crack! Jiang Yu grinned. Heh, you idiot. You fell right into my trap. He pivoted on the balls of his feet. Thwack! Then he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes against its body. Wham! Wham! So what if you have high attack and agility? In here, you can't attack, and you can't escape. Welcome to my playground. Even if you grew wings today, you're not getting out of this. The aberration could only stand there and take Jiang Yu's punishment. Suddenly, it threw its head back, preparing to use its mental attack again. Swish! But Jiang Yu was faster, sending it tumbling with a single punch. Thwomp! Trying that trick again? Not a chance. With that, he resumed his merciless non-stop assault. Wham! Wham! Suddenly, two streams of black energy erupted from its eyes. Crack! Crackle! Just as Jiang Yu prepared to land the killing blow, the aberration's body began to glow. A surge of red energy erupted. Jiang Yu's attack was frozen in place, mere inches from its target. It stopped. Jiang Yu couldn't believe his eyes. His heart hammered in his chest. How is this possible? From within the creature's body, a pair of soulless eyes appeared. They stared directly at Jiang Yu. He's one of the night watchmen. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he swallowed hard. But how? Weren't you captured by the Night Watch? Why have you turned into this? Why are you even here? All of a sudden, the aberration roared, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Jiang Yu flying back. Whoosh! It shrieked as it scrambled to escape. Growling, Jiang Yu reached out for it, yelling, "Stop!" He immediately shot after it in a desperate chase. "I have to talk to you. Get back here." An unknown amount of time passed, until the only sound in the night was Jiang Yu's ragged breathing. He was forced to gasp for air through his nose and mouth. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Standing frozen in the windy darkness, Jiang Yu could only pant, his gaze lost in the distance. As the night sky swallowed the city, the system's sarcastic voice echoed in his mind. Entering the shadow plane. You have discovered prey with the hunter designation. The thrill of the hunt excites you. You are already anticipating a successful kill. At that moment, Jiang Yu dragged his heavy feet forward, his steps echoing loudly. He walked on, forced to listen to the system. A successful hunt was imminent, but the prey unexpectedly escaped. This is regrettable. The hunt is a failure. Jiang Yu continued his lonely walk down the wide street. The system's warnings buzzed relentlessly in his ear. Warning: repeated failed hunts will decrease your power, resulting in a shortened lifespan. As if sensing Jiang Yu's thoughts, the system continued. Deep down, you know the truth. Only by hunting relentlessly can you build your infamy. Only by leveling up your hunter rank can you seize greater power over life and death. Jiang Yu's mind was a chaotic mess, but the system interrogated him without end. But right now, your heart is filled with rage. You feel that life is meaningless. You refuse to hunt anymore. Jiang Yu finally stopped walking, listening to the system's endless loop. Then just wait to die. Wait to die. Wait to die. Finally, he snapped, slamming his fist into the holographic interface. Jiang Yu's face twisted in anger as he roared, "Enough! Stop pushing me!" Jiang Yu pulled his fist back, and the system finally went silent. He frowned, clutching his head. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "A hero who sacrificed himself to save people ended up turning into a monster like that." He slowly lowered his hands. Then, he looked up, catching his own reflection in a darkened window, and asked himself a question. If I die, will I become a monster too? At that thought, he clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked. There's no turning back for me. Power erupted around Jiang Yu. I have no choice but to keep hunting. A little while later, he followed the coordinates on his phone to a desolate wasteland in Sector 1 of the Eastern Yunhai settlement. Jiang Yu looked up, scanning the area. This must be the place. The report said aberrations appear here all the time. I shouldn't have to worry about finding prey here. Instantly, he activated his unique ability. Shadow Eye. The shadow beneath him swelled, swallowing him whole. The shadow eye then reappeared on top of a nearby building. Jiang Yu emerged from the shadow, landing softly on the roof. Growls echoed from all around, putting him on instant alert. Just as I thought, there are way more aberrations here than back home. But they're cowards, all hiding inside the building, afraid to come out. Dark figures lurked within the building's rooms. Suddenly, Jiang Yu heard a noise. He spun around to see another creature. Huh? There's one on the roof? Why isn't it hiding? Jiang Yu silently observed the aberration, sizing it up. The two-horned creature with rippling muscles was busy eating something. This one is strong. But then he noticed its feet were covered in deep scratches and scars. It seems its legs are badly injured, and it's lost a lot of blood. A confident smile crept onto Jiang Yu's face. He made his choice. A perfect opportunity. This time, I absolutely cannot fail. In a dark corner, a shadow stirred. One of his hands slowly pushed its way out from the darkness, and then Jiang Yu's entire body emerged. He stealthily approached the aberration. The creature's head snapped up as it caught his scent. It immediately spun around to unleash an attack. But Jiang Yu was quicker, instantly melting back into the shadows. Where he had been standing, only the wind remained. Hiding inside his shadow eye, Jiang Yu watched the creature sniffing the air, searching for him. Its senses are that sharp? The aberrations here are much more vigilant than the ones in my district. Seeing the creature getting closer, Jiang Yu turned and slipped away. Its sense of smell seems to be incredibly keen. Plus, the red dots on it have faded so much. What could be the reason? It's on high alert now? No good. I need to get it to lower its guard first. The variant kept scanning its surroundings. I had to be patient and wait for an opening. Slowly but surely, the creature began to relax its vigilance. The red dots appeared once more. Thump, thump. That's when I knew my chance had arrived. All right then. A smirk spread across Jiang's face as he activated his marking ability. The scene shifts to the next morning. Inside Jiang's house. Jiao was busy in the kitchen when she heard the door close, and immediately started to complain. You're back so late. Where did you run off to this time? Jiao turned her head, urging, can't you come give me a hand? But she froze in shock when she saw Tuan Kuang and her own father walk in. Uncle Lu? Dad? Cooking for Jiang again, are we? Her father grunted. I told you we'd find her here. It seems the daughter I raised now belongs to your household. Jiao scowled, spatula still in hand. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she forced a laugh. Haha, Dad, stop talking nonsense about me. Then she asked, but why are you off work so early today? Jiao's father replied, the night shift was quiet, so I got to leave early. It's rare for us all to be together, so I thought we'd go out for a nice meal. Jiao, holding a dish, quickly said, there's no need. I'm already halfway done cooking. Hearing this, Uncle Lu scratched his head. Oh, okay. Tuan Kuang immediately plopped down on a chair and started teasing her. Then let's go another time. Today, we two uncles get to sample Jiao's cooking. Opportunities like this are rare, you know. I guess we're basking in little Jay's good fortune. His words made her cry out in embarrassment. Uncle Lu. Just then, Tuan Kuang looked around and asked, where is little Jay? He's not home? Jiao brought a dish to the table and replied, I don't know. He probably just went out for a bit. Right on cue, Jiang opened the door and walked in. Click. While Tuan Kuang was feeling secondhand embarrassment for his friend. How could he just go out and play while leaving Jiao at home to cook for him? Jiang slammed the door shut. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, he started rummaging through his bag while changing his shoes. He shouted, where's the food? Food, food, food. I'm starving to death. What delicious meal did Jiao make for me today? Let me see what we've got. A moment later, Jiang cheerfully pulled out a lollipop, announcing with a grin, lollipop delivery. I was in a great mood today, so I bought you your favorite kind. You won't believe it, I ran into a wolf and almost got eaten alive. Also, why'd you send me so many messages? Did you miss me? But before he could finish, Jiang finally noticed the situation in the room. Uncle Lu and Jiao were staring intently at him, while Tuan Kuang just buried his face in his hands, completely defeated. He swallowed hard, then quickly tried to hide the lollipop. Jiang forced an awkward smile. I was chased by a dog and had to sprint the whole way, so my head's a little fuzzy. Haha. It's all a misunderstanding. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, Uncle Lu waved him over to a seat and said, all right. It's a rare occasion for us to eat together. Let's not say anything to spoil the mood. Come, sit over here. Uncle Lu glanced at Jiang, damaged, but not useless. His hand, feeling as heavy as a mountain, clapped down on Jiang's shoulder, making him flinch. Now sit still and listen. Fighting, you see, or what young man doesn't get into fights? If you don't fight, you're not really a young man. Uncle Lu knew exactly how to add fuel to the fire, pouring a drink as he provoked him. That's right, like getting jealous over a girl you like when you're young, a few scrapes and bruises. It's perfectly normal. Uncle Lu then added, oh right, last time I saw you with a girl in a short, blue skirt? What was her name again? Jiao, though trying to appear calm, answered through gritted teeth, Yu Zhou'er. Uncle Lu shot a knowing look at him and said, yes, that's the one. She's not bad looking. Very delicate, pure, with a graceful figure. When I was young, if I knew a girl like that, I would have gladly gotten covered in wounds for her. Raising his glass, he laughed heartily. Come on, Uncle Lu will toast to your success. Zhao Zhao looked absolutely furious, letting out a sharp, She was so mad she looked like she was about to explode, ready to tear someone limb from limb. Jiang was speechless. He glanced at his friend, thinking, Uncle Lu, you're really pushing this to the absolute limit, and you're doing it right in front of Zhao Zhao. A table full of delicious food had become the battlefield for a cold war. The two sides launched verbal attacks at each other. Zhao Zhao's father continued the assault, pointing at the glass in Jiang's hand and urging him on. What are you spacing out for? Toast your Uncle Lu. Startled, Jiang quickly replied, Oh, yes. Jiang put on a painfully fake smile and respectfully said to Uncle Lu, A toast to you, Uncle. But while his mouth said one thing, his mind was screaming, These two are teaming up to mess with me. He shot up to his feet, faced Uncle Lu, and declared loudly, Cheers. He downed the entire glass in one go. He was only so confident because it was just soda. Good. A true man, a true man. Uncle Lu's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He thought to himself, I'll let this little brat be smug for now. Not stopping there, Jiang quickly picked up a slightly burnt piece of fish for the uncle, making a pointed comment. Here, Uncle Lu, have some food. You're out all day, so you rarely get a chance to taste Zhao Zhao's home cooking. His words were so sharp that the uncle was left speechless, only managing to mumble in agreement. Right, it was a rare thing to meet an equal match. A competitive fire lit up in Jiang Yu's eyes as he shot back with a sly grin. So, when you're at home, Zhao Zhao must cook for you all the time, right? No wonder her skills are so incredible. That poisoned arrow hit its mark. Uncle Lu's face contorted in shock, unable to swallow the piece of fish he'd just picked up, utterly stunned. He was completely blindsided. He shot a furious glare at his own precious daughter, the one he cared for every day, feeling utterly speechless. Cook my butt. When I'm home, all I get is takeout. But when it comes to taking care of Jiang Yu, she's a different person. Running over to serve that punk hand and foot. The irony of the situation was crushing her. Cold sweat dripped down her neck as the food got stuck in her throat. Seeing Uncle Lu's obvious frustration, forcing him to chug water to cool down, Jiang Yu felt a surge of victory inside. Chalk one up for me. Amid the endless hustle of the city, as sunlight stretched across the skyscrapers, the childish bickering of the four continued to echo. All right, Jiang Yu, raise a glass to your Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, this is for you. Thank you for all your hard work. Dad, I'll give you 3 toasts too. With 4 people talking, the room was as noisy as a crowded festival. After a while, the chaos finally settled. Jiang Yu and Uncle Li politely walked their guests to the door. Uncle Lu, Zhao Zhao, old Lu, come back again soon. She waved in reply, Okay, see you tomorrow. But her father's displeasure was written all over his face. He just grunted at his daughter. Once the guests had finally left, a peaceful silence finally returned to the apartment. Just then, Jiang Yu opened the fridge for a drink. Seeing the older man walk by, he offered, Want a soda? Uncle Li's reply was ice cold. No. Jiang Yu either didn't notice or chose to ignore the man's simmering anger as he dropped onto the sofa, his face dark. Like a man dying of thirst, he chugged the entire bottle of water in one go. Uncle Li remained silent. The whole time, he had been quietly observing the boy without saying a word. Finally, he couldn't ignore it any longer, and his voice cut through the silence. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. Putting on his most innocent face, Jiang Yu replied, Yes? Uncle Li's gaze turned dead serious, speaking to him now, not as a boy, but as a man. You've awakened your abilities, haven't you? The question dropped like a bomb. Jiang Yu froze, the unexpected words nearly making him choke. Jiang Yu tried to act calm as he finished the water, avoiding the man's intense gaze as he stammered, Awakened? What kind of abilities? But for a seasoned veteran like Uncle Li, that reaction was a confession. Leaning back into the sofa, he spoke with a calm, steady voice. I've been a night watchman for 20 years. I can tell what kind of wounds you're carrying with just a single glance. Tell me, when did it happen? Cornered by the truth, Jiang Yu didn't know how to explain himself. All he could do was lower his head with a bitter smile. After all, the man already knew. Jiang Yu slumped into a chair, his voice casual. A little over 2 weeks ago, seeing him finally open up, Uncle Li probed deeper. How did you awaken? Hearing this, Jiang Yu turned, his eyes shining like stars as he looked at the man. Are you interrogating me? But compared to a man with his experience, the boy's attempt to control his nerves was completely transparent. Uncle Li calmly picked up a cigarette, his voice even. There's no need to be so tense. Just talk. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before speaking. I'm not exactly sure how it happened. It was just sudden. That answer didn't satisfy him in the slightest. A deep frown creased his forehead. A spontaneous awakening? Cases like that were incredibly rare, only a few each year. Not knowing how to make him understand, Jiang Yu decided to just bluff. Something like that. Maybe I'm just exceptionally talented. Uncle Lee's gaze turned sharp as steel. An immense pressure suddenly radiated from the older man, enough to make your hair stand on end. The sheer force of it made Jiang Yu's voice catch in his throat. Just as quickly, Uncle Lee leaned back, letting the tension fade. He gave a small smile and gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. But that sudden shift was completely out of character, making Jiang Yu suspicious. Wait, did Uncle Lee just use his ability on me? The tension in the room thickened. In the dead silence, the only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. This was clearly a fear that had been weighing on the man's heart for a long time. His eyes held a deep sorrow as he began to speak softly. This year, anyone who tests for superhuman aptitude will be forcibly conscripted into the martial exams, unless their willpower and talent are completely useless. As Uncle Lee's fingers toyed with the cigarette, Jiang Yu began to understand his true concern. Yes, Zhao Zhao already told me. The man looked slightly surprised. Zhao Zhao knows already? That old Lu. He really let the information slip. He looked at Jiang Yu and continued. In recent years, the pressure on the Night Watch division has become too great. The number of casualties is rising every year. I can pull some strings to get you exempted from the martial exam. Afterwards, you can just focus on getting into a good university. Jiang Yu was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Pull some strings? The offer sent his mind reeling. Can you even say something like that out loud? Uncle Lee, do you realize what you just said? But the man wasn't finished. He moved in for the final blow. Any of the top art schools, take your pick. You like drawing comics, don't you? I can make that your future. You could get into the art department, or any other major, no problem. Are you telling me Uncle Lee arranged this? Whoa, so Uncle Lee is that much of a powerhouse? A restless feeling surged through him. Give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. Pushing his luck, he asked cheekily, can I just get the diploma without actually going to school? This time, Jiang Yu had really poked the hornet's nest. Uncle Lee immediately activated his five-fingered discipline, delivering a divine slap free of charge. Unable to hold back his fury, his uncle exploded in his face. You could probably ascend to the heavens. You want to go? Swallowing his rage, his uncle calmly told him to go to Lindong Academy. The academic atmosphere there isn't bad. After you graduate, I'll set you up with a stable job. Then you can live a peaceful life with Zhao Yao. After that physical wake-up call, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He clutched the cactus, his voice dropping low. Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee looked at him, not rushing a reply, but filled with hope for what he'd say next. With unyielding will and determined eyes, Jiang Yu looked straight at his uncle and continued, I still want to try becoming a superhuman. This kid was a hopeless case, stubborn and brainless. He had directly pushed Uncle Lee over the edge, causing him to roar. Absolutely not. You will listen to me on this. After saying that, his uncle had no more words to dissuade the main character. He could only let out a heavy sigh. Uncle Lee pointed a finger right in his face, demanding an answer from his nephew. The moment froze, as if everything was holding its breath, waiting. In response to his uncle's command, the main character pointed one finger at him and four at himself, replying simply, not happening. Jiang Yu played an even higher hand with a preemptive strike. If you try to pull strings for me, I'll report you to the Night Watch division. Uncle Lee's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He stammered, report me? He was raising a viper in his own home. He must have had terrible luck to end up with a nephew who'd betray him like this. Just like that, the two stared blankly at each other, neither wanting to say another word. Before long, Uncle Lee, with a resolute expression, tried to force the issue again. I'm not joking with you. The world of superhumans is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Just go to school. If anything happens, I can still look out for you. Jiang Yu refused to listen, his gaze filled with a resolve as solid as a tripod, pushing back against the pressure. Uncle Lee, I'm serious. There's danger everywhere. Besides, you can't look after me my whole life, can you? It was shocking. Our main character, usually as moody as an autumn day, had suddenly become so mature in this single moment. This truly made Uncle Lee pause and think. He let out a sigh. Though he didn't want to, he had to agree with his young nephew's impulsive idea. Defeated, he said, fine. Let's see if you regret it when you finally understand the truth. In any case, before your senior year, you can come to me anytime if you want to back out. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing his uncle's mood had calmed, Jiang Yu, now bolder than ever, decided to lecture him. I'm telling you, Uncle Lee, you should stop playing these crooked games in the future. What if you get caught? Uncle Lee couldn't stand hearing this from him. He waved his hand dismissively for him to shut up. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going home. His uncle took a few steps before Jiang Yu suddenly called out, Wait. His uncle turned his head halfway. Let's see what he has to say now. Jiang Yu asked curiously. The last time I read the files Zhao Yao got for me, it said that when a superhuman dies, their energy must be completely depleted. This prevents them from releasing contamination and mutating into an aberration. So, is it possible for someone who is already dead, with all their power gone, to still transform into an aberration? Uncle Lee's face showed clear confusion at such a strange question. He just nodded once and slowly explained. With the existence of special abilities, or with external interference, the situation you described can happen. With his question answered, Jiang Yu replied casually, Oh, okay. Immediately, Uncle Lee shot back a question of his own. Why are you asking this? He scratched his head, not daring to look his uncle in the eye as he answered, It's nothing, just curious. As Jiang Yu went to the door to put on his shoes and see his uncle out, Uncle Lee spoke again. If you choose the martial exam, you'll come into contact with these things sooner or later. Still worried about his nephew, he lowered his voice and gave a few instructions. Get some rest, and stop going out to pick fights. Hearing this, the main character smoothed his hair, his mood brightening as he replied, Yes, yes, yes. I'll listen to Uncle Lee. Suddenly, Uncle Lee remembered something important. He turned back, his eyes sharp as he spoke. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. This year's martial exam is happening early. The tests will start right after the new year. Jiang Yu blurted out in surprise. Why so soon? His uncle paid no attention to his shock. Even as he stepped out the door, he offered a word of encouragement. Just focus on preparing. He looked at his uncle's brawny, muscular back and obediently replied, Okay. Just as the system notified her that a streamer she followed had posted a new video, Xiao Di's eyes lit up. Lying in bed, she said excitedly, It's updated. Jiang Yu's video had around 2.1 million likes, accompanied by a flood of vulgar comments. What is this garbage? Just leeching off the hype, faking the real life and death battles of the Night Watch and the aberrations. What's this edited video trying to prove? What kind of CGI is this? I knew it. This guy is probably about to plug a product. How disgusting. Reading this, Xiao Di was absolutely furious. These brainless haters are getting more common every day. They're obviously just jealous of my Jiang Yu's talent. Just watch me roast you all, until you cry. With a scowl, Xiao Di's fingers flew across the keyboard, firing back at the nasty comments. Her phone clattered relentlessly with each rapid tap. Some people just don't get it, spewing their filth everywhere. You people are just consumed by pure envy. The only sound in the room was the fierce tapping of Xiao Di's determined fingers. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Could Jiang Yu really be a scam artist? Tapping the video on her screen, Xiao Di prayed, Please, please don't let this be some edited montage. The video opened from Jiang Yu's point of view. He was standing on a rooftop, with a crackling static sound and the words, Kill or be killed. In the top left corner, a familiar system message appeared. Welcome to the live stream. The platform strictly prohibits any illegal or rule-breaking activities, including obscene content, solicitation, or fraud. Minors are also prohibited from sending paid gifts. Do not trust any requests for stars or private transactions. Avoid financial and personal losses. At the same time, a small notification appeared. The quiet Tao Yao Yao has entered the live stream. Xiao Di blushed, realizing how intense this perspective was. She felt a strange sense of confusion, as if she had become Jiang Yu himself. It felt like she was experiencing it firsthand. In the next moment, Jiang Yu leaped with a sudden whoosh. The world around her began to spin violently. The roar of the wind filled the video. Staring at the scene, Xiao Di's heart pounded. Wait a second, he's not actually going to jump from that high up, is he? Her fear intensified. She imagined herself clinging to Jiang Yu for dear life. The wind howled in her ears. Whoosh. Xiao Di squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Huh? But after a moment, nothing happened. Xiao Di cautiously peeked open one eye. Looking over his shoulder, she saw Jiang Yu using a skill to swing across to another building. She was completely captivated watching his back. He was seriously fighting a mutant. So cool. Is this what a superhuman is like? Just then, Jiang Yu was struck by the creature. The sudden impact shocked Xiao Di. Just like that, they plummeted straight down toward the street below. Next, the mutant's foot stomped on Jiang Yu again and again, with sickening thuds. From Jiang Yu's perspective, The viewers could clearly see a hideous, green aberration. This monster. It was the real deal. Instantly, Jiang Yu threw his hand out, unleashing a skill. Swish! He immediately broke free from the mutant, leaping into the air and relentlessly attacking it. Thwack! Despite the chaos all around, Xiao Di found herself completely mesmerized by Jiang Yu's handsome profile. He's so handsome. Jiang Yu's silhouette, cloaked in black, clashed fiercely with the mutant by the roadside. The creature's horrifyingly massive jaw opened wide, only to be met by Jiang Yu's swift kick, forcing a pained shriek from its throat. Refusing to back down, the mutant immediately countered, landing a heavy blow to Jiang Yu's stomach. The force of the attack made him cough up blood. Xiao Di, watching from the live stream's perspective, instinctively covered her chest with her hands, blushing at his cool demeanor while also in awe. She thought, "This is insane. Is this what a real fight between a superhuman and a mutant looks like? It's too realistic. This absolutely cannot be fake." Over here, the battle between Jiang Yu and the mutant raged on. One of its attacks slammed into the spot where he'd just been standing, powerful enough to crack the solid pavement. Luckily, Jiang Yu had jumped away just in time, realizing its attack had hit nothing but air and asphalt, with its target nowhere in sight. The mutant looked around, bewildered. A massive question mark appeared above its head as it searched for any sign of Jiang Yu. The next second, Jiang Yu lunged forward unexpectedly, driving a punch straight through the mutant's chest, making it howl in agony. Its health bar instantly plummeted to 0%. Witnessing this, Xiao Di couldn't help but exclaim with a look of pure admiration. He really is the assassin from Beitu. After finishing the mutant, he pulled his slender hand from its chest. A foul-smelling green liquid oozed out after it. Then, Jiang Yu pointed his hand at the corpse and shouted, "Shadow Devour!" He calmly turned back. As Xiao Di commented, he absorbed the mutant. Does that mean he can shoot spider silk because he absorbed a spider monster before? At this thought, her cheeks puffed out in a slight pout. So doesn't that mean he's just gained another new ability now? The scene changed, shifting to Jiang Yu's bathroom at home. The dirty jacket from the fight had been taken off and tossed into the laundry basket. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Yu's toned abs were on full display. A fresh scratch from the battle marked his face. He gently touched the wound, thinking to himself, that actually hurt. Jiang Yu meticulously treated his injuries with a medical kit. As he bandaged himself up, he reflected on the mutants. The mutants in that area are seriously strong. If that one hadn't already been badly wounded, I'm not sure I would have won. All of a sudden, his phone buzzed with a notification. Jiang Yu glanced at the screen and saw that insufferable old man, the tunnel, was live streaming again. What's up everyone, the tunnel here. That wannabe superhuman punk, Jiang Yu, has posted another video. The screen filled with the old man's bald head and pudgy frame. One hand flashed a peace sign while the other lazily waved a fan. This latest one might look convincing, but it can't fool my expert eyes. Roll the clip. The old man kicked one leg up, pointing at the monster's bleeding wound. See this, people? This creature was already heavily injured. This thing is pathetic. Anyone with a bit of training could take it down. If he's a real superhuman, why does he only pick fights with weaklings? With every word that spewed from the old man's mouth, Jiang Du's expression grew darker and darker. He shot a helpless, exasperated glare at his phone, or more accurately, at the tunnel's smug face on the screen. Without another word, Jiang Du shut the screen off. He couldn't stand another second of the old fool's provocations. That guy is like a persistent ghost, so damn annoying. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Du stormed into the living room, muttering constantly, "This is making me furious." He collapsed onto the sofa, the tension finally leaving his body. He replayed the battle in his mind, and a hard truth hit him. His raw power just wasn't enough yet. It was a tough struggle against a mere level 1 monster. All at once, his eyes snapped open. A brilliant light flared within his amber pupils. A look of absolute resolve took over. I have to get stronger. So strong that no one will ever dare to question my power again. Jiang Du's hand tightened into a fist, as a fierce, determined smile played on his lips. Jiang Du stared, dazed, at the status window the system pulled up. Shadow points. 32. Class abilities. Stalker, Hunter, Shadow Devour, Shadow Sight, Shadow Thread, Shadow Form, Shadow Claw Form, and Hunt Mark. Remaining lifespan. 12 days. Evaluation. Appears powerful, but is actually pathetic. Reading the system's brutal assessment, he slammed his fist down in fury. Ha! You're the pathetic one. Right now, I could take on 200 Jiao Jiaos or 40 Uncle Lis without breaking a sweat. Lost in thought, Jiang Du knew one thing for sure. After that last fight, he had to seriously reassess his own power. My current level is nowhere near enough. I have to get much, much stronger. Through these last few fights, I've gained some real combat experience. He raised his hand, and points of pure black shadow instantly swirled around it. First, let's talk about the shadow points. I initially thought they were just for experience, but they also work like a mana or energy bar. Using Shadow Thread costs about 3 points, while a basic shadow manifestation only costs 1. He mentally reviewed every moment of the fight, every skill he used, and the exact cost of each one: slash, mark, and hunt. Each ability drained his reserves differently. A different kind of energy began to gather in his palm, forming a small orb that pulsed with immense power. As for abilities that drain energy over time, like Shadow Form, the cost depends entirely on the environment. He gestured vaguely at the air around him. For example, in the shadow dimension, the cost is 0. In the shadows of the real world, the cost is low. But out in direct sunlight, it skyrockets. At his command, the orb of energy dissolved back into his body, and the aptitude test is coming up soon. Jiang Yu walked slowly to the balcony. He rested his hands on the railing, his gaze lost in the vast night sky and the silver crescent moon hanging above. Those so-called gifted superhumans are probably only as strong as I was back when I had 1 to 3 points. Even if I don't level up again before the official test, my current power is more than enough to shock them all. But exceptional talent always draws unwanted attention. Show off too much, and you become a target for powerful factions. Jiang Yu paused. High in the night sky, an eagle soared on powerful wings, a perfect symbol of the freedom he craved. So, should I lay low? Nah, screw that. I'm going to be as flashy as I want. Besides, with Uncle Lee backing me up, who do I have to be afraid of? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu let out a booming, arrogant laugh, pointing to the heavens like a conquering king. His laughter echoed through the quiet night, making an old man watering plants on the floor below look up and sigh. Those two knuckleheads upstairs are having another episode. In response, Jiang Yu just laughed even louder. Being flashy is what makes life fun. The next morning, however, Jiang Yu looked completely drained, with dark circles etched under his eyes. He and Bao Qiang were camped out in a corner of the shopping mall. While Jiang Yu was slumped over in exhaustion, his friend calmly sipped on a drink. You liars! Didn't you say it would only be an hour? Damn it, we've been here all morning. In a nearby clothing store, Xiao Xiao and Zhao Zhao were on a shopping spree, and of course, he and Bao Qiang were stuck as the designated bag carriers. Jiang Yu looked like a ghost about to leave his mortal shell. His soul was practically floating out of his body. He leaned against Bao Qiang, groaning dramatically. If I keep wasting my life like this, I don't think I'll last much longer. Hearing this, his friend could only sigh in frustration. It's almost the new year. Don't make jokes like that. It's bad luck. His eyes locked onto Bao Qiang's as his voice dropped low. I'm not joking. If I can't hunt, I'd rather be dead. A bead of sweat rolled down Bao Qiang's face as he asked doubtfully, What did you just say? Instantly, Jiang Yu sat up straight, all traces of his earlier fatigue gone. It's nothing. Look, they're coming out. Beside him, Bao Qiang let out a quiet sigh of relief, assuming his friend's intense words were just a prank. Zhao Zhao asked, What should we eat? Xiao Xiao immediately suggested, How about salad? As the four of them walked ahead, none of them noticed the dark purple energy silently closing in from behind. Jiang Yu enthusiastically shot down Xiao Xiao's idea. What's so good about eating grass? Come on, I'll take you to a place that's perfect for students. Just as he spoke, that sinister energy began to accelerate. Zhao Zhao stared at the menu in her hands, completely speechless at the bizarre selection of dishes. There were grilled garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled chives, and the other items weren't much different. Zhao Zhao's face darkened as she gripped the menu in frustration. So this is the place you said was perfect for students? Xiao Xiao, sitting beside her, covered her mouth to hide a smile. Mm-hmm, she commented. Totally perfect. Especially for the male students. Jiang Yu seemed completely oblivious to his friend Zhao Zhao's thoughts, ordering enthusiastically from across the table. I've been getting hurt a lot lately, so I need to recover my strength. I'll get the grilled buns, soy sauce, fried rice, egg drop soup, and some stir-fried vegetables. Bao Qiang sat next to Jiang Yu, silently sipping his water, but not forgetting to shoot his friend a deeply judgmental look. The restaurant staff member celebrated internally. With a customer ordering this much, today's profits are going to be huge. Zhao Zhao was still fuming. What the? So he's just ordering normal dishes after all? I really thought he was going to order. Her expression was still stormy, her sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. But before Zhao Zhao could finish, Jiang Yu grinned, snapped the menu shut, and spoke to the waiter. Forget everything I just said. Instead, Give us one of everything else on the menu. Oh, and make sure the oysters are big and fresh. After hearing that, the waiter's face instantly paled. He let out a gasp of pure shock. A short while later, the dishes were served. Your orders are all here. Please, enjoy your meal. Jiang Yu picked up a snail with his chopsticks, dangling it in front of Zhao Zhao's face. He tried to coax her. Don't be mad anymore. Here, this one's for you. Come on. Zhao Zhao turned her head away, crossing her arms in defiance, refusing to eat. Suddenly, a phone on the table buzzed. A new text message had arrived, immediately catching her attention. The message read, "The martial arts examination has been moved up. Level testing will begin on the 17th of the month. Testing is scheduled to be completed by the 20th, with the special training camp officially opening on the 25th. After reading the announcement, Xiao Xiao's face filled with panic. You've got to be kidding me. The exam is early, and it's mandatory? Bao Qiang, sitting nearby, quickly shoved a shrimp into his mouth, his own expression shifting slightly. And we have to take an aptitude test right after the new year. The two of them let out a heavy sigh. Things were getting more and more complicated. Seeing his friends worried, Jiang Yu, with an ice cream bar in his mouth, slapped Bao Qiang on the shoulder and said playfully, "Don't worry. With your aptitude, you're guaranteed to get screened out." Hearing this, Bao Qiang's grip on his chopsticks tightened, a look of pure helplessness on his face. Wow. Thanks. His mind flashed back to a memory from when he was 7 years old. You guys know, when I was 7, I was followed by a small aberrant creature. By the time the creature was finally destroyed, I had already been infected, and I was left with a deep psychological trauma. Noticing Bao Qiang's mood and the heavy atmosphere, Jiang Yu tried to lighten things up with a joke. Ha! If that had been me, I would have fought it right then and there. As he finished speaking, his nose seemed to grow a few inches. Zhao Zhao, watching from across the table, was completely exasperated, her face screaming helpless. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Avoidance, the ostrich effect. Most people react with that kind of mentality. Zhao Zhao placed her hands firmly on the table and said seriously, even if they look fine on the outside, the psychological scars that aberrants leave behind are very real. As she spoke, images of the creature's victims, each suffering from different psychological states, flashed through everyone's minds. The mood at the dinner table grew heavy. Even the delicious food was left untouched. The four of them just looked at each other. No one said a word as an oppressive silence fell over them. Feeling the rising tension, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. He decided to be the one to break the awkward silence. All right, enough with the doom and gloom. Let's have a toast. Cheers. Just as Jiang Yu lifted his glass, his words were cut short by a piercing alarm. At that sound, everyone shot to their feet in a panic. Zhao Zhao's face turned grim as she spoke with a trembling voice. That's the alarm for the contamination detector. An aberrant has broken into the shopping mall. Outside the restaurant, the mall was plunged into darkness and chaos. At first, everyone just froze. Paralyzed by the blaring alarm, they stood motionless until someone suddenly screamed, shattering the illusion of safety. Run! Immediately after, terrified screams echoed everywhere. Steel crossbeams began to buckle and crash down from the ceiling. Below them, a human tidal wave of panic. People stampeded over each other, desperately clawing their way forward. Get out of my way, let me through. Hurry up, you want to die. The mutants are here, they're here. So noisy. Just shut up for a second. As the river of bodies surged towards the exit, Jiang Yu's group stood aside, watching the chaos unfold. Each of them was lost in their own turbulent thoughts. This is bad. There are too many people, Bao Qiang said anxiously. We'll never get through. Xiao Xiao chimed in, her voice trembling. So what do we do? Seeing the panic in their eyes, Zhao Zhao tried to calm them down, even as her own heart pounded in her chest. Don't panic, everyone, just be quiet for a moment. We'll get out. Get back! Jiang Yu's voice cut through the noise. With a thunderous crash, his fist obliterated the nearby wall. Debris and dust exploded outwards in a shocking display of power. Witnessing Jiang Yu's incredible strength, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but blush. She never knew her dense best friend could be this cool. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu waved them over. What are you staring at? Let's go, now. Zhao Jiao and Xiao Xiao supported Bao Qiang, guiding him through the path Jiang Yu had cleared. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu turned his back to them, his eyes scanning the chaos for the mutant. Suddenly, a frantic man sprinted towards him, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tailing him was a swirling mass of red and black energy, a sight that didn't escape Jiang Yu's sharp gaze. The mutant is over here. Following the man's cry, the creature emerged from a fissure. Its body pulsed with a blood-red light streaked with black veins, its face a mask of pure ferocity. It had 4 eyes, surrounded by glowing motes of light. and its two arms were like massive blades, while its enormous body crackled with terrifying arcs of electricity. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. With this many people around, fighting would expose him instantly. In a swift move, he grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand, stunning her. The four of them plunged back into the fleeing crowd, escaping the shopping center. All of them were drenched in sweat, their breathing heavy and ragged. He shouted, "Just run for now." Zhao Zhao, regaining her composure, quickly assessed the situation, glancing over her shoulder. Shouldn't there be defensive measures around the shopping center? How did a mutant even get inside? Jiang Yu replied quietly, "It's too late to worry about that now. We just need to get out." Luckily, it took its time emerging, or it would have slaughtered everyone in this mall. "Come on, we can get to the next floor up ahead." Jiang Yu pointed towards a nearby staircase, but suddenly, a series of loud, rumbling crashes forced them to halt and observe the situation. "Watch out, it's gonna collapse. Hold on to me," he yelled. In the next instant, the floor beneath them cracked and shattered, plunging everyone standing on it down to the level below. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed as he gripped Zhao Zhao's hand. Zhao Zhao grabbed onto Xiao Xiao, who cried out in terror, "No!" Her other hand clutched the sobbing Bao Qiang's shirt. "Damn it, help me! Ow, that hurt!" Jiang Yu grunted. He'd managed to land safely, though his backside was aching from the impact. He braced one hand on a nearby table, the other nursing his sore rear. He asked, "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine. Just a few scratches," Zhao Zhao replied. Beside her, Xiao Xiao was clutching her bruised arm. Bao Qiang's condition, however, was much worse. His leg was pinned by a slab of concrete, rendering him completely immobile. He grimaced, crying out, "It hurts so much! My leg! It's trapped!" Realizing the danger, the other three rushed to his side. Jiang Yu tried to reassure him. "Don't be scared. I'll get this off of you." As he spoke, he strained to lift the slab, the pain on Bao Qiang's face intensifying with the movement. Jiang Yu got a firm grip on a rebar rod sticking out of the concrete. With a single grunt, he effortlessly hoisted it up. The moment he lifted the rock off Bao Qiang's leg, Zhao Zhao rushed in to check the damage. "Ah!" A scream tore through the air. Bao Qiang's leg was broken, twisted at an unnatural angle. Fresh blood was already soaking through his dark pants. Seeing the state of his own limb, his face contorted further in agony. He bit down hard, stifling another scream. Jiang Yu quickly tossed the concrete slab aside, as Zhao Zhao shook 2 white pills from a small blue vial into her hand. "Painkillers. Chew them directly," she said, handing them to Bao Qiang, who took them skillfully. After swallowing, he asked weakly, "Where are we? Why did it suddenly get so dark?" Zhao Zhao's face was grim. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like this." Jiang Yu knelt, touching the floor. He came to a conclusion. "The foundation is still the mall's. We must be on the same floor as before." But suddenly, a faint wisp of dark energy coiled around his hand. Jiang Yu was stunned. He stared at his hand, a thought flashing through his mind. "No way, this feeling. It's so familiar." He hesitated. The entire building has been dragged into the shadow plane. Jiang Yu scanned his surroundings. Zhao Zhao stood beside him, observing, while Xiao Xiao supported the injured Bao Qiang. "Ah, my leg!" A man's pained scream echoed nearby. He was pinned beneath a boulder, unable to move. Next to him, a small child was sobbing in terror. "Daddy, I'm scared." "Don't be scared. Don't be scared," the father soothed. "The night watch is nearby. They'll be here soon." Seeing the worry etched onto Jiang Yu's face, the girl beside him offered words of comfort, but he only frowned. Damn it, there were still too many people trapped in here. The shadow level had no public transport, and it would take the night watch a long time to reach them. He paused, glancing at his anxious friends. If they waited, they'd be attacked by aberrant creatures, and the contamination here was lethal enough on its own. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. He had to get everyone out of here. Now. "Lu Jiao, aren't you wearing the watch Uncle Lu gave you?" Jiang Yu raised his left hand, pointing to her wrist. "Oh, right. In my panic, I almost forgot." Reminded, Lu Jiao looked down at her wrist and let out a small cry of relief. As she activated the device, Bao Qiang and Xiao Xiao couldn't hide their joy. She explained that the watch could emit a signal, allowing the night watch to pinpoint their location quickly. "Lu Jiao is a genius. We're saved this time," Xiao Xiao said joyfully, a flicker of hope igniting in everyone's eyes. Seeing the signal was sent, Jiang Yu turned his back to them and let out a faint smirk. Whether they could arrive quickly was uncertain, but at least this watch could ward off the contamination here. From this moment on, an attack could come at any second. He immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance. Streams of energy and sparks of electricity began to crackle around his body. Suddenly, the entire floor trembled as dark energy erupted from the ground, surrounding the trapped survivors. Someone screamed in terror, "A monster! There's a monster! Ah!" Panic spread like wildfire as people scrambled in every direction. Jiang Yu's expression hardened. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Here it comes." A series of deafening booms echoed as the very ground began to break apart. The spot where Jiang Yu's group of four stood shook violently from the impact. A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. In the next instant, rock and debris rained down, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. When the dust began to settle, Lu Jiao's figure appeared. She coughed twice, trying to clear her lungs. Lu Jiao knelt on the ground, clutching her arm, surrounded by rubble and a hazy mist. In the distance, the crowd was still in chaos. She called out, "Xiao Xiao, Liu Baoqiang." "Jiang Yu?" Xiao Xiao appeared from the dust, rushing to help her up. "I'm here!" Baoqiang, leaning against a nearby wall, also called out, "Where are you guys? I can't see clearly." The thick dust from the collapse had completely obscured his vision. After confirming Bao Qiang was safe, Lu Jiao frantically searched for Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, where's Jiang Yu? Where are you?" Suddenly, Xiao Xiao cried out, grabbing the attention of Lu Jiao and Bao Qiang. "Lu Jiao, look at this!" Before them, a massive chasm had appeared, splitting the floor in two. Xiao Xiao hesitantly voiced her fear. A look of pure shock crossed Lu Jiao's face. "Jiang Yu, don't tell me he fell down there?" The scene shifts to another part of the mall. Xiao Di lay on the ground, her face covered in scrapes and scratches. She let out a weak moan. "It hurts so much." Pushing herself up with one hand, Xiao Di struggled to sit up and scan her surroundings. Her once pristine white clothes were now torn and filthy, a ghost of their former state. Her entire body was covered in wounds. She wondered to herself, what in the world happened? Xiao Di clutched her head as a sharp pain shot through her skull. She tried to remember. Right. She was just shopping with Xiao Ya. Then the alarms blared, and the two of them just ran in a state of utter confusion. Swept along with the fleeing crowd, she glanced back and realized with dawning horror that everything around her was just a pile of ruins. She screamed, "Xiao Ya, where are you?" Suddenly, her hand touched something wet and sticky on the ground, like a puddle of water. When she turned her head to get a better look, Xiao Di froze in absolute terror. The sight before her was the friend she had been walking with just moments ago. Now, one of her friend's eyes was wide open, bulging in a terrifying stare, while the other eye was completely gone. Her teeth were fully exposed. Her entire face was caked in fresh blood. Chunks of flesh and skin were missing from her arm, and her lower body had been torn open. Blood poured endlessly from the wounds. Witnessing this nightmare, Xiao Di couldn't stop the tears from flowing as her whole body began to tremble violently. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, whispering her friend's name, Xiao Ya. With a sudden whoosh, an aberrant creature appeared directly behind Xiao Di. Its entire body was shrouded in an eerie purple light, looking like a living corpse draped in tattered rags. Its hands looked like two razor-sharp sickles. It raised one arm high, aiming a deadly strike right where Xiao Di sat. Xiao Di felt the terrifying rush of air behind her. She froze for a split second before slowly turning her head. Her eyes met the horrifying face of the creature. Its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, opened wide and let out a heaven-shaking roar. She stammered, "Am I going to die?" Facing death so closely, her tears began to fall like a river. She thought to herself that a scene from a movie was actually happening to her. If this was a movie, a hero would probably appear to save me now, right? The creature's arm swung closer and closer to Xiao Di. As the Reaper's scythe descended upon her, Xiao Di knew this was the end, a cruel fate, just like her friend Xiao Ya's. In this brutal world, no one was coming to save her. Heroes don't exist in reality, do they? In a flash, a streak of green light split the air. Drip, drip. Crimson blood splattered across the mall floor. Standing before Xiao Di was a towering figure cloaked in black, and the dripping sound was coming from him. She peeked open an eye, pure shock written on her face. As her vision cleared, she realized the man was Du, the one she had always admired. He stood there like a mountain, blocking the monster's attack with a single hand. The astonishment on Xiao Di's face melted away, replaced by overwhelming joy. With just one arm, Jiang Du effortlessly flung the creature away, sending it tumbling like a feather. Stunned by his incredible feat, Xiao Di spoke with a voice full of disbelief. To send this abomination to its next life, he immediately activated his phantom form. This energy, absorbed from devouring predators, amplifies his destructive power and grants him immense agility. It was like he'd received a massive power-up. He vanished in an instant, leaving her speechless with awe. With a surge of breakthrough power and unwavering resolve, Jiang Yu shot into the air, launching a direct assault on the monster. He unleashed a powerful X-shaped slash, sending the off-guard creature flying. But this was no weakling. It quickly dug its rusty, yet incredibly sharp, scythes into the ground to halt its momentum, creating a deafening screech. Enraged by Jiang Yu's attack, the creature entered its battle stance, its twin blades spread wide, radiating a murderous aura. All of the eyes covering its body locked onto him, letting out menacing growls. At that moment, watching him move with such deadly grace, Xiao Di was ecstatic. No way. Am I dreaming this? Du is a real-life assassin. She was so hyped she started clapping wildly, her eyes crinkling in a huge grin, which startled him and made him grit his teeth with worry. Xiao Di skipped over and grabbed his hand tightly. I'm your biggest fan. I've seen all your videos. You're so handsome. I absolutely love you. After saying that, she circled him, puckering her lips. Come here and let me give you a kiss. She started snapping selfies from every angle, making him blush. Ahem. Miss, your white stockings are torn. And your skirt is ripped too. Hearing this from him, she shyly struck a seductive pose, giving him a flirtatious glance. Oh, you naughty Mr. Du. Where are your eyes looking? Jiang Yu was completely bewildered, frowning as he replied, I'm not. I was just trying to be helpful and let you know. Not wasting the opportunity, Xiao Di, with years of experience, showed off her pale thighs and generous curves, whispering shyly, but, if you'd like, Mr. Du, I can go home and what man could resist such a temptation? A beautiful girl offering herself up. He couldn't help but gulp, his cheeks turning as red as a tomato. His mind plunged into a dark fantasy as he practically drooled. Really? Black stockings too? It's a deal, she replied with glee. Forget black stockings. I'd even wear spicy chicken-flavored ones for you. The monster standing between them was absolutely fuming. It couldn't stand this public display of affection and unleashed a roar of pure, bottled-up fury. The creature's piercing shriek snapped Jiang Yu back to reality. His fighting spirit instantly reignited. With the cold voice of a CEO, he declared, We can talk about stockings later. Though a feast was laid before him, he resolutely turned away and shouted. With that, he shot forward like a blur, his eyes crackling with immense, destructive lightning as a blinding energy erupted from him. The hot-headed monster was still dazed, looking around everywhere, trying to find him for a one-on-one duel, but it had no idea Jiang Yu was already right behind it, silently observing its every move. Without warning, a strand of green spider silk shot from behind, piercing the monster's neck before it could even react. Instantly, a powerful energy surged from Jiang Yu's arm. With all his strength, he yanked the thread, pulling the creature off balance. Seizing the opening, he lunged forward with his razor-sharp claws, aiming for a finishing blow. However, it managed to dodge the fatal strike. Jiang Yu immediately recognized his mistake from the last attack, quickly landing and reassessing the situation. While the attack wasn't perfect, it was enough to slam the monster backward. Still, he wasn't satisfied with the result. He shot it a sharp glare and said, My power and precision are still lacking. Otherwise, you would have died instantly. With renewed determination, Jiang Yu yelled, again, and launched himself at the creature once more, determined to end its miserable existence. About 5 seconds later, with his sharp and perceptive eyes, he quickly sensed impending danger. Jiang Yu's skills were truly phenomenal. His reflexes were almost supernatural, allowing him to parry both of the creature's scythes. But the monster's strength was no joke. A single one of its blows kicked up a massive cloud of dust. For the first time, he felt the chilling grip of true danger. He hadn't even finished the first one, and now 2 more abominations appeared, just as he thought. A pack of cowards ganging up on the weak. A shiver of fear ran down his spine. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue. 2 more of them. This was going to be tough. At the same time, Xiao Di in the back was on her smartphone, rallying her 500 followers. She cheered loudly, You got this. If you win, Jiang Yu, I'll show you my black stockings. Her words hit him like a jolt of pure electricity. Xiao Di's unique encouragement was like a powerful stimulant. His eyes lit up, and he started breathing heavily like a bull. His fighting spirit surged to its absolute peak. He declared that for the sake of those black stockings, nothing could stop him now. He would tear this lingering monstrosity limb from limb. Moving like Superman, Jiang Yu used his spider silk to perfectly evade the creature's scythe of death. Not to be outdone, another creature used a cloning skill. Caught off guard by the group attack, his brain could only process one thought. This is bad. Thrown into the air, he was completely defenseless. But in this moment of crisis, Jiang Yu cleverly shot out a heavy-duty strand of spider silk. In one swift move, he completely bound the monster's twin scythes. A picture-perfect capture, straight out of a textbook. He once again relied on his copied Wolverine claws. Before the 6th second could even pass, Jiang Yu struck like lightning. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone, sending their blood splattering everywhere as he smirked with defiance. He spoke with smug satisfaction. "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." Just as the words left his mouth, a treacherous creature crept up from behind. It slashed viciously at his shoulder. He froze, completely stunned, as blood erupted like a geyser from his throat and the wound. Staggered by the surprise attack, Jiang Yu ignored the pain and swung his claws wildly toward the creature. The sharp clang of their weapons clashing echoed through the air. He landed heavily, desperately trying to heal the wound on his shoulder. He was seething with rage. He never expected these creatures to coordinate their attacks, 2 to pin him down, and 1 for the sneak attack. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Fighting like this was a losing battle. He had to find a way to eliminate one of them first. Without a specific plan, Jiang Yu just shouted, "Come and get me." Then he immediately launched a silk thread infused with his most powerful energy. But this creature must have been a master cultivator in a past life. It effortlessly tilted its head, dodging his attack with ease. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He couldn't believe it, whispering, "Damn it. It saw right through me." Seeing Jiang Yu's weakness, the 3 creatures lunged forward to finish him off, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. All he could do was dodge, his health dropping at an alarming rate. Warning signals flashed in his mind. At this rate, he was going to die. In the blink of an eye, dust filled the air. The 3 creatures began to circle him. It was clear they were searching for his fatal weak point. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. What if he deliberately created an opening to make the enemy lower their guard? Putting his thought into action, Jiang Yu pretended to be off balance, baiting the creature behind him into a vicious strike. His health was now critically low. The trap he had set was sprung, and it was time to collect his prize. Jiang Yu spun around, looking the creature dead in the eye, and shouted, "Marked! The hunt begins now." Time was of the essence. Ever since that last video went viral, my reputation has preceded me. The mark ability lasts for 3 seconds. During that time, the marked target is temporarily paralyzed by fear, completely losing their ability to think. Time was now measured in the smallest of moments. On the 8th tick, Jiang Yu shot out a silk thread with lightning speed. By the 10th tick, he had 1 creature completely tied up, but 2 threats still remained behind him. As the clock hit 12 ticks, he used all his strength to fling the captured monster into the sky, knocking the other 2 away. Every passing moment was precious. He had to move fast, so he wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. A world-shaking sound boomed, and Jiang Yu instantly appeared right in front of another creature. By the time the clock hit 22 ticks, its health was nearly depleted. Right at that moment, on the 26th tick, he reached the red orb inside the creature, causing it to scream in agony. Using all his might, Jiang Yu was determined to send it to the next life, shouting, "Slaughter." The doomed creature could only shriek in utter despair. By then, only 30 ticks had passed. A truly magnificent performance. As he was savoring his victory, a notification panel appeared before him, providing him with new information. Hunting Judgment. Success. Obsession form has been enhanced. Using this energy will reduce the consumption of shadow points in the real world. Shadow points can be replenished by absorbing obsessions anytime in the shadow realm. The body's self-healing speed is increased. Activating this form will grant double experience and fear points. This new skill he just got was incredible. The enhanced self-healing ability made him chuckle with satisfaction. With this new power, hey! Jiang Yu wasn't afraid of a fight. He lived by the sword. With a defiant roar, he shouted, "You two are next, you little worms." After watching Jiang Yu send their comrade to the afterlife, the 2 creatures trembled uncontrollably, practically paralyzed by fear. At that moment, his life force had surged dramatically. A powerful aura began to radiate from his entire body. He spoke with utter contempt. "What's wrong? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? Why aren't you coming at me now?" He didn't need their answer. These things couldn't speak anyway. Burning with battle lust, Jiang Yu charged forward. "If you won't make a move, then I will." As he rushed forward like a bull, a sudden flash of golden light erupted. This made no sense to him. What the hell is this? How can there be light inside the shadow plane? Jiang Yu froze in his tracks, sensing something incredibly strange. Why do I have this primal urge to lunge at it? Just then, the screams of the 2 abominations pierced the air as they were violently sucked into the blazing light. The closer they got, the more desperate their cries became, and just like that, the red essence within them was ripped out, thread by thread. The owner of this mysterious power was Song Ching-an, the leader of the Night's Watch. In his hand, he held an eternally burning torch as he and his team strode into the domain. His expression was grim, as cold as winter frost. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised a hand that pulsed with a vibrant green light, and the direction he was pointing was straight at Jiang Yu's face, making him break out in a cold sweat. He could only stammer out a single word. Huh? Jiang Yu's eyes went wide, and a guilty realization made him want to scream his lungs out. At that very moment, an abomination crept up from behind, aiming for a surprise attack on Ching-an. But that was merely a pipe dream. How could the leader of the Night's Watch be ambushed so easily? With just a single finger emitting that same green energy, he effortlessly obliterated the creature. Ching-an's power struck a chord of fear and admiration in Jiang Yu. He could only think to himself, he killed it in the blink of an eye. So this is the true power of the Night's Watch? If that attack had been aimed at me, I would have been wiped out in an instant too. Thinking on his feet, Jiang Yu decided to play nice. He approached the Night's Watch with a huge, welcoming grin. Beaming, he said, "It's really you guys. Brother, if you'd arrived any later, the show would have been over already." The man immediately asked, "Apologies for the delay." "And you are?" Jiang Yu quickly replied, "Who I am isn't important. The girl over there has some minor injuries. I'll have to trouble you to look after her." With that, he gestured toward Zhao Di, startling her. She began to struggle. "Huh? Wait a minute, didn't you promise to take me home?" He'd changed his tune in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu's voice turned solemn. "That was just a joke. I am a proud member of the Night's Watch. Duty always comes first." After saying his piece, he gave a mock salute and began sinking into the ground. As his hand was the last to disappear, he added one more thing. "She's in your hands now." Xiao Di looked as if she'd been struck, tears welling up in her eyes. "Wait, Brother Yu," she cried out. The other Night's Watch members just stared, bewildered. A puzzled look crossed Ching-an's face as he spoke. "Yu. Is there someone with that name in our organization?" The member wearing sunglasses at night coolly replied, "He's a shimmer who's become quite famous recently. His ability is likely a branch of the shadow element. His actual strength isn't that high, probably around the first tier." Hearing this, Ching-an's brow furrowed slightly. His eyes filled with disbelief. "First tier?" he muttered, questioning everything. He stared pensively at the blazing torch in his hand, lost in thought. "My torch is still burning brightly. There shouldn't be any lingering shadow presence here. On top of that, he vanished right before our very eyes. Is that something a mere first tier is capable of?" Meanwhile, someone else was having a major headache because of him. Xiao Di was on the ground, wailing and throwing a fit. "Sob. My brother Yu. She was causing such a scene they had to take her away." "All right, escort this young lady out." Once the commotion was dealt with, peace finally returned. In the quiet that followed, Ching-an's voice rang out, clear and firm. "After this, run a thorough investigation on this person named Yu." Before long, the once bustling shopping mall had become a graveyard. Bodies were strewn everywhere, and the metallic stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Jiao Jiao was the sole survivor. In a panic, she searched frantically through the ruins for him. "Jiang Yu, where are you?" Completely losing her composure, she trembled with fear. Her voice was a desperate plea. "Please, answer me." The silence was chilling. Only the lonely wind whispered past, carrying the scent of death and amplifying her terror. She choked back a sob. "Please, don't be hurt." Suddenly, a hand waved from a dark corner, followed by a familiar voice. "I'm over here." She froze, still stunned by the sudden reply. It was none other than Jiang Yu, living up to his A-rank reputation. He wore an expression that said he was at death's door. He pleaded in a weak whisper, "Can you come and pull me up? My chest feels so tight. I can barely breathe." Being naturally innocent, Jiao Jiao scrambled over to help him. "Just hold on. I'll move this slab off of you. Don't pull." But he continued his dramatic act, yelling, "It's no good. Just pull me out now." She naively thought, "This is bad. How can I pull him out if he's pinned down?" But after a moment of struggle, Jiao Jiao moved the slab with just a light touch. She effortlessly lifted him from the rubble, as if he were light as a feather. She was absolutely speechless at his award-worthy performance. But the bitter truth was revealed. The rubble wasn't even touching him. Jiao Jiao, at her wit's end, pointed at the mess and screamed. Caught red-handed, Jiang Yu could only chuckle awkwardly. I think I could have gotten out on my own. I guess fear just paralyzed my body." "Ha ha." Even so, seeing the scratch on his body, she asked with genuine concern, How did you get such a long wound? Was it from the rubble, too? He quickly explained. I'm not really sure, but it's nothing to worry about. Though his words were calm, his thoughts raced. This wasn't from any rubble, it was the slash of an aberration. Suddenly, he remembered his friends and asked, Right, where are Xiao Xiao and Yu Qiang? She replied, visibly relieved. The night watch arrived with backup. They were both hurt, so I sent them ahead to safety. Playing dumb, or perhaps truly clueless, he asked, So, you deliberately stayed behind, just to find me? Zhao Zhao's face instantly turned bright red, but she desperately tried to maintain her Of course I did. If something had happened to you, how could I ever face Uncle Li? Her words struck him like an arrow, piercing straight through his heart. He was completely stunned, his gaze locked on her, captivated by her shy, adorable demeanor. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotion, his eyes began to well up as he whispered her name, Zhao Zhao. Letting his heart take over, he rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace, much to Zhao Zhao's complete shock. In that instant, it felt as if their two hearts were pounding as one, a frantic rhythm but this was no fairy tale moment. Knowing him all too well, she showed no mercy, pounding on his head as she furiously yelled, What do you think you're doing? Let go of me right now. But Jiang Yu just held on even tighter, whining like a child. I saw so many of those aberrations just now. They were carrying huge blades, and they were so ugly. No matter how much she struggled or yelled, he wouldn't let go. Utterly defeated, she could only sigh, This is hopeless. Taking this as his cue, he seized the chance to bury his face against her, not forgetting to whine, I'm so scared, just let me hold on for a second. But their intimate moment was shattered by a woman's voice, causing them both to jump and whip around, their eyes wide with shock. It was a pretty girl with a short skirt, blue hair, and red lips, looking every bit the city type. She approached them, holding a light, and asked, I heard a scream just now. Are you two all right? Faster than lightning, Zhao Zhao shoved him away, her expression turning ice cold as she replied, No, we're fine. The blue-haired woman was clearly experienced. One look at the young pair was all she needed to understand the situation. She smiled warmly. Glad to hear you're okay. Follow me. I'll guide you out of here. Jiang Yu reluctantly agreed. Yeah. Okay. As he trudged behind the blue-haired woman, he suddenly cried out, Aya! The sound made Zhao Zhao's heart leap into her throat. She spun around. What's wrong now? Jiang Yu quickly replied, It's nothing. Though his eyes were already filled, he was filled with immense regret, thinking to himself, I forgot to devour those aberrations earlier. My essence points, my precious essence points are all gone. The next morning, at the Night Watch headquarters, a cold, official voice cut through the air. Full name, he answered, Jiang Yu. The woman with sea blue hair jotted it down and continued. Age 18. She looked up. Advancing to higher studies this year? He replied, Yeah. The woman announced calmly. The impact of this incident is not insignificant. According to standard procedure, Li Ai, a member of the Night Watch, closed her file and said, After experiencing an event like this, you are required to receive psychological treatment from our organization. The effects of the therapy will last for about 1 month, Li Ai explained further. And during that period, if you were to take the martial arts assessment, your willpower aptitude score would decrease sharply. Jiang Yu raised his hand to object. I feel my mental state is perfectly healthy. Is it possible to skip the treatment? Li Ai shut him down instantly. The corruption from an aberration is insidious and dangerous. By the time the symptoms erupt, it's already too late. Undergoing this treatment is mandatory. It is not optional. Jiang Yu asked with a worried expression. But the martial arts assessment is in just over 10 days. Won't the timelines conflict? Li Ai pulled a form from her folder. There's no need to worry. This situation happened frequently last year. The Night Watch already has a policy in place for it. Affected individuals can file a request for an early assessment. Jiang Yu repeated her words. An early assessment. Li Ai slid the paper towards him. Contact your guardian and have them sign this consent form for the early assessment. Li Ai elaborated. The early assessment is held here at the Night Watch facility, and your results will be entered into the system just like the standard assessment. The testing equipment is identical, and the process is fair, transparent, and impartial. The Night Watch guarantees complete safety and security in all aspects. Jiang Yu looked at her, exasperated. My guardian is my uncle. He works here, for the Night Watch. A slight smile touched Li Ai's lips. Oh, really? In that case, could you please specify his position and full name? Jiang Yu replied, I think he's the commander of the Eastern Sector 1. Just a regular civil servant named, he said quietly, Li Sun Guang. The moment she heard that name, Li Ai froze solid. What? Then, with a burst of excitement, she shouted, Are you serious? His name is the Li Sun Guang? As Li Ai suddenly leaned right into his personal space, Jiang Yu stammered, yeah. Li Ai slammed her hands on the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And you're sure he's just a regular civil servant? Jiang Yu could only ask back. Huh? He isn't? Jiang Yu was stunned. Wait a minute. Wasn't he already suspended for an investigation? I haven't even filed my report yet. Li Ai let out a soft laugh and waved her hand dismissively. Of course not. A report? She slipped the documents into a folder and stood up. Here, I'll take you to see him myself. Please, follow me. Jiang Yu trailed her out of the small room, walking down a long, wide corridor that led to the main lobby. Li Ai guided him toward a display area for various weapons, where a holographic projection of the organization's elite Valiant Guard stood watch. This way. Right, Jiang Yu replied, his mind reeling. So this was really the headquarters of the Nightwatch organization? This place was on a whole other level. Just then, a conversation between two passing members caught his attention. Nothing. You mean he's not even a member of the Nightwatch? The other replied. That's right. I've searched every personnel file. There are no records related to anyone named Yu. Hearing that, Jiang Yu froze, his eyes widening in shock. Noticing his strange reaction, Li Ai asked, What is it? Jiang Yu just scratched his head and forced a smile. It's nothing. I'm just a little nervous since it's my first time at Nightwatch headquarters. But inside, his heart was pounding. This is bad. It seems they've already started investigating me. Li Ai turned and opened a door, gesturing for him to enter. No need to be tense. You can rest here a moment. I'll go find Officer Li. The first thing he saw was a large table, with familiar figures seated on either side. He thought in surprise, Huh? Lu Jiaojiao and Feng Xiaoxiao are here too? Lu Jiaojiao suddenly shot to her feet and slammed the table, shouting, For real? You actually met the vigilante named Yu? Standing in the corner, a girl named Xiao Di put her hands on her hips and admitted proudly, Of course, he even saved me. Seeing her, Jiang Yu's surprise deepened. Why is she here too? This was way too much of a coincidence. Jiao Jiao noticed him enter and pointed to the chair next to her. Oh, you're here. Sit over here. Xiao Di. Keep going. What happened to you after that? Excited, Xiao Di crossed her index fingers like blades. I saw him fight 10 variants all by himself. He was completely calm, and in the middle of that brutal slaughter, he killed a variant in the blink of an eye. She made her fingers mimic a walking person as she continued her story. Just as the last variant was about to fall, the Night Watch arrived. But Yu had already vanished without a trace, a true unsung hero. Listening from the side, Jiang Yu groaned to himself. Hey, you don't have to add so many special effects to the story. Jiang Yu's gaze drifted down to her tattered, thigh-high white socks, and he couldn't help but gulp. Still, those slender thighs and white socks were quite the combination. All right, he thought. For the sake of the socks, I'll forgive your exaggerations. Jiao Jiao stroked her chin, wondering who this Yu could be. Since you said he's not from the Night Watch, Xiao Di offered her theory. The way I see it, there's a good chance Yu is a student, just like us. Jiao Jiao repeated her words. A student? How do you know? Hearing this, Jiang Yu's head snapped in her direction. Xiao Di crossed her legs, twirling her hair confidently. It's obvious from his words and actions, of course. Plus, I have my intuition. But the most important clue is that he likes to stare at girls' legs, completely, without hiding it, just like. Xiao Di playfully pointed her finger right at him. This guy was doing a moment ago. Jiang Yu dumbly pointed at his own face. Huh? Jiao Jiao's face flushed red as she angrily grabbed a handful of Jiang Yu's hair. Jiang Yu, you never change, you idiot. All Jiang Yu could do was stammer, I. Just as she was about to give him a piece of her mind, a man rushed breathlessly into the room. Jiao Jiao recognized him, her eyes widening in surprise. Dad, covered in sweat, Father Lu didn't even catch his breath before asking, Are you okay? I heard you were dragged near the shadow plane. Jiao Jiao was still fuming, and she pinched Jiang Yu's cheek as she replied, I'm fine, and he's fine too. He was just asking for trouble. Though his cheek was being pinched, Jiang Yu didn't resist, and even added, And I'm getting hungry too. Father Lu let out a sigh of relief and turned towards the door. Good, as long as you're safe. You two, come with me for a moment, Jiao Jiao asked worriedly. Dad, is what happened this time really serious? Father Lu crossed his arms, his voice grave. Of course, this is the first time in history that so many people have been pulled into the shadow plane across such a large area. The final casualty, but none of that is your concern. Father Lu took out a cigarette and put it between his lips as he continued. I'm sure you both know. But because of this incident, You'll have to take your qualification exams ahead of schedule. Seeing his action, Jiao Jiao frowned and let out a pointed cough. Ahem. Understanding her perfectly, Father Lu's face went pale, and he froze. He reluctantly lowered the unlit cigarette. To put it simply, the exam is split into two parts, an ability assessment and a willpower assessment. Father Lu patiently explained. The ability assessment is also known as the initial awakening. Students will be exposed to a controlled amount of contamination, which will trigger the initial awakening of their abilities. There's no danger in this part of the test. It's mainly to assign students a specialty based on their powers. After that, you'll proceed to the willpower assessment. That part of the test measures a person's spirit and willpower, something that can't be seen and can't be faked. Mr. Lu clasped his hands, his voice dropping to a serious tone. This next test is the most crucial part. It determines whether or not you can become a transcendent. Jiang Yu asked in surprise, so, willpower is the key? Does that mean the more resilient you are, the stronger you'll be? Mr. Lu replied, not necessarily, he explained. Someone might be able to endure the pain of a severed arm, but their actual aptitude could be completely average. Someone else could be laughing without a care, yet possess top-tier potential. Willpower isn't just about pain tolerance. It's also your belief in good, your resistance to evil, and your fortitude against. All in all, it's a very complex metric. Jiang Yu, looking intrigued, raised his hand. So, do your personal values affect your willpower? Mr. Lu seemed puzzled. Personal values? Why bring that up? Jiao Jiao chimed in, sarcastically. For example, when someone's mind is constantly filled with thoughts of girls' legs, Jiang Yu scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Are you still mad about that? Mr. Lu explained. It does have an influence, yes, but simply having upright morals won't significantly impact your test results. He paused before continuing. However, if your values are twisted and your heart is full of negativity, your test score will be extremely low. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Why is that? His voice grew heavy as he explained. An evil heart will drag you into the abyss. Extreme negative emotions are a form of corruption themselves. Over time, they can become even more insidious and deep-rooted than the corruption from the deviants. Mr. Lu gave a stern warning. That's why you must vent any negative feelings. Bottling them up will only weigh you down. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, pondering. Negative emotions, huh? Does being a normal, healthy pervert count? With a dreamy look on his face, practically drooling, Jiang Yu thought to himself, this won't do. I need to get a foot massage later, to cleanse my dirty thoughts. Jiao Jiao shot him a suspicious glare. Mr. Lu stood up and gestured toward the door. All right, head back now. Someone will come to guide you to the test shortly. As they headed for the door, Mr. Lu suddenly turned back to add, oh, right, little Yu. Your Uncle Li is on a mission and hasn't returned yet. I've already handled all of your registration paperwork for him. Jiang Yu replied gratefully. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu shook his head. Don't force anything. Just let things happen naturally. Jiang Yu grinned and gave a salute. Don't you worry, Mr. Lu. Jiao Jiao reluctantly mumbled. Yes. A little later, Xiao Di, who had been waiting in the main hall, waved to them. You're back. Lu Jiao Jiao waved back, while Jiang Yu strolled over with his hands casually behind his head. Lu Jiao Jiao slumped into a chair and asked, where is everyone else? Xiao Di pointed towards the entrance. They went with their families to handle the paperwork. Lu Jiao Jiao wondered, hasn't your family arrived yet? Xiao Di waved her hand dismissively. My parents are business owners. They left Yunhai 2 days ago, so they couldn't make it. I just got off the phone with them. They can sign the documents remotely. Just then, another voice grabbed everyone's attention. So everyone's here? Liu Baoqiang, his leg bandaged up, waved hello from a wheelchair being pushed by Feng Xiaoxiao. It's a miracle. After they sprayed my leg with some medicine, guess what? The pain is completely gone. Jiang Yu asked with concern. You're still injured. Are you really going to take the test? Lu Jiao also frowned. Are you sure you'll be okay like this? Baoqiang just laughed it off, reassuring them. Don't worry. They said it won't affect the test results. Feng Xiaoxiao slapped him on the shoulder, teasing, don't let his calm act fool you. He was hiding in a corner crying just a little while ago. Baoqiang retorted defensively. No, I wasn't. Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to a crowd near the entrance. Every one of them looked devastated, some with tears welling in their eyes. Jiang Yu wondered, why does everyone look so down? Jiao Jiao explained, you don't get it. They just wanted to live peaceful lives, she said, with a hint of pity. But after today, the rest of their lives will be anything but peaceful. Li Ai walked into the room, scanned the crowd, and announced, all right, now that everyone's here, let's get straight to the point. She opened a notebook and began the briefing. The upcoming test is divided into two parts, an aptitude test and a willpower test. Everyone listened intently as she spoke. The aptitude test is graded based on a combination of potential development, destructive power, and application. Ranked from low, Zhao Zhao and Jiang Yu hung on her every word. The willpower test, however, measures your mental resistance to corruption. It's divided into 6 levels, each corresponding to a color: white, green, blue, purple. Last year, those with a level 1 talent weren't even permitted to take the test. But this year, participation is mandatory for anyone with a level 1 white talent. A wave of anxiety washed over the students' faces. As Li Ai continued, it became clear that the final judgment of one's transcendent ability would depend on the combination of their aptitude and willpower. Standing before the students, Li Ai read the final lines. With strong enough willpower, even someone with weak aptitude can defy the odds and turn the tables. Conversely, no matter how high your aptitude rating is, if your willpower doesn't meet the standard, you'll be relegated to a civil service desk job. Li Ai snapped her notebook shut. That, in essence, is the final verdict. Clear blue skies promised a perfect day for the exam. Inside the waiting room, the air was thick with anticipation. Jiang Yu pressed against the glass, observing the scene outside. A massive object, draped in a brown cloth, stood under heavy guard. A voice boomed from the speakers. "The next candidate will follow me." "Feng Xiao Xiao." Startled, Xiao Xiao shouted. "Here." The massive doors swung open. The instructor's voice tried to calm her nerves. "Proceed inside. There's nothing to fear." Xiao Xiao gave a slight, hesitant nod. Though her heart pounded with anxiety, she stepped forward with resolve. "I'm going in now." She walked towards the proctor, standing beside the mysterious veiled object. Outside, every student was glued to the glass, their eyes wide with curiosity. The proctor dramatically pulled back the cloth, revealing a gray, cylindrical crystal, its facets cut with perfect precision. Draping the fabric over his arm, the proctor declared, "Very well. Let the test begin." Instantly, the brightly lit room plunged into absolute darkness. At the same moment, the indicator light above the door switched from green to a foreboding red. The sudden change startled the onlookers. Still pressed against the glass, Bao Qiang voiced his confusion. "What's going on in there? Do they really need to kill the lights for this exam?" Zhao Zhao frowned, squinting to see inside. This must be a test of willpower. Jiang Yu, however, remained completely unfazed. This level of darkness, he thought, is nothing new after my time in the shadow plane. He watched Xiao Xiao's every movement, and soon, he spotted something unusual. "Wait, is that a stone tied to her thigh? And it looks like it's glowing." Xiao Xiao struggled to advance, as if held back by an invisible force. Jiang Yu deduced, "It's like a powerful pressure is preventing her from moving forward." Is that power coming from the black crystal? A blinding glare from the ceiling lights reflected off the glass, forcing him to squint. The moment Xiao Xiao emerged, Zhao Zhao rushed over. "How was it? What were your results?" Xiao Xiao just shook her head, defeated. "No talent for willpower, I'm afraid. And to think of all the time I spent training for this." Hearing this, Bao Qiang pointed accusingly. "What? You mean you registered for the superpowered track early? You even had specialized training?" Xiao Xiao's face flushed red. "I did, and it was a total failure. I hope you're satisfied." Just then, the speaker crackled to life again. Next up, Liu Baoqiang. Startled to hear his name, he began to push his wheelchair forward, muttering under his breath, "Please don't let it be a supernatural talent. Please. Oh merciful Buddha." Xiao Xiao crossed her arms with a scoff. "Save your prayers. There's no way you have it." The group waited in silence as Baoqiang took his test. Before long, the red light above the door flipped back to green. Baoqiang emerged from the room, his face grim. He stammered, I passed." Xiao Xiao's jaw hit the floor. "What?" In that moment, both of them collapsed, utterly defeated by their fates. Xiao Xiao sighed in despair. The one who wanted it most failed. Bao Qiang was just as miserable, he continued, and the one who prayed to fail passed. Standing beside them, Zhao Zhao could only offer a simple truth. "I guess this is just destiny." A crisp chime echoed through the hall, announcing the next candidate was Lu Zhao Zhao. She turned, taking a deep breath to steel her nerves. She glanced back with a confident smile. "All right, I'm heading in. See you soon." As she entered, streams of crimson light swirled around her, converging on her body. The stone tied to her leg pulsed with a strange, powerful light. Seeing this, Jiang Du's mind raced. Zhao Zhao's stone is glowing red. while before, the fatties was green. If I remember correctly, willpower is ranked from level 1 to 6. Each rank corresponds to a specific color, which means red must be. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. His eyes widened in shock. Level 5. A few moments later, the testing room door swung open. The light above had already switched back to green. Xiao Xiao rushed forward. Well, did you pass? Zhao Zhao, panting for breath, managed a quiet, yeah. Jiangdu chuckled. Was it really that tiring? You can barely breathe. She shot back. Just wait until it's your turn. Then you'll see. He leaned in close, puckering his lips playfully. You're making me nervous now. How about a little motivation? Maybe a kiss? Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red as she snapped. Get lost. At that exact moment, the speaker called out the next name. Jiangdu. His face lit up as he jogged toward the door. Waving, he called out, That's my cue. I'm going in. Zhao Zhao watched him go. She placed a hand gently over her heart. A soft smile graced her lips. Good luck, Jiangdu. Hearing her, Jiangdu glanced back over his shoulder with a small smile. Thanks. He stepped into the room, his own heart starting to race as he took in his surroundings. A young proctor holding a clipboard called his name. Jiangdu? Here, he replied. The proctor continued. Have you ever had a power awakening? Jiangdu presented his file and a small potion. I used a potion. Before he could finish, the proctor's eyes widened. What? You've already awakened your powers? Jiangdu answered calmly. That's right, a natural awakening. The proctor broke into a cold sweat, pointing a trembling finger at the crystal. He lay on the floor, his voice low. All right, enough about your abilities. We begin the test of willpower now. Put that on. A moment later, Jiang Yu was fully blindfolded, a strange stone tied to his leg. White mist began to swirl around him. In his mind, a pitch-black road materialized, and an instinctive fear began to grip Jiang Yu's heart. The man behind him gripped his shoulder, advising, There's no need to be tense, just follow your instincts. He continued calmly, Your power has awakened. As you move forward, you'll feel your body begin to separate. Pay no attention to it. Your only task is to walk forward, without stopping. Jiang Yu listened intently, saying nothing. Suddenly, the man gave him a hard shove and whispered, Go. The words had barely left his lips when Jiang Yu lost his balance, stumbling forward into the unknown. He was completely bewildered. Before he could even get his bearings, Jiang Yu was plunging into a seemingly bottomless abyss, falling into an infinite, empty space. All that remained was a lone, blue light in the darkness. In an instant, his body was gently lowered onto the surface of water in another dimension. Jiang Yu stared at his own translucent hand and whispered, This is incredible. I can't even feel my own body. Back in reality, he thought with confusion. And yet, I can feel the connection to my physical form so clearly. In the other dimension, Jiang Yu's spirit began to leap across the water's surface with excitement. Every one of his actions directly affected his physical body in the real world. He jumped around joyfully, shouting, Amazing! This is so amazing! But the man watching him had a dark expression. His voice was grave as he warned, Stop jumping around and complete the test. Jiang Yu froze, then quietly replied, Got it. With that, he began to run forward with a burst of speed, his voice full of confidence. It's just walking, right? This is way too easy. Jiang Yu was thrilled, wasn't he? But the water level began to rise rapidly, soon reaching his chest. It wasn't until the water was over his head that Jiang Yu realized something was terribly wrong. What is happening? His body suddenly felt impossibly heavy. Breathing became a struggle. In a flash, he was completely submerged. Jiang Yu suspected something was tampering with his emotions. He stood lost and alone in the endless darkness. He could feel them crashing over him. Negative emotions, despair, sorrow, and rage. He clenched his jaw, making a vow. No, I can't let these feelings control me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Jiang Yu saw the person clearly and gasped in disbelief. Uncle Li? How did you get here? Sun Guang spoke with a stern voice. Little Yu, your temperament is unfit to become a superhuman. You'll only bring harm to others and to yourself. Jiang Yu instantly leaped away, his voice calm. That's not right. This is an illusion. You aren't Uncle Li. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in pure terror. Sun Guang now stood directly in front of him, a dark, sinister aura radiating from his body. Uncle Li's voice was a menacing growl. You should know that you don't have what it takes. Just then, another Uncle Li appeared. This one spoke with a chilling tone. The great continent is collapsing. Monsters run rampant. Danger is everywhere, as you well know. Another illusion of Uncle Li continued. You know all of this in your heart. You could have lived a peaceful life. Why must you walk the path of the superhuman? They pointed forward, their voices joining as one. To be superhuman. Transcendent. To be superhuman. Transcendent has never been about power. It is about an indomitable force of will. Jiang Yu's gaze followed their gesture, as if hypnotized. A vision appeared before him, a group of warriors in a fierce battle. They were fighting a colossal red monster, which roared with savage fury. The illusions of Sun Guang pressed him. Can you truly inherit a will like theirs? The giant monster suddenly slammed its massive hand into the ground. The impact was so powerful that the surrounding buildings began to crumble. Countless people were sent flying, coughing up blood. Watching this scene, Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with horror. The next second, a black, viscous liquid rained down all around him. He had no idea what it was. Just then, a man next to him casually flicked open a lighter. It was none other than another figure of his, Uncle Lee. A cigarette hung from his lips, the lighter flaming in his hand. He stated calmly, "This is the fate of a superhuman. Do you really want to become one of them?" He gave a slight smile, watching Jiang Yu's expression as he lit his cigarette. Then, the figure of Uncle Lu slowly approached. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "Stop lying to yourself, Jiang Yu." He leaned in close, hissing, "You're really just a show-off." Uncle Lee nodded in agreement with this statement. Encouraged, Uncle Lu continued his verbal assault, whispering poison into Jiang Yu's ear. "You're just like every other ordinary teenager, fantasizing about becoming some kind of superhero." His voice grew louder. "Lazy, unmotivated. He's an early riser who despises studying. All he wants is to have fun and chase pretty girls. He can't stand lectures from adults, preferring to do things his own way. He's convinced his way of thinking is unique." These words twisted something deep inside Jiang Du, forcing him to clutch his head in frustration. Then Uncle Lee appeared, circling him, his voice dripping with mockery. "Such a freak, always trying to be different. You think you're not like the others, don't you?" Every word from that smiling mouth was designed to peel back Jiang Du's defenses, layer by layer. "You crave attention, desperate for others to notice you. You have no real talent, yet you're certain you're destined to surpass everyone. The truth is, you know you're not special at all. You're just like every other kid your age." Nearby, a single flame blazed in the crushing darkness. A man with parted hair, holding a torch, slowly approached him. This man's voice was stern, his tone grave. "You understand perfectly well. The darkness of this world is more than just a shadow realm." The man stared at him quietly before adding, "And you also know that even the brightest sun casts shadows where its light cannot reach. In that world of dark currents, an inky power swirled around all four of them." The man with the parted hair then delivered his conclusion. This world was never the beautiful place from the fairy tales. Suddenly, his body began to fade away. Within seconds, he had vanished completely into the wind. Just then, Uncle Lee spoke softly once more. "This place is a catastrophe. To become superhuman is to face that catastrophe head-on." Then he turned to look at Jiang Du. "Now, let's return to the first question." Uncle Lee repeated the question, his voice deadly serious. "Can you truly become a superhuman?" Jiang Du gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he struggled for an answer. Cold sweat drenched his entire body. Back in the real world, Jiang Du was surrounded by a swirling white aura. At that moment, two members of the examination team were watching his test intently. The blue-haired girl entered the room, one hand on her hip, the other waving a greeting. "So, how's it going?" The brown-haired young man beside her looked completely helpless. "Not good. He's just going around in circles." Hearing this, she wasn't surprised at all. That's normal. The Mo Yuan stone is from the abyss, after all. Not just anyone can withstand its influence. He nodded in agreement, feeling the pressure himself. True. Only those with exceptional talent can endure it and push forward. He then glanced back at Jiang Du, who was still lost in that other world, and couldn't help but feel his hope dwindle. It looks like this Jiang Du kid is a lost cause. But in that very instant, the blue-haired girl's eyes shot back to Jiang Du. She spotted something astonishing, her voice rising with excitement. "Look, it's turning red." The brown-haired guy whipped his head around, shocked. "What did you say?" Around Jiang Du, mixed in with the original white aura, a red light now pulsed from his ankle. A brilliant scarlet glow erupted around him. The brown-haired guy stared, unable to believe what he was seeing. He looked down at the stone tied to Jiang Du's leg, his mind filled with doubt. Impossible. He's still so far from the Mo Yuan stone. At this distance, he might have reached level 5. Just then, the blue-haired girl tapped his shoulder. "Want to bet he can hit level 6? He hesitated for a moment. "I don't know." In the last 10 years, only 10 people in all of Dazhou have reached level 6. They turned their attention back to Jiang Yu's movements. But the light was no longer as intense as it was before. The brown-haired guy found this strange. What's happening? The light is getting weaker. He rushed over to the data terminal, then yelled to the girl, "Quick, check his watch, see if there's anything unusual." She moved closer to Jiang Yu, observing him carefully for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing. All the data is perfectly normal. He was even more confused now. That can't be right. The closer he gets to the Mojing stone, the stronger his willpower should become. But his willpower is constantly weakening. What is going on? He watched Jiang Yu's every single step. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped, the white aura around him now incredibly dense. A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Yu's face as he reached out his hand, touching the object in front of him without a shred of hesitation. The brown-haired guy froze in complete disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is he actually trying to touch it? Even someone with a level 6 willpower couldn't do that. But as Jiang Yu's fingers made contact, the object began to glow intensely. Its light grew fiercer and more violent with each passing second. And yet, Jiang Yu refused to let go. The scene shifts back to Jiang Yu's inner world, where his eyes were heavy with exhaustion. To encourage him, Uncle Li spoke with a gentle voice. Let it go. Stop thinking about becoming a superhuman. Think about your family and the friends by your side. Immediately, Jiang Yu's mind filled with images of his closest friends, Bao Qiang and Xiao Xiao. When Uncle Li said, "Think of the person you cherish most," an image of Jiao Yao instantly appeared before him. She shyly reached her hand toward him, and he took it without a moment's delay. Witnessing this happy scene, Uncle Li said with satisfaction, "That is where you truly believe about his own fate." But those words sparked a moment of pure clarity. Jiang Yu's voice cut through the noise. That's enough. With that single phrase, the entire illusion shattered like glass. He was alone now, but filled with an unshakable confidence. The dark mirage and its phantoms dissolved, giving way to the hazy white smoke of the testing chamber. Is this pathetic display all you have to tempt me? At the very least, you could have offered me an entire kingdom. He let out a mocking laugh, and in the next instant, Jiang Yu was pulled back into the 3D space of the examination. This time, he entered without a trace of his initial hesitation. Instead, he carried himself with a heroic air, so fearless that the figures in this space recoiled from him. He strode directly toward the character created to challenge his spirit. Jiang Yu shrugged. Honestly, at first, you really had me scared. I even felt a little lost. He admitted it without shame. In the beginning, I wanted to be some kind of grand hero, to act the part even if I wasn't. Then, he pointed forward, his voice booming with newfound conviction. But this world has no heroes that fall from the sky. Only brave mortals who dare to rise up. It's because of their silent sacrifices that we have the peace and stability we enjoy today. As he spoke, he glanced at a young man with bangs holding a torch nearby. Jiang Yu extended his hand, and I've had my chance to enjoy that peace. He took the torch from the young man's grasp. Now, filled with a powerful aura, he raised the torch high and declared to the crowd, "So this time, I refuse to hide behind the protection of others anymore." His gaze followed the blazing torch, fueling his desire to become an undying flame himself. The characters in his illusion stared back at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Even the figure of Uncle Li, the one who had so fiercely opposed him and filled his head with doubt, was now stunned by his words. With a determined gaze, Jiang Yu vowed to illuminate the darkness. Instantly, every illusion dissolved into shadow. Elsewhere, a subordinate was delivering a serious report to Uncle Liu regarding the recent reality collapse into the shadow layer. The second, third, and fourth floors of the shopping center weren't completely lost, but they were severely affected. In total, 850 people were impacted. Over 700 of them were trapped within the shadow layer. We've already rescued over 650 people so far. The rescue operation is still ongoing. A total of 30 students participating in the martial arts exam will be tested in groups ahead of schedule, then immediately treated for minor contamination. After hearing the report, Uncle Liu's expression grew grim. He turned to another subordinate. What do the contamination analysis reports say? The man typed furiously at his keyboard while answering, "The results are in. I've sent you the images." At the same time, an icon of a letter with wings appeared on his computer. He opened the notification. Inside were 3 images of the specimens they were studying, a variant species, codenamed Phantom. The contamination level was determined to be rank 1 or higher. All 3 phantoms, whether analyzed by form, skeletal structure, or tissue, were nearly identical. Moreover, the phantom traces on them were extremely potent. As he read the next line, the analyst's voice caught in his throat. He hesitated for a long moment before speaking. They are the product of human mutation. This information sent a shockwave through the room. Uncle Lu was stunned, and another subordinate standing nearby couldn't believe his ears. He argued loudly. That's impossible. Not to mention, every individual is different. Contamination levels and mutation paths should never be the same. Mutating into 3 nearly identical variants like this is practically impossible. Amid the chaos, Uncle Liu calmly took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. He walked to the window, taking a few drags to calm his nerves. After a moment, he turned to his subordinates and said, "It seems they've learned something new from that specimen in the northern capital." As Uncle Liu slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, his face darkened. The ones hiding in the shadows can no longer restrain themselves. In the middle of this tense atmosphere, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed from outside, forcing him to shield his eyes. A moment later, when Uncle Liu looked toward the source of the light, he was completely astonished. It was coming from the Superhuman examination room. Inside the testing area, the golden light was so bright it blinded everyone. The very next second, Uncle Liu broke into a desperate sprint. "Excuse me, coming through. Sorry, let me pass," he shouted, pushing his way through the dense crowd gathered outside the room. Uncle Liu's heart pounded with worry. The highest known level for the willpower test was orange. A golden light had never appeared before. The thought spurred him on, his mind racing with dread as he ran toward the exam room. What in the world was happening? When the doors opened, he saw thousands of people, all with their eyes fixed on that single, golden beam. Uncle Liu rushed to the front. As soon as the 2 examiners saw him, they called out frantically, "Inspector Liu!" "It's a participant named Jiang Yu." Hearing the familiar name, he asked in surprise, "Jiang Yu?" His heart suddenly lurched. An ominous feeling washed over the man, his face instantly draining of color. He stared at the source of that golden glow, and his fears were confirmed. It was Jiang Yu. At that very moment, the young man's consciousness returned as his eyes fluttered open. Still dazed by what had happened, he glanced to his left, only to find an ocean of faces staring right at him. No one said a word. Their intense, silent observation only deepened his confusion. A moment later, Uncle Liu escorted him to his office. As he took a seat, his uncle handed him a bottle of water. With a calm voice, he said, "Here, have a drink first." Though startled, he accepted it politely. "Thank you, Uncle Liu." As his senses returned, his first question was, "Where are Lu Jiao and the others?" His uncle explained patiently. "While you were finishing the test, they were moved to the rest area. They have no idea what just happened." Then, his uncle's tone shifted to one of praise. "Jiang Yu, my boy, you truly gave me the shock of a lifetime. Level 5 is one thing. Even level 6 would have merely sent a shockwave through the Night Watch organization. But you produced a golden light that is completely unprecedented." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's chest swelled with pride. "So, does that make me a legendary gold rank? Something even greater than level 6? His uncle grew pensive. "Perhaps. But since this has never happened before, it's impossible to say for certain what it all means." Then, Uncle Liu glanced at him with a sly grin. "You know, they might just decide to dissect you for research." The words hit Jiang Yu so hard, he spat out the water he just drank. Jiang Yu wiped his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. "No way. Uncle Liu, don't scare me like that." Uncle Liu crossed his arms, unfazed. "Look at you, scared already. And here you were, talking about being some legendary gold rank." His expression turned serious again. "They won't dissect you, but they are going to take you in for documentation. Your file will be sent to every major Night Watch branch. From now on, you'll be classified as a high-priority observation subject." Jiang Yu's face fell. "Are you serious? Is it really that big of a deal?" Uncle Liu just patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Hey, it's fine. I'll walk you through what to do. Just follow the standard procedure." But deep down, Jiang Yu was thrilled. He thought, "This is it. My chance to shine." Just a few hours later, he was called in for his official debriefing. Inside, a panel of 3 examiners asked him a series of basic questions: his full name, his age, and his usual hobbies. He answered each one with composure. "Jiang Yu, 18 years old. I enjoy reading and exercise." Outside the room, a massive crowd was glued to a wall-mounted TV, watching his interview live. "So, that's him?" they whispered. "The kid who emitted the golden light? He looks so ordinary. To think he's a 1 in 10,000 talent." But not everyone was convinced. A few remained skeptical. A golden light doesn't automatically mean he's gifted. It could have just been a machine error. Meanwhile, an examiner posed a critical question. "During the willpower assessment, what did you see?" In a separate room, Three high-ranking members of the Night Watch leaned in, listening intently. The tension in the air was palpable as they hung on his every word. I saw countless night watchmen, carrying torches, marching forward into the darkness. Jiang Yu recited the script Uncle Lu had prepared, his delivery flawless. They battled against the aberrations. When one fell, another charged forward to take their place. Internally, however, the process was mind-numbingly dull. This is so boring, he thought. These aren't even my own words. Me, the legendary gold rank, reduced to reciting a script? Just then, it was Uncle Lu's turn. When you saw those things, what were you thinking? He answered with feigned passion. At that moment, I felt a surge of excitement, because I knew I was about to become a transcendent. I felt the responsibility on my shoulders, and then I came here. He suddenly stopped, unwilling to speak the pre-written lines any longer. His abrupt silence sent a wave of unease through Uncle Lu. Huh? Continue? What happened next? After a brief pause, Jiang Yu let out a small chuckle. Heh. Then, he shot up from his chair, ready to throw the entire script out the window. Uncle Lu, he began. There's a map hanging on the wall in your office, isn't there? Though baffled, his uncle had no choice but to agree. That's right. In a swift, confident move, Jiang Yu planted a foot on his chair. The textbooks show 10 survival zones, but the truth is, there are barely 5 left. Our situation is far more desperate than they've led us to believe. Nothing is as beautiful as we imagined. Sometimes, learning the truth is its own kind of suffering. Uncle Lu was completely stunned. What is this brat trying to pull? Just what is he planning to do? By now, Jiang Yu was completely in his element, his expression filled with passion. I hope the youth of Daizhou will cast aside their apathy. I want them to step forward with fire in their hearts, to become a shining light. Even if that light is as faint as a firefly's glow, I will pour everything I have into making it burn bright. He then executed a sharp turn, planting his foot to halt his momentum with a resounding stomp. Jiang Yu threw both hands into the air, his voice ringing with absolute conviction. If there is no torch to guide us, then I will become the one and only light. His words instantly silenced the entire room. The tense atmosphere made Uncle Li sweat for him. He scratched his head, trying to defuse the situation. I'm so sorry. This kid, Jiang Du, loves to joke around sometimes. But to his surprise, the other 2 inspectors were deeply moved, their eyes welling up with tears. I never imagined this child's ideological awareness was so high. In the future, he's destined to become one of the most elite talents in our Night Watch organization. Chu Li's jaw dropped, completely stunned by their reaction. The students outside, who had been watching the whole time, suddenly felt like they were witnessing something truly divine. A wave of admiration and praise erupted. No wonder he could emit that golden light. Is this the enlightenment of a genius? Without a doubt, his talent is completely unprecedented. That's right, all of us combined can't even compare to him. In another room, the council members of the Night Watch all nodded in satisfied agreement. Jiang Du just pouted, scratching his chin as he thought, if this is done, can you let me go home now? I still have to get to Manhung's shop. He was reminded by his uncle. All right, that's enough for today. Go home and wait for the notification. He scratched his head, confused. Notification? Uncle Li gently closed the laptop, looked Jiang Du straight in the eye, and said, seriously, that's right. It's about the special training camp. Late that night, Jiang Du sat alone on a rooftop, enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He sighed, recalling Uncle Li's words after the debriefing ended a few hours ago. As they left the building together, Uncle Li had scolded him. Didn't I tell you to be a little more humble? And now look, you're famous throughout the entire Night Watch. He could only scratch his head sheepishly. Sorry. I guess I caused you more trouble. His uncle could only sigh. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to old Li. He never wanted you to get involved with the transcendent world. This is probably going to make him furious. He then glanced at Jiang Du and instructed, forget it. What's done is done. You should head home for now. Just remember to show up for the special training camp on the 25th of next month. Jiang Du repeated Uncle Li's words. Training camp? His uncle explained sternly. All the qualified candidates will gather for several months of intensive training. After it ends, there will be a combat assessment. When you get home, it's best you don't tell anyone about what happened today, including Lu Yifei. With that, he quickly answered a call and rushed off, leaving only a single sentence behind. I have to go. Remember the 25th. Jiang Du watched his uncle's retreating back with wide, bewildered eyes. Back in the present, he checked his lifespan on the system. 20 days. Reading it filled him with anxiety. The camp doesn't even start for another month, and it lasts for months after that. My current lifespan isn't nearly enough. I'll just have to keep hunting. and hope I can earn enough lifespan. With that thought, he leaped from the rooftop to the ground below. At that very moment, he sensed the presence of a nearby aberration. A quick glance revealed a creature fleeing desperately, its health bar critically low. A grin spread across his face as he took off in hot pursuit. This is a big one. He immediately activated Shadow Walk. It was a skill that allowed him to traverse any terrain as if it were flat ground. Seeing him give chase, the aberration panicked, speeding up its escape, but it was too late. He had already used his mark skill to lock onto it. Before the aberration could even react, the attack hit, leaving it stunned and frozen in place. Then, Jiang Yu simply pierced straight through its body. He followed up with a fatal strike from his pursuit skill, and just like that, under the cover of darkness, he eliminated another monster. As he absorbed its life force, he listened to the system's notification. This was a heavily wounded aberration, so pathetic, fleeing for its life. It only wanted to survive, that's all. But clearly, its life was meant to end here. It will never see tomorrow's sunrise, nor feel the wind blow past its ears again. The system didn't forget to mock him for chasing down wounded prey that wasn't his. Clearly, this was not a glorious hunt. Pursuit is being evaluated. Pursuit successful. Remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22. Combat skills have improved slightly. Stat points +4. He just chuckled shamelessly. How lucky. Even though kill stealing is shameless, it'd be a waste not to take what's served on a silver platter. Right then, a loud voice shouted from behind him. Hey, where did you come from? When he turned around, he saw only a dark figure pointing right at him. It wasn't until the person got closer that he could make out their features. This man was named Dang Qua, a contract worker for the Night Watch organization. He pointed a thumb at himself and demanded, "Where's my aberration?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat, his voice faltering. The aberration had already been drained of its life force, leaving nothing but a dried-up husk. He played dumb, repeating, "Aberration? Dang." Koa's face contorted with anger as he pointed at him. "Thief, give me back my kill." Jiang Yu didn't understand, repeating, "Thief?" Dang Koa gripped the iron bar in his hand, ready to deal with him on the spot. "What are you still pretending for? Stealing someone else's kill? Have you no shame?" The situation left Jiang Yu completely bewildered. He tried to get Dong Qua to calm down. Dean calmed himself. Wait. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly realized something, his expression shifting to one of pure shock. He skidded to a sudden halt. Dean's unexpected stop left Jay completely bewildered. After a tense moment, Dean said nothing. He simply removed his helmet, revealing a head of light brown hair. He leaned in close to Jay, his eyes scanning every detail of his face. A blush crept onto Jay's cheeks as he asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Dean's face lit up, and he grabbed Jay's hand. "Oh my God, you're Jay-Z. I can't believe I'm actually meeting the famous Jay-Z in person. I'm your biggest, most loyal fan. I've watched every single one of your videos." He then threw an arm around Jay, insisting on a selfie. "All right, give me a big smile." "Oh, right, about that monster earlier. We'll split the reward 70-30, you know. The usual rule." Jay looked puzzled. "Scavengers? What's that? And what usual rule are you talking about?" Dean froze, tilting his head in confusion. "What? Are you just playing dumb to scam me out of my cut?" He quickly backed away, already typing furiously on his phone to call him out online. Famous online streamer Jay-Z bullies a humble scavenger, steals his monster kill, and refuses to pay up. Jay was so furious he could spit fire. He yelled, "Wait a minute. What are you talking about, scavengers and paying up? You better start making sense." But instead of an explanation, Dean turned to run, forcing Jay to use his strength to yank him back. With a violent slam, Jay threw him to the ground. Dean cried out in pain. Not wasting a second, Jay grabbed his head, demanding a proper explanation. Only then did Dean realize Jay genuinely had no idea what was going on. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Whatever you say, Jay-Z." He humbly knelt in front of Jay and began to explain everything. "Scavenger is just what we call ourselves. Officially, we're called unaffiliated personnel for the Night Watch. As long as you reach mid-level 1, you can register." Jay had never heard of this before, and he was instantly curious. "So what are the benefits for being one of these unaffiliated members?" Dean replied wearily, "It's not much. You get about 6,000 to 7,000 per monster. But for someone like me, that's a lot of cash." Jay yelled right back at him, 6,000 to 7,000 isn't much to you?" He glanced over at the monster's corpse, sinking into a deep thought. Then, he turned back to Dean, his voice filled with excitement. "Holy crap! You're telling me this thing is worth 7,000? That's nearly a full month's pay for me. Dean looked at him like he was crazy. There's no insurance, no safety net, no benefits. It's just you, risking your life every single time, he added grimly. We're nothing more than scrap collectors. Picking through the trash of the shadow realm, Jay's gaze fell back to the dead monster, his mind racing with possibilities. He turned to Dean with a curious look. So, who do you sell these hunted monsters to? Dean shared the information freely. The Night Watch, various universities, or some private companies that buy monster materials. They post quests to collect specific monster types, and they'll even send the coordinates right to you. Jay's interest was officially piqued. They send you the coordinates? That's way too convenient. He immediately pulled out his own phone. Here, scan my QR code so we're connected. I'll transfer you the 7,000 for that monster right now. Make things easier. Dean was completely stunned to hear that Jay planned on giving him the entire reward. What? The full 7,000? Dean shook his head. We're splitting it 70-30. Just transfer me 4,900. That's all I need. But Jay just put a friendly arm around Dean's shoulder. I can't do that. I'm not the type to take advantage of others. Besides, I wanted to discuss a potential partnership with you. As he said this, a mischievous grin spread wide across his face. Dean couldn't believe what he was hearing. A partnership? For the next several hours, Dean continuously brought more monsters back to him. They were all of the Blood Shadow Panther species. To take care of them, Jay immediately activated his skill, Shadow Devour. In just a short time, he had cleanly annihilated the entire pack of monsters. As he absorbed their life force, he reminded himself, I have to be careful to only devour their essence. The body needs to stay intact, or we won't get any money for it. Once he was done, he turned to Dean. All right, go ahead and pack this one up too. Right away. Dean immediately obeyed. As he tied up the dead monsters, he couldn't stop showering Jay with praise. You're a genuinely good person. You're the one doing all the work, yet you're still splitting the profit evenly with me. But Jay didn't see it that way. You're not exactly taking it easy, Jay replied. You have to pinpoint the monster locations and then haul all these bodies to the Night Watch. Hoisting a monster onto his shoulder, Dean replied, to be honest, you could do all of this yourself. You just need to register as an unaffiliated member. Jay quickly invented a reason. Well, I like to maintain a bit of a mysterious persona. But in reality, his mind was spinning with other plans. If the Night Watch finds out who I really am, it's all over, he thought. Meanwhile, Dean couldn't help but continue his praise. But you're seriously strong, taking down 4 monsters in a single day. Jay was so embarrassed by the praise he was almost out of breath. He thought to himself, 4 is nothing. If I had the time, I could probably take down 100 of these things. He stared down at his hand, a sense of frustration growing within him. Devouring these last few monsters wasn't nearly enough. I haven't gotten any stronger at all. Hunting mid-tier level 1, aberrations just wasn't cutting it anymore, so he made a call. Dang Qua, find me a high-tier level 1 aberration for tomorrow. The request left the man completely stunned. He had to ask again, a high-tier level 1? Are you serious? You might not understand what you're asking. Fearing he was being reckless, Dang Koa quickly explained. They may both be level 1, but a high tier's power completely crushes a mid-tier. It's incredibly dangerous. But Jiang Yu just scoffed and replied sharply, I know. And I'm telling you, that experience and money are as good as mine. The city's night sky was illuminated by countless lights from the towering skyscrapers. A single, slender finger reached out and flipped a switch. Jiang Yu dragged himself into his home, utterly exhausted. He sighed. Finally home. I'm dead tired. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from behind him. You're late again. Jiao Jiao, who was scrolling on her phone from the sofa, called out, I've been waiting for a long time. There are cookies I made on the table. Go get some yourself. A smile spread across Jiang Yu's face as he picked one up and took a satisfying bite. He sat down on the sofa, a slight blush on his cheeks, and turned to Jiao Jiao. Where's Uncle Lu? Jiao Jiao replied from beside him. He's out on a mission. Jiang Yu pressed on. Is he coming back tonight? She answered with a hint of confusion. No, why? A sly grin appeared on Jiang Yu's face. He sidled closer to her. Then maybe you can stay here tonight. Before he could finish, a loud clang echoed through the room. Jiao Jiao furiously threw something straight at Jiang Yu's head. She crossed her arms, scooting a few feet away from him. I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Did you pass your evaluation? Nursing the growing lump on his head, Jiang Yu grumbled. Yeah, I passed. What's with that attitude? Jiao Jiao pressed. You passed. What rank did you get? He scratched his head. Probably 3rd rank. Jiang Yu thought to himself. It's actually legendary gold. But Uncle Lu told me not to tell anyone. She suddenly leaned in close, her face just inches from his. So what's your awakened ability? What is it? Jiang Yu seemed a little embarrassed. My ability? It's shadow double? You've probably heard of it, right? At that, Zhao Zhao's worried expression finally softened. She let out a sigh of relief and leaned back. That's fine. It's a branch ability of the Shadowmancer class. It's pretty average. Its potential is normal too, and since it's more of a support type, you won't have to fight on the dangerous front lines. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yu couldn't help but blush. He wondered, was she waiting up for me this whole time because she was worried? He gently asked. So what about you? What's your ability? Zhao Zhao smiled slightly, then shot up excitedly to show off her power. Soul Suppression, a branch ability of the Soul Master class. Its potential is rated the highest. My combat power might be weak now, but I'll definitely be stronger than you in the future. Jiang Yu was speechless, cursing inwardly. Damn it. After all that, she was just looking for a chance to brag. He reached out and lightly flicked Zhao Zhao on the forehead. Well then, you better focus on developing it instead of slacking off. Stunned by the flick, an enraged Zhao Zhao lunged forward and punched Jiang Yu right in the mouth. Shut your jinxing mouth. Jiang Yu's face flushed red. He stole a glance at her furious expression and quickly plopped back onto the couch, keeping a safe distance. He then asked, Soul Master, Shadowmancer. What are those? Zhao Zhao rubbed her forehead as she looked at him and answered, I don't know all the details, but I know these titles correspond to specific types of aberrations. She began to explain everything to Jiang Yu. For example, your Shadowmancer class corresponds with shadow-type aberrations, while my Soulmaster class corresponds with spirit types. Zhao Zhao stood up, pointing to a small analysis chart. For superhumans, hunting aberrations and absorbing their corruption is one of the main ways to get stronger. If you hunt your corresponding type, your efficiency skyrockets. But if you hunt other types, you'll get far less out of it. Jiang Yu licked his lips, stood up, and exclaimed, Interesting. Your soul suppression ability sounds pretty amazing. Let me see you use it. Zhao Zhao shot back bluntly. How? There aren't any aberrations here for me to use it on. Jiang Yu smiled confidently and pointed to himself. You can use it on me. Don't worry, with my constitution, there's no way you can take me down. Zhao Zhao's face turned beet red as she yelled in embarrassment. It's soul suppression, as in, to calm the soul. A stream of brilliant blue light flowed from Zhao Zhao's palm, illuminating the entire room. She focused intently, gently controlling her power. That delicate, well-cared-for hand completely captivated Jiang Yu's attention. Under the full force of her power, a dizzying shock ran through Jiang Yu's body, and he suddenly collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao rushed over in a panic. Jiang Yu, are you okay? He could only let out a pained groan. In an instant, Jiang Yu rested his head on Zhao Zhao's lap and started whining. Quick, rub my head, or else it's gonna explode. Hearing that, she became even more frantic. Okay. Her delicate hand began to gently massage his head as she cautiously asked, Is this better? Jiang Yu's pained expression relaxed, but he continued to push his luck. No, like this? Zhao Zhao asked, trying to follow his instructions. Jiang Yu nodded. Perfect. Keep your fingers together. Nice and gentle. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes shot open. Whoa, that was incredible, he exclaimed. I was totally prepared, but you still got me. I didn't sense a thing. His praise brought a deep blush to Zhao Zhao's cheeks. Well, our powers come from the Aberrants, so it's only natural they'd have strange variations. Besides, the soul shock is a psychic attack, she added. You can't see it with the naked eye. Jiang Yu pointed at her, buzzing with excitement. With power like that, he said, once we get to the special training camp, you're going to be the star of the show. Her expression faltered. I'm not like you. I don't like showing off. Besides, I've heard that powerful students from the other settlements will be there too. Feeling Zhao Zhao's gentle hand on him, Jiang Yu just clicked his tongue in frustration. So, it's going to be crowded, isn't it? She knew exactly what was worrying him, and tried to calm his nerves. Don't worry, she said softly. Everyone at the special training camp is from the martial arts division. Zhao Zhao quickly changed the subject. So, you really love manga, don't you? How much have you spent at that Starlight store by the gate? Oblivious to the danger, Jiang Yu answered blankly. Not that much, just a few thousand. In an instant, Zhao Zhao's fury ignited. Her hand snapped away from his head. Jiang Yu could feel a terrifying fiery aura burning right behind him. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Zhao Zhao's room. You like it so much, huh? Have a few more soul shocks on me. How's that feel? Jiang Yu pleaded in terror. No more! Somebody help me! Meanwhile, In a dark corner, an aberrant greedily devoured the flesh of its own kind. In his aberrant form, Jiang Yu turned to his partner. Is this the Tier 1 high-class aberrant you were looking for? Deng Ke kept his eyes fixed on the scene below. That's the one. I specifically picked a type you fought before. Let's just be careful and take our time. He then turned to Jiang Yu, asking, Need any help from me? But Jiang Yu was already poised to strike. Not a chance. Before Deng Ke could even react, Jiang Yu launched himself forward like a bullet. The aberrant never saw it coming. A powerful presence shot towards it like a meteor. Jiang Yu's devastating attack slammed into the creature. It had no time to defend itself and was instantly crushed beneath his feet. His blackened hand absorbed the aberrant's blood. As a system window suddenly materialized. Assessing Hunt. Hunt assessment. Successful. After absorbing all of the aberrant's power, a prideful smirk spread across Jiang Yu's face. Line after line of text began to scroll across the notification window. Your shadow filaments have been enhanced. New skill unlocked. Shadow burst. Your mastery over shadows has deepened. Consume ambient shadow to fire a shadow burst. Upon detonation, shadow burst releases countless shadow filaments with extreme piercing power in all directions. Hiding above, Deng Ke watched the entire scene, his jaw hanging open. He did it, in a single blow. Brother Yu is on a whole other level. A powerfully built battlemaster appears. His body crackles with arcs of lightning, and behind his goggles, his eyes gleam with killing intent. The battlemaster soared into the sky. He unleashed an overwhelming torrent of power, aimed directly at the grotesque aberrants swarming below. A devastating bolt of lightning ripped through the darkness, striking the ground and creating an earth-shattering explosion. That entire, heart-pounding sequence was recorded on a single USB drive, now playing back on a computer screen. The video freezes on the image of the mountain base being obliterated by blinding bolts of lightning. Lu Jiaojiao watched the footage, her expression a mix of awe and terror. She frowned, murmuring to herself, That is the most powerful battlemaster in all of Dazhou. Lu Jiaojiao's father approached, placing a hand on his stunned daughter's shoulder. Among all the superhumans, the awakening rate for spirit types is incredibly low. Your soul shock ability is already considered one of the most elite. As an image of the USB drive appeared on screen, his voice continued. Long ago, there was a battlemaster who awakened the exact same ability. This drive contains all of his training logs and experiences from years ago. I want you to study this carefully. And whatever you do not let this information get out. Lu Jiaojiao looked puzzled and turned to her father. Dad, with your current rank, how could you possibly get your hands on something like this? He admitted it freely. You're right, your Uncle Li acquired it. He has very close ties with several of the battle masters. A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Jiaojiao's mind. That's strange, she thought. Wouldn't it make more sense to give this data to Jiang Yu? So why give it to me? Golden twilight flooded the room. By a slightly opened window, a lone figure stood, seeming to melt into the quiet stillness of time. Uncle Li held a cigarette to his lips. He took a long drag, then slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, lost in thought. The sky slowly bled into shades of rose and warm gold. Behind him sat a package, along with what looked like an incredibly important memo. The envelope was marked with a single, ominous word: classified, confidential. The blood-red text on a crimson background stressed its critical importance. A complex formation revealed a bizarre mutant, swirling with multicolored light. It was surrounded by a sea of corpses. This mutant, codenamed B14256, was first documented during the Great Cataclysm of year 90, 200 kilometers from the northwest capital sector. Its body glowed with a pale white light. It floated mid-air, its form shapeless, bearing the signs of a dying light. Anyone who met its gaze, even for a moment, would suffer severe contamination, twisted into a fanatical worshipper. It possessed not only immense physical power, but also a potent, self-healing ability. It was incredibly resilient, bloodless, and aware of its surroundings. Furthermore, it was immune to most artifacts and all psychic-type supernatural powers. The confrontation with this entity was catastrophic. 2 of the organization's leaders fell in battle. 3 war commanders were critically wounded, alongside the loss of 300 night watchmen. Ultimately, it was captured successfully. All related files were classified as top secret. The landscape was a hellscape of green flames. After extensive research, 3 core traits were identified: cannot be faced, cannot be described, and cannot be destroyed. With these traits, it earned a nickname: the Divine. From a dark portal, Jiang Yu's shadow emerged. He faced a colossal, dark green mutant. The grotesque monster flicked its long, crimson tongue. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu lunged forward, striking the mutant with a resounding thud. But the creature with the ghastly tongue was completely unfazed. His attack might as well have been a mosquito, trying to bite through steel. In retaliation, the mutant threw a devastating punch right into Jiang Yu's face. The impact was powerful enough to dislocate his jaw, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, Deng Koa, a guy known more for causing trouble than helping, casually aimed his camera at the fight, shouting, "You got this, Jiang Yu, keep it up," rubbing the jaw that took the full force of that blow. Jiang Yu stared thoughtfully at his health bar. It read, 66%. The mutant roared once more, formation, and charged. But Jiang Yu remained perfectly still, as if waiting for the perfect moment. He straightened up, brought a yellow capsule to his lips, and muttered, "Get ready." He bit down, snapping the capsule in two. A smirk played on his lips. Boom! Engulfed by the blinding flash of light, the mutant's veiny, eyeless, toothless face contorted in agony. Jiang Yu tilted his head, dodging the shockwave. Cries from an explosion powerful enough to set the sky ablaze. A look of sheer arrogance crossed his face, his confidence soaring. A mechanical voice from the system announced, "Shadow projectile, battalion. Can be detonated mid-air, or can attach to an opponent before exploding. Initial damage is limited. However, if allowed to accumulate inside the target's body, it will detonate with absolutely devastating force." On Deng Kua's camera feed, the shot of Jiang Yu's skill, making the mutant explode, was spectacular. His voice crackled with excitement. That final move was insane. Deng Kua beamed, pointing at the camera. "Jiang Yu, you were awesome. With footage like this, I'm telling you, this episode is going to go viral." Jiang Yu seemed amused. "Oh yeah? The camera work isn't half bad." Night still blanketed the area, but the ominous clouds had begun to part. Jiang Yu turned and walked away, ignoring Deng Kua, who was happily gathering the green crystal shards into his backpack. Jiang Yu pulled up his personal status screen. Attribute: Shadow. Shadow points: 78 out of 78. Remaining lifespan: 47 days. He finished reading, calculating inwardly. Good. At this rate, lasting until the special training camp opens won't be a problem. He put a hand on his hip and let out a confident laugh. "Deng Kua, send me the coordinates for the next target." Deng Kua replied cheerfully. "You got it." But suddenly, a bizarre new mutant appeared. An eye, encircled by a ring of sharp teeth, began gathering a mysterious energy. Instantly, a stream of mystical purple energy shot out, moving on a fixed trajectory. Jiang Yu's reaction was lightning fast. The moment he turned his head, he sensed the danger. He immediately grabbed Deng Koa and yanked him aside, saving him in the nick of time. Terrified, Deng Koa could only cry out as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He quickly scrambled to hide behind Jiang Yu. On pure instinct, Jiang Yu raised his guard, his voice sharp. "Who's there?" From within the thick black smoke, a mysterious purple haze began to form. A colossal demon eye materialized before them, leaving both Jiang Yu and Deng Koa frozen in shock. Deng Koa screamed in terror, "A demon eye! That's a Tier 2 spirit class." Jiang Yu was also shaken, muttering, "A spirit class." An image of Lu Jiaojiao flashed through his mind, along with her words from the past. "My spirit host corresponds to the spirit class in the world of mutants." A flicker of apprehension crossed his face. But then he gathered his power, charging straight for the demon eye, with only a single thought in his mind. This is bad. The demonic eye was channeling an overwhelming amount of power. His thoughts raced. He couldn't let it activate that ability, no matter what. Without warning, just as the streams of blue and purple power were about to clash, a brilliant golden lightning bolt descended from the sky. Before Jiang Yu's eyes, the two immense forces collided, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. After taking the full brunt of the attack, the demonic eye collapsed. The aura of power surrounding it was completely snuffed out. It lay motionless in front of him. An arrow suddenly flew past, embedding itself in the exhausted creature. Then, a boot stomped down hard on its body. A towering warrior appeared, driving a golden spear straight through the creature's core. Jiang Yu asked, still in a daze, "Were you the warrior from before?" The warrior withdrew his spear and took off in a flash. He tossed a flyer back, leaving Jiang Yu completely bewildered. He caught the paper, his face a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "Huh?" Jiang Yu looked down at what he was holding. His expression grew more intense. Behind him, Deng Koa leaned in, curious. Nearby, the demonic eye's corpse began to dissolve. The paper read, Worried your natural talent isn't enough? Do you want to be the one everyone admires? A master of both body and mind? Which path will you choose? The Shuyang Corporation, recognized as the best in Yunhai. After reading the last line, he muttered suspiciously, the Shuyang Corporation. Shuyang Corporation headquarters was a massive skyscraper, so tall its peak pierced the clouds. Out front stood a stone statue of a warrior, hand raised to the sky, summoning a flame of awe-inspiring power and majesty. A bustling crowd swirled around the imposing statue. Many tourists stopped to marvel at the stone champion. Amid the chatter, Jiang Yu watched silently from a distance. He gazed up at the statue, his lips pressed tight. He held the card in one hand, while the other clenched into a determined fist. The golden card was covered in complex designs. Though it looked ancient, it radiated an aura of mystery and power. He stared at the card, recalling what Dang Qua said last night. Shuyang Corporation, the biggest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. His friend's eyes had held a hidden meaning, pointing to the card and hinting that becoming one of their contractors meant you were set for life. Jiang Yu had asked seriously, was that guy just now a collector from the Shuyang Corporation? Dang Qua had laughed and replied, yeah, judging by his combat suit, he must be. Jiang Yu frowned, his voice serious. But you said collectors are only level 1. That guy just killed a level 2 demonic eye. His friend seemed completely unfazed. Ah, but that's what you don't know. Shuyang's drugs are specifically designed to boost one's combat power. They're made for superhumans. With his hands in his pockets, Dang Koa continued to enlighten Jiang Yu as they walked. They even have a partnership with the Night Watch organization. They were the ones who helped open the abyssal net. He paused, turning to face him. If you want to get strong fast, Shuyang is a pretty good shortcut. Jiang Yu asked him, so, are you going to try out for Shuyang? He closed his eyes and answered coolly, nah, I'll pass. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Back in the present, a host with a professional voice pointed to a screen displaying a drug analysis and began her introduction to the audience. This drug is designated T1928, codenamed Sweet Dew. A beautiful presenter continued. It's the result of 10 years of research by Dr. Wu and his team in Beitou. Its effect is to heighten the brain's sensitivity, which dramatically increases a superhuman's reaction time. The people behind Jiang Yu were ecstatic, but he just crossed his arms, bored, thinking this whole thing felt like a huge scam. Is there really a drug that can boost your abilities? The presenter gestured to the crowd and said, and now, we'd like to invite a volunteer up to the stage to test this new product. From the middle of the crowd, Dang Koa's hand shot up. He leaped onto the stage, yelling, me! Pick me! Let me try! The stunt left Jiang Yu completely speechless, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. On stage, Dang Koa stood beside the beautiful host, took the vial, and downed it in a single gulp. Jiang Yu watched from the crowd, at a complete loss for words, thinking, seriously? Didn't you just say you wanted to rely on yourself? After he drank it, a brilliant light shot from his eyes. He gasped in amazement. Whoa, my mind feels incredibly sharp. As dazzling light radiated from Dang Koa, the host seized the opportunity for the sales pitch. The original price is $888, but today, with our special discount, it's just $1,888. First come, first served. The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, screaming wildly. Gimme one, I want one too. Jiang Yu slapped his forehead in defeat, pushing his way out through the frantic crowd. Dark lines shadowed his face as a single thought crossed his mind. This crowd is totally beyond saving. There was a broadsword, wider than a man's palm, but tragically, it was snapped in two. Only the hilt and half the blade remained, displayed reverently in a glass case. Next to it was a suit of combat armor. Though tattered and torn, it was showcased with honor, a testament to its immense value. Beside that lay a half-shredded scroll and a few spent bullets, each artifact whispering tales of a distant, forgotten past. Jiang Yu stopped before a painting depicting the Night Watchers, fighting shoulder to shoulder amidst bleak, rocky mountains. The most prominent figure, standing right in the center, looked exactly like the stone statue outside the building. Below the painting, a plaque read, Chu Yang. This painting is dedicated to the founder of the Chu Yang Group, Mr. Zhao Chu Yang. After reading it, Jiang Yu gasped in disbelief. Zhao Chu Yang, the founder of the Chu Yang Group, was actually a Night Watcher? A man standing beside him spoke up. That's right. He was one of the very first Night Watchers. Song Ching-an added, it's a shame that so few people even remember him now. Jiang Yu shot him a wary glance, thinking to himself, it's him, the captain of the Night Watchers, the one who's been digging into my past. In the painting, Zhao Chuyang held a torch high, lighting the way and guiding the terrified people behind him. They faced a horde of monstrous hands reaching for them as Song Ching-an's voice began to narrate the story. In the 50th year of the new era, disaster struck. Monstrous aberrations swarmed the entire continent of Dazhou. Mr. Zhao Chuyang ventured alone into that hopeless hellscape, leading everyone out of the overrun territory. A blazing crimson aura engulfed Chuyang. His eyes were filled with unyielding resolve, his spirit heroic. Song Ching-an's story continued. To protect everyone, he didn't hesitate to burn his own life force for one last, desperate stand against the aberrations. A colossal wave of power descended from above, triggering a terrifying explosion. The people gathered around Zhao Chuyang. By now, his body was completely ablaze, casting sparks that lit up the darkness. The instructor's tale reached its solemn conclusion. In the end, he burned away every last spark of his life, until not even his bones remained. Song Ching-an pointed to the painting and added, "Fortunately, his descendants built the Chuyang group he founded into a powerful corporation. They continued his legacy of service." He then added, "To be honest, you and this Zhao Chuyang are very much alike." Jiang Yu was bewildered, pointing to himself. "Huh? Me?" Song Ching-an simply confirmed his statement. "Yes. That day at the Night Watch headquarters, you said you wanted to become the only light in the darkness. Don't you remember?" Jiang Yu was caught off guard. He said, scratching his head with a nervous laugh. "Oh, right, I said that." But in his mind, he thought, "I was just saying whatever." "You actually took that seriously?" Song Ching-an crossed his arms, his expression filled with admiration. "Indeed. As expected of General Li's grandson, your ideals are truly noble." Jiang Yu asked in confusion. "General Li? Who's that?" The instructor's patience wore thin at his cluelessness. "General Li Jungguang." Of course. In an instant, a montage of his uncle's most pathetic moments flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. There he was, drunk and hugging a toilet for dear life. And there he was again, crying about getting hurt, afraid of everything. He tried to reconcile that image with the legendary general, the shock forcing the words out of him. "The strongest man in Dazhou?" Song Ching-an looked a bit confused himself, scratching his head. "He's never told you?" Jiang Yu replied in a panic. "Never. I always thought he was just a regular office clerk," the instructor explained with a helpless sigh. "He does handle clerical work, but as a high-ranking official with real authority, he is anything but ordinary." His words left Jiang Yu completely speechless. He ran a hand through his hair as his mind raced, connecting the dots. No wonder they said they could pull some strings for me. Even arrange my school placement. I thought he just knew some big shot with connections. I never imagined that big shot was him. Song Ching-an clapped him on the shoulder and said, "It seems General Li kept a few things from you. I'm sure it was for your own good. By the way, my name is Song Ching-an, and I'm the instructor for this special training camp." Jiang Yu asked curiously. "Instructor?" Song Ching-an leaned in close, his voice a mysterious whisper. "Work hard. I expect great things from you. When the time comes, I'll be training you. Thoroughly." That statement sent a chill down his spine, making him gulp hard. Song Ching-an turned and walked away, leaving him alone in the silent exhibition hall. He scratched his head, thinking, "Train me thoroughly? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Suddenly, within the painting on display, pairs of blood-red, murderous eyes appeared, staring straight out from the canvas. Jiang Yu sensed the sinister energy, spinning around and shouting, "Who's there?" There was nothing. As far as he could see, everything was normal. The red eyes had vanished, becoming mere flecks of fire in the painting. Then, without warning, a green aberration lunged right out of the frame. He dodged just in time, letting out a startled cry. "Huh?" A green phantom spirit zipped away, and Jiang Yu immediately gave chase. He recognized the creature instantly, his mind racing. A phantom spirit, but what was it doing in a place like this? It flew past an exit sign, a blur of motion just like the iconic green running man. The phantom spirit dove down a winding staircase. As Jiang Yu pursued it, he wondered, with so many guards outside, how did it possibly sneak in? The creature plunged deeper, with a terrified Jiang Yu hot on its tail. As he focused on the creature, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The system identified it as a low-level abyssal variant, a shadow type that could unleash immense power in dark environments. If targeted by it, be wary of your back. Warning. This variant appears to be more than it seems. Jiang Yu recalled the purple variant from before, thinking, more than it seems? I got the same warning when I first killed a phantom spirit. So, the system had detected something unusual from the very beginning. At the bottom of the stairs, the creature darted into a dark corner. He quickly followed. Reaching the corner, he wondered, could this thing be connected to the recent surge in variant appearances? Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes flew wide open. He was frozen in utter shock. He stared in horror at the mysterious dark space before him, where a strange green light emanated from the far end of the room. Jiang Yu cautiously scanned his surroundings, thinking frantically, "This is the Shuoyang Corporation's basement, but it's completely empty. How strange." All at once, a voice rang out. "Number 9 has returned. Come in." Jiang Yu whispered in shock. "Someone's here." The space around him fell eerily silent, and the objects that were there moments ago had vanished, leaving Jiang Yu stunned. He wondered in amazement, did they retreat into the shadow plane? What in the world is the Shuoyang Corporation up to? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu summoned his shadow from a dark void and commanded, "Shadow Doppelganger." He quickly advanced into the mysterious corridor, infiltrating the very place the phantom spirit had just entered. Jiang Yu gasped, horrified by the sight before him. Countless giant test tubes filled with variants, like some kind of grotesque research facility. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, This is." Huge, disgusting variants were on full display, sending a chill down his spine as he tried to grasp the conspiracy behind it all. He asked himself, what is the Shuoyang Corporation planning? Jiang Yu stealthily approached a door, carefully placing his hand on it to sense what was going on inside. Inside the room, a blonde-haired man was speaking with a doctor who had some rather unusual hair. "Dr. Wu, the cultivation of the phantom spirits has entered a stable phase. The plan to raise a predator is also nearing completion. This morning, Director Zhao came to me and said we should focus on controlling the stability of the blood types first." The blonde man pushed up his glasses and asked nervously, "Doctor, what are your thoughts?" Dr. Wu calmly replied, "At the end of the day, these variants still possess a wild, untamable nature. The 3 phantom spirits at the shopping center already caused a terrible incident. If we recklessly experiment with the blood types, I fear the losses will be even greater." The blonde man pressed on. "But didn't using flesh and blood to lure the blood type have some effect last time?" Dr. Wu shot down the idea. "No. Taming them based on their innate bloodlust is impossible." Their entire conversation reached Jiang Yu's ears, without a single word missed, yet the two men remained completely oblivious. Dr. Wu stopped walking, placing a hand on a tank containing a variant. "Our ultimate goal," he added, "is to research a completely controllable variant to assist the Night Watch. To achieve that, we must start with the soul types." His gaze was fixed forward, his expression dead serious. Dr. Wu touched the glass containing a massive phantom spirit inside, continuing his thought. This phantom spirit was mutated from a soul type. Jiang Yu was completely stunned after piecing their conversation together. A single drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. He stared intently at the scene before him, lost in deep thought. Dr. Wu leaned close to the glass, whispering a chilling greeting to the entity within. "Hello there, number 9. Responding to its master's call, the variant submerged in the fluid stirred slightly, revealing a mouth jagged with teeth. Tianming, standing beside him, shuddered in fear, exclaiming, But the doctor remained perfectly calm, reassuring his assistant, "Don't worry, you just need to take good notes." His eyes filled with a fanatical obsession as he gazed at his prized creation and asked, "How is the new body feeling? Are my eyes working well for you?" As if it understood its creator's words, number 9 slowly lifted its massive claws and tapped rhythmically against the glass. 3 hollow taps echoed as a response. A look of satisfaction spread across Dr. Wu's face. He nodded in approval. "Excellent. Your emotions are becoming more stable. The next step is to clone number 9 and have variants fight against other variants." The doctor turns and gives an order. "Quickly, bring some soul-calming stones for number 9. Tianming immediately rushes to obey. From a hidden corner, Jiang Yu feels a chill run down his spine. He thinks to himself, "Did it just see me?" Unlike the ferocious spirits he'd faced before, this creature radiated no killing intent. It could even perform simple interactions, making him wonder if it had developed its own independent consciousness. Just then, Tianming voices his concern. "Doctor, if this continues, it might break free from our control and become impossible to handle." "So what?" The doctor agrees, but with a hint of overconfidence. "You have a point, but I'm sure we'll find a solution." Suddenly, Tianming removes his glasses. A calculating glint flashes in his eyes as he whispers softly, "Or perhaps we could try a more definitive method." Dr. Wu furrows his brow, confused. "A more definitive method?" The assistant's gaze turns bone-chillingly cold as he suggests, "For example, replacing a human soul with that of a specimen." Those words struck a deep, forbidden nerve. Dr. Wu erupts in fury, grabbing him by the collar and roaring, "Nonsense! That's the same as throwing away our humanity. Tianming, I advise you to abandon that thought immediately." Seeing such a violent reaction, Tianming's expression instantly shifts. He feigns innocence, patting the doctor's back reassuringly, and he explains, "My apologies. I was just speaking carelessly. Please, don't take it seriously." But the old man remains stern. Even speaking carelessly of it is forbidden. That is a taboo we must never cross. But in that very instant, Dr. Wu's eyes roll back in shock. A horrifying mouthful of fresh blood pours from his lips. A cold, sharp blade has pierced clean through his chest from behind. The one holding the handle is none other than his long-trusted assistant. Choking in agony, Dr. Wu struggles to turn his head to look at the traitor and gasps out, "You." Tianming calmly takes his glasses, his eyes filled with arrogance, as he speaks of the humanoid Night Watcher specimen. "I'm sorry, Doctor, but your research ends here." The gentle mask is completely gone, revealing a nature wicked to its very core. He declares, "I am Tianming of the Fire Seed." With a look of pure, twisted madness, he begins to gather streams of dark, violet power. That power coalesces, casting a sinister gloom over the entire area. He swings a fist now shrouded in pulsating violet energy. The force erupts violently, unleashing a massive shockwave that cracks the specimen containment pods. They're about to shatter. The pods burst open as a torrent of fluid gushes out, and the specimens seize their chance to escape. As the sharp claws of the creatures emerge, the system alarms blare non-stop. "Warning, warning, specimen from Chamber 035 has escaped. Threat level: red." A grotesque specimen, emaciated down to its very bones, slowly steps out, a truly terrifying sight. The other specimens break free one by one, followed by endless screams of terror. All research staff, evacuate immediately. Red and green warning lights flash relentlessly, a stark indicator of how critical the situation has become. A staff member in a hazmat suit stands in the crimson hallway, screaming in panic, "Chamber 035. There were over 10 specimens in there." Utter chaos erupts as they scramble and scream. "Security! Call security! What are you standing there for? Run!" Tianming stands on the railing above, looking down at the scattering crowd and their desperate cries for help. "No! Somebody save us!" His face begins to distort as cracks appear on his skin. The life drains from his eyes, as if he's transforming into another being entirely. Everyone who sees his new form screams in terror. But Tianming seems to be enjoying this newfound power immensely. He spreads his arms wide, savoring the energy coursing through him. Then suddenly, he collapses to the ground, limbs splayed out. His body is motionless, completely lifeless. His health bar is empty. Down below, Jiang Yu has witnessed the entire horrifying event. He stares at Tianming's corpse in disbelief. The student kills his master and then self-destructs. What in the world is going on here? Jiang Yu then scans the lab again, his thoughts turning to the ghost-like creature from before. It must have escaped during the chaos. Unexpectedly, a hand shoots up from a pile of bodies. A weak voice calls out, "You, come here." It turns out Dr. Wu isn't dead yet. His face is covered in blood as he lets out a faint cough. Jiang Yu frantically rushes to support him, yelling, "Don't move, I'll call for a medic right now." Dr. Wu struggles to speak the words, "Fire seed." Despite the blood pouring from his mouth, he forces himself to repeat, "He is from the fire seed." Jiang Yu repeats the question, "Fire seed?" Suddenly, Dr. Wu's eyes fly wide open before going still. It seems he is truly gone. Dr. Wu's eyes are shut tight, finally at peace from the world's troubles. But Jiang Yu roars, "Wait, what is the fire seed? You have to explain it clearly." He tries to shake the doctor's lifeless body, screaming in desperation, "Don't you dare do this to me every time it gets to the most crucial part." Suddenly, a chilling presence made him whip around. "Huh?" A colossal aberration towered over him. Jiang Yu gently set Dr. Wu down, turning to face the beast. "Tch," he muttered. "Guess this will have to wait." Taking a combat stance, Jiang Yu's expression hardened. "I'll fight my way out first." Within the shadow dimension, his dark form clashed violently with the wraith. This was the same wraith that had fled earlier. With every impact between Jiang Yu and the monster, arcs of blue lightning erupted. While locked in combat, Jiang Yu spotted two more aberrations, one red and one green, charging straight for him. The moment they closed in, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, striking them head-on. Jiang Yu's shadow form crackled with raw power. He flinched as something bloody and mangled slammed onto the ground. Black blood now pooled around his feet. Lying beside him was a severed piece of the green aberration. Shadow, Jiang Yu silently scanned the area. The room was littered with human bodies, but not a single aberration was in sight. They had vanished without a trace. After surveying the room a moment longer, a terrible realization dawned on him. A look of dread crossed his face. This is bad. Those things have crossed over into the real world. The scene shifts to the ground floor of the Shuoyang Corporation, where a pink-haired employee is giving a product presentation to a crowd of young adults. Suddenly, materializing out of thin air, the aberrations from the upper floor began appearing in the physical world. Once they had all materialized, the three monsters lunged as one towards the unsuspecting presenter. She continued her sales pitch with a bright smile, completely oblivious to the doom descending upon her. As expected, the employee was instantly slaughtered. Witnessing the gruesome scene, the crowd erupted in terror and fled for their lives. Their screams echoed through the lobby. Aberrations. Run, everybody, run. Terrified cries filled the air. Help me, somebody, help. But Deng Kuo, an experienced hunter, remained remarkably calm. He bellowed to the panicked crowd. They're blood breeds. Don't scatter. They prey on those who get separated. Try to group together. But, ignoring Deng Kuo's warning, the civilians continued to flee in every direction. He didn't give up, shouting again, "Stop scattering! Everyone, get over here!" But as Deng Kuo focused on the crowd, a blood breed materialized behind him, right above his head, poised to strike. Just as death was about to strike, a familiar black shadow slammed into the monster, sending it flying with a devastating punch. The owner of that fist was none other than Shadow Jiang Yu. He had sent the aberration reeling with a single, thunderous blow. The blood breed crashed into the distance. Deng Kuo stared at the familiar dark figure, now standing protectively in front of him. He asked in astonishment, "Brother Yuzi, what are you doing here?" Shadow Jiang Yu replied urgently while fending off another monster. "Forget how I got here. Focus on saving people." Hearing this, a helpless Deng Kuo gestured to the chaos behind them. An aberration was hunting down a young man. The poor soul could do nothing but run for his life and scream desperately. "Ah, somebody help me." Deng Kuo sighed in frustration after pointing out the example. "It's no use. They're too panicked to think straight. They won't listen to anyone." Jiang Yu glanced over, and hearing Deng Kuo's words, he was at a loss. Just then, Shadow Jiang Yu's eyes darted in another direction, where a young man was about to be torn apart by a green aberration. The man scrambled away, screaming, "Help me!" In a flash, Shadow Jiang Yu shot forward. He launched a powerful kick, crackling with blue lightning at the green monster. The young man watched from below, completely stunned by the sight. The other civilians also witnessed it. The moment Shadow Jiang Yu took down a blood breed with a single kick, the beast was sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shadow Jiang Yu stood atop the fallen monster and roared, "Stop running. If you want to live, get over here now." He then added a warning, "And watch the shadows around you. Don't give these things an opening." Heeding his command, the people quickly began to gather together. Someone in the crowd recognized him. "Your brother Yu Zi." At the same time, a blue-haired girl pulled out her phone. She snapped a picture, exclaiming, "It's the famous amnesiac assassin from TikTok." A blonde young man then stepped forward. His voice was filled with relief. "Is it really him? We're saved." The appearance of such an influential figure gave them hope. The crowd quickly followed his instructions, gathering in one spot. A young man in glasses shouted, "Listen to Brother Yuzi. Everyone, over here." Once everyone was grouped together, he reminded them again, "Keep an eye on the shadows." Seeing the people start to push and shove, he yelled urgently, "Report anything you see, and don't panic. Let the women and children go first." Watching the civilians finally organize themselves, Shadow Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. He let out a long sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But suddenly, a desperate cry echoed from the floor above. "Help! Help us! We're trapped. Is anyone there?" Hearing the cry for help, and seeing things were stable below, Jiang Yu thought to himself, "All right, everything's handled here. Time to check upstairs." With that thought, the shadowy form of Jiang Yu shot upwards. Launching himself toward the source of the desperate plea, he glanced back down, giving a quick order. "Daniel, get them out of here. I'm going upstairs to investigate." Daniel snapped a sharp military salute, his voice ringing out, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, inside the burning room, a mother and child clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. The mother screamed through the smoke, "Is anyone there? Cough, cough. Please, help us." The terrified girl clutched her mother. "Mommy, it's so hot," she cried. "I want to get out." Just as they lost all hope in the inferno, a dark figure materialized in the doorway. The shadow didn't hesitate. With one savage kick, it sent the door flying from its hinges. The mother and daughter stared in shock at the sudden, violent entrance. Tears of relief streamed down the mother's face. She looked with newfound hope at the figure in the doorway. She desperately called out, trying to guide them through the smoke. "Here, we're over here." But something was wrong. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there. A chill ran down her spine as she stared, confused. That silhouette wasn't their savior. It was a monstrous, green-skinned aberration. Squeezing through the doorway, it let out a terrifying roar, freezing them in place. The mother and child clung to each other in pure terror. The mother squeezed her eyes shut, shielding her daughter as she screamed. "No!" Her daughter buried her face into her mother's side, screaming, "Mommy!" Just as the multi-eyed beast was about to lunge, it froze. The creature looked around, confused by a strange, dark energy enveloping it. Suddenly, a tentacle shimmering with the colors of a nebula shot out of nowhere. It seized the aberration and hurled it into the air, and the source of that power, Asta, was the shadow of Jiang Yu. With one hand, he controlled the otherworldly tentacle, his gaze fixed on the helpless monster suspended above. Then, with a single, brutal punch, Jiang Yu's shadowy fist pierced through a strange circular core on the creature's body. He calmly withdrew his hand. The aberration's life faded as it fell from the sky. It crashed down hard in front of the mother and daughter, a lifeless husk amidst the roaring flames. Having been snatched from the jaws of death, the mother looked at their shadowy savior with immense gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with emotion. But Jiang Yu's cool, heroic moment was about to be cut hilariously short. It turns out, even a living shadow isn't fireproof. The shadow frantically patted himself down. "Whoa, whoa, hot, hot, hot," he yelped. "My body's supposed to resist this stuff. Why am I on fire?" Realizing he was losing his cool, Jiang Yu quickly composed himself. He flashed them his signature grin and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm here to get you out." The little girl just squeezed her mom tighter. She stared at the shadowy figure and let out a terrified wail. "Wah, he's even scarier than the monster." The mother quickly tried to calm her down. "Don't be scared, honey. He has superpowers. He came to save us. He's just a little unconventional looking." Ignoring the awkward comment, the shadow hero swiftly swept them both into his arms. With a soft but firm voice, he told them, "Hold on tight." Then, carrying them both, he used a thread-like ability to shatter the window and swing out of the blazing apartment. As Jiang Yu swung past the lower floors, he spotted a crowd and a bright red fire truck waiting below. His shadowy feet touched the ground just as firefighters aimed their hoses at the inferno raging high above. Jiang Yu gently set the mother and daughter down, as the onlookers watched in amazement. Overcome with relief, the mother burst into tears. "Thank you," she sobbed. "Thank you so, so much." The little girl shyly added, "Thanks, Mr. Monster." Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized the shadowy figure. Pointing excitedly, they yelled, "Look, it's Yuzi. He's the one who saved them." Jiang Yu glanced at the cheering crowd and the family he'd just rescued. "Amazing, Yuzi!" they shouted, their faces beaming with admiration. The crowd watched in awe as Jiang Yu shot another thread upwards, preparing to re-enter the building. Someone yelled, "Yuzi is going back in." Another voice from the crowd shouted encouragement, "You can do it, Yuzi." But despite his calm exterior, Jiang Yu was anything but. As he ascended, his mind raced with anxious calculations. "I have to hurry. Time is running out. My shadow energy drains way too fast in the real world." He cursed under his breath. "Where the hell are the other night watchers? They should be here providing backup by now." Just as Jiang Yu was swinging towards a higher floor, a massive explosion from behind suddenly caught his attention. He stared intently at the source of the golden flash. Without a second thought, he changed direction and swung towards it. There, he saw them, the other night watchers, locked in a fierce battle with a swarm of aberrations. So, he thought, they're pinned down too. A dark realization dawned on him. Could this entire chaotic situation have been planned from the start? Meanwhile, a hand was slowly condensing a ball of brilliant green light. The sphere of energy grew larger and larger, its wielder's eyes fixed on the aberrations ahead. The orb pulsed, swelling. Once it reached its peak size, instantly, the single orb of spiritual power split into 3 lethal beams, striking the horde of abominations simultaneously. Elsewhere, the Night Watch was locked in a fierce battle of their own. They clashed with another wave of grotesque creatures. Swiftly, the Night Watch cut them down, leaving none standing. Their lifeless husks littered the entire floor. A black void opened on each corpse, only for more monsters to crawl right out of them. The new wave charged forward in a frenzy. Suddenly, massive explosions rocked a skyscraper belonging to the Shuyang group. The explosions were a clear sign of the battle raging within. The sound immediately caught the attention of the shadowy Jiang Yu. His eyes shot towards the source of the blast, a flicker of worry crossing his face. He deduced it was the Shuyang Group's main industrial complex. It seemed that was the monster's primary target all along. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu leaped into a nearby building. He thought to himself, "This is far worse than I imagined. With the night watch busy, I'm on my own." With that grim realization, he summoned his system window. He stared intently at the glowing blue panel displaying his current stats. Later that afternoon, Jiang Yu descended on a silken thread, an elderly woman held securely on his back. A survivor spotted him and cried out in joy, pointing upwards. "He's here! He's here! Brother Yu is back!" The entire crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes fixed on him. After setting the woman down, he immediately shouldered another survivor. He also towed 2 more people, wrapped securely in threads like cocoons. A man in the crowd held up 3 fingers, his voice filled with awe. Wow, he brought back 3 people this time. On his next trip, he returned with a small dog and 4 more people dangling in his web. The same man gave a thumbs up as a black-haired youth shouted, "So cool, Brother Yu." A red-haired teen added his own cheer, "You can do it." Nearby, members of the Night Watch finally noticed the shadowy figure rescuing trapped civilians. They were stunned to see people being pulled from the besieged building, but as they looked closer, one of them gasped in pure shock, the one carrying the young man. It was Jiang Yu. It's him, the mysterious assassin. In a flash, the shadowy Jiang Yu landed softly on the ground. Seeing him arrive with the blonde-haired young man, someone let out a sigh of relief. That's the last one. At the same time, another person rushed over, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Brother Yu?" Jiang Yu gently placed the young man on the ground. When the crowd saw he was unconscious, they cried out in panic. "This is bad. He's hurt. Call an ambulance, quick." After saving the very last person, Jiang Yu's strength gave out, forcing him to brace himself against the ground. He gasped for air, completely drained. His shadow points had plummeted to a mere 13 out of 74. Catching his breath, he thought to himself, "Damn, I'm exhausted. So this is what it takes to be a hero." He'd originally planned on making a cool exit. But now, he didn't even have the strength to get back on his feet. But as he was silently cursing his exhaustion, a small smile formed on his lips. He watched the tearful, joyous reunions of the people he'd saved. In that moment, he knew every ounce of pain was completely worth it. Suddenly, the old woman he'd rescued began to sob uncontrollably. She pleaded with the crowd, "My granddaughter. Has anyone seen my granddaughter?" She described her. "She's about this tall, with braided hair." A man nearby suddenly chimed in, his voice filled with panic. "My son, he's missing too. Brother Yu, did you see him?" Hearing this, another parent cried out, "My daughter is gone too," and another spoke up, their voice trembling, "And my grandson. He's only 7 years old." As he listened to the desperate cries, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. He hadn't seen them. Then, a chilling realization hit him. He looked up and asked, "They're all children?" His gaze shot back up to the smoke-choked skyscraper and saw a cluster of ominous pink light glowing in the center. Activating one of his skills, Jiang Yu focused his vision on the pink glow. The light was coming from the abominations, and they weren't just there, they were holding the missing children hostage. One small child, caught by a monster, was being dragged toward the roof. The child's terrified cries echoed out, "Daddy!" Jiang Yu watched in horror as the monsters used their tails to snatch the children. They were scaling the skyscraper. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. What are these things planning? Why are they taking the kids? As he stared, stunned by the horrifying scene, the ringing of his phone snapped him back to reality. He quickly answered. It was Lu Jiao, and she sounded extremely worried. Jiang Yu spoke first. "Hello? What's wrong?" Hearing his voice, Lu Jiao felt a slight wave of relief wash over her, but the anxiety in her voice was still obvious. She asked cautiously, "Jiang Yu, are you at the Shuyang Tower right now?" Her question caught him completely off guard. Even in his shadow form, he shot back, "How did you know?" Her voice turned icy on the other end. "Don't ask how I know. Just get back here right now." But Jiang Yu had no intention of obeying her. A confident smile spread across his face as he replied, "Not yet. Wait for me. I'll head back after dinner. Just have the cold beef and tomato soup." Hearing his rushed reply, Jiao snapped back in frustration. "Wait." But before she could finish, Jiang Yu had already hung up. He shoved the phone in his pocket and continued sprinting forward. On the other end of the line, Jiao could only stare at her silent phone, the dial tone echoing her growing anxiety. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure of Jiang Yu skidded to a halt, exhausted. He grimaced, realizing his blood and shadow points were running dangerously low. If I keep recklessly trying to save people, I could get myself killed. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly boomed from a loudspeaker. It was the Night Watch Patrol, a team of 3. One held the speaker while 2 others followed, guns raised. The man with the speaker warned the shadowy figure, "Attention, ability user ahead." And that man was none other than Uncle Lou. He continued, his voice firm. According to Article 113 of the Superhuman Act, non-professional ability users are prohibited from using their powers in public, without authorization. Uncle Lou's expression was grim and unyielding. He demanded, "Cease all use of your abilities immediately, and submit to an official inquiry." Jiang Yu's eyes darted cautiously to the barrel of the gun aimed right at him, as the commanding voice echoed once more. "This is your final warning. Deactivate your abilities now, or we will be forced to take you down." Seeing Jiang Yu's defiance, a blue light flared in the eyes of the guard holding the gun. The energy rifle in his hands hummed to life, fully charged and ready to fire. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Jiang Yu reluctantly raised his hands. "All right, I get it," he thought. "Maybe it's better to let the Night Watch handle this. After all, they're the professionals. They have a much better chance of saving those kids than I do." But just as he turned, he saw an old woman who had collapsed to the ground in her frantic search for her granddaughter. Ignoring the pain from her fall, she reached out a trembling hand, crying out, "Lan Lan, my granddaughter." That heartbreaking sight shattered Jiang Yu's resolve. He grit his teeth, hesitation turning into determination. He couldn't just walk away. He spun back to face the patrol, pointed decisively, and commanded, "Follow me." Uncle Lou stared at Jiang Yu's sudden intensity, his eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. Without waiting for an answer, Jiang Yu shot his silk threads into the air, launching himself skyward and leaving Uncle Lu's team behind. Seeing Jiang Yu openly defy their orders, the other 2 guards raised their rifles, preparing to fire a warning shot. But Uncle Lu, his eyes locked on Jiang Yu's retreating figure, quickly blocked his subordinate's weapon with his hand. The soldier looked at his captain, confused. "Captain Lu?" But the captain's gaze was complex as he stared into the distance. "Let's follow him and see," Uncle Lu ordered. That afternoon, amidst the towering skyscrapers, strange violet-pink lights drifted through the air. They were all coming from a swarm of pink aberrations. The creatures were using their tails to snatch up children. They weren't killing their captives, but were moving together in a single direction. Down on the street, Jiang Yu hid in the shadows, observing the bizarre swarm. He tried to track the ones that had already vanished. Where in the world are they all going? Jiang Yu wondered. While scouting from the darkness, he suddenly spotted them. The pink aberrations were forcing the children into a black void that had opened up in the middle of the road. Watching them drag the kids into that familiar-looking circular portal, Jiang Yu realized what was happening. They were entering the shadow plane. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu plunged into the shadow plane after them. He quietly observed their movements from behind a building. After a moment, he frowned in confusion. This is strange. Blood fiends are supposed to act on pure instinct, so why are they carrying out such an organized kidnapping? He peered around the building's edge. All the children were being gathered in a central location, with aberrations standing guard around them. Jiang Yu thought, their roles are too clearly defined. It's like there's some organization pulling the strings. Jiang Yu started connecting the keywords in his mind. The Shuyang Corporation. Fire fiends. Experimental creatures. His brow furrowed. Jiang Yu realized he had stumbled into something truly horrifying. Knowing he was caught up in this terrifying affair, Jiang Yu knew there was no turning back now. All I can do is give it my all. With that thought, Jiang Yu's form dissolved into a shapeless mass of shadow. Near the apartment building, the children were crying hysterically, while a lone aberration stood guard, its head swiveling vigilantly. As it focused, a small pebble suddenly clattered nearby, catching its attention. It stared intently at the stone that had rolled to a stop on the ground. Then, it turned back to the crying children, as if suspecting one of them was playing a trick. But the pebble suddenly bounced again, rolling in a different direction. Drawing the aberration's gaze once more, it strained its eyes but couldn't see anyone touching the stone. The creature scratched its head, figuring it must have been a ghost. While glancing between the kids and the ghostly pebble, the aberration suddenly froze. Its eyes widened as it glared back at the group of children. The dim-witted creature began to count the children again. After a quick head count, it tilted its head in confusion. Wait a second. Aren't there fewer children now? Just as the creature was questioning their numbers, a rock came bouncing out of nowhere, striking the other monsters. One of them sensed something was wrong and whipped its head around, only to see the shadow of Jiang desperately escaping with 3 kids in his arms. The creature immediately pointed at Jiang letting out 3 sharp squawks to get its comrades' attention. But even after being discovered, the shadow of Jiang Yu showed no fear. He paused and glanced back, his tone laced with mock surrender. "Aya, you've been spotted." At that very moment, 3 creatures lunged from behind, launching an attack on Jiang Yu's shadow. They shrieked as they closed in, but he simply stood there, silently watching their approach. All of a sudden, a strange, net-like object appeared, trapping the entire group of creatures. Caught in the net, the monster's eyes bulged with total shock. In contrast to their panic, another one just growled with rage, furious at being captured. After trapping the monsters, the shadow of Jiang Yu led the children away, escaping the shadow dimension. He used his phone's light to guide them down the stairs, carefully instructing the terrified kids behind him. "Slowly now. Stay close to me." While searching for an exit, the shadow of Jiang Yu called the Night Watch organization. As soon as the other end picked up, Jiang Yu spoke urgently. "Hello, is this the Night Watch? I have several dozen children here." But halfway through his sentence, an invisible force caused his phone to explode. The shadow of Jiang Yu stared in shock at the shattered device in his hand, completely clueless as to how the enemy had struck. He quickly covered his mouth to avoid inhaling the dust from the blast, his eyes narrowing as he scanned his surroundings. That's when the legs of a mysterious figure came into view. The owner of those legs was a man. Or rather, a humanoid creature with white hair, a tall, muscular build, and skin covered in snake-like scales. He looked down at Jiang Yu's shadow, his voice filled with surprise. "I never expected you to follow me this far. I thought you were with the Night Watch." The face of this half-man, half-snake being suddenly turned grim. He continued to mock him. "So, it turns out you're our little internet celebrity, Mr. Doozy." The shadow of Jiang Yu stood protectively in front of the sobbing children, warily eyeing the man before him and demanding, "Who are you?" The man flicked out a long, slender tongue like a snake's, as a green energy began to glow from his fingertip. He gave Jiang Yu a taunting look and replied, "Why don't you guess?" Before the shadow of Jiang Yu had any time to prepare, the man simply twitched his finger, and a powerful force slammed Jiang Yu straight into a wall. After being blasted hard enough to shatter the wall, the shadow of Jiang Yu quickly leaped from the rubble, his heart pounding with dread as he faced this strange man's horrifying power. The shadow of Jiang Yu retreated into a defensive stance, trying to identify his opponent's ability based on the attack. Telekinesis. This guy is a superhuman too. Jiang Yu immediately activated his spider thread skill, pointing toward a distant building as a thread shot out and anchored itself. The shadow of Jiang Yu then swung toward the adjacent building. The moment his feet hit the ground, he released the thread. Instantly, countless sharp weapons materialized from thin air, directly above him, raining down on his position. Sensing the danger from above, the shadow of Jiang Yu reacted with lightning speed, leaping away to dodge the assault. Watching the weapons sink deep into the ground, he felt a surge of tension. Seeing Jiang Yu dodge his lethal attack, the man offered a compliment. "Not bad. You're very quick." A green aura enveloped his entire body as spherical orbs began to form between his 2 fingers. But after the praise, the man's tone became contemptuous. "However, your overall power is still just level 1. Utterly insignificant." Even so, the shadow of Jiang Yu showed no fear despite the massive gap in their strength. He stood calmly amidst the steel rods stuck in the ground and asked curiously, "Are you from the Sa Duong Corporation?" Hearing the question, the man erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most hilarious thing in the world. Then, he shot back a mysterious question. "Do I look like it?" Getting no answer, the shadow of Jiang Yu continued to speculate. "Then are you from the Fire Seed?" The man didn't answer Jiang Yu's question. Instead, he simply pointed his finger, sending the orbs flying toward him. He seemed to have lost all patience, saying coldly, "Humph. The dead have no need for answers." The shadow of Jiang Yu dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a green orb as it shot past him. However, while focusing on the attacks from the front, he failed to notice another orb appearing from behind. The moment the orb touched him, a powerful explosion erupted. The blast created a massive crater and sent Jiang Yu flying through the air. Even then, the man continued his assault, using his spiritual power to guide more green orbs toward Jiang Yu. Wounded from the blast, the shadow of Jiang Yu now lay motionless on the ground. Silently, he watched as another glowing orb raced toward him. The moment it struck the ground, it unleashed an earth-shattering explosion. The creature stood back to admire his handiwork, his forked tongue darting out to lick his fingers as he stared ahead. He muttered with a hint of disappointment, "How boring. I thought we could play a little longer." High above, the children watched in terror. They stared at the fiery chaos below. Seeing Jiang Yu engulfed by the blast, they burst into tears, crying out for him. "Brother, please don't die. After the smoke cleared, the half-beast creature slowly advanced on Jiang Yu's last known position. As he scanned the area, he suddenly froze, letting out a confused grunt. His expression tightened as he took in the unbelievable scene before him. Massive craters scarred the ground from the explosion, but Jiang Yu's shadow form was nowhere to be found. He muttered in suspicion. Where did he go? With his target missing, the Snake Man's guard went up, summoning a protective aura around himself. But at that very moment, the shadow he was searching for had already materialized right behind him. Moving with the stealth of a true assassin, Jiang Yu prepared for a surprise attack. The Snake Man remained completely oblivious. With Jiang Yu's shadow lurking at his back, the creature continued scanning the craters ahead, desperately searching for his opponent. In a flash, Jiang Yu's shadow form blurred into motion. Seizing the opening while the man was distracted, he lunged forward to strike. Although his enemy dodged the brunt of the assault, Jiang Yu still managed to land a shallow cut across his face. After streaking past the white-haired man, Jiang Yu's shadow solidified once more, launching another swift attack from the rear. A smirk played on his lips as his foe failed to catch him. He then dissolved back into a shadowy figure to continue his assault. Meanwhile, his enemy began condensing that familiar blue orb of energy. As the sphere grew larger, he carefully tracked Jiang Yu's movements, who was blinking in and out of existence. The creature leaped high into the air, glaring down at the shadow below and sneering, "You little rat!" With that, he hurled the energy sphere at Jiang Yu's shadow. He watched with grim satisfaction as his opponent's arm began to disintegrate, but his triumph was short-lived. He realized in shock that his attack had been completely neutralized by the shadow itself. Stunned by this impossible sight, he froze in his tracks. From above, a sphere of pure white light began to materialize. From within the orb, black, spider-like threads erupted, lashing out at the white-haired man and forcing him into a hasty retreat. Green energy bubbles materialized to block the attack, but he gritted his teeth in pain as some of the black tendrils found their mark. Even though he was bleeding, the white-haired man just licked his lips with manic excitement, muttering that this shadow-hiding trick was indeed troublesome. He began to form an energy sphere many times larger than any before. As it grew, he spoke with chilling confidence, "But I know exactly how to deal with you." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the massive orb flying, directly toward the children. The sphere shot forward at blinding speed. The little girl with pink hair stared blankly at her impending doom, squeezing her eyes shut. She screamed, "Brother!" Hearing her desperate cry, Jiang Yu's shadow finally revealed itself. He materialized from the shadows right where the children stood. In the same instant her scream echoed, Jiang Yu's shadow form appeared before her as a shield. The sheer force of the blast caused cracks to spiderweb across Jiang Yu's shadow form. He frowned, looking at his fractured arm. But suddenly, the white-haired man appeared from thin air, directly behind him. He whispered right next to his ear, "Ah, I got you." Startled, Jiang Yu instinctively whipped his head around. Before he could even react, the man pressed another energy orb against his back. Upon contact, a blinding green light erupted outwards. Caught by the surprise attack, Jiang Yu's shadow form coughed up a mouthful of blood. The force of the explosion slammed him hard into the ground. Arcs of green lightning crackled across his body. The blast sent him flying into a pile of rubble. Then, the white-haired man appeared over him. He had no intention of letting him escape. On his ringed hand, another sphere of green energy began to coalesce. He stared down at Jiang Yu with pure killing intent. Thinking of hiding in the shadows again? There's no chance for that now. With that, the villain began to furiously pummel Jiang Yu's face. He laughed like a madman as he rained down blow after brutal blow. His ringed fist, glowing with crackling green energy, slammed repeatedly into Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's shadow form was forced to endure the relentless barrage. As black fragments of his body shattered away, he thought in disbelief, "What's happening? My shadow form. It's breaking apart. And as it deteriorates, I can feel the pixels in my own body descending into chaos. I can't use my skills." The massive hand seized Jiang Yu's head, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pain. Chunks of his shadow form were brutally ripped away, scattering into nothingness. A third of Jiang Yu's shadowy face was torn away, revealing what was underneath. He glared at his tormentor, his teeth clenched in pure agony and rage. The villain crushed the fragment of shadow in his hand, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "Now then, let's see who you really are." One hand tightened its grip on Jiang Yu's throat, while the other prepared to strike with a sphere of raw power. A twisted smile spread across his face. With a smug grin, he prepared the final blow. Suddenly, a rock slammed into the white-haired man's head, stopping him cold. It was thrown by the children. The kids stood above them, throwing stones and shouting, "Let him go!" Another boy picked up a huge rock, ready to hurl it. One of them screamed, "You evil jerk! We'll stone you!" Pelted with rocks, the white-haired man's rage flared, and that familiar energy began to gather in his hand. He roared in fury. "You damned brats! Do you really think I won't kill you?" But the children weren't afraid and kept on throwing. Rocks rained down on his hand, twisting it out of shape. Behind him, Jiang Yu was silently backing away, the wounds on his face healing rapidly. He clenched his teeth. He lunged forward, grabbing the white-haired man's waist and yelling, "Your opponent is me." In his heart, Jiang Yu was grateful for his little friends. A magic circle flared to life beneath his feet. Jiang Yu leaped into the air, shouting, "Shadow pupil!" Countless eyes materialized in front of the white-haired man. Jiang Yu was already behind him, locking his arms around the villain's massive frame. He wouldn't let him escape the shadow pupil's range. The white-haired man gritted his teeth in fury, channeling his spiritual power to strike Jiang Yu. As he clung desperately to the man's back, a sphere of energy erupted, forcing Jiang Yu to leap away. The white-haired man roared with cold fury, "Get lost!" Jiang Yu was blown back by the powerful counterattack. Thrown a considerable distance, Jiang Yu watched as the white-haired man turned, his gaze locked directly on him. And then, those familiar spheres of energy, large and small, began to materialize and float around him. Still in his shadow form, Jiang Yu scowled. He never took his eyes off the white-haired man, watching his every move. Suddenly, the man pointed at Jiang Yu, his voice dripping with contempt. "You cling like a leech. Did you think dragging me into the shadow realm could stop me?" "To twist the knife," he added. "After I kill you, I'm still taking those brats with me." Hearing those words, something clicked for Jiang Yu. He spoke with a hint of dread. "So it's true. You're the one controlling those blood fiends. But," he questioned, "why are you only taking children?" The white-haired man answered with pure malice. "Because children's souls are purer, of course. Surely you've heard of it." As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a blue light, and he spat out the words, "The soul seed technique." The answer sent a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. He suddenly remembered what he saw at the Suyang laboratory. He recalled the professor speaking to the aberration. "Hello." Number 9. Jiang Yu felt he was getting terrifyingly close to some hidden truth, but while he was lost in thought, connecting the dots, shadowy figures of blood fiends had already materialized behind him. Jiang Yu hadn't noticed their presence at all. By the time he realized it, he was completely surrounded from behind. Breaking the silence, the white-haired man spoke again. "Is your curiosity satisfied? Well then." He snapped his fingers with an incredibly arrogant look, slowly finishing his venomous threat. "You can die now." As the snap echoed, the aberrations began to stir. They grew more ferocious, growling as they prepared to pounce on Jiang Yu. Countless monsters closed in, forming a tight circle around him. They bared their sharp teeth, ready to tear apart the lone figure standing in the center. But even surrounded and facing death, Jiang Yu showed no fear. Instead, a defiant smile spread across his face. Dark green energy swirled around him. He declared heroically, "I've been waiting for you." Black smoke began to drift around his shadow form. With a triumphant grin, he raised his hands, unleashing some kind of skill. Ribbons of light shot out, latching onto the surrounding aberrations. Jiang Yu's voice was filled with gratitude. "Thanks for the generous gift." The threads of light formed a giant web, trapping the monsters completely. The creatures looked confused at the things binding them. They struggled, but it was useless. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the light threads, taunting them, "Come on then." Just then, an impatient aberration charged forward. Jiang Yu instantly cast Hunter's Mark on it. At the same time, the threads of light closed in like a net capturing its prey. After casting the mark, he followed up with a slaughtering technique, condensing a red sphere of power. Then, Jiang Yu activated his skill, Shadow Devour. The shadow's mouth opened wide, sucking in all the spiritual power and energy around him. His shadow points increased by 6. This brought his current total to 81 out of 90. Witnessing this impossible sight, the white-haired man's face twisted in panicked disbelief. His voice was filled with shock as he screamed, "No way! He can absorb the aberrations here?" After absorbing the monster and gaining more points, Jiang Yu spun gracefully, and in his wake, powerful vortexes appeared, crashing into one another. They merged into one massive, swirling tornado. From within the storm, Jiang Yu used Shadow Devour again. His shadow form blended with the vortexes, gaining 6 shadow points, 4 different times. Seeing Jiang Yu's power, as he frantically devoured the aberration, Whitehair's pupils constricted in horror. He gasped, "This is bad." Whitehair quickly unleashed his ring's power, creating bolts of lightning and hovering energy orbs. A blue gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "This kid. It can't be." As Whitehair approached the vortex where Jiang Yu was absorbing the creature, he threw a devastating punch straight into it. But the moment his fist made contact, an invisible force flung him backward. Whitehair stumbled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Forced to retreat, he could only stand and watch the scene unfold. He seethed with anger, muttering, "Damn it, he's using the very bloodline I cultivated." A colossal purple sphere, shrouded in tendrils of black smoke, began to form right before his eyes. Whitehair watched it expand, stammering, "That egg." It just kept growing. He stared at the giant floating orb and screamed in terror. "He's leveling up." True fear finally gripped Whitehair, and he turned to flee for his life. As he ran, he glanced back and cursed, "Damn you, I'll give you this one." He fled in a frenzy, his mind reeling. This is unnatural. The gifted are supposed to level up through training. As he escaped, his panic grew, leveling up by devouring aberrations like some monster. "I've never seen anything like it." Then, a horrifying thought struck him. Jiang Yu's method of evolution was just like the aberrations themselves, devouring others to grow stronger. As he was running, Whitehair suddenly froze mid-stride, stunned by the sight before him. A swirling vortex of pink and black energy was forming in the sky. Whitehair could only stare, dumbfounded. Then, from within the pink-tinged smoke, a familiar, shadowy figure silently emerged. It was none other than Jiang Yu after his evolution. A vibrant blue energy enveloped him as a sword materialized in his hand. His entire presence had transformed. Sword in hand, he looked at Whitehair with a triumphant smirk. "And now, my hunt begins." Wielding two swords pulsing with blue spiritual energy, Jiang Yu slowly advanced on Whitehair. The old man watched him warily. The shadowy figure of Jiang Yu took a deep breath, pulling a stream of energy into his lungs. Tendrils of dark power now coiled around him. He silently focused, sensing the changes in his own body. After a moment, Jiang Yu thought to himself, "So, this is level 2. It felt as if his entire being had shattered the chains of level 1, finally breaking free of his old limits. His sword hand twitched. Standing in the heart of the shadows, his senses were heightened. The world was sharper, and the very breath of creation felt more alive. Dark energy tentacles slithered towards Whitehair, making him grit his teeth in fear. At that moment, Jiang Yu realized he could now sense the fear of others. His shadowy form began to melt into the darkness on the ground. Sensing Whitehair's terror, he thought with a wicked grin, "Let's play for a while." And just like that, Jiang Yu vanished. Not a trace of his shadow remained on the road. Seeing him disappear, Whitehair panicked. He slipped into the shadows. "No, that's not right." He scanned the area, and his blood ran cold. This time, he's completely gone. At that thought, Whitehair snarled, "Damn you! Trying to ambush me?" He then commanded his own aberrations to appear. "Hold him back." Suddenly, streaks of blue sword energy filled the air. Before Whitehair could react, his creatures were annihilated. He quickly threw up a defensive shield of energy orbs, but he wasn't given any time to act. An invisible blade slashed across his chest, leaving a deep gash as blood sprayed into the air. Whitehair clutched the bleeding wound, completely unable to see where the attack had come from. It was impossibly fast. He couldn't comprehend it. What kind of monster was Jiang Yu? Are all level 2s normally this powerful? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood invisibly, right in front of Whitehair's face. Watching the man's terrified expression was amusing. "I'm right in his face and he can't see a thing," Jiang Yu mused. "I can now hide in a deeper layer of shadow. It's like another dimension." More slashes from the invisible sword sliced into Whitehair, carving countless new wounds as fresh blood seeped out. Whitehair's body trembled in agony. He ground his teeth in fury, cursing, "You bastard!" He was infuriated and humiliated, muttering, "How dare you play with me like I'm your prey?" Then, he roared like a madman. "If you're going to kill me, then do it. Stop dragging this out." He screamed again, "Just kill me." Before the words faded, Jiang Yu appeared behind him, placing a blade against Whitehair's throat. He spoke softly, "All right, your wish is my command." Whitehair stared at the cold steel on his neck, his bravado gone. Suddenly, a flash of pink light caught Jiang Yu's attention. Intrigued, he quickly leaped back, putting some distance between them. The attack was so fierce, it kicked up a blinding cloud of dust as he slid back. He raised his sword, blocking the pink object that came flying at him. When he saw what it was, Jiang Yu cried out in shock, "A brick?" From the dust, a figure shrouded in a pink aura emerged. The newcomer asked the white-haired man, "What in the world are you doing?" Shuxian got a closer look. It was a young man with a handsome face, his build just as imposing. The man scratched his head and continued, "I've been waiting forever. The boss is getting furious." Having been saved from Jiangdu, Xu Xian stared at the young man standing a short distance away, his mind filled with questions. "Zhao Yongcheng, the boss sent you?" Zhao Yongcheng gestured behind him, and a swirling pink spiritual energy materialized around his body. Zhao Yongcheng urged him on. "The plan is about to begin. Get those kids out of here. I'll handle things on this end." Hearing Zhao Yongcheng's words, Xu Xian didn't argue. He immediately channeled his power, shouting back as he dashed forward. "Fine. I'll leave this lunatic to you." But just as Xu Xian was about to reach the children, Jiangdu appeared out of nowhere to block his path, his blade poised to strike. Jiangdu's sudden appearance startled him. In a cold voice, Jiangdu warned, "You will not lay a hand on those children." Just as the blade was about to touch Xu Xian's neck, a rectangular slab of rock materialized, blocking Jiangdu's slash. The collision of steel and stone rang out with a deafening clang. Then, without giving Jiangdu a chance to recover, Zhao Yongcheng rushed forward, attacking with his own spiritual power. Caught by the surprise attack, Jiangdu was defenseless and was thrown backward. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Xian escaped the tip of Jiangdu's sword. He quickly recovered and prepared to attack again. Jiangdu glared at Zhao Yongcheng while the other assailant clenched his fist, preparing to launch a devastating blow in his direction. In a flash, before his movements could even be tracked, Zhao Yongcheng's fist had already slammed into the ground. But after his recent power-up, Jiangdu was on a whole other level. He had already dodged the attack. Jiangdu decided to use an old trick. A black void appeared on the pavement. He slowly sank into the earth, until only the top of his head was visible. The two men watched as a black circle appeared in midair. Xu Xian's ring finger twitched, and a small circle began to glow on the ring itself. Just as Jiangdu prepared to fully disappear a second time, he was suddenly bound by tendrils of dark green energy, rendering him immobile. He stared up at the sky, stunned. It was the effect from Xu Xian's ring. The man sneered at the bewildered Jiangdu. "Trying that little disappearing act again? It's not that easy." Zhao Yongcheng coordinated his attack perfectly. He surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch on the immobilized Jiangdu. Seeing Jiangdu get hit, Xu Xian was overjoyed. He roared with excitement. "Excellent! Kill him!" But in that moment of triumph, two after-images of a sword slashed across Xu Xian's body. He had no time to defend himself as deep gashes tore across his chest, arms, and legs, severing his fingers and Xu Xian's body was torn apart, but he still hadn't processed what was happening. In the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, fresh blood pouring from his severed limbs. He stared blankly at the sky. After grievously wounding Xu Xian, Jiangdu landed back on the ground. He was clearly drained, breathing heavily from the exertion. Zhao Yongcheng looked at his heavily injured teammate, but his expression remained completely unchanged. On the contrary, Zhao Yongcheng even offered a compliment. "Not bad at all. You're not one of the Night Watch, are you, kid?" He looked at the panting Jiangdu and asked, confused, "So, why are you getting involved in our affairs?" Hearing Zhao Yongcheng's question, Jiangdu felt as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, and he snapped back in anger. "You bastards are taking children to use in inhuman experiments. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing?" Hearing Jiangdu's answer, Zhao Yongcheng calmly asked another question, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "So you're saying this is a personal crusade? You think you're some incarnation of justice, trying to be a hero?" Jiangdu realized Zhao Yongcheng was mocking him. Furious, he slammed his sword into the pavement. He grit his teeth, enraged at being so misunderstood. "I'm no hero. I've never wanted to be one." Jiangdu gripped his twin blades tightly as he spoke his truth. "I'm just committed to doing what I believe is right. That's all." After listening patiently, Zhao Yongcheng looked as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. He let out a contemptuous smile and repeated the words, "What's right?" Then, the eternally calm expression on his face finally shattered, and he demanded in a loud voice, "If saving those kids would lead to the destruction of all mankind, would you still think it was the right thing to do?" Zhao Yongcheng's words hit Jiangdu like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What did you say?" he shot back. "Are you telling me that kidnapping these children is to save the world? Is this some kind of sick joke?" Zhao Yongcheng raised his hand, suddenly changing the subject. "You know about the war between humans and the variant species, don't you? For a century, humanity has warred with the aberrations." A flame ignited in his palm. Zhao Yongcheng continued his sermon. "Humanity clings to false hope, barely surviving." As the flame danced on his fingertip, he began his lecture. "But the human body is shackled by limitations, while the aberrations know no such bounds. Our strength is but a firefly's flicker. powerless against the all-consuming darkness of the abyss. With those words, Zhao Yongcheng crushed the flame in his fist. A flicker of bitter resentment crossed his face as he continued his twisted logic. Rather than perish in the agony of false hope, we must find another path. If you cannot defeat the darkness, then you must embrace it. Become one with it. Elsewhere, golden streams of energy, entwined with blood-red tendrils, flowed into a pulsating, heart-like core, feeding it. At the same time, Zhao Yongcheng's voice echoed, "We must bury our hope deep within, wait, and hide." Fed by these strange energies, the heart-like object swelled and throbbed with immense power. Twin flames ignited in the depths of Zhao Yongcheng's eyes, reflecting his own burning conviction. "We will become the final embers," he declared, "the last hope for all of humankind." Hearing Zhao Yongcheng's twisted words, Jiang Yu scoffed in disgust. "Humph. You're nothing but a traitor, dressing up your cowardice as some noble cause. If you are these so-called embers." Jiang Yu drew his blade, his entire aura shifting instantly as arcs of lightning-like energy crackled around him. Jiang Yu's voice boomed with conviction. "Then I will be the one to extinguish you." In response, Zhao Yongcheng unleashed his own power, bathing himself in a sinister, violet aura. He sighed, his voice dripping with disappointment. "I see. Words are wasted on your kind." The violet light around Zhao Yongcheng intensified. He advanced slowly, each step stirring ethereal, petal-like embers into the air. A single flame now hovered before his chest. He spoke as he advanced. "Allow me to show you the true power of the embers." Unfazed by his opponent's aura, Jiang Yu took his stance, his form blurred, moving at blinding speed. Gripping his sword with both hands, he channeled all his power into a devastating lightning strike aimed straight at Zhao Yongcheng. But Zhao Yongcheng was no pushover. He met the attack in a blur of motion, his forearm, hard as stone, effortlessly blocking Jiang Yu's full-force assault. In the next instant, Zhao Yongcheng countered with a vicious kick to Jiang Yu's chest, the sheer force of the impact sending him flying backward. After absorbing the full impact of the kick, Jiang Yu's shadow-like form split into two identical after-images. Each copy was fainter than the last, until the final one was nearly transparent. The clones instantly charged forward. Together, the three Jiang Yus unleashed a storm of blades upon Zhao Yongcheng. But Zhao Yongcheng was not overwhelmed. His hands became a blur, deflecting the relentless assault from every angle. Each of Zhao Yongcheng's strikes pulsed with raw, destructive energy. As one fist flew, his other hand gathered a swirling vortex of white energy. Jiang Yu, striking from above, was suddenly taken aback by this new power. In a flash, the condensed energy appeared right before him. There was no time to evade. He braced himself as the ominous energy surged forward. The moment the energy collided with Jiang Yu's shadow form, a cataclysmic explosion echoed through the air. A massive pink orb of destructive power erupted mid-flight. From below, Zhao Yongcheng watched with a smirk. After unleashing the technique, he let out a heavy breath, his eyes fixed intently on the aftermath. He wondered nervously, was that enough to finish Jiang Yu for good? A pink glint flashed in his eyes. Sent flying by the blast, Jiang Yu's body carved a deep trench in the ground as he crashed. He was forced to drive his sword into the earth just to halt his momentum. Cracks began to spiderweb across his shadow form. Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, his expression grew grim. Jiang Yu thought to himself, "This guy, he's on another level." Looking down at the gaping wound on his chest, he gritted his teeth in horror. It's not healing. What kind of power was that? While Jiang Yu reeled in shock, a foot wreathed in that same violet-pink energy stepped into view. It was Zhao Yongcheng. His face was a mask of cold fury, radiating pure killing intent as he stared down at Jiang Yu. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smirk. "That was my ultimate technique. The transcendent skill. Infernal Flame Slash." Hearing the name of the technique that had wounded him, Jiang Yu muttered grimly, "A transcendent skill." He raised his hand, and with a whoosh, crimson flames roared to life. He shot a contemptuous glare at Jiang Yu and sneered, "You can't even handle me. Don't you dare speak the name of the abyss. Before absolute power, resistance is meaningless." Zhao Yongcheng held his blazing arm high, murder gleaming in his eyes. He declared coldly, "This is the end of the line. Time to die." Suddenly, Jiang Yu spoke up. "You're right. It is time for this to end." With those words, a brilliant, chilling smile spread across his face. His pearly white teeth flashed against his shadowy form as he activated his marking skill. Instantly, a familiar sigil, a circle with an inverted triangle, materialized on Zhao Yongcheng. Shadows erupted from Jiang Yu, swarming towards Zhao Yongcheng. The man's pupils shrank in utter disbelief as the darkness closed in on him. Zhao Yongcheng grit his teeth and spat. What? Before he could finish, he felt himself being dragged into another dimension. In that space, countless eyes stared down at him. Yongcheng desperately tried to channel his spiritual energy to fight back, but it was completely useless against Jiang Yu's power. Abruptly, Yongcheng broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. He seemed to transform into an entirely different person. Yongcheng stared blankly at the strange, unfamiliar place, his face a mask of utter confusion and fear. He muttered to himself, "How can this be? Where am I? I don't want to die." Just then, Jiang Yu emerged from the shadows behind him, twin swords gripped tightly in his hands. As he approached the weeping man, he said, "Do you see it now? This is the fear buried deep within your heart." Jiang Yu pointed a blade forward, ruthlessly exposing Yongcheng's true colors. Saving humanity was never your real motive. Your terror of the abyss. That's the real reason you betrayed everyone. Tears still staining his cheeks, Yongcheng glanced back at Jiang Yu, listening in silence as the hero continued. You people aren't some flame seed of hope. As he spoke, the shadows and his twin swords began to merge into one. He gripped the newly fused blade as his aura exploded outwards. With a scornful voice, he yelled, "You're just a bunch of cowards running away." Jiang Yu's taunts finally broke him. Grinding his teeth in fury, Yongcheng let out a roar and charged forward. He reared back to throw a full-force punch at Jiang Yu, screaming, "Shut up! Just shut your mouth." Completely unfazed by Yongcheng's rage, Jiang Yu calmly activated his hunting skill against him. In an instant, countless black slashes tore through Yongcheng's body, leaving deep, bloody gashes in their wake. The blows landed, but he still couldn't process what was happening. With a look of pure panic, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to speak. What? It was in that moment that he finally saw Jiang Yu's true face beneath the shroud of darkness. He uttered in horror, You're just a kid." The slashes from Jiang Yu's assault had wounded him gravely. Completely drained, Yongcheng collapsed to the ground. As the shadows receded, Jiang Yu stood over him, watching coldly as he gasped for breath. Yongcheng wheezed, struggling for air. Seeing Jiang Yu's face clearly, he thought to himself, no wonder he's so fearless. A memory surfaced in Yongcheng's mind. I used to be just like you, full of passion and fire. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He stared blankly into the distance, lost in a memory from long ago. He remembered a time when a massive crowd stood behind him, looking to him as their leader. He was looking up at the sky. At a mysterious, terrifying entity that resembled a colossal eye. Yongcheng thought, all the courage I had back then, I was crushed to dust beneath the gaze of the abyss. As his body began to fade away, Yongcheng had one last thought. You'll end up the same. In the end, the abyss will devour you, too. I just chose not to wait for that day. Jiang Yu watched in thoughtful silence as Yongcheng slowly turned to nothing. He quietly asked the empty space, just who are you people? When Yongcheng vanished completely, only a single speck of crimson flame remained, hovering in the air. Then, it shot off and disappeared as if it were never there. A faint voice seemed to echo, Flame Seed. The scene cuts to a screen, where a short-haired woman holds a microphone. She gestures behind her, saying, Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Shui Shui. As you can see, the building behind me is the Shuyang Corporation headquarters. The camera pans over to show crews cleaning up the chaotic scene as Shui Shui's voiceover continues. Just 1 hour ago, a fire suddenly erupted at the Shuyang Corporation, and countless monsters swarmed out. Now, the entire building has been burned to the ground. There are clear signs of a battle between a superpowered individual and these monsters. The footage cuts to a young woman on a stretcher. She speaks urgently to the reporter, Mr. Yuzi. It was Mr. Yuzi who saved me. Shui Shui's narration picks back up. According to our information, many people were trapped in the fire, and all were rescued by a famous online personality. That person goes by the name Mr. Yuzi. When he heard that there were missing children at the scene, this Mr. Yuzi apparently left immediately to find them. A desperate search was underway. The screen shows an elderly woman, sobbing for her lost grandchild. Candles flicker beside her, like prayers in the dark. Messages of hope flash on the screen. Words like, hang in there and be strong, serve as a silent prayer. Then, the narrator's voice cuts through the silence. There's still no confirmed news about his whereabouts. All we can do is pray for him, and for the safe return of all the children. But in that moment, a young man's face lights up with pure joy. He points frantically toward the distance, where a familiar, towering figure walks alongside the children. The narrator's attention snaps to the scene. The young man continues pointing, shouting with pure, unadulterated excitement. "It's Mr. Yu! He's back!" Instantly, his cry electrifies the crowd, and all eyes turn in that direction. They quickly swarm together, a wave of relief washing over them. The crowd erupts in joyous disbelief. "It's really Mr. Yu. Look, this is incredible." From a distance, Jiang Yu's silhouette stands guard behind the children. The moment the kids spot their families, they break into smiles and wave eagerly. Jiang Yu's figure looks ragged and worn from the fight. The children hesitate, looking back at him, clearly reluctant to leave his side. Understanding their feelings, Jiang Yu crouches down. He gently ruffles their hair and says softly, "Go on now. This is as far as I can take you." Without a second thought, the children rush forward, throwing their arms around him. Surrounded by their embrace, a genuine warmth fills Jiang Yu's heart. One little girl, her cheeks flushed red, murmurs shyly into his chest, "Thank you, big brother." After one last farewell hug, the children finally run towards their waiting families, their arms outstretched for those long-awaited, warm embraces. At that same moment, every soldier at the scene snaps to attention. They raise their hands in a unified salute to Jiang Yu, a sign of their deepest respect. He had saved the children. The setting sun bathes the entire street in a golden light, creating a breathtaking, almost magical scene. Utterly exhausted and disheveled, Jiang Yu drags himself home, panting with every step. The moment he steps through the door, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He mutters to himself, "Phew, finally home." But then his eyes widen in surprise as he spots Zhao Zhao on the sofa, waiting for him. She just sits there, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This time, there are no sharp words, no scolding like usual. Instead, she just stares at him in silence. Jiang Yu's gaze shifts from her to the dining table, which is covered with a spread of carefully prepared dishes. It was a magnificent feast. Looking at all the food, he could feel just how much heart she had poured into preparing it. A shadow of guilt crosses Jiang Yu's face. A sharp pang of regret hits him for having left her all alone. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Jiang Yu feels the weight of his actions. It was all his fault. He just stands there, watching her in silence for a long moment. Then, he pulls a crushed carton of eggs from his backpack. He offers a weak, apologetic smile. "Sorry I'm late," Jiang Yu explains softly. "I made a special trip to the supermarket to get these eggs, but I ran into a bit of trouble on my way home." His explanation hangs in the air. Zhao Zhao remains silent, and the atmosphere in the room grows heavy with awkward tension. Silent tears begin to stream down Zhao Zhao's face. This wasn't her usual explosive anger. Instead, her voice is choked with emotion as she finally speaks. "Lying to me again. Do you really think I'm a child?" Jiang Yu nervously wipes his hands on his shirt, completely lost on how to comfort her. So he resorts to a poorly timed joke. "What's the matter? Did you actually think I was dead or something?" Hearing those reckless words, Zhao Zhao's sorrow instantly ignites into pure fury. She swings her fist, aiming right for him. "Yeah!" she screams, her voice cracking. "It would have been better if you were." But Jiang Yu catches her fist with ease. His large hand completely envelops her smaller one, stopping her attack cold. Zhao Zhao glares at him, her furious expression holding no real threat. Through gritted teeth, she orders, "Let go." But not only does Jiang Yu refuse to let go, he pulls her even closer, declaring shamelessly, "I won't." The light from the ceiling illuminates the room. Below, the two of them are locked in an electrically charged moment. Jiang Yu gently raises a hand to cup her face. He asks softly, "You've never tried it before, have you?" Zhao Zhao's face flushes a deep red as she turns away. "Try?" she stammers. "Try what?" Hearing her response, Jiang Yu leans in, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "Don't be scared. After we try it, we won't be kids anymore." Trapped by his presence, Zhao Zhao stares at him, completely flustered. Her shyness takes over as she stammers, What is it that I've never tried?" Jiang Yu avoids the question, a sly grin spreading across his face. He simply replies, "I've never tried it either." Then, Jiang Yu slowly closes the distance between them. He continues in that same enticing tone, "So, how about we give it a try, together?" Zhao Zhao stares back, a look of confusion on her face, but her cheeks are burning red. Perhaps she understood his true meaning all along, and was just pretending not to. She tries to warn him off. "What are you even talking about?" "Jiang Yu, snap out of it." But despite her protests, Jiang Yu stubbornly leans in closer. He closes his eyes, purses his lips, and prepares to press them against hers. The very instant their soft lips touch, Zhao Zhao's entire face goes crimson. It felt like a jolt of electricity shot through her entire body. The shock snapped her back to reality. In the next second, she unleashes a devastating punch that sends him flying. "What do you think you're doing?" she screams. That massive blow seems to knock Jiang Yu back to his senses. He scratches his head, explaining sheepishly, "Nothing. I just had a sip of wine and was thirsty." Jiao Jiao slowly raises a hand to her lips, her face still flushed a bright red. Hearing Jiang Du's explanation, Jiao Jiao asked doubtfully. She was startled when Jiang Du calmly picked up the food, acting as if nothing world-shattering had just happened. He coolly asked, "You hungry? I'll go heat up the food." Jiao Jiao watched Jiang Du's hastily retreating back, clenching her fists in frustration. She felt a little helpless, unsure of what to even say to him. Meanwhile, Jiang Du placed the plates in the microwave, a triumphant smirk on his face, like a thief who'd just stolen a priceless treasure. Jiang Du let out a quiet sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "Phew, that was nerve-wracking. But I actually did it." Recalling the feeling of Jiao Jiao's lips, he covered his own mouth, a sly grin spreading across his face. He mused, "I just lost my head and went for it. I seriously thought Jiao Jiao was going to kill me." Then, he sighed wistfully. A girl's lips really are so soft. At that thought, Jiang Du started dancing and singing like a madman. As he moved, he mumbled, "Totally worth it. A reward after a great battle." Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao was hiding behind the door, silently watching Jiang Du dance around like a total idiot. A deep blush spread across her face as she cursed inwardly. What a moron. At the dinner table, they sat opposite each other, enjoying the delicious meal Jiao Jiao had prepared. Both Jiang Du and Jiao Jiao ate in complete silence. As she ate, Jiao Jiao discreetly watched Jiang Du. For his part, Jiang Du acted perfectly natural, heartily enjoying the food she had cooked. In the middle of his meal, Jiang Du commanded the system, "Display status window." He wondered curiously, after that battle, "How much has my power grown?" The status window appeared with the following information. Name, Jiang Du. Attributes, Shadow points, 105 out of 105. Class, Hidden 1. Hunter, Hidden 1 skills, Shadow Devour, Shadow Doppelganger, Shadow Dive. Hunter skills, Shadow Blade form, Mark, Relentless Assault. Remaining lifespan, 80 days. Evaluation. You've gained some power. You're considered a strong chick among weak chickens. The information continued below. Shadow Dive. You can freely hide within and move rapidly through shadow. Shadow Blade form. Your arms can transform into massive, sharp blades with extreme destructive power. But take note, in this form, your agility will be somewhat reduced. Relentless Assault. A continuous, non-stop attack that creates an overwhelming pressure, like a violent storm. Your attacks will accumulate a slaughter aura, causing your attack power to grow stronger and stronger. However, if you miss or hesitate, the slaughter aura will immediately reset to 0. This aura can enhance your attacks and strengthen your abilities. The Shadow Hidden One can enter the Shadow Dimension more smoothly, enhancing hunter abilities and improving health bar perception. After reading everything, Jiang Du thought to himself, Shadow Dive must be that skill for freely entering the Shadow Dimension. That's pretty useful. He closed his eyes, thinking further. Relentless Assault is also powerful, but it's only effective if my attacks actually land. The conditions are quite strict. He recalled the red aura around Yongcheng and guessed that red must represent an enemy. Remembering how the children who threw rocks at the enemy had a green light on them, Jiang Du concluded that green must mean ally. He then recalled the female reporter, who was surrounded by a white light. He reasoned that white must represent a neutral bystander. Lost in thought, Jiang Du's eyes suddenly shot open, staring in shock at Jiao Jiao sitting across from him. Being stared at so intensely, Jiao Jiao had no idea what he was looking at. Jiao Jiao was completely confused by what was happening, then quickly realized she might be misunderstanding him. She hastily covered her chest defensively, shouting a warning. "What is it? I'm warning you, don't get any weird ideas." But when Jiang Du saw Jiao Jiao enveloped in a soft pink aura, it was like a divine revelation. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at her, a single question echoing in his mind. Why is there a pink one? A wicked smirk spread across Jiang Du's face as a thought flashed in his mind. Oh, I get it. Pink means, she likes me. The moment he had this thought, he couldn't stop himself from drooling. Seeing Jiang Du's despicable expression, Jiao Jiao felt helpless and muttered, what evil thought is going through his head now? As they were eating, a sudden series of loud booms echoed outside, grabbing both of their attentions. Jiang Du immediately looked out the window, and Jiao Jiao followed his gaze with surprise. A moment later, they both walked out onto the balcony and realized it was the sound of fireworks. Against the night sky, brilliant bursts of color bloomed one after another, casting a beautiful glow. Jiang Yu and Zhao Zhao stood quietly side by side, watching the fiery flowers light up the darkness. Suddenly, Jiang Yu turned to her and asked, "By the way, have you ever heard of an organization called the Fire Seed?" Zhao Zhao didn't answer directly. She looked at him suspiciously and replied, "Fire Seed? Where did you hear that name?" Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yu immediately knew. "You've heard of them," Zhao Zhao finally admitted. "Yes. My father's documents had some basic information, and the Fire Seed was mentioned in them." She then began to tell him what she knew. "I let Jiang Yu in on a secret. Unlike the main factions, like the war faction or the research faction, these guys are a different breed of insane, bizarre, and contradictory individuals. Their bodies have been mutated, classifying them as aberrations. They're a heretical cult known for betraying humanity itself." As she spoke, Zhao Zhao made sure to emphasize their brainwashing abilities are terrifyingly effective. She warned him to stay far away from them. Suddenly, as if remembering something crucial, she added, "Oh, right. If you capture a member of the Ignis cult, you turn them over to the Night Watch for a 500,000 cash reward." Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Jiang Yu felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He was completely and utterly stunned. He held up 5 fingers, his voice trembling with shock. 500,000. Zhao Zhao, seeing his pained expression over the money, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu clutched his chest, which ached with the regret of a fortune that had just slipped through his fingers. He whispered softly, "It's nothing." His mouth said it was nothing, but inside, his soul was screaming. A whole million. Just gone like that? Pushing aside the agony of his lost million, Jiang Yu's curiosity took over. "So, besides the Ignis cult, are there any other strange organizations out there? You know, the kind with bounties?" Zhao Zhao replied doubtfully, "That's it. Why? Are you hoping for more?" At her question, Jiang Yu just scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. "Well, I was just thinking. Maybe I could get rich this way? Ha ha." Hearing his answer, a strangely thoughtful look crossed Zhao Zhao's face. After a moment, she spoke again. "There are other strange organizations, but they don't have rewards. For example, the Dawn faction." Hearing this, Jiang Yu asked quizzically, "Dawn?" Zhao Zhao explained that they are a deeply conflicted organization. A portion of them align with the war faction, but they're fundamentally different from our mainstream war faction. Another part of them firmly believes that humanity is doomed to fail, so they are constantly searching for a way to escape this world. Zhao Zhao held out her hand, and a vibrant, galaxy-like image materialized in the air. At its center was a hole of pure light. She continued, "For example, escaping this planet to find a new dawn." Listening to Zhao Zhao's description, Jiang Yu remarked, "That sounds completely delusional. This isn't some science fiction movie. We can't just build a spaceship or something, right?" Zhao Zhao calmly replied, "It doesn't necessarily have to rely on technology. The aberrations from the abyss don't have any technology, but they can still cross into our reality through the abyssal fissures." As she said this, Zhao Zhao clenched her fist, her expression turning dead serious. If someone could master that method, then the dream of the Dawn faction might actually be possible. And just like that, time slowly ticked by. The joyous holidays came to an end. The adults returned to their jobs, and the students prepared to go back to school. A shadowy Jiang Yu stared at the aberration's corpse before him. He thought to himself that ever since reaching the 2nd level, the lifespan and influence points from hunting first-level aberrations felt like a drop in the ocean. At that moment, Jiang Yu's hands were covered in the red fluid of the creature slumped on the ground. He stared at it silently, reflecting on how a hard day's work might only earn him a mere 3 days of lifespan. The 3rd-level talent assessment was finally over. The cadets were now being sent in batches to report to the special training camp. As Jiang Yu packed his bags, he mused, "Fatty already left. I'm in the last group, heading out tomorrow." However, the night before his departure, Uncle Li returned from the capital, Beidou. As Li Tuangguang stepped through the door, holding something in his hand, he saw Jiang Yu packing and called out, "Yo, heard your willpower test emitted a golden light, and that you had a run-in with the Night Watch. You've gotten pretty good, you brat." Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Jiang Yu turned around, overjoyed. "Uncle Li, weren't you supposed to be in Beidou? Finished all my work." Tuangguang sat down and replied, "Not even close. The Night Watch has been swamped this year. A ton of bizarre videos have surfaced. Take this talent assessment for example. Besides your golden light, there was also a mist phenomenon that appeared." Hearing this, Jiang Yu asked in surprise, "A mist phenomenon? What level is that? Is it even stronger than me?" Uncle Li scratched his neck and answered, "Who knows? Everyone is completely clueless about it." As they spoke, Uncle Lee suddenly recalled Jiang Yu's initial assessment, thinking to himself, but it really is strange. When I first examined this kid, I saw signs of contamination in his body. I thought for sure he'd fail the physical test, but somehow, his results surpassed even level 6. Uncle Lee continued to eye Jiang Yu, a suspicious look on his face. But no matter how I look at him, this kid doesn't seem like the superhuman type. Could the test have been wrong? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was breaking out in a cold sweat under his uncle's intense gaze. After a moment of awkward silence, Jiang Yu decided to sit down on a nearby chair. As he sat, he said, "Oh, right, uncle. I met a man named Song Ching-an earlier. He said you were a battle general. Is that true?" At Jiang Yu's question, Uncle Lee froze solid. He grew quiet, lost in thought for a long, heavy moment. Then, with a heavy sigh, he reluctantly nodded, confirming the secret he had kept hidden for so long. So the rumors were true. Jiang Yu pressed forward, his voice filled with urgency. You're actually a warlord? One of the 5 legendary masters of the Great Continent?" Uncle Lee let out a heavy sigh. "More accurately, I used to be. After all, I'm over 40 now. My days on the front lines are long over." He gazed into the distance, lost in memories of his prime. "Back then," Uncle Lee began, "I was a lot like you are now, burning with passion, a proud warlord of the Great Continent. I clashed with countless powerful foes. My mission was simple, or so I thought. Just wipe out every last aberration, and the continent would finally know peace." His voice softened. But the aberrations, they were endless. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had vanished. He instinctively touched the empty space where his arm used to be. A deep regret filled Uncle Lee's voice as he continued. "And in the end, my wife was lost to their contamination. Now, I'm just an old man, missing an arm. The once invincible warlord has become nothing more than a broken-down cripple." He looked Jiang Yu dead in the eye, his tone a grave warning. "And now, something even stronger has appeared in North Capital. That's why you need to immediately." But before he could finish, Jiang Yu held up a hand, already knowing what was coming. "Stop, stop, stop. Let me guess. You're about to tell me to give up being a superhuman, aren't you? Well, I absolutely refuse." Pointing to himself with a fiery passion, Jiang Yu made a powerful declaration. "In fact, I'm going to follow in your footsteps and become a warlord of the Great Continent myself." Seeing such unwavering resolve in Jiang Yu's eyes, Uncle Lee fell silent, simply studying the boy for a long moment. Then, Uncle Lee reached into his pocket. "Forget it," he said with a sigh of resignation. "The higher-ups, they've already got their eyes on you. If they've made up their minds, there's nothing I can do to stop it." From his pocket, he pulled out a necklace. He held it out to Jiang Yu. "Here, put this on." Jiang Yu took the chain, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "It's a pendant," Uncle Lee explained. "A cursed item known as the Shadow's Whisper. Put it on, and you'll hear voices. Whispers that try to drag your soul into the abyss." Uncle Lee closed his eyes, continuing the explanation. "Wear it long enough, and it will sharpen your willpower, helping you with your foundational training. But be warned," he cautioned. "It also magnifies every negative emotion you have, so wear it for a period, then take it off. Wait 3 days before putting it on again." As Jiang Yu stared at the necklace in his palm, Uncle Lee's steady voice continued to echo in the room. On top of that, it can be used to activate your superhuman abilities by releasing contaminated energy. This provides a massive boost to your combat power for a short time, but it's a one-time use. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "Contaminated energy? You mean the kind that comes from the abyss?" Uncle Lee gave a nod of approval. "You catch on quick." "Yes, that's exactly right. This was brought back from the abyss itself. All these cursed items are concentrated forms of that contamination. Using them always comes with a heavy price." He gestured toward the necklace. "But this one, it's special. The cost is tied directly to the strength of your will. As long as your willpower is at least level 5, you should be able to handle it." Here, Uncle Lee paused for a moment. His expression turned grim, his voice dropping low. "But the most unique thing about this pendant is that it chooses its master." Intrigued by Uncle Lee's words, Jiang Yu eagerly put the necklace on. "Interesting," he said with a grin. "Let's see what happens." When Jiang Yu showed no reaction, a surprised Uncle Lee looked him up and down. "So, do you feel anything?" Jiang Yu replied calmly. "That's strange. I don't hear a thing." Hearing this, Uncle Lee's worried expression broke into a relieved smile. "It seems your willpower is strong enough to completely suppress its influence. That's a relief." As he turned to leave the room, he added one last thing. I'll bring you the files on the pendant later. Read them when you get a chance. Okay, see you later, Jiang Yu replied obediently. But that night, as he lay fast asleep in his bed, so deeply that a bubble even formed as he breathed, the necklace around his neck began to emit strange, dark shadows. The shadows swirled and multiplied, all while Jiang Yu remained completely oblivious. And then suddenly, he found himself somewhere else entirely. He looked around, completely bewildered. Where am I? Did I get lost? He squinted, trying to pierce the oppressive darkness ahead. What is this? He muttered. Floating before him were massive, translucent purple orbs, and trapped inside each one was a different vision. He saw a girl with white hair, desperately clutching the cursed pendant. She screamed in agony. Arg, stop! Stop whispering in my ear. Jiang Yu watched in silence as each floating orb revealed another tragic story. In the next orb, he saw a man incinerating horrific monsters with waves of fire. Then another orb floated past. The person inside was screaming, begging for release. The pain. It's too much. Please, just kill me. Inside an even larger sphere were countless people, all wearing the same cursed necklace. They were all screaming in a maddening chorus. Help me. I don't want to wear this anymore. An old man wailed in absolute despair. This thing is a curse. It's a curse. Nearby, a young woman screamed, her face a mask of pure terror. I don't want it. I refuse to be your master. Get away from me. As hundreds, even thousands of these tortured visions drifted past, Jiang Yu's guard went up. He scanned his surroundings, a theory forming in his mind. Could this be a memory from Mo Chao? Suddenly, a voice echoed. Master. Jiang Yu froze at the sound. Below, the surface of the lake was perfectly still and clear. The moment the voice spoke, all the strange orbs vanished. Zhao Zhao, sitting inside the car, let out a massive yawn without a care for her image. The tears welling up proved just how sleepy she was. Watching Zhao Zhao yawn, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask, Didn't you sleep well? Zhao Zhao covered her mouth as she replied, Yeah, it was my first night at the special training camp. I was too excited to get any real sleep. After answering, she turned the question back to him. What about you? Jiang Yu replied with a smug grin. Of course, I slept like a log. But his mind was elsewhere. He felt like he'd dreamed about something last night, but the details were fuzzy. As he thought about it, Jiang Yu's hand went to the cord, hanging around his neck. Could this be because of the necklace? He wondered. He tried to remember. He thought he even heard it speak. Suddenly, Jiang Yu slyly reached over, patting Zhao Zhao's shoulder with a look of deep concern. If you're tired, you can lean on my shoulder and rest. Don't worry, I swear on my life, I won't try anything funny. Zhao Zhao instantly shoved him away in disgust. She warned him with an icy tone. No thanks. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. But far from being scared, Jiang Yu got even bolder. He puckered his lips to try and kiss her, when a sharp cough cut through the tension. Up in the driver's seat was Uncle Lu. He was frowning, his annoyed glare catching the entire scene in the rearview mirror. Uncle Lu's irritated eyes darted back. Then he offered some pointed advice. Zhao Zhao, there are a lot of people at the special training camp. You need to stay away from anyone with bad intentions. Got it? Zhao Zhao obediently nodded. I know, Dad. Hearing this, Jiang Yu was a little stunned. A thought crossed his mind. Could the person with bad intentions he's talking about be me? Uncle Lu glanced back again. He continued his lecture. Also, when you get to the camp, follow the instructor's arrangements. If you have any problems, find your instructor first. And if that doesn't work, call your father. Zhao Zhao sighed softly. Dad, you've been saying this stuff the entire trip. From the back seat, Jiang Yu puffed out his chest and promised, Don't you worry, Uncle. With me here, no one will dare bully her. Hearing Jiang Yu's promise, Uncle Lu could only rage internally. The very reason I'm worried is because you're here. After a while, the three of them finally arrived at the central subway station. Uncle Lu turned to inform the two kids in the back. We're here. Jiang Yu and Zhao Zhao stepped out of the car. Zhao Zhao gave a polite farewell. We're heading off now, Dad. Goodbye, Uncle Lu called after them. All right, remember to call. After saying their goodbyes, Jiang Yu and Zhao Zhao walked off, hand in hand, right in front of him. Watching his precious daughter get stolen away by that rotten punk Jiang Yu, Uncle Lu could only let out a cold snort. A murderous aura flared in his eyes as he ground his teeth, cursing under his breath. You little brat, just wait until you get to camp. I'll show you. After walking a short distance, Zhao Zhao snatched her hand away from Jiang Yu's, shooting him a warning glare. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If my dad saw that, he'd beat you to death. Jiang Yu just replied casually. What's there to be afraid of? The next time we see him will be in half a year. Besides, by then we'll be at the same university. Uncle Lu will see us even less often, Zhao Zhao retorted with a huff. Humph. Who wants to go to the same university as you? Their bickering continued until they reached the submarine platform and fell silent. A voice from the crowd called out, "The sub is here. Let's board." Everyone began to file into the vessel. Inside, the atmosphere was completely silent. Each person found their place, some sitting, others standing, but absolutely no one spoke a word. As soon as he stepped aboard, Jiang Yu glanced around, thinking to himself, "So this is the submarine to the special training camp." An announcement echoed through the vessel. "Attention, all cadets. The ironclad submarine to the Yunhai Special Training Camp will depart at 10:30 Beitou time. This is a non-stop journey with an estimated travel time of 20 minutes. The submarine doors slowly sealed shut on the bustling crowd. Jiang Yu took a seat. Looking at the rows of people standing before him, he remarked, "Wow, there are so many people." Lu Jiao, sitting right next to him, replied, "Of course there are. People from all the surrounding gathering areas are here too." Glancing at the other teenagers around them, he asked curiously, "So, everyone in this car represents the best of the best from the last exam?" She quickly explained the details. They either have extremely high willpower or they possess a special superhuman ability. Even just starting their training, they can already take on a rank 1 aberrant. Hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. "They're that strong? Does that mean we won't have to be afraid if we run into aberrants in the future?" Internally, though, he was feeling pretty smug. "Humph, with my current power, even a rank 2 aberrant is nothing to me." Lu Jiao put on her headphones. She casually poured cold water on his excitement. "Don't be so naive. Even if you have talent, it's useless if you don't pass the training." She turned her head to face him, frowning slightly. "Get some rest first. We'll be there soon. You'll regret it." Jiang Yu just chuckled, locking his hands behind his head as he casually replied, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm sure it won't be a problem at all." The train sped down the tracks. Outside, plumes of white smoke began to rise. Sparks of red light flashed, blanketing the air in a hazy dust. A moment later, the train plunged into a tunnel. The lights inside cast strange, flickering patterns all around them. Jiang Yu was fast asleep, his head slumped over as he let out soft, rhythmic snores. Lu Jiao reached out and shook him, her voice laced with urgency. "Jiang Yu, wake up. Stop sleeping." Drool trickled from the corner of his mouth as he groggily opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" He glanced around at the other passengers, who were still fast asleep. Lu Jiao had already shot up from her seat, anxiously pointing upward. "Didn't they say our train ride was less than 20 minutes? It's been almost 40 minutes now, and we're still moving." He peered outside, where a gloomy atmosphere hung under a pitch-black sky. The sight made even him frown in suspicion. "That's weird. Wasn't it sunny when we left? Why the sudden change?" Jiang Yu squinted, trying to get a better look through the glass. He saw a hazy, dusty landscape dotted with small points of light, and gasped in shock. "Bones." Just then, the other passengers began to stir. They stood up one by one, looking out the windows to see what was happening. A boy standing nearby noted with alarm, "These bones are unnatural." He had just touched his finger to the window. Instantly, a layer of bone-like material wrapped around his fingertip. He screamed in terror. "It's moving! It's like it can feel me!" Jiang Yu and Lu Jiao could only stare at each other, speechless. A vague sense of dread began to creep into the hearts of everyone on board. Suddenly, the train screeched to a halt. Everyone inside was thrown off balance by the inertia, nearly crashing into one another. The doors slid open, and the announcer's voice echoed from the speakers once more. "We have arrived at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. All passengers, please exit through the left side doors." As the speaker repeated the announcement, the group hesitated at the exit, staring into the dark abyss completely obscured by white bones. Someone finally broke the silence. "What's going on?" Lu Jiao was just as confused. "Shouldn't there be an instructor here to meet us?" A person standing nearby replied, "I have no idea." Jiang Yu gently pushed past the person blocking the doorway. The man turned back in surprise to look at him. Jiang Yu casually stepped 1 foot out of the train, balanced on the threshold between the car and the hazy void that lay ahead. Lu Jiao covered her mouth in shock. She quickly ran after him, yelling angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Get back here." Jiang Yu only had time to get out one word, "I'm not," but he couldn't finish his sentence. His eyes widened in absolute horror, as if he'd just witnessed something terrible. Right before him, splatters of bright red blood stained the ground everywhere. Jiang Yu's foot had landed right in the middle of a large pool of it. Lu Jiao saw the horrific scene as well. She immediately covered her mouth, stammering, Is that?" Jiang Yu crouched down, swiped his finger through the blood at his feet, and brought it close to examine it. He then calmly stated his observation. "It's fresh." Someone still on the train stared at them in terror. "Blood? Are you kidding me? Does this mean the people from the training camp were killed?" Another person next to him immediately shot back. "No way. The camp has instructors, right? Who could possibly do anything to them?" Jiang Yu calmly delivered the answer. "Aberrants." A deathly silence fell over the terrified crowd as his words sank in. He turned his head and urged everyone to quickly go inform the Night Watch organization. "Whoever knows how to drive this train needs to get it back. Now." Though terrified, Lu Jiao still managed to ask, "What about you?" Jiang Yu's gaze softened as he looked at her. Then he immediately broke into a smile. He gave a perfectly reasonable excuse. "I need to use the restroom." Seeing him actually step forward, Lu Jiao called out his name. "Jiang Yu." Her expression darkened, her heart filled with a terrible fear. In that moment, she was terrified something awful would happen to him. Biting her lip, she made up her mind. Lu Jiao immediately took off in the direction Jiang Yu had gone. The remaining passengers watched the two of them disappear into the distance. One asked worriedly, "What about this?" Another couldn't make a decision either. "What do we do now?" They huddled by the train door, a sense of unwillingness in their hearts. "Are we really just going to drive the train back?" One person held up a phone and whispered, "No signal. I can't make a call." Another finally made a choice. "Staying here isn't an option. Let's go. We're going out, too." Once someone took the lead, others naturally followed, stepping out of the train car one by one. However, none of them noticed the small camera in the upper corner, its red light blinking, signaling that it was recording. Elsewhere, after flushing the toilet, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! He grinned and exclaimed, "Ah, much better. Holding it in for that long was rough, but I finally feel better." Suddenly, he sensed something behind him and whipped his head around. An aberrant was charging ferociously towards him, but before it could even get close, a huge boulder flew out of nowhere and slammed into it, smashed to a pulp. Jiang Yu leaned away from the splatter, a look of shock still on his face. He turned to see Lu Jiao, a rock in her hand, as a trail of blood stretched from her feet to where he stood. Jiang Yu called out casually, "Yo, you taking a bathroom break too?" Seeing him, Lu Jiao's voice rose in fury. "Break my foot. Don't you know how dangerous it is to wander off alone? What if an aberrant creature ate you? How would I explain that to Uncle Li?" Jiang Yu waved his hands casually to calm her down, offering some comfort. All right. Just calm down, and hear me out first." Lu Jiao finally regained her composure, crossing her arms to listen to his excuse. "Fine. Talk. Let's see what kind of story you can possibly cook up." Seeing her pose, Jiang Yu spoke, a confident smirk on his face. "The special training has already begun." Hearing this, Lu Jiao shot back in disbelief. "The special training? It started? Since when?" Jiang Yu turned, that same smile still playing on his lips. "From the moment we stepped onto this iron train. Of course." But she wasn't about to believe him that easily. She held her hand out skeptically. "Nonsense. Where's your proof?" Jiang Yu immediately pointed towards the dead beast's corpse. "Here. That aberrant you just smashed. How would you rate its combat power?" Lu Jiao stroked her chin, giving a serious assessment. "Very weak. Its skill level was barely above a large dog." She continued her analysis. "Logically speaking, a creature this weak shouldn't have the nerve to attack a special training camp." Jiang Yu smiled, patting her shoulder encouragingly. Not bad. I guess you're not so dumb after all." Lu Jiao glared at him, annoyed, and shot back. "Cut it out. Maybe we just haven't run into the strong aberrants yet." He confidently presented his own argument. "Fine, but even if real aberrants were attacking the camp, how could the Night Watch team be completely unaware? If something was really wrong, wouldn't they have alerted us by now?" Jiang Yu reminded Lu Jiao of the train's unusual movements and the series of strange phenomena they had experienced. He explained that deliberately extending the train ride was meant to create anxiety, using the eerie fog to instill fear, and fresh blood to awaken a sense of terror. The main goal is to put everyone under immense psychological pressure. While the two were arguing, the rest of their group was locked in battle with several aberrant creatures. Jiang Yu clarified the purpose of this whole setup. Under this kind of pressure, a person's true strengths and weaknesses are revealed through their gut reactions. Some are fighting bravely, while others are screaming in fear. "Help me," he pointed a thumb at himself, and declared arrogantly. "And then there's the strongest one, Jiang Yu." Lu Jiao was speechless. So he had been talking all this time just to show off. But as Jiang Yu was bragging, the massive foot of an aberrant creature drew near. But it wasn't just one. When they turned, they were facing 3 leopard-like aberrants, growling furiously. Jiang Yu's composure instantly vanished. He scrambled behind Lu Jiao and cheered. Go, Jiao Jiao. Use your soul-crushing strike. She eyed him, hiding behind her, mocking him. Aren't you supposed to be so strong? What's the deal with hiding behind me? Jiang Yu explained matter-of-factly. If I made a move, you wouldn't get a chance to shine. She immediately scowled in protest. Then go ahead and make your move. Jiang Yu shamelessly pushed Lu Jiao forward, less talking. I'm giving you a chance, so put on a good show. On a monitor, the image of Jiang Yu cheering her on from the rear looked utterly ridiculous. Go, Jiao, go. On a massive wall of screens, Jiang Yu's little drama stood out from all the rest. 3 people stood before it, observing and taking notes. After a fierce battle with the Aberrant pack, Lu Jiao claimed victory. She stood panting for breath. Jiang Yu happily ran to her side, clapping his hands in praise. Awesome, Jiao. You won a 3 against 1. Lu Jiao clenched her fists, her anger boiling over. She turned and threw a punch. She yelled at him. Jiang Yu, you shameless, worthless bastard. You really just stood there and watched. Jiang Yu grinned, trying to justify himself and calm her down. Don't be angry. This just proves that I have absolute faith in you. Hearing that only enraged her more. Faith my ass. Take this. Jiang Yu let her vent for a moment, but seeing that time was running short, he caught one of her incoming fists. He pulled her hand closer, signaling with his eyes to look elsewhere and said, This is no time for games. Look over there. Caught off guard by his sudden move, Lu Jiao just stared at him, stunned. She quickly snapped out of it and pulled her hand away. They both looked up at a large map projected above them. Jiang Yu spoke up. It's a map. We have to find an exit. Lu Jiao crossed her arms and asked his opinion. Which exit do you think we should take? Jiang Yu thought for a moment, staring intently at the map before finally answering. The door. The gate of the Shadow Court. She spun around in shock, asking, The Shadow Court? Are you sure? It felt just like the simulator gate for the Shadow Plane. But isn't the Shadow Plane the most dangerous place? He explained. That's why they say the most dangerous place is also the safest. A thick fog began to swirl and condense around the two of them. Jiang Yu clapped her on the shoulder, smiling with absolute confidence. Let's go. If any real danger shows up, I'll protect you. His words were surprisingly and incredibly reassuring. From behind them, piercing screams suddenly echoed. Help! Somebody, please help us. A moment later, several figures appeared, their faces masks of pure terror, streaked with tears and snot. Jiang Yu immediately stepped forward and waved to them, but they didn't even slow down, sprinting past without giving him a second glance. Seeing them vanish into the distance, Jiang Yu scratched his head, completely baffled. Was it really that bad? I thought these guys were supposed to be the elite. They can't handle a few minor aberrations? Meanwhile, Lu Jiao looked past his shoulder, and her eyes widened as she suddenly spotted something. She pointed, her voice laced with panic. Jiang Yu! Behind you! He whipped around instantly, coming face to face with several massive serpents, bearing their fangs. Lu Jiao cried out from the side. It's a bronze serpent. One of the heads lunged immediately, slamming down and cracking the very ground beneath them. He leaped backward, narrowly dodging the blow, stunned by the raw power it had just displayed. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in disbelief. What is going on? This aberration's strength is almost at the common first rank. The special training camp is using something like this? People are going to die. As the serpent heads postured menacingly, Lu Jiao stepped forward to assist. She stood before it, gathering energy in her hands, forming 2 golden vortexes in her palms. The aberration's eyes reflected Lu Jiao's image. To be precise, it had locked onto her as its target. It lunged with blinding speed, its massive jaws snapping open right for Lu Jiao. Before she could even react, Jiang Yu shot forward like a bullet. He slammed a powerful kick straight into its head, knocking it sideways as he screamed, Watch out! Jiang Yu grabbed Lu Jiao's hand while she was still stunned, and immediately pulled her away from the enraged beast behind them. Go! He yelled. Lu Jiao, let him lead. The two of them sprinting for their lives. The 3-headed serpent aberration gave chase right at their heels. Nearby onlookers could only stare, their jaws agape at its colossal size. Jiang Yu pointed ahead, shouting, That's exit gate C up there. Let's get inside. Right, Lu Jiao replied instantly. Shielding his face from the rushing wind, Jiang Yu burst through the gate first. Suddenly, his hand felt empty. The shock hit him like a lightning strike. He spun around in horror, completely bewildered. Huh? He discovered that the gate had sealed shut behind him, and other than himself, there was no one else there. He called out her name in a panic. Jiao. Meanwhile, in the monitoring area, someone watched the enraged aberration on the screen and asked suspiciously, What's going on with that bronze serpent? Weren't we using blood essence to suppress its combat power? A white-haired man also looked on with deep concern. I don't know, but it's clearly showing signs of losing control. A man beside him made a grim decision. If we can't handle it, just kill it. The student's safety is the top priority. Just then, Song Ching-an appeared behind them. He raised a hand to stop them. No. Wait. Everyone turned to look at him. His eyes were fixed on the feed showing Jiang Yu. For now, do not interfere. Staring at Jiang Yu's worried expression on the monitor, Song Ching-an spoke calmly. This is the perfect opportunity to witness his true strength. Back with Jiang Yu, he stared at the sealed gate before him, his brow furrowed. Just as I thought. There's something wrong with this door. He knocked on it a few times, then observed, the glass is made of abyssal material. It must have some kind of teleportation function. Even if you enter the same gate, the destination isn't always the same. He clenched his fist, gripped the handle, and pulled with all his might. The door actually opened under his force. Jiang Yu's resolve hardened. If I just open it a few more times, I might be able to find Zhao Zhao. Before he could even get his bearings, a furious serpent head lunged, its jaws wide open, right at his face. Two serpent heads clamped down hard on both of his legs, while his hands desperately held back the central head, trying to devour him whole. The beast lifted his entire body into the air. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, gripping its jaws to keep them from crushing down any further. Finding his leverage, he braced his hands on the serpent's maw. The next second, Jiang Yu unleashed a furious barrage of punches against the aberration. He pummeled it until it had no strength left to resist. Its massive body was sent flying backward. Jiang Yu landed lightly on the ground, but he was a complete wreck himself. His clothes had been torn to shreds by its fangs. He clutched his arm, panting in terror. Whew, that was too close. I hope I didn't expose anything just now. Suddenly, he felt an unknown power invading his body. A dark shadow began to envelop him. Jiang Yu's eyes shot wide open in shock as he transformed into something else. His entire body turned jet black, crackling with arcs of blue lightning. He raised a hand, staring at the long, sharp claws, utterly bewildered. What's happening? I didn't activate my shadow form. Why did it manifest on its own? While he was still reeling, a figure crashed down from above. Jiang Yu snapped his head towards the sound as an aberration emerged from the settling dust. Its entire body was a sickly green, and covered in a disturbing number of eyes. Jiang Yu immediately fell back into a defensive stance. A high-rank level 1, he thought grimly. This situation is getting worse by the second. Through the monitors, everyone in the observation room saw it unfold. The spectators stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Song Ching-an could barely believe his eyes, stammering, "What is this situation?" From the monster's body, thousands of eyes began to sprout. Hundreds, thousands of different eyes grew all over its body. A new eye even emerged from inside its mouth. The monster raised its arm, pointing an index finger at Jiang Yu. A massive surge of green energy shot from its body, directly at his shadow form. The shadow instantly leaped back, dodging the attack. But Jiang Yu's shadow had jumped right into the monster's trap. It clutched its head, gasping in disbelief. Crap, it was a psychic attack. The thousand-eyed monster clung to the ceiling, appearing right before Jiang Yu's shadow. The corners of its mouth twisted into a faint, sinister smile. Jiang Yu's shadow immediately seized the opening, its hand lashing out to grip the monster's throat. It snarled through gritted teeth. "You fool. I led you here on purpose." Then, with a final squeeze, it sent the monster to the next world. Jiang Yu's shadow released its grip, letting the creature's lifeless body fall to the ground. It whispered a single command, "Shadow devour." Instantly, shadowy tendrils shot towards the monster's corpse. The shadow then brought up the system interface, displaying information on the monster it had just destroyed. The data appeared. Name, pupil aberration. Species, pupil. Rank, level 1, mid-tier. Description, a weak aberration from the abyss. This species usually has pupils or a head resembling a snake, specializing in strangling and tearing apart its prey. An image appeared, showing a snake-headed pupil aberration with its mouth wide open. Immediately after, the system panel changed, displaying a new notification. Alert. This is a low-tier pupil species, rumored to be a lesser subordinate of the shadow progenitor. The following are the post-elimination effects. Its toxins have been nullified. You have obtained Shadow Guard. Shadow points increased. Data on this foreign species has been collected. At the same time, an image of the eye-covered monster appeared as the system interface updated again. Name, faceless pupil. Species, pupil. Rank, level 1, mid-tier. This is a weak, foreign species from the abyss, whose pupils are its main power source. The number of pupils does not reflect its true strength, as it specializes in psychic attacks. Its pupils can perceive subtle details, allowing it to exploit an opponent's weaknesses. The notification continued. Alert. This is a low-tier pupil species, rumored to be a lesser subordinate of the Shadow Lord. Post-elimination effect. Causes temporary blindness in both eyes. Effect has been nullified. You have also obtained Shadow Guard, Shadow Points increased, weak Shadow Pupil Ascension, and data on this foreign species has been collected. Jiang Yu's shadow stroked its chin, lost in thought. The pupil species are subordinates of the Shadow Lords, but I'm an infiltrator, a natural enemy of the Shadow species. Doesn't that mean they'll all target me? It pondered, staring at the monster's remains scattered on the ground. I thought this was just a simple evaluation, that they'd only send a few weak aberrations. But they sent creatures that are actually capable of killing. It crouched down, whispering to itself, "The most dangerous thing right now is this form. The instructors at the training camp have already seen it." Finally, it sighed. "It's pointless to hide." Dispel form. A vortex of wind materialized around its body, swirling intensely. Jiang Yu's shadow looked down, but its form remained unchanged. It let out a confused grunt. "Huh?" It began waving its arms frantically, shouting in a panic, "Dispel! Dispel the shadow form!" Still, nothing happened. It wondered in shock. What's going on? There's no response. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's shadow flinched at the sound of a monstrous roar from above. On the ceiling, hundreds, no, thousands of eyes snapped open, all of them staring down at it. It looked up, raising a hand to gather its power. A single thought crossed its mind. It looks like I've stirred up the entire nest. Back in the observation room, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. People shoved each other, trying to see the monitors as one person yelled, "What's happening? All the monitors have gone black." This was a development no one had anticipated, and no one could answer his question. The crowd grew more frantic. "Get the equipment department on the line, now." Only Song Ching-an remained still, his back to the panicked crowd. His eyes darkened, his mind a storm of unknowable thoughts. Just then, a man burst through the main entrance. He burst through the entrance, his fist slamming against the steel door to announce his arrival. The urgent news had clearly taken its toll. He gasped for air, his voice strained. "All communication systems have suddenly gone down." The words dropped like a bombshell in the silent room, but the next piece of news was a far heavier blow. "We've lost contact with Instructor Liu and Instructor Luo." A sharp clang echoed from the metal floor below. The sudden arrival of a new figure sent a ripple of murmurs through the crowd. This man radiated an aura of absolute authority. His stern expression immediately silenced the rising panic. He gripped a simple cane, a contrast to the immense strength he projected despite his age. His presence alone was enough to completely overwhelm the younger men. "So, this is the Great Yunhai Special Training Camp, and you all fall into chaos at the first sign of trouble?" His expression darkened, his hazel eyes narrowing to a sharp point. The man ground his teeth, his words striking Song Ching-an's group like a physical blow. "And you have the nerve to call yourselves instructors?" Hearing the sharp rebuke, Song Ching-an could only bow his head in shame. His position, after all, came with immense responsibility. But in the face of the crisis, he had simply frozen, completely unable to make a decision. "My apologies for this embarrassing display, Elder Chen. What are your orders now?" Leaning back in his chair, the old man remained silent. Then, after a long moment, he slammed his cane into the ground. The sheer force of the impact sent a tiny crack spiderwebbing across the floor. He raised a hand, his authority palpable, radiating power without a hint of anger. Everyone immediately snapped to attention. "Chin, compile a list of the names and awakened abilities of every student who entered the shadow field. Retrieve the white bones, suspend the examination, dispatch instructors to maintain order, and assemble all remaining staff. All Level 2 and Level 3 instructors are to proceed to the shadow field." "Yes, sir." The subordinate immediately bolted out the door. This was a critical situation, one that concerned the very honor of Yunhai. He couldn't just passively rely on the elder for everything. Just then, Elder Chen's voice boomed once more, stopping Song Ching-an just as he was about to turn and leave. "Instructor Song, wait a moment." It seemed the old man had noticed something different about this young man, something that set him apart. Elder Chen closed his eyes briefly, his tone softening just a fraction. "A moment ago, you were the only one thinking calmly. Tell me, what is the Yunhai camp truly hiding inside that shadow field?" Song Ching-an's fists clenched at his sides. A shadow passed over his eyes, and his voice dropped to a low murmur. "So, you've suspected something for a long time. That's why you only sent the level 2 and 3 instructors to investigate, Elder Chen slowly replied, his hand resting on his cane. The anomaly began the very moment the students entered the field. Anyone with a sharp mind could see where the problem lies. As expected, it's impossible to fool a true master. In that case, I will no longer hide the truth. His gaze met Elder Chen's, his mind flashing back to the scene he witnessed. The shadow field contains an isomorph nest. It's a forbidden object from the abyss. Direct contact causes an eye to sprout on the victim's body until they fully transform into an isomorph. Once it made landfall, the forbidden object began continuously warping its surroundings, turning the area into a semi-corporeal shadow plane. If this information were to ever leak, it would create a firestorm of chaos, with Yunhai right at the destructive center. Other organizations would target them with malicious intent. In a normal situation, a nest would only spawn a level 1 aberration. They were purely for the students' combat practice. A mid-tier aberration might occasionally appear, but its power would be suppressed by a bloodstone, and any high-rank ones are eliminated on sight. This revelation clearly piqued Elder Chen's interest. The old man's eyes narrowed. And the forbidden object itself? What is its rank? It was the exact question Song Qing'an had been expecting. He answered without a moment's hesitation. Based on the star, moon, and sun classification, it is a mid-tier moon class. Even for Elder Chen, this news was a profound shock. He bowed his head in deep thought, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his cane. A mid-tier moon class. Its power is enough to contend with a level 4 transcendent. And yet, such a powerful entity has remained surprisingly docile. That's right. As long as it isn't provoked, it remains passive. Transcendents below level 3 can enter its domain without triggering a response. Song Qing'an thought of the creatures they used for training, and his voice grew heavy with urgency. But if a transcendent of level 4 or higher enters its territory, it triggers a powerful defensive protocol. The nest will begin spawning powerful aberrations without end, focusing all of its energy on eliminating the intruder. A sudden, horrifying realization dawned on Elder Chen. He shot his head up, his voice laced with dread. Are you implying there's a student among them who is level 4 or higher? A single bead of cold sweat trickled down Song Qing'an's temple. The probability is extremely low, but it can't be ruled out. Recalling the disturbance from before, his expression turned grim. Whether they are level 4 or not, whoever is inside that shadow field right now, he paused, the dire words hanging in the air. He's facing almost certain death. And just as he feared, on the other side of the field, Jiang Yu was. He was forced to run for his very life. One wrong move, one tiny stumble, and the horde of monsters behind would instantly swarm him, tearing him apart. A level 1 green aberration suddenly blocked Jiang Yu's path as he charged forward. In a flash, a single swipe of his claws shredded its massive body to pieces. Jiang Yu glanced back, exhausted. He was truly at his limit. He immediately pushed his speed to the max, fleeing from the tidal wave of monsters. You mindless freaks, can you just give up already? As soon as he recovered his stamina, Jiang Yu launched himself forward. He smirked, looking back at the horde of aberrations as they fell from the rooftop. That's what you get for chasing me. Fall to your deaths. One of the aberrations fired a beam from its single eye, the blast of pure pressure slamming into his back and stopping him cold. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Yu plummeted from the sky as smoke and dust erupted from the impact. He staggered to his feet, clutching a fresh wound on his arm, and grimaced. Damn it. Once they've locked onto you, there's no shaking them. Hiding is useless, and to make matters worse, their psychic attacks are my perfect. The green-skinned aberrations closed in, their oppressive aura suffocating him. Jiang Yu stared at their numbers, feeling hopeless. Level 1s were bad enough, but he could now see several level 2s in their ranks. Fury surged through him as he channeled his power. Fine, you've forced my hand. I'll let you know, I'm a level 2 as well. Phantom Blade, activate. But when nothing happened, Jiang Yu was stunned. He stared at his own hands in utter disbelief. His Phantom Blade wouldn't activate. He vaguely realized something with blue eyes was watching him, suppressing his abilities. No, it's more than that. My power has been sealed. Jiang Yu watched as the horde before him suddenly began chattering in an unknown language. He was puzzled by their sudden commotion. Strange, they've stopped moving. Were they scared off by my power just now? The horde of monsters hastily parted, making way in pure terror for a new, pink-colored creature. Following their terrified gaze, he saw a massive pink sword scraping against the ground. Standing before him was a pink aberration covered in countless eyes, with a gigantic mouth in the center of its stomach. Jiang Yu's blood ran cold. He was paralyzed with a horrifying thought. This is a level 3 aberration. As the pink blade descended upon him, Jiang Yu desperately activated his skill, shrouding both of his arms in crackling lightning. The pink monster brought its blade down with full force, but luckily, he managed to block the attack in the nick of time. Dust and debris exploded from the clash, obscuring the entire area. A terrifying shockwave sent Jiang Yu flying backward. The power of the pink aberration was on a completely different plane of existence. Even though he blocked the fatal strike, he couldn't negate the overwhelming force. His body smashed violently into a nearby building. Jiang Yu's entire body ached from the impact as he coughed up blood. Damn it, my dual blades are unusable. Even my shadow shift ability feels sluggish and weak. Staring at the towering pink monster, Jiang Yu felt as if the very air was being crushed from his lungs. In his current state, a level 2 was a challenge, let alone a level 3. From his fingertips, razor-thin threads suddenly shot out. The durable threads quickly bound the pink aberration's body, temporarily immobilizing it. If this fight continues, there's no way I can win. Seizing the brief opportunity while its movements were restricted, Jiang Yu pushed his speed to the absolute limit to escape. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating was his only option. Of course, he knew his threads couldn't hold the pink monster for long. With a simple flex of its muscles, it effortlessly shattered the restraints. Jiang Yu was sprinting for his life, but he never expected the pink aberration to instantly appear right behind him. Damn it, how is it so fast? In the single moment he lost focus, the pink monster leaped high into the air, closing the distance between them. It once again swung its massive blade down. Luckily, Jiang Yu managed to leap away just in time. As the powerful strike shattered the ground beneath him, he felt a surge of hope when he saw the aberration's blade was stuck deep in the pavement. This was his chance. Jiang Yu didn't waste the opportunity, unleashing a continuous barrage of punches against the pink monster's face. The killing aura from his endless slaughter skill began to build. A grin spread across his face as he saw its health bar drop to 93%. There's still a chance. Though each of his attacks was like a mere scratch, his endless slaughter skill allowed him to accumulate killing intent. With enough power, he could land a decisive blow. But his moment of hope was short-lived, as he took a devastating punch directly from the monster. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he went flying through the air. For the second time, he was smashed violently into a wall. But this time, before he could even stand, he saw the pink aberration charging at him with terrifying speed. Then, for some unknown reason, it screeched to a halt, its feet grinding hard against the ground. At that moment, Jiang Yu managed to get to his feet, standing face to face with the pink horror. Why did it suddenly stop? A cold sweat ran down his spine as the pink aberration stood motionless. What's going on? Why isn't this thing attacking anymore? He turned his head in surprise to look behind him. Huh? Behind Jiang Yu were countless buildings, all of them seemingly enveloped in a faint, shimmering blue shield. My eyes widened. What is happening? This place. It's almost identical to the Shadow Realm. The layout is a perfect replica. To Jiang Yu's senses, this seemingly ordinary place pulsed with terrifying power, crackling with unseen currents of energy. In fact, it felt even more sinister than the Shadow Realm itself. Something here was calling to him, luring him in. But in that moment of distraction, the crimson aberration recovered. It swung its blade, aiming a deadly strike right at him. Jiang Yu dodged the attack just in the nick of time. Forget it, he thought. Survival comes first. He broke into a sprint, gasping for air. However, ahead of him was nothing but an endless stretch of darkness. This is insane. Why is this alley so long? There's no end in sight. Jiang Yu was shocked as a falling sensation took over. In an instant, he found himself lost in another space entirely. His entire body was encased in a strange, spherical bubble. The world around him twisted, now filled with an intense magnetic energy. Jiang Yu stared into the void, completely bewildered. What is this? Where am I? He couldn't see a thing, nor could he feel anything at all. Just then, an unseen magnetic force yanked his arm upwards, giving Jiang Yu no time to react. An immense force began to pull his entire body. Damn it. Why can't I control my own body? Who is doing this? The pull was so strong it distorted his face. Stop, let me go. I am the master of this body. That thought jolted Jiang Yu back to his senses. That's when he saw it. A spherical orb. It was hurtling straight for him. The orb slammed directly into Jiang Yu's chest. He closed his eyes, sensing a tide of immense power flooding his very being. From the orb, shadowy tendrils slithered out, burrowing deep into the wounds covering his body. It was forcibly merging with him, becoming one. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes, hypnotic vortexes swirled within his pupils. A voice echoed in his mind. At last. I've found you, the inheritor of the Shadow Kin. Jiang Yu realized he was in a completely different dimension, surrounded by countless mirrors, each reflecting his own image. "What the hell is this place?" He froze as a strange voice answered. "This is the boundary between the real world and the abyss." Jiang Yu scanned the area, shouting, "Who's there?" But he failed to notice that the reflection directly behind him was starting to crack. "Can you not feel it?" the voice taunted. This familiar presence from the shadows. Mysterious, dark, cold, and strange. Jiang Yu whipped his head around to see a hand covered in countless scars. His own reflection was now shrouded in a sinister, dark purple aura. "You and I are the same," it began. "We are both." Before it could finish, Jiang Yu's fist smashed into the mirror. The shadow in the mirror shrieked. "Hey, what was that for? You scared the life out of me." Jiang Yu, however, was completely unfazed. "What do you mean? I'm obviously here to eliminate an aberration." "You." The moment the words left his mouth, the shadow screeched. "Are you insane? I haven't even finished talking and you're already throwing punches. A guy like you is gonna miss all the important plot points. Like secret powers or hidden masters. You know, the classic hero stuff." Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered. "Get to the point. Spit it out. I have to get back and save Jiao Rao." The hidden shadow in the mirror pointed upwards. "Just look up for yourself." Only then did Jiang Yu notice. A colossal, purple head looming above him. It seemed to be phasing through the very fabric of space. "Avenge me." Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Jiang Yu's chest. That same voice echoed in his ear, but with a new, sinister whisper. "And then you'll become my host, completely under my control." But the shadow's moment of triumph was cut short by a thunderous slap from Jiang Yu himself. Its entire form slammed into the mirror, shattering it to pieces. The shadow glared at him, seething. "You! What do you think you're doing? Didn't you just agree to help me deal with the progenitor?" Jiang Yu just scoffed. "Who said I agreed to anything?" Jiang Yu sneered with contempt. "A pathetic fool who got completely screwed over by his own underlings has no right to make a deal with me." He stepped closer, pointing right in its face. "Besides, you don't want a partner. You want a host. You want to parasitize my body and control me, don't you?" But the shadowy figure just smirked smugly. "Humph. So what if I do? It's not like you can escape anyway." Jiang Yu watched, startled, as the shadow began to grow larger and larger. "Submit to me. To become my vessel is the greatest honor you could ever achieve." Unimpressed, Jiang Yu casually reached into the shattered frame, and with one swift motion, effortlessly dragged the shadow out. He stared it down. "You may have been powerful once, but like you said yourself, right now, you're just a weakened fragment of what you were. Add the fact that the progenitor drained most of your power, and it's not so clear who should be submitting to whom." It gnashed its teeth in defiance. "I am a sixth-tier shadowkin, a direct descendant of the abyss. I will not be defeated by the likes of you." But before it could finish its sentence, Jiang Yu began to violently absorb what little power it had left. "What? This is impossible. How can a mere second-tier weakling possibly overpower me? Just, who in the world are you?" Jiang Yu simply stared back in silence. Racked with anger and pain, the shadow's form began to fade into nothingness. Under the terrifying suction, the shadow figure vanished completely, leaving only a dark stain surrounded by lingering wisps of power. Even those wisps quickly faded, devoured by the eye on his chest, which flashed with a brilliant, blinding light. Just like that, every last remnant of the shadow figure was absorbed, becoming one with his body. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he processed what just happened. Then he nodded, reassuring himself. A fragmented aberration. A flicker of consciousness was all that remained, telling him this was his own lost power. At that very moment, in a damp, dark cave, shrouded in thick fog, an eerie green light pierced through the shadows, where instructors faced hundreds of staring eyes, and immediately sprang into action. Everyone gathered together, with the instructors forming a protective circle on the outside. The students were in the center. "All students, use your anti-contamination medicine now. Do not leave the protective circle." Jiao Jiao and the others scanned their surroundings with anxious eyes. She thought to herself, "Jiang Yu, what pile of rubble did you finally die in?" Behind her, a colossal eye suddenly snapped open, staring down the group of humans. Its entire body shot upwards, a grotesque green form covered with 1,000 eyes. As Jiao Jiao looked toward the others, a horde of monsters charged directly at her, letting out unearthly shrieks. She showed no fear, quickly channeling a golden energy that enveloped both of her fists. Jiao Jiao launched herself straight into the monster horde, electrocuting them with every blow until their last breath. She wasn't alone. The others were also fighting desperately against the swarm. After dealing with the pack of monsters, Jiao Jiao was left gasping for breath, completely exhausted. One of the group members said gratefully, "Thanks. Without your help, this wouldn't have been so easy. Can you still hold on?" Though exhausted, Jiao Jiao managed to reply, "I'm fine." Another person, who was being chased by a demon, yelled out, "All right, everyone stick close to me. Prepare to leave this place." But as the man's attention was divided, the demon lunged, shoving its face, covered in yellow eyes, right in front of him. By the time he realized the danger and turned back, it was already too late. He froze, staring in stunned disbelief at the green eye-covered orb just inches away. The young man was sent to the afterlife, falling right before Jiao Jiao's eyes, leaving her in a state of shock. The demon then locked onto its next target, Jiao Jiao herself. She whispered with a hint of dread, "This is bad." She thought her fate would be the same as the man's, but luckily, Qing An appeared from behind and struck the demon down. After eliminating it, Qing An silently assessed the situation. A level 3 aberration. This was worse than he had imagined. With that thought, he berated the others. "Didn't I tell you all to stay on high alert at all times? You were almost taken out by a sneak attack." Faced with his scolding, they could only bow their heads in shame. "We're sorry. It was our negligence." Then, Qing An looked over the students, his gaze lingering on Jiao Jiao, and wondered, why, out of so many students, were they the only ones to face an attack from a level 3 aberration? Could it be that one of them is a level 4 superhuman or higher? Qing An signaled to the group. "Is everyone here? Follow me." Suddenly, Jiao Jiao shouted. "Wait," she reported with extreme worry. "I came here with Jiang Yu, but he's not here now." Hearing this, Qing An became just as concerned. "Jiang Yu? Wait a minute. Could he be the one the aberration hive is targeting? And this girl who came with him? They must have a close relationship." As he was lost in thought, a monster with a giant blade materialized behind Qing An, aiming for a killing blow. Qing An glanced back, then unleashed a devastating technique against it. A massive wave of power erupted from him, blasting the monster into the distance. The monster's actions only confirmed his suspicions. So, it's true. The aberration hive has already targeted the girl. Seeing the overwhelming danger, Qing An charged forward to deal with the horde himself. He didn't forget to give an order. "Get the students out of here first. Leave this to me." Instantly, another monster appeared before him. It growled menacingly, ready to tear him apart. Qing An acted swiftly, and an eye materialized in the palm of his hand. In the next second, an immense source of power exploded from Qing An, aimed directly at the creature. He quickly executed his superhuman technique, Wind Eye, creating a powerful cyclone that trapped the monster, rendering it helpless. Assaulted so violently, the monster grew furious. From within the vortex, it stared intently ahead. Spotting a gap, an opening to escape, it lunged without hesitation, breaking free from Qing An's attack. Witnessing this, he yelled in anger, "You think you can run?" Just as he prepared to launch another attack, the monster vanished. In its place, a giant eye appeared beneath his feet. It had seized control of Qing An's power. His arms suddenly went rigid, and panic flashed in his eyes. "What's happening? I can't use my ability." From behind him, another colossal monster loomed, threatening to end his life. A horrifying sphere made of countless eyes now threatened the lives of the students. It pulsed with a terrifying, dark energy. Even more massive eyes materialized in the air. The students' escape route was cut off. There was no way to get out of this unscathed. Not even Ken could fend off the relentless assault. "Damn it all," he roared in frustration. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The others were also swallowed by the dark power, their minds slipping into oblivion. Jia Jia was facing the same fate. She resisted with every fiber of her being, but it was utterly hopeless. "It's over," she thought in despair. "I can't even move. My mind is going numb." She had tried to prepare herself for this moment, but nothing could prepare her for the crushing despair of facing an aberration head-on. As her strength gave out, Jia Jia collapsed. With her last ounce of strength, she whispered a final thought. "Goodbye. You have to survive." Then, her world went dark. She faintly whispered his name, Jiang Yu. Just then, a hand shot out, catching her gently before she hit the ground. It was him. Jiang Yu had arrived. A small smile touched his lips as he answered her whisper. "I'm here." He gently placed the unconscious Jia Jia on the ground. In an instant, his gentle expression vanished. A menacing, powerful blue aura exploded from his body. The monsters immediately locked onto Jiang Yu's presence. A tide of creatures surged forward to attack. He was now facing down the entire horde. Yet, he didn't even flinch. A confident smirk spread across his face. You might think this is the Bronzekin's nest, but you've all forgotten one crucial thing. This is the Shadow Court. As he spoke, his aura swelled to terrifying new heights. Jiang Yu's voice was absolute. And in this place, I am the one and only king. Without hesitation, he raised a hand to the heavens. A beam of energy erupted from his finger, piercing the sky. Dark, ethereal power began to gather around the brilliant column of light. The breathtaking sight drew the gaze of every creature. Jiang Yu's voice echoed, filled with absolute authority. Welcome, all of you, to my personal domain. Instantly, a massive dome of energy trapped the entire horde. Ensnared within the prison, the creatures roared in fury. They thrashed wildly, trying to break free, but with a single, sharp stomp of his foot, a world-shattering explosion detonated within the energy dome. The entire horde was instantly annihilated. The few stragglers scattered in terror, but how could they possibly escape the king's wrath? But just as the dust settled, another creature appeared. This one was colossal. Without a doubt, it was the leader of the pack. A grin spread across Jiang Yu's face. Fancy meeting you here. I believe you're the one that chased me all over town earlier. He brandished his twin blades, his aura surging. With a fiery gaze, he made a declaration. This time, I'm the one doing the hunting. He didn't even wait for a response. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu was on the move, slicing the massive creature clean in half. The attack was so blindingly fast, the beast was left in shock. It never even had time to process what happened before its entire body shattered into a million pieces. A triumphant grin touched Jiang Yu's lips. But the fight wasn't over yet. Another one of the grotesque, eye-covered beasts materialized. A single massive eye snapped open, unleashing a blast of dark energy. Jiang Yu immediately countered with his own technique, Execution Rush. An overwhelming amount of power surged from his blade, driving it directly into the creature's gaping eye. And with that, Jiang Yu struck it down, leaving it as a crumpled mess on the floor. He finished it with a decimating cleave, splitting the beast in half with one final blow. Once it was over, Jiang Yu finally allowed himself a moment of fatigue. But then, a strange crimson rain began to fall, catching him by surprise. This power, he thought, it's immense. This is the strength of the Shadow Kin. Planting his foot on the monster's corpse, Jiang Yu observed, it seems the Bronze Kin are completely countered by the Shadow Kin. As soon as darkness falls, the Bronze Kin become completely powerless. He smirked at the thought. Even though I'm only a level 2, taking down a level 3 Bronze Kin is a piece of cake. No wonder their entire nest lives in fear of the shadows. He then raised his hand to absorb the essence of the fallen beasts. But he didn't forget his manners. Thanks for providing so much EXP, he quipped. This should be more than enough to feast on. Just then, other squad members rushed onto the scene. Hurry, this way. The signal was lost around here. Standing amidst the carnage, Jiang Yu saw them approach. He let out an annoyed sigh. Talk about bad timing. They were sprinting toward a swirling blue vortex in the distance. A man with purple hair barked out orders. Move the wounded. Now. A young woman from the medical team yelled out. Do we have any anti-corruption serum? We're losing them. Meanwhile, the purple-haired leader continued to command his squad. The rest of you, move to seal the Bronzekin nest. On the double. Later, at a hospital, a familiar voice was bragging loudly, and then the big-eyed freak came right for me. So I just went ahead and blew the head right off that tornado. It was none other than Jiang Yu, lying in a hospital bed with an IV drip, but that didn't stop him from glorifying his battle. So I hit it with my signature move, Crow Takes Flight, and bam, dead on the spot. He just kept going. Then, another one tried to get the jump on me from behind, he never got to finish his sentence, because someone really did get the jump on him. Whoever it was gave him a sharp smack on the head. You're hurt this badly and you still have the energy to lie? And there she was. Jiao Jiao. She handed Jiang Yu a bottle of medicine and said, hurry, and use this. Seeing his chance, he replied playfully, why don't you put it on for me? Jiao Jiao didn't refuse. Fine, she said, twisting off the cap. Then, she poured the entire bottle onto the back of Jiang Yu's hand. A plume of smoke instantly hissed into the air. A strange expression crossed Jiang Yu's face. It was impossible to tell if it was pleasure or pain. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, howling in agony as his hand smoked like it was on fire. Jiang Yu finally realized what happened, shouting in a panic. This is meant to be ingested. You put it on my skin. Are you trying to kill me? At his accusation, Jiao Jiao shot back angrily. Well, you're the one who told me to apply it. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Yu started to tease her. You're not actually getting mad, are you? Jiao Jiao was indeed fuming. What do you think? She snapped. You just disappeared. I had to search everywhere for you. Realizing her anger came from a place of worry, Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, But he never got to finish his sentence. Zhao Zhao's hand was already on his cheek. You don't need to apologize, she whispered. She gently placed a bandage over the cut on his face, her touch soft. Then, Zhao Zhao looked him in the eye and said, next time, don't try to bear everything alone, okay? A faint blush crept up Jiang Yu's neck as he smiled and nodded. Okay. Looking at him, Zhao Zhao's own cheeks turned a shade of crimson. Then, a thought struck Zhao Zhao. Oh, right. Something strange happened. When I was attacked by that aberration and passed out, I woke up to find I'd already been saved. Jiang Yu, standing beside her, replied, What's so strange about that? The instructor must have saved you. Zhao Zhao suddenly cried out, No, that's not it. The person who saved me was Master Du. The name hit Jiang Yu like a lightning bolt, freezing him in place. Jiang Yu quickly sat down and told Zhao Zhao, You must have seen it wrong. How could Master Du possibly be at the special training camp? She crossed her arms, adamant. No, I'm absolutely sure. Right as I was losing consciousness, Master Du was the one holding me. Zhao Zhao's voice was filled with confusion as she added, What's even weirder is, I'm sure I whispered someone else's name. But Master Du responded. The feeling was just so familiar. But before Zhao Zhao could put the pieces together, Jiang Yu panicked and cut her off. Hey, you're not suspecting me, are you? She thought back to the shadowy figure and then at Jiang Yu. Probably not, she mused to herself. Then she explained, Master Du could never be a goofball like you. His pride stung. He flared up. Who are you calling a goofball? Though he acted offended, inside he was breathing a huge sigh of relief. Then Zhao Zhao voiced another question. Do you think Master Du is one of us students? Jiang Yu answered decisively. From what I can tell, there's absolutely no way. Why not? She asked, confused. Jiang Yu quickly fabricated a story. Just look at the facts. Master Du's power is immense. His IQ is off the charts. He's heroic, righteous. And on top of that, he's incredibly handsome. How could a perfect person like that, he concluded, possibly be some kid who just started college? Completely falling for it. Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But how would you know he's handsome? Realizing his slip-up, Jiang Yu quickly backpedaled. Whether he's handsome or not isn't important. For all we know, he's one of the instructors at the camp. Zhao Zhao considered this, and it seemed plausible. An instructor? That's very possible. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Jiang Yu. It was Instructor Song, making Jiang Yu jump. He scrambled to his feet to greet him. Instructor Song, we meet again, the instructor said. Zhao Zhao also chimed in. Instructor Song, how is your wound? Seeing their formal behavior, Instructor Song waved his hand dismissively. It's just a minor injury. Sit down. Zhao Zhao continued. We were lucky, you and the other instructors were there. We're only safe because of you. Hearing her words, Instructor Song replied, Ultimately, this incident was due to our own negligence. Thankfully, there were no casualties. He then turned his attention to Jiang Yu. By the way, you weren't among the students we rescued. Did you manage to escape on your own? Jiang Yu bragged confidently. Of course. I carved my own path out of there. Instructor Song looked mildly surprised. Is that so? In that case, I am very much looking forward to your future performance. But inwardly, he thought, to escape that situation all by himself. This Jiang Yu is more than he seems. Then, remembering his task, Instructor Song said, Right. The testing room is swamped, so they sent me to conduct your contamination checks. He pulled out a scanning device and pointed it toward the two of them. Seeing the positive result, he said, Very good. Your contamination levels are stable. Just go back and take your medicine. With his task complete, Instructor Song bid them farewell. Well, I need to go check on the other students. Make sure to get some rest. Zhao Zhao waved back. Okay. Take care, Instructor Song. Jiang Yu added, Goodbye. After walking a few steps, Instructor Song felt something was off about Jiang Yu. He glanced down at his scanner, and his eyes widened in shock. On the screen, the text read, Non-Superhuman Contamination Index. Level 2. Instructor Song whispered to himself, Level 2? So he really was hiding his true power, he thought, his suspicion growing. But a level like this shouldn't have been enough to agitate an entire aberration nest. Could it be, he wondered, that he wasn't the one the aberrations were targeting? 100 questions with no answers flooded Instructor Song's mind. But the strangest part was his contamination index. It was 0. He claimed he'd carved a bloody path to escape, yet killing those things always resulted in contamination. Meanwhile, Jiang Du couldn't stop pestering Zhao Zhao with questions. By the way, whose name were you calling when you were unconscious? Was it mine? Refusing to admit it, she fired back. No way, I was calling for my dad, but he wasn't about to let it go. So, isn't that still me? Hearing Jiang Du's teasing, Zhao Zhao screamed in frustration, while Qing'an watched with keen interest, murmuring how fascinating it was. This kid was full of secrets. In front of Yunhai University, this year's training camp was being held right on the freshman campus. The Yunhai University sophomore campus also served as the training base for high school seniors. Two young women were chatting happily. Nearby, the childhood friend duo, Lu Jiao Jiao and Jiang Du, were dragging their suitcases to registration, but his eyes were glued to all the other girls passing by, practically drooling, an act that his best friend Jiao Jiao found absolutely infuriating. You idiot, she snapped, angrily yanking her suitcase and storming off in another direction. Jiang Du stood there, completely baffled by what just happened. Jiang Du was truly a blockhead when it came to a girl's feelings. Zhao Zhao was flustered and fuming, her face turning beet red. She could only steal a quick glance at him and mutter, I'm going to the dorm to check in first. Luckily, Jiang Du still had a conscience. He quickly scratched his head and stopped her. You don't know the way. Let me take you. But Zhao Zhao had known him her whole life. She could read him like an open book. You just want to go check out the girls at the dorms, don't you? To her shock, the clueless Jiang Du actually admitted it. That's right. How did you know? Whack! A heavy fist landed squarely on his head. It hurt like hell, but he absolutely deserved it. After landing the blow, Zhao Zhao sped off with her suitcase, leaving Jiang Du with a growing lump on his head. Don't talk to me anymore. Liu Baoqiang appeared out of nowhere, his arms full of food. Munching away, he said, Let me guess. You made Zhao Zhao mad again, didn't you? His calm expression showed this was a common sight. He kept eating as he spoke. Yep, same old you. Only then did Jiang Du turn to look at Liu Baoqiang. He was stunned to see how much bigger his friend had gotten. Holy cow, Liu Baoqiang, you've gotten huge. In response, Liu Baoqiang just grunted, opened his mouth wide, and dumped more food inside. Jiang Du was speechless. I think I get it now. Liu Baoqiang's puffy, dumpling-like cheeks were practically glowing. My awakened ability is gluttony. The more I eat, the stronger I get. Plus, I don't get indigestion, so it's a waste not to eat. As he spoke, he casually lifted a heavy suitcase with a single finger to show Jiang Du. My natural talent and willpower weren't enough to get into the Yunhai special training camp, but because my ability progresses so quickly, they made an exception, and just like that, the two friends were reunited. Once the campus grounds were empty, Liu Baoqiang spoke up. Come on, I'll take you there. Which dorm is it? Jiang Du replied. Building number 1. The scene shifts to a stunning, high-rise building made of rustic brick. The clear blue sky overhead only highlighted its elegant colors. Standing below, Liu Baoqiang pointed up at the high-class building. Here we are. This is dormitory 1. Impressive, right? Jiang Du looked a little stunned, exclaiming, Whoa, this is like a fancy hotel. The interior was even more luxurious, with floors so polished you could see your own reflection. As they walked, Liu Baoqiang explained, This dorm was renovated to house the top prospects for our special training camp. It has all the latest infrastructure, and the environment is amazing. Every room was bright, neat, and spotless. The doors and closets are all made from real wood, and there's even a gym with state-of-the-art equipment. Besides the dorm rooms, there's a rooftop garden, a fitness center, and a study lounge. I guarantee you'll be comfortable here. Even the simple study hall was meticulously designed, with a cozy atmosphere that felt both intimate and luxurious. After a short walk, they arrived before the door to room 101. Liu Baoqiang said, Here we are, your room. But he suddenly noticed something odd. Huh? Why is the door open? Isn't this supposed to be a single room? Liu Baoqiang pushed the door open, and as Jiang Du peeked his head inside, he saw several young men already talking up a storm. One of them laughed. This is awesome. The beds are huge, the lighting is great, and the ventilation is perfect. So comfortable. Another guy threw his hands up and asked, Hey Brother Mu, you think any of this year's freshmen are going to be total monsters? Let's hope we don't get shown up. The last guy replied, Look at you getting worried. We're about to be second years. What do we have to fear from a bunch of freshmen? Right after he spoke, they finally noticed Jiang Du and Liu Baoqiang entering. Well, look at that. Speak of the devil. Just then, a muscular guy sitting in the corner stood up. He was clearly the leader of this group. Hey buddy, find yourself another dorm room. He had 2 large scars on his face, giving him the unmistakable air of a thug. He let out a predatory grin. This place belongs to us now. So this is how things work at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Utterly shameless. This is bullying, plain and simple. Anyone could see they were just ganging up on the weak. Liu Baoqiang pointed at them, his voice sharp. Nonsense. There's no such rule in this camp. The goon with the bowl cut shot back. So what? You got a problem with it? Liu Baoqiang ground his teeth in frustration. You're damn right I do. This is a freshman dorm, so get out. The thug just scoffed. Then a wicked grin spread across his face. No one expected him to actually open the door. He cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed, "Hey everyone, there's a new kid here claiming this is HIS dorm room." It was a despicable, dirty trick to frame them, but no one could react in time. His voice had already echoed down the entire hall, the once quiet corridor instantly filled with noise. First, a single foot in a house slipper stepped out, then another, and another. Some wore shoes, others wore cheap flip-flops. They looked nothing like freshmen. They were all tall and muscular, carrying the same thuggish aura as street gangsters. Their voices dripped with menace. Pretty bold for a newbie, aren't you? Do you understand the rules here? You actually want this room? Fine. Let your fists do the talking. Standing before this wall of muscle, Jiang Yu and his friend looked like helpless children, but one of the thugs felt the need to remind them. We're the elite first-year students. I'll let you imagine the kind of power we have. A sense of dread washed over Liu Baoqiang. Damn it. So they've already taken over this entire building. Jiang Yu wasn't afraid, but he didn't want a pointless fight. He clapped his friend on the shoulder. Just let it go, Liu Baoqiang. They're our upperclassmen, after all. Let's give them some face. Liu Baoqiang had no choice but to swallow his pride and agree. That's right. We won't stoop to their level today. Let's go. But no one could have predicted Jiang Yu's next sentence, which landed like a punch to their egos. After all, it would be pretty embarrassing if word got out that you all got beaten so badly by a freshman you pissed your pants. Liu Baoqiang's jaw dropped. He was practically screaming on the inside. This guy was really about to start something big today. A mix of shame and pure fury exploded among the bullies. They charged forward, ready to tear him limb from limb. You arrogant little freshman, the only one pissing their pants today will be you. Jiang Yu stood his ground, his hand balling into a tight fist. From that fist, crackling lightning and sinister black flames erupted. Behind Jiang Yu, the man named Shimu made his own intimidating move. A suffocating killing intent poured from him, his blazing red energy clashing violently with Jiang Yu's brilliant aura. The thugs charging forward froze in their tracks, as if they had just seen a demon. The killing intent radiating from Shimu was terrifying. Flames seemed to ignite within his crimson eyes. For a moment, his terrifying gaze burned with an unholy fire. Jiang Yu realized it instantly. This Shimu's ability was fire-related. Shimu stepped forward and asked, "What is your name?" "Jiang Yu?" He sneered, a venomous smile on his face. "I see you're just some random punk. You want this room? Then you'll do it the Yunhai way. Settle it in the combat arena. One-on-one." Jiang Yu didn't back down an inch. He pointed a finger right in the bully's face. "Fine, but one match won't be enough." Then, pointing to the entire crowd of bullies, he laid down the gauntlet. "Not a single one of you is walking away from this." Word spread like wildfire, and the campus was instantly buzzing with gossip. One excited student turned to his friend. "Did you hear? Some fearless kid from the grade 12 barracks actually challenged Shimu and his whole gang." Someone else immediately chimed in. "Yeah, I heard. That bastard Shimu loves picking on people." Another student pointed excitedly. "Hey, I heard some freshman is trying to get our dorms back for us." Clearly, he was another new student who'd had his room stolen. Hearing the news, the others couldn't contain their excitement. For real? Can he really do it by himself? They were filled with a mix of curiosity and hope. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to see someone finally fighting for justice? The entire group decided to head straight for the coming battle. "Let's go. We have to cheer him on." "Where is it happening?" "The combat arena. Just follow the crowd." As expected, a huge crowd had already gathered at the arena. Looking down from the stands, the air was thick, with an incredible tension. Before any fighters appeared, a young woman with blue hair was checking a datapad, jotting down notes as she spoke. "All right, your registration info is confirmed. You may now select your weapons and protective gear." Behind Jiang Yu was the armory the woman had mentioned, a room filled with rows of impressive equipment. Maces, spears, and warhammers of all kinds gleamed brightly under the lights. The woman's voice continued to echo. "I assume you're both familiar with the rules. Keep it clean." Shimu, however, still wore a cocky, self-satisfied smirk. As his goons cracked their knuckles, eager for a fight, he said, "Don't you worry, we're always very welcoming to our freshmen." Facing a mob of bullies, Jiang Yu was the picture of confidence. "Don't worry, I've got a plan," he thought. "First, I'll choose a weapon that feels right. He casually lifted a massive broadsword with one hand, inspecting it before remarking, "A tongue dao, huh? This one doesn't feel very exciting." Standing nearby, Bao Qiang just scratched his head nervously. Their opponents had the numbers, so he suggested, "Yeah, maybe pick a bigger one? Hopefully that'll give us a better chance." While Jiang Yu was still lost in thought, wondering which weapon would be best. The other side was clearly losing patience. A spear-wielding goon charged straight for his back. He slammed his white spear into the ground with a powerful thud, shouting a challenge at Jiang Yu. "Hey, soy sauce, what are you waiting for? Make your move. If you're scared, just kneel and admit defeat." They didn't even know Jiang Yu's name, calling him soy sauce. What a pathetic joke. It seemed Jiang Yu was finally getting annoyed. He took slow, deliberate steps toward the spearman. Scared of him? Don't make me laugh. Everyone expected an impressive show of force, but no one could have guessed. Jiang Yu simply walked up, put a hand on his hip, and held up a tiny spiked mace. It was barely bigger than a cucumber. Yet, he declared with absolute confidence, "Just deciding what to teach you punks a lesson with." It took a little time, that's all. Turns out, Jiang Yu didn't see them as a threat at all. The bully gritted his teeth, hissing, "No protective gear, and you choose that piece of junk? Are you looking down on me?" Jiang Yu just scratched his head, avoiding the guy's gaze as he sheepishly replied, "Yep." The instigator was the first to lose his cool. He charged forward in a rage, his spear aimed straight for Jiang Yu. "You're too arrogant. Watch me take you down in an instant." But Jiang Yu stood his ground, observing calmly. An inner thought surfaced. Interesting. He's a shadow type, too. Jiang Yu's senses were unbelievably sharp. While he remained calm and calculating, Bao Qiang's friends in the stands were getting anxious. A murmur went through the crowd. "Here he comes. That's Brother Cheng, also known as Snake Shadow. He's the fastest first-year student we have. Go, Brother Cheng, teach that punk a lesson." These clueless people were actually cheering for the bullies. Only the big guy was worried for his friend. "Move, don't just stand there." This Brother Cheng shot forward like an arrow, but as he neared Jiang Yu, he suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him. His speed was so immense it left a black afterimage in the air, proving his title Snake Shadow was well earned. He planned to strike while his opponent was still dazed, delivering the finishing blow from behind. But he had no idea. Jiang Yu knew exactly where he was, even flashing a confident grin that showed off his pearly whites. A sudden explosion of light erupted. Tendrils of dark energy wrapped around the pillar of light, completely obscuring the two figures inside. The impact created a massive shockwave, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. After a moment, the dust began to settle, and the scene below slowly came into view. Whatever they saw made the big guy, Liu Baoqiang, gasp in horror, his face turning pale as a sheet. Even Shen Mu in the stands couldn't hide his shock. The rest of the students followed, their jaws hanging open. The white-uniformed freshmen all had different looks, but they shared one single expression: absolute, utter disbelief. The sight that stunned them all was not Jiang Yu, but Snake Shadow himself. Sprawled out on the ground in a pathetic heap, standing proudly above him was Jiang Yu. He made a fist, his thumb pointing straight down in a show of contempt. That tiny mace was embedded right in the guy's rear end. Next, Jiang Yu called out. As he pulled the mace free, it dripped with blood. The devastating scene of a shattered chrysanthemum was clear for all to see. Jiang Yu had won without breaking a sweat. He arrogantly twirled the small mace in his hand and asked, "What's wrong? Is no one else brave enough?" The crowd below was dead silent. The sight of an unconscious Snake Shadow being carried away for emergency treatment due to blood loss was a chilling warning. This freshman was not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Yu sneered, provoking them further. "Humph. A bunch of cowards. Come at me all at once." This declaration was met with immediate outrage. Anyone who heard it felt he was being far too arrogant. What's his deal? So full of himself. That bastard, being looked down on by a high school kid, sent them into a collective fury. But they failed to look in the mirror. The truly pathetic ones were the upperclassmen, ganging up to bully a freshman. Unable to hold back any longer, they surged forward as one, a thundering horde charging across the training grounds. Each one readied their attack. One had bear claws, another wielded an axe. Some even charged in bare-fisted. Every face was twisted with murderous intent. Interesting. Let's go too. Another group decided to join the fray, though they seemed much calmer. They wielded strange-looking weapons, hinting at unique and powerful abilities. Jiang Yu smiled. His goal had finally been achieved. I was just waiting for this moment. Instantly, Jiang Yu activated his skill, Shadow Concealment, vanishing into the darkness where no one could find him. He became a ghost, melting into the shadows themselves. However, this skill has a fatal flaw. Once my presence is known, its power weakens, thriving only in the shadows. That's when it unleashes its deadliest strike. The skills of a true hunter, honed through 100 battles, activated all at once. Jiang Yu recalled how his abilities evolved after absorbing the essence of the Shadowkin. Among his powers, Shadow Stealth had already been tested when he eliminated the Bronze Kin, so there was no need to use it now. Jiang Yu bypassed it, directly activating 100 battles. He tore through his opponents alone, a war god standing on a sea of bodies. The 100 battles skill is the mark of a legendary hunter, granting more than just immense combat prowess. It also allows him to learn his opponent's techniques, constantly reinforcing his own power. The mob swarmed closer, their eyes burning with rage for Jiang Yu. They roared in unison, but he was already calculating his next move. 100 battles is the perfect ability for facing direct, head-on combat. The more intense the fight, the faster I grow. Just as he predicted, once the clash began, Jiang Yu's speed exploded, growing fiercer with every strike. The arena became a blur of his after-images, littered with the weapons of his foes, sent flying into the air alongside their owners. Worried for his friend, Liu Baocheng rushed to the green-haired girl. "This is against the rules, isn't it? So many people against one guy, you have to make them stop," but his plea was denied. "This doesn't count as cheating. After all, your friend was the one who challenged everyone here." It seemed the girl had already gauged Jiang Yu's true strength. She added with a faint smile, "Besides, there's no need to worry. That friend of yours is unbelievably strong." Her words perfectly matched the scene unfolding below. In a single instant, Jiang Yu had taken them all down. He stood alone in the center, surrounded by bruised and unconscious bodies. Jiang Yu let out a sigh. "Is that all you've got? I'm not even warmed up yet." At that moment, the only one who remained seated, watching from the beginning, was Shi Mu, a half-eaten apple in his hand. He planned to casually enjoy his snack while watching Jiang Yu get beaten to a pulp. But after a single bite, all his underlings were on the ground. How could he not be annoyed? He drew his sword and stepped forward. To think a 12th grader could have a physique that surpasses ordinary people. But a battle isn't won with brute force alone. What's more important is... Shi Mu paused, tossing the apple into the air. With one hand, he unleashed a flurry of powerful slashes on the apple, his speed so immense it was impossible for the naked eye to follow. A fire burned in his gaze, radiating a terrifying pressure. As the apple fell, he perfectly caught it on the delicate tip of his sword. The apple wasn't damaged in the slightest. Instead, it had been transformed into an exquisite sculpture. He offered it to Jiang Yu on his sword's point and said, "Our mastery." That was the point he wanted to make. Then, the apple was mercilessly flicked away, rolling to a stop at Jiang Yu's feet, as the fallen were dragged off the battlefield. His followers began to cheer. "Go, Shi Mu! Don't let that high school punk get any cockier. When it comes to real combat, you're top 3 in our class. Teach that brat a lesson." Jiang Yu stared at the apple, thinking to himself, "This guy's swordplay, it's incredibly precise, like a grandmaster from a martial arts novel. Those guys before were too weak. The experience I gained was barely anything." A confident smirk spread across Jiang Yu's face. He charged straight for Shi Mu. "Well then, let's see what you're really made of." Shi Mu showed no fear, standing his ground as Jiang Yu rushed him. Suddenly, his expression twisted, as if he'd just noticed something. Like a raging hurricane, Jiang Yu focused all his power into his small mace and swung at Shi Mu. Just before impact, Shi Mu erupted with a powerful energy that blazed like a furious fire. He sneered at Jiang Yu. "Humph, you don't know your place. I am of the highest branch of the ancient demon kin. Once I activate my ability, your movements might as well be frozen in time." He said this, having already appeared behind Jiang Yu. A cruel smile spread across his face. Shi Mu planned to use this moment of stillness to deliver the finishing blow, raising his sword high. "Not only can I easily dodge your attack, I can also pinpoint all your openings and launch a devastating counter. In front of me, you're nothing but a fish on a cutting board." His blade descended, hovering just inches above Jiang Yu's head. At this point, even if he turned, there was no way to dodge. A cold sweat was all he could manage. Jiang Yu saw the blade. It was already grazing his ear. A massive impact erupted. Shi Mu's crimson aura flared like an inferno. From the outside, all that was seen was a momentary flash of Jiang Yu's dark light. Shielding his mouth, Jiang Yu thought, "This guy's the real deal. I almost got hit." Shi Mu just clicked his tongue and grinned. "Fast reflexes, I'll give you that. But that was just the warm-up. Enough talk." As he spoke, he drew a finger along his blade. "Now, I'm getting serious." A blood-red glint ignited in his eyes, overflowing with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Jiang Yu. His towering figure was completely overwhelming, the raised sword in his hand gleaming in the sun. Stunned by his opponent's speed, Jiang Yu immediately activated the 100 battle system to analyze his movements. Shimu's stance was instantly analyzed. His grip was perfect for channeling power, but his feet were spread too far apart. This prevented him from unleashing his maximum force. The system advised dodging sideways, then striking his shoulder. Jiang Yu instantly followed the system's analysis, leaping aside. Shimu's strike hit nothing but air, yet its power was immense. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu launched a counterattack, carefully locking onto the weak point on his left shoulder. The small mace slammed into him with a seemingly light blow. However, because it hit a critical weakness, the damage was devastating. Shimu cried out in agony and staggered back. He had to plant his sword in the ground to stay upright, clutching his injured shoulder. Luckily, it wasn't his sword arm. But how is this possible? That was my own technique. Jiang Yu stared at the mace in his hand with disbelief. Shimu was lost in thought. His special ability had somehow been nullified. Just who is this guy? Suddenly, a terrifying possibility crossed Shimu's mind, a thought that sent a shiver down his spine. Wait a minute. Could he be a shadow wielder? At that moment, an immense aura erupted from Jiang Yu. Shimu raised his sword to fight back, but a seed of anxiety began to sprout in his heart. This is bad. My ability is at a huge disadvantage against the shadow system. If he activates his power, I'll be completely outmatched. Shimu lifted his blade, his mind in turmoil. Across from him, Jiang Yu calmly slung the mace over his shoulder and sneered. What's wrong? Let's keep going. Unless you're scared? Scared of you? Though wary, Shimu was a natural-born gambler. How absurd. He refused to back down from fear. Instead, he charged forward again, unleashing his fire energy at incredible speed. Jiang Yu raised his mace to block. The two powers collided violently. One, a crimson blaze, burning with the will to incinerate everything. The other was a mysterious, chilling darkness. Jiang Yu had already activated his left eye to analyze the situation. Most of his opponent's moves were just feints, completely worthless. The real attack would come the moment he put force into his shoulder. The system advised a preemptive strike at that exact instant. Jiang Yu waited for the perfect opening. The second Shimu leaped forward to strike, he swung his mace to counter. He didn't use much force, but the blow was incredibly precise. Jiang Yu's mace had struck at the right time, and in the right place. It grazed the side of Shimu's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. His main attack was instantly neutralized. Jiang Yu pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of different attacks. Shimu could only struggle to parry desperately with his sword. The techniques it took me 5 years to master. This kid learned them in a single glance? Not only that, he's using them fluently, even adapting swordsmanship into mace techniques. Shimu was being pushed to his absolute limit. In the middle of the heated exchange, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped. Exhausted, Shimu had no idea what his opponent was planning. Was he gathering power for a stronger attack? A smirk played on Jiang Yu's lips, his true intentions hidden. He slung the mace over his shoulder and turned away, leaving Shimu both exhausted and utterly confused. Suddenly, Jiang Yu spoke. If you have any other moves, you'd better use them now. His words dripped with provocation. Being a hothead, how could Shimu possibly ignore that? As expected, his anger flared, and his fighting spirit soared. You damned brat! I was just going to teach you a lesson, but you forced my hand. Now, die! With a roar, he charged forward with all his remaining strength. He unleashed a colossal wave of red light. Jiang Yu just smiled. It seemed his plan had worked perfectly. Shimu unleashed his most powerful skill, Phantasm Slash. It was a transcendent technique, a relentless storm of strikes. But the infuriating thing was, not a single slash landed. Jiang Yu was as slippery as an eel. He dodged every single attack with ease. Finally, one blow seemed to connect, but the thing Shimu's sword sliced through was merely an afterimage that vanished like smoke. Shimu was both exhausted and terrified. Seizing the opening, Jiang Yu appeared behind Shimu and delivered the finishing blow, thrusting his mace without hesitation. The mace's target was the one place a man should never be hit. It was the exact same move he'd used to defeat Serpent Shadow. A single phrase is enough to make anyone wince in sympathy. The wilted chrysanthemum. A heaven-shattering scream erupted from Shimu. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets as he foamed at the mouth. Jiang Yu bowed, ending the battle. Thank you for the lesson. Before him, Shimu collapsed face first on the ground, his rear end pointed to the sky. He looked absolutely pathetic. But Aiden Jiang had won a major victory, unlocking a new skill in the process. a razor-sharp intuition for sensing danger and making precise judgment. This was a huge score. Time to strike while the iron is hot. With that thought, Jiang Yu roared, "First years, is this all you've got? Go get everyone you know." The declaration was outrageously arrogant. Let the word spread that Jiang Yu fought his way through all of Yunhai University. Those words made everyone just shake their heads in disbelief. Now, Aiden was wrapped head to toe in bandages, looking utterly pitiful in a hospital bed. His expression was anything but natural. He could only force a smile. Trying so hard to act tough, it was almost painful. Jiao sat on his right, peeling an apple as she scolded him. "Challenging the entire freshman class? Are you an idiot?" On his left, Liu Lu was just as animated, waving his arms around as he vividly reenacted the scene. "Jiao, you should have seen how epic Aiden was. He was absolutely wiping the floor with those upperclassmen." All the seniors watching were completely mesmerized. Some of the girls were even screaming his name. Hearing this, Aiden kept his smile and nodded slightly. "Eventually, over 100 of them took me on. My stamina just gave out, and I collapsed." But in his mind, he was thinking something else entirely. "It's a shame I couldn't activate my phantom form, or else I would have leveled the entire Yunhai campus." After Jiao finished peeling the apple, she angrily shoved the whole thing into Aiden's mouth to shut him up. "Cut it out," she said impatiently. "If the instructor hadn't dragged you away, you'd be a cripple by now." Aiden calmly took a huge bite, his cheeks puffing out, and then turned to ask Jiao a question. "Oh yeah, how's your dorm? Did the freshmen take it over too?" She immediately answered no and asked him why. He just sighed dramatically. "What a shame," Jiao asked suspiciously. "What's a shame?" Aiden quickly answered, a fantasy playing out in his mind. He pictured the two of them lying in bed, gazing at each other. "I just thought, if you didn't have a place to stay, I would take you in. We could have started our happy life together. Just thinking about it is making me drool." Hearing that, Jiao exploded in anger, punching him repeatedly. "Dream on. I'd rather sleep on the street than stay at your place." As the punches rained down on his face, Aiden screamed in pain. "Ow! Ouch! Not the injuries. Don't hit my injuries." Watching this unfold, Liu just sighed. "Could you two stop being so lovey-dovey already?" Just as he finished, a man's voice echoed from the doorway, followed by a chuckle. "Well, you seem to be in high spirits." Instructor Song stepped inside, greeting everyone with a nod. After looking Aiden over, he said, "Judging by your condition, you should recover very soon." Everyone was shocked, calling out in unison, "Instructor Song!" Seeing the man, Aiden shot up from the bed like a spring. He flexed his biceps as if he were perfectly healthy, a huge grin stretching from ear to ear. "I'm all healed. When do we start training?" His question was met with a sharp, judging glare from Jiao. She shot him a look and ordered, "Lie back down. Are your wounds not serious enough for you?" Instructor Song took a seat. "Don't be in a rush. Your training curriculum is different from the others, so it will be scheduled a bit later." Aiden immediately perked up. "Different? Why?" Instructor Song paused for a moment before explaining. "Because you've already reached Superhuman level 2. Aiden's heart stopped, as a horrifying realization dawned on him. "What? When did he find out? I'm sure I didn't let it slip during the fight." Leo, completely oblivious, excitedly slapped his back. "Whoa, dude, no wonder you're so strong. You're already level 2 and you didn't even tell me." Even Jiao couldn't help but chime in. "No way, you're already at level 2? Since when?" Aiden put on a bashful expression, trying his best to look cute. "Haha, I only just found out myself. It was a huge shock, believe me." With a serious face, Instructor Song laid out the details. "History, fundamental knowledge of superhumans. You'll study all that with the other students. But for your practical combat skills, we can arrange for you to train with the second-year students." At this, Aiden looked incredibly excited. "Whoa, I get to fight the sophomores?" The instructor gave a flat reply to his enthusiasm. "Potentially, as combat practice." Aiden thought to himself, "This is perfect. I can use 100 battles to gain even more combat experience." Instructor Song stood up and said, "It seems you really enjoy challenging strong opponents. I like that about you." With that, he turned to leave, tossing one last comment over his shoulder. "When the time is right, I will train with you personally." A few days later at Yunhai, under a bright, sunny sky, students were pouring into the main academic building. By the time the bell rang, the lecture hall was packed. Aiden sat between Jiao and Liu. He reached for a lunchbox, while his chubby friend was still lost in the process of devouring a chicken leg. Jiao shot her friends a look and started nagging. "Can't you be serious on the first day of school?" Jiang Yu just kept chewing his food as he replied, "What's the big deal? I already watched the whole Superhuman history course at your place." Hearing that, she didn't bother saying more. "Fine, have it your way. but don't expect to get into the Superhuman division when you fail the test. Jiang Yu was startled by her words. Huh? There's another test? Suddenly, a loud hum filled the room. It grabbed every student's attention. All eyes turned toward the source, a cold sweat breaking out on their skin. A blue hemisphere had materialized on the stage, a high-tech device used for holographic projection, with a massive screen behind it. The tech hemisphere projected a model of a blue planet, interwoven with green continents, looking exactly like Earth in stunning detail. As Jiang Yu observed it, a thought crossed his mind. This looks just like the map I saw in the master's room. Are they about to reveal the entire truth? The lecturer stood on the stage, looking down at his notes. He then began his introduction. Hello everyone, I am your Superhuman history teacher. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Jianyang. Superhuman history is a course that records the major events from the day the cataclysm began until now. For all of you, this will be an entirely new subject. The teacher glanced at the virtual model of the blue planet as he spoke, then continued. During this class, you might learn things that shatter your worldview, but you must not fall into despair. As he finished, his fingers flew across a control panel, pressing a round, blue button. The virtual sphere lit up, casting a mystical glow that captivated every student. From that brilliant light, a much larger animation was projected into the air, formed by countless large and small circles merging into an orderly time vortex. This animation pulled the students into a history that began in the distant past. In the year Tianxi, the variants descended, and the invasion of our world began. At first, no one knew where they came from. They were just considered a new, unidentified species that had suddenly appeared. The variants' strange biology and the corruption they constantly radiated seemed to rip open the door to a new world, driving our own into madness. It wasn't until half a month later that 36 abyss rifts appeared one after another all over the world. A massive number of level 2 variants descended from the abyss, slaughtering us indiscriminately. The variants' physical strength wasn't actually that great. Conventional artillery could easily tear their bodies apart. Under the military's powerful counteroffensive, the variant swarms were quickly shattered. But the true terror of the variants was not their strength, but the price for destroying them. That price was the unique corruption hidden within their bodies. Every time a single variant was killed, it meant that a corresponding human life would be lost. Fortunately, the price for killing low-level variants had a limited range of effect, so we tried attacking them from a great distance. This seemingly reckless action temporarily brought a fragile peace to the human world. But as the number of rifts continued to grow, the corruption in this world slowly accumulated, causing the world to undergo immense changes without anyone noticing. Compared to humans, flora and fauna were far more easily invaded by the corruption, causing them to mutate and turning the wildlands unsafe. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new century, the northern and southern capitals announced they were joining forces to build massive-scale settlement zones, while planning to relocate populations from surrounding provinces and cities into them in waves. By the fifth year of the new century, the variants began to attack these settlement zones. To find a way to deal with the variants, humanity attempted to enter the abyss, but the mortality rate was as high as 97%. From that day forward, humanity learned to use the abyss to fight the abyss, and we officially entered the superhuman era. The teacher on the stage continued to feed information to the students below. Although we made progress in researching superhuman powers, we were stuck at level 1 from beginning to end, unable to fight back against the abyss. In that same year, 15 small nations announced their collapse. As danger loomed, the virtual model began to transform. A blue stone appeared within the planet's radius. The teacher continued. Not long after, a forbidden object from the abyss was unearthed. A wave of obsession with forbidden objects swept across the continent. In order to quickly reach level 2, some people did not hesitate to use extreme methods with these objects. They were the ones who stood up to form the organization, known as Dawn, and they made enormous contributions during the early stages of the war against the variants. Hearing this, both Zhao Zhao and Jiang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. They both thought, so Dawn is the organization Lu Jiao mentioned. The lecturer continued his lesson. In the 10th year of the new era, we finally discovered a conventional path to reach level 2. Our superhuman strategy took a massive leap forward, and we could finally confront the variants head-on on the battlefield. Also in that year, the two major settlement zones, the northern capital's Vanguard and the southern capital's Dawn, were completed. After that, 8 primary strongholds were completed one after another: Qingyang, Mayi, Atai, Xinghuo, Linan, Lindong, Changyang, and Tianfu. A murmur rippled through the students. Why were there so many strongholds? This was nothing like the official reports they'd been told. As if sensing their confusion, The instructor on the podium began his explanation. I know this may be difficult for you to accept, but what I am about to tell you is the unvarnished truth of our history. Time marched on. In year 20 of the new era, a Class 3 variant suddenly emerged. Conventional artillery was useless against it. The Nandu stronghold paid a terrible, bloody price. But in the end, they managed to eliminate the creature. 10 years later, in year 30 of the new era, the first special-type variant appeared, its power far exceeding others in its class. It led a massive horde of variants to besiege the Ma Yi stronghold. But they were too close to risk using nuclear weapons. Hearing this, the students grew pale. Their faces turned grim as sweat beaded on their brows. But one still asked, and then what happened? The instructor's own face darkened with sorrow as he continued the tragic tale. Ma Yi was annihilated. There were no survivors. A magnificent city, reduced to smoke and ashes overnight. The instructor paused. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the entire lecture hall. He stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the young faces before him. Zhao Zhao lowered her head, lost in thought. Jiang Yu and Lu Baoqiang were the same, their faces etched with an unnatural fear. After a moment, the instructor spoke again. Year 40 of the new era saw the birth of the first Class 4 variant. It was an individual mutated by the fallout of a nuclear blast it had survived. Soon after, the Atai stronghold was wiped from the map. By year 50, Tianfu and its surrounding territories faced an overwhelming threat. The abyss crack widened, and the imminent danger it posed triggered the first great migration in human history. By year 60, the entire southwest and northwest regions of Dazhou had fallen. They became a horrifying paradise for the variants. In year 70, the variant tide surged north. If the Linan stronghold had fallen, he said, the variants would have had a direct path to the north. And so, the second great migration began. The instructor's expression turned to steel, but this time, the superhumans did not retreat. He clenched his fist, his face a mask of grim determination. 100,000 young warriors made a death pact to defend Dazhou, driving the variants back 1,000 miles. His eyes flashed as he continued. Yet, in that very same year, the abyss completely severed the north from the south. Then, he declared, in a thunderous voice, that Nandu had become a wasteland. As he spoke, golden sunlight flooded the Yunhai lecture hall. Students milled about the campus grounds, but a dark cloud of gloom seemed to descend upon their small group, drawing worried glances from those nearby. Jiang Yu walked over, forcing a casual tone. It all feels so surreal. I mean, everything around us still seems so peaceful. Zhao Zhao frowned and added, I never imagined the reality of our world was this grim. They're stronger than we are, Jiang Yu said. I was a fool to think we were even close to defeating the abyss. Zhao Zhao's expression was grave. Nandu has already fallen, she worried. How much longer can a place like Yunhai possibly hold out? Jiang Yu let out a heavy sigh, feeling helpless. Who knows? We just have to take it 1 year at a time. He glanced over at Zhao Zhao, at a complete loss for words. So, he decided to let his actions speak instead. He stepped closer to her. Then, in one swift motion, he pulled Zhao Zhao into an embrace, letting her rest against his warm chest. Zhao Zhao was stunned. He gently cradled the back of her head, his fingers in her hair, as he whispered, If that day ever comes, I'll die protecting you. Hearing his words, a deep blush spread across her cheeks. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered his name. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu saw her reaction and decided to push his luck. Hey, while the variants aren't knocking on our door yet, how about we sneak in a little kiss? He puckered his lips, waiting for her reply, but she snapped out of it instantly, shouting, You idiot! Have you no shame? From a distance, a figure approached them, a chuckle in his voice. It seems you two are in high spirits. It was none other than their instructor from the lecture. He addressed them directly. You're student Jiang Yu, aren't you? I recognized you right away. In all my years of teaching, I've never seen a student with a mindset quite like yours. Jiang Yu was taken aback. You know who I am, sir? The instructor chuckled warmly. Of course I do. You beat up a group of freshmen the moment you arrived. Your reputation precedes you here at Yunhai. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. But Teacher Su, there's something I don't understand. The instructor nodded. Speak freely. Given permission, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. Why would you teach us something so heavy on the very first day of class? The teacher paused for a beat, the question hitting its mark before he answered. Isn't it better for everyone to know the truth sooner rather than later? Jiang Yu had no counter-argument to that. To be honest, it's not a bad approach. But revealing everything all at once will completely extinguish everyone's will to fight. The teacher's brow furrowed in response. No, despair is where true growth begins. He looked at the young man with profound depth and continued. When spring arrives, the only thing still living is the plum blossom, the one that survived the freezing winter. His gaze fell upon a nearby plum tree. Its flowers continue to bloom, despite the harshness they endured. You are the same. Only in despair can you truly mature. The teacher paused for a moment, then posed a new question. Although you have level 2 strength, forgive me for being blunt. Right now, you cannot be called truly superhuman. Jiang Yu held his hands out, completely baffled. I don't understand what you're saying, sir. I've already reached level 2. What do you mean I'm not superhuman? The teacher simply replied, possessing superhuman power. Does that automatically make you one of them? Those words struck Jiang Yu like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. The instructor's expression began to shift. Level 1. Spirit Awakening. The first time you gain power, you open the first gate. Level 2. Transformation. The most dangerous phase. When corruption clings to it was true. A thick, dark corruption seemed to envelop everyone with level 2 abilities. The instructor went on, his voice low. Imagine falling into a deep well, its walls 1,000 feet high, or walking a wooden bridge that feels like stepping on thin ice. Every word the instructor spoke painted a terrifying picture in Jiang Yu's mind, visions of trials he might one day have to face. Tell me, the instructor asked, his voice deadly serious. You've reached level 2, but have you ever seen the well inside your own heart? Have you ever seen that wooden bridge laid out before you? Then came the final, devastating blow. It's clear to me, you are not yet ready to become superhuman. With that, the teacher turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Yu drowning in a sea of unanswered questions and confusing thoughts. But as he left, he offered one last parting shot. Let me ask you one final question. Is the history I teach in my class the absolute truth? That single question hung in the air, leaving Jiang Yu and his friends completely stunned and unsure of what to believe. By the time Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, his teacher was gone. He placed a hand over his heart, standing there in a daze for a long time. Seeing Jiang Yu frozen in place, someone poked him in the back. Hey, snap out of it. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yu shook his head. It's nothing. Let's just get ready for the next class. The next period was basic superhuman knowledge. The instructor was a woman. She began by explaining the sources of superhuman energy, known as species. There was the flame species, bone species, bronze species, blood species, and feather species, among others. But no matter what the teacher said, Jiang Yu was fighting to stay awake. The teacher continued, killing a monster of the same species as you carries a smaller price. Absorbing the corruption left behind after a creature dies, and making it your own, is the most common way to grow stronger. The class after that was ability training, led by an instructor with an incredibly fierce expression. The moment he entered, he roared, "Channel the energy inside your bodies. Focus your minds." All the students began to train their abilities with intense effort. At noon, it was finally time for lunch. Jiang Yu just wanted a decent meal, but the serving lady's notoriously shaky hand was no joke. Shaking the ladle with a wicked smile, she announced, "Looks like today's special for you all is stewed pork." The afternoon was still bright and sunny. Out on the training grounds, the students were about to begin special combat training. Lu Jiao and Jiang Yu were assigned to 2 separate classes. He wondered to himself, why was Lu Jiao placed in Class 3? With her level of talent, she should have been in Class 1 with me. An image of Lu Jiao's meddling uncle flashed in his mind. He was certain that Uncle Lu had pulled some strings, deliberately separating him from Lu Jiao. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from the speakers. "Greetings, students. Starting today, we will officially begin your practical combat lessons. Your class instructors and their assistants will be in charge of your training. Your performance in this combat course will be recorded as part of your college entrance exam scores. Enough talk. Instructors, on my command." The moment the voice finished, all the instructors snapped to attention, shouting in unison, "Sir." They formed a single-file line, awaiting their orders, before heading to their respective classes to begin the training. "Yes, sir," the instructors roared. Under the watchful eyes of the students, a single man slowly walked forward. Jiang Yu sized him up. Isn't he a little too skinny to be the instructor for Class 1? The man marched to the front, his expression like stone, and bellowed one word, "Attention." Hearing the command, every student, including Jiang Yu, stood perfectly straight. Their posture was flawless, textbook perfect. A cold sweat ran down Jiang Yu's back. Whoa, that voice has some serious power behind it. The instructor observed the students without a hint of expression, then spoke a single sentence. "Hold that position." Jiang Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh? Isn't this supposed to be combat training? And he's just making us stand at attention? Then, suddenly, an immense pressure crashed down on him, as if some invisible force was pinning him to the ground. Sweat poured down Jiang Yu's face as he realized what it was. A murderous aura. His entire body was paralyzed. All of them were. It wasn't just him. Everyone was experiencing the same crushing pressure. He quickly realized he wasn't alone. This suffocating killing intent had locked onto every single— Was this a forbidden artifact? Or some kind of special ability? No, neither felt right. This was the instructor. This murderous aura was radiating directly from him. He could feel waves of immense power surging from the instructor, pinning everyone in place. This intense pressure was overwhelming, threatening to devour everyone in the training yard. Some cadets couldn't bear it any longer, collapsing to the floor and crying out in defeat. And then, it clicked for Jiang Yu. I get it now. This standing at attention was never a simple drill. It was a brutal test of a superhuman's very foundation. To put it simply, whoever could endure to the very end was the strongest. This was the most realistic and cruel test the cadets had ever faced. After 15 minutes, every single student in the class had fallen, all except for Jiang Yu. Though an agonizing numbness crept through his body, threatening to shut him down, he forced himself to remain standing, unyielding. He gasped for every breath. At that moment, the instructor glanced over the field of fallen cadets and spoke with a triumphant smirk. At ease. That was the signal Jiang Yu was waiting for. He instantly collapsed onto the ground. He wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a massive sigh of relief. But suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him, and a voice cut through the silence. You still love being the center of attention. I see. Now, get up and follow me. It was Instructor Kan An, holding out a hand towards him. Jiang Yu grabbed his chance, pulling himself up. Where are we going? To train with the second years? The instructor replied, No. The training camp has a special arrangement just for you. He stopped dead in the center of the massive field and declared, Right here. Jiang Yu scratched his head in confusion, his eyes scanning the empty space. But, there's nothing here. The instructor just smiled. Am I nothing? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Wait a second. Do you mean? Instructor Song's lips curled into a grin. That's right. You and I are going to have a little match. Hearing this, the exhausted students all turned their heads, their eyes filled with awe for Jiang Yu. No way, look! Instructor Song is giving Jiang Yu a private lesson. He's on another level. As expected from the prodigy who wiped the floor with all the first years, and he was the only one left standing during that pressure test. Feeling the weight of their stares, Jiang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. He cautiously made a suggestion. Instructor, could we maybe find a different spot? With everyone watching. It feels a bit intense. Kan An just gave a gentle smile. What's the matter? Afraid you'll be embarrassed in front of a crowd? He awkwardly admitted the truth. Yeah, maybe a little. Instructor Song silently recalled the orders from his superior. Correct. Arrange some special training to humble the kid. Kan An had no choice but to say, This special session was ordered directly by Envoy Li. If you have any complaints, feel free to take them up with him. Jiang Yu's face soured. That guy, Li, he sure likes to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, huh? Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted, enveloping Instructor Song's entire arm. In a flash, Kan An shifted into a combat stance. That emerald energy pulsed around his body as he spoke. All right, time is precious. Let's get started. Jiang Yu shook his head, feeling utterly powerless. At my current level, I'm not even close to a warm-up for you. Kan An offered some encouragement. Don't sell yourself short. You attack first, with everything you've got. I promise I won't strike back. A small smile played on Jiang Yu's lips. Oh, really? The words had barely left his mouth when he exploded forward, launching a vicious kick straight at Kan An. As he moved, he yelled, You're the one who said it! In the next instant, Jiang Yu's devastating kick slammed into the instructor. The collision of their two powerful auras erupted in a blinding flash of golden light. Everyone watching the battle gasped in awe, then broke into excited cheers. He overpowered the instructor in a single move. He's insane. I was nowhere near that strong in my final year. Go on, Jiang Yu. You might actually be able to win this. But another student standing behind them crossed his arms, his voice serious. No, that was a textbook mistake. A different instructor nearby began a solemn analysis for his students. His opening move, a kick that sends him airborne, leaves him with absolutely no path for retreat. He's wide open for a devastating counterattack. This is a perfect example of what not to do. Don't you dare learn from this. And the instructor's words rang true. The dust settled, revealing Kan An, who had blocked the blow with his body, looking completely unfazed as he offered praise. I told you to come at me with everything. And you really didn't hold back. That's some impressive power. But in that moment, Instructor Song had already locked onto his leg. A wicked grin spread across his face as his voice dropped. But your technique is far too simple and incredibly easy to counter. With those words, his grip tightened like a vice around Jiang Yu's ankle. He planted his feet firmly and began to spin. Then, he launched Jiang Yu into the sky, sending him flying in a perfect, graceful arc across the training field. Jiang Yu's body soared helplessly through the air, but he reacted in a split second, twisting his body to find his balance and landing perfectly on the ground without a single scratch. Even after eating such a painful counter, Jiang Yu's fighting spirit didn't waver. He shot forward once more without a moment's hesitation. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, unleashing a furious barrage of punches so impossibly fast that the naked eye couldn't track them. As he parried the relentless blows with his palms, Kan An's mind raced. This kid. He's already gotten so much stronger since our last battle. The instructor was forced to put in real effort to defend against the onslaught, a sense of admiration growing within him. His technique may not be at a master's level yet, but he was definitely a sprout with incredible potential. The two exchanged blows across the training ground. While not kill shots, every move was fast and deadly, earning gasps of awe from everyone watching. Kan An himself was a little surprised by the situation. He briefly wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Each of the kid's punches seemed to get faster, more precise. Was this rookie's growth rate measured in seconds? While he was lost in his bewilderment, a punch grazed past his ear, snapping him back to reality. His eyes shot wide open. Jiang Du's fist was so fast, so accurate, it looked like it was about to connect with Kan An's face. Thinking he'd landed a hit, Jiang Du cheered, "I got you." But when had Kan An caught his fist? He smirked. "You sure about that?" With his other hand, he crushed Jiang Du's gloved arm. The sheer force sent waves of pain through him, forcing Jiang Du to bite his lip as cold sweat broke out. Kan and channeled his power for a final blow. He hoisted the boy up with one hand and threw him over his shoulder, every movement leaving a trail of green light. He ruthlessly slammed Jiang Du into the ground, creating a beautiful, yet devastating, vortex of green energy. Jiang Du collapsed in a world of pain. Arcs of black and green lightning crackled across his body, but vanished before they could do any real damage. The trainees watching the fight were stunned, their jaws on the floor. Someone gasped. A one-hit takedown. Instructor Kan An stood tall, looking down at Jiang Du flattened on the ground, without a single scratch on him. Another trainee expressed his disbelief at the sudden turn of events. "No way. I thought Jiang Du had him. How did the tables turn that fast?" The muscular instructor, who had been watching with his arms crossed, finally spoke up. "Too reckless." Instructor Tong deliberately left an opening, and he fell right into the trap. He used the moment as a lesson for the other trainees. Combat isn't just about strength and technique. You have to use your brain. You got that? Jiang Du rubbed his aching back where he'd hit the ground, struggling to push himself up. Instructor Tong, "Did you just use your abilities?" Kan An shot him a disdainful look and laughed. "Forget abilities. I suppressed my physical stats to a rank 2 level. The only reason I beat you is because I have far more real-world combat experience." Kan An moved so fast he became a blur, each step leaving behind a trail of green afterimages. As he moved, he listed them off. A powerful body, masterful skills, clever tactics. These elements are the foundation of combat, and the key to deciding who wins and who loses. Instructor Tong calmly continued his lecture. And just learning isn't enough. On the battlefield, things change in an instant. You won't have time to think. Jiang Du clutched his aching back as he shakily got to his feet. He saw an opportunity and lunged toward Kan An, shouting, "An opening!" Kan An didn't even bother to open his eyes. He effortlessly caught Jiang Du's fist again and said slowly, "That's why you need to spend more time training, to turn what you've learned into pure combat in Kan," and cracked open one eye, a smug look on his face. The hand holding the fist didn't loosen, but tightened its grip. "You don't remember, do you?" Suddenly, Jiang Du grabbed Kan An's wrist while he was distracted, a move that even startled the instructor. Jiang Du decisively used Kan An's arm for leverage, hoisting him into the air and yelling, "Right back at you." Just then, a loud slam echoed, cutting the intense battle short. The muscular instructor raised his hand and bellowed, "Break time is over. Everyone, back in formation." He loudly announced the rules. "The first 2 days were for you to adapt. Starting from day 3, we will officially assign classes," he commanded with a thunderous voice. Stand at attention for 1 hour. Anyone who collapses from exhaustion will be dropped from their current class. Those who were eliminated would be resorted into combat classes based on their time. Gender didn't matter. This military-style training was a living nightmare. Even just standing still was one thing, but maintaining the posture for that long was a whole other challenge. At first, it was just sore legs, but soon their entire bodies felt heavy as lead. Jiao Dao was no exception. She felt like she could collapse at any moment. Jiao Dao bit down hard, telling herself to hold on. She couldn't fall, no matter what. She remembered Jiang Du's teasing words. "Aw, Jiao Dao, you're still in class 3? The memory fueled her with a fiery determination. If I fail, Jiang Du will definitely laugh at me. I have to make it into class 1. She was also curious about how Jiang Du was doing, wondering if he was okay over there. It was special training, but surely Instructor Tong would go easy on him. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiao Dao turned her head to look in Jiang Du's direction. At that exact moment, she witnessed Jiang Du take a direct hit from Kan An. Ah! Jiang Du barely managed to scream before he was sent flying, skidding a long way across the grass. Jiang Du picked himself up, covered in wounds, his face smeared with mud. He wiped a layer of dirt from his cheek. Jiao Dao's jaw dropped, completely shocked by this level of training. She wanted to scream out and ask if this was practice or an execution. On the other side, even though Kan An was uninjured, he was clearly growing tired. Sweat was pouring down his face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Kan cracked his knuckles as he approached Jean. "Kid, you're tougher than you look." Kan was starting to see Jean in a new light. He thought this would be an easy beatdown, but he'd been pushed to use his real power. It made him think of Jean's uncle. This terrifying combat instinct was exactly like his back in the day. Clenching his fist, he charged toward Kan again. "This isn't over yet. One more time." Kan raised a single hand, his ability stopping Jean's punch cold. "That's enough. We're done for today." With Jean's fist just inches from his face, Kan noted his speed had dropped significantly. Looks like he's hit his limit. But suddenly, Jean twisted his body. His other hand whipped around from behind, unleashing a powerful blow straight at Kan. Caught completely off guard, Kan could only watch as the fist flew toward him, a scream forming on his lips. But before he could make a sound, Jean's punch sent him flying. The impact was so immense, Kan skidded across the ground, unable to stop. Moments later, he finally came to a halt, staring blankly at his chest. Jean just grinned. Huh, bullseye. His body completely spent, he collapsed backward onto the training grounds. "Man, I finally did it. I almost got my butt kicked." Kan was still reeling from that last punch. To think, he was nearly out of stamina, yet he mobilized every last drop of power in his body to unleash the strongest possible attack. There's no doubt about it. The fundamental technique he used is called acumen. Jean suddenly called out, "Instructor Kan?" Startled, Kan retracted his aura. "Humph." Jean looked at the battlefield they'd created and asked, "This training field? I'm not going to have to pay for all this, am I? If they want money, they can go ask your uncle." And it was true. The grounds around them were completely wrecked. The earth was scarred with craters and spiderwebs of cracks. The entire area was a disaster zone. Kan chuckled. "Don't worry, we'll just use a forbidden artifact to restore it later." Meanwhile, Yang Zi saw Jean on a hospital bed and asked in surprise, "You again? What are you doing back in here?" Jean laughed. "What a coincidence. This is my 3rd time, and I've run into you every single time. So what's your name, senior?" Yang Zi moved closer, planting a hand on the bed right next to him. As she leaned in, Jean completely froze. Yang Zi smiled, her face just inches from his. "First off, I'm your senior, here for an internship. And second, you asked for my name the first time you were here. You asked again the 2nd time. And now you're asking for a 3rd. Yang Zi had a stunningly seductive figure, with curves that could stop any man's heart. At this distance, her chest was nearly touching him. It made him blush furiously as he gulped. Jean suddenly remembered the profile he'd looked up before. Yang Zi, 23 years old, 36D, 175 centimeters. His eyes widened. So it really was her. Yang Zi immediately turned away, simply reminding him, "Just get some rest." Seeing her about to leave, Jean reached out to stop her. "Wait, don't go, senior. I'm scared of getting an IV drip all by myself." Kan walked in, catching the scene and immediately started teasing him. Well, what do we have here, kid?" Jean jumped. "Instructor Kan." Busted. He could only offer an awkward laugh. "Instructor Kan, aren't you supposed to be training?" Kan handed Jean a vial and said, "I'm the head instructor for this program. I can slip away for a bit. Drink this. It'll restore your stamina." Jean took the vial, popped the top, and chugged the entire thing. The moment he finished, his eyes lit up. He leaped to his feet, swinging his arms and legs while shouting at the top of his lungs. "I'm back from the dead. I can go another whole day." Seeing Jean's dramatic performance, Khan just sighed in defeat. All right, just rest up. When you're recovered, we'll have a proper rematch." Jean stopped fooling around, his tone turning serious. "Speaking of our fight, Instructor Khan, that last move I used. It felt strange. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it wasn't painful either. It was just weird." Hearing this, Khan crossed his arms, his expression growing deathly serious. "That's actually why I'm here. Your training will continue, but from now on, there will be a few adjustments." John was confused. "What kind of adjustments?" The instructor continued. "You'll train with the second-year students. Extended practice. At the factory." Jean was baffled. "But I haven't even graduated yet. Besides, isn't this camp for learning supernatural abilities? Am I going to a factory to tighten some screws?" Instructor Khan replied, "These are orders from the top. Just follow them." Hearing that, Jean had no choice but to obey. "Understood." With that, Khan turned to leave. Before walking out the door, he looked back and told Jean, "I have to go take care of some things. As for that acumen technique you used, I'll email you the files. Read it yourself, and don't show it to anyone." Jean picked up his phone and saw a new message. He replied, "Got it." Jean then looked at the file that had just been sent to him. It was labeled with the name of a supernatural skill. This must be it. Jean tapped to open the file. The moment he did, a virtual screen materialized before him. A screen materialized in midair right before his eyes, leaving him completely stunned. On the display was a young man who spoke calmly. "Hello everyone, I'm Yang. Today, we'll cover the fundamentals of superhuman skills. I'll be explaining these skills and their components from various angles. Please, look at the board first." As he spoke, he pointed upwards. Two information panels appeared. What is a superhuman skill? The answer. Level 1 is Spirit Initiation. Level 2 is Aberration. Only Level 3 is true superhuman status. This tier is completely different from the first two. When the contamination in your body undergoes a qualitative change, it can cause immense damage. Simply using raw energy is a waste of power. But if you can make 100 parts of contamination have the impact of 200, that is a superhuman skill. The principle isn't complex. It involves three factors: your physical condition, the amount and concentration of energy used, and your will. When these three elements combine, they can unleash the terrifying might of a superhuman skill. Yang snapped his fingers, and suddenly, Jiang Yu found himself in a training room, standing face to face with the instructor. Holding a short sword, Yang announced, "Let me give you an example." He then swung the sword at a metal training dummy nearby. He turned back to Jiang Yu. "This is target number 7, made from a highly durable alloy. It can normally withstand the physical attacks of a level 2 superhuman, just like the strike I just delivered. Now, pay close attention. I'm going to use about 500 units of energy, which is the threshold for reaching level 3. With that, he raised his hand and began channeling his abilities. Yang swung his arm, unleashing a slash toward the dummies. They were sent flying everywhere, and the ground exploded where the attack passed. Jiang Yu wasn't surprised. This was fairly standard. It destroyed half the targets, but caused no real devastation. Yang continued his lesson. "Now, I'll use the same 500 units of energy. Only this time, it will be in the form of a superhuman skill." Saying this, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. The move startled Jiang Yu, his eyes widening in anticipation. Yang thrust his hands forward, condensing energy into a sphere. Veins bulged on his forehead as his brows knitted in concentration. Jiang Yu was floored by the sight, his jaw hanging open. A superhuman skill is a combination of three elements: physical strength, supernatural energy, and willpower. Condensing scattered power into a single point and unleashing it with perfect refinement. Yang's voice echoed again. And then he launched the energy orb forward. The red sphere shot out in a straight line, but the energy in its path began to split, branching out in all directions. The main orb slammed into the metal dummies, while the radiating energy beams obliterated every other target in the vicinity. Yang's will could shatter mountains. His last action seemed to be a perfect demonstration of that very statement. The scene before him was one of total ruin. The ground was riddled with craters from the attack. Wind whipped up clouds of dust. The explosion created small dust devils. This desolate landscape was a world away from how it looked moments ago. Yang reappeared, speaking calmly. "A superhuman skill is a power without equal. Standing amidst the devastation, he radiated a terrifying aura. Jiang Yu was still reeling from the power he had just witnessed. Holy hell. Is that the power of a superhuman skill? It's on a completely different level. That attack was the common superhuman skill, 100 fractures. Even new level 3 users can wield it with devastating effect. Most superhumans can learn and use it. Train hard. Superhuman skills are the only way to truly inflict critical damage when you're facing aberrant species. In that instant, Xiang Yang's face transformed completely. The friendly smile vanished. All that remained was the stern authority of a soldier. He gave a military salute and then disappeared. Jiang Yu didn't know how to react. He felt like he'd been a big shot. But after just 2 days in this training camp, he finally realized he was just a rookie. Unbelievable. This is the world of superhumans. This is the Night Watch organization, a place where dragons and tigers hide in plain sight. Then, another notification popped up on Jiang Yu's phone. Superhuman skills are techniques that only level 3 superhumans can fully control, but each use drains a massive amount of physical stamina and mental energy. 1. Microcontrol. To perform meticulous operations that go beyond the body's normal comprehension. 2. Overdrive. To mobilize muscle strength and supernatural energy, forcibly erupting with power that exceeds the body's limits. This skill is tied to willpower. A strong will can shatter the body's restraints. 3. Psionic surge. His heart was as calm as still water, but a wave powered by absolute willpower began to surge within him. Note that physical constitution, supernatural energy, and willpower only represent quantity. The 3 core skills represent quality. In the first stage, you must cultivate quantity. Don't rush to achieve quality. Remember not to be hasty, or it will be harder to reach. After reading the note, Jiang stroked his chin, lost in thought. This thing truly was a double-edged sword. Jay had returned to his room, where he sat on his bed and opened his personal status panel. Name: Jiang. Hidden attribute: lifespan remaining, 5 months. Assessment: congratulations on living to the end of the year. Looking at his own status panel, Jiang smiled. He had comprehended a superhuman skill before he was even 18 years old. The next day, Jiang walked beside Ken and asked, "Mr. Tong, is it legal for someone my age to enter the workshop? Could you maybe reveal a bit more about the situation?" Ken answered succinctly, "Run with the second-year students. You'll understand once you're in." Run? The Dragon's Horn Zone. After you enter, you just need to run with all your might. The wristwatch will monitor your body's condition, and the training will only end when you meet the requirements. During that time, besides providing guidance, the instructor won't lift a finger to help. Jiang was speechless. Another strange training method. As soon as he finished his thought, the two of them arrived. They were standing before the gate of an extremely large running track. Looking inside, Jiang couldn't help but gape. Whoa, this is magnificent. Seeing Jiang's amazement at the facility, Ken decided to provoke him. What do you think? Do you dare to go in? Provoked by the single sentence, Jiang suddenly became fearless. He pointed to the sky and laughed loudly, saying, "Are you joking? My uncle is a retired war general. My father-in-law is the inspector of Cloud Sea. Right now, I'm standing on the shoulders of both of them, so I must become the king of warriors." The more he spoke, the louder Jiang laughed, his face becoming utterly shameless. "Who would dare let anything happen to me? Then let's go. At most, it'll leave you paralyzed for 2 months. When that time comes, I'll request an exemption from treatment so you can get out early." In response, Jiang just laughed loudly with a swaggering demeanor, showing that he didn't believe a word and wasn't afraid at all. After walking for a long time without reaching their destination, Jiang kept his head up, looking around the entire way. He thought to himself, "Huh? Why does this room look like a prison? Is something wrong?" Jiang immediately stopped walking. He turned to ask Ken, "Mr. Tong, what is this place called? Last night, I almost thought you were bringing me to an electronics factory." Ken, who was walking in front, also stopped. He turned his head to look at Jiang and replied, "What electronics factory? This is the Dragon's Horn Zone, but the students prefer to call it the Escape Zone." As soon as he heard the word escape, Jiang had a bad feeling. He quickly turned his head back, stammering, "Well, I think I'll reconsider. Sorry to trouble you." With just a glance, Ken knew Jiang intended to flee. He immediately raised his leg and kicked Jiang flying, shouting, "No more talk, get going." Once locked inside, Jiang frantically pounded on the door. "Hey, Mr. Tong." Outside, Ken held his phone, pretending not to hear anything. "Hello, Captain Lee. The kid's been locked in. Everything is normal." Yes. I know my limits." It seemed the person on the other end of the line had just proposed an idea. This made Ken say worriedly, isn't this a bit much? Meanwhile, Jiang inside was still panicking, screaming and pounding on the door. Mr. Tong, oh my god, what was that just hit me? Holy crap, this is insane. Ken, outside, was still on the phone. You're asking what he's doing? He's screaming his head off. You're asking if he's scared? Inside, Jiang's screams continued unabated. Do these monsters dare to bite me, the great Jiang, to death? Die for me. Jiang's last sentence rang out full of fury. Ken could only cover his face as if he couldn't bear to watch. Feeling that it was too much to look at, he decided to turn his back and stick a finger in his ear. As if he couldn't hear anything, he reported. Reporting to the captain, I feel that Jiang is very excited. However, Jiang inside looked terrified. He held his head, trembling and screaming non-stop. What on earth is this place for? Please don't release any more frogs in here. I'm about to puke. Boo-hoo. Suddenly, the door slowly creaked open. Jiang, who had been screaming, suddenly fell silent, staring blankly. His heart was full of questions. He never expected the door to open by itself. He stopped screaming, his mood gradually stabilizing, although it was unclear what dangers lurked behind the door. Instead of being locked in here, wasting time with an endless horde of mutant frogs, it was better to go through and see. Who knew? He might find an opportunity to turn the tables. Immediately, Jiang shot towards the door, afraid that if he was a second late, it would slam shut. But unfortunately, a horde of frogs jumped down from the sky, their bodies slimy and covered in a sticky liquid. Their bright red tongues could shoot out to wrap around anyone who got close, trying to stop me. Jiang looked at the frogs, not faltering in the slightest as he tried to run as fast as he could. It was true that these monsters had a clear advantage in numbers, but with just a few blocking the door like this, it was too simple. He smiled, reaching out his hand to use his ability to handle all of them. Not a chance. Jiang leaped out of the room, just as the door slammed shut before his eyes. The next room revealed a truly nightmarish sight. The ceiling and walls were coated in a grotesque, slimy substance that seemed to pulse with life. This entire place felt cursed. Suddenly, a terrified scream cut through the air, catching Jiang Yu's attention. A short-haired guy was sprinting toward him. Ugh, so gross. Don't you dare touch me. Seeing the pure panic on the man's face, Jiang Yu was completely baffled. Noticing Jiang Yu was just standing there, the young man shouted a warning. Hey buddy, what are you doing, just standing around? Run for your life. Jiang Yu had no clue what was happening, but he immediately bolted after the other guy. This way, hurry. As they sprinted, the guy started a conversation. Which class are you from, man? I've never seen your face before. Jiang Yu was still completely lost, but he answered on instinct. Class 1 of the special training barracks. The guy grunted, whispering, Class 1, huh? Then it suddenly clicked, and he stopped dead in his tracks, screaming, Wait! Class 1 of the special training barracks? You're a brand new recruit. What are you doing in a hellhole like this? Jiang Yu could only manage a wry smile. I guess I must have pissed someone off. The young man looked terrified for him. Who in the world did you provoke to get thrown into a nightmare like this? His eyes went wide as a wild thought crossed his mind. Damn, this kid must have slept with the drill sergeant's daughter. There's no other reason he'd be locked in here. Jiang Yu picked up his pace, but didn't forget his question. Senior, what exactly is going on in here? The senior snapped out of it. In a place like this, we're all brothers in arms. This is the fleeing zone. Your only job is to run and never stop. You have to use sheer willpower to fight off the corrupting aura all around us. It's the only way to get out. With that, the guy kicked into high gear, pulling ahead. Good luck, rookie. I'm taking off. The sudden burst of speed caught Jiang Yu off guard, but in an instant, he had closed the distance and was right back at his side, asking more questions. So where's the exit? Jiang Yu's incredible speed left the senior completely stunned. He was screaming on the inside. What the hell? How is a fresh-off-the-boat rookie this fast? Still, he was kind enough to answer the question. Alright, last explanation. Talking while running wastes stamina. Rumor is, if you run far enough to meet the standard, an exit just appears. But that usually takes about 2 months of non-stop running. Around them, more people began to emerge from the gloom. Every single one of them was sprinting for their lives. A girl dodged a swarm of frogs, yelling, I hate frogs more than anything. Get away, get away. She punted one of the creatures high into the air, sending it flying straight toward Jiang Yu. He glanced back, saw the frog hurtling toward him, and reacted instantly, spinning around, grabbing it by the leg, and slamming it hard against the wall. A voice rang out, Why did you kill that blood pattern frog? Jiang Yu was confused. We aren't supposed to kill these things? The senior explained again. We're here for training. Our mission is to face the ever-strengthening corrupting aura, and to never stop running forward. The price for killing them is that your mind becomes sluggish and dull. You want to get eliminated on your first day? Behind us, a whole horde is catching up. Forget talking, everyone, just run. The path ahead was littered with countless traps. At times, massive pits would suddenly materialize under their feet. They gave no time to react. Other times, the ceiling would come crashing down, and anyone caught could only blame their own bad luck. One room was filled with filth and swarming insects, the overwhelming stench making their heads spin. After running for what felt like an eternity, the group paused for a moment. But as a female senior leaped over a chasm, the unthinkable happened. Her foot slipped on the edge. For a heart-stopping moment, she hung in midair before plummeting into the darkness below. The abyss devoured the beautiful girl. No one could react in time. They could only watch helplessly and scream in despair. "Whoa!" Jiang Yu yelled. "Look out!" In a flash, he lunged forward and grabbed the girl's wrist, pulling her back from the endless abyss with a powerful heave. Holding her arm to steady her, he asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right, miss?" But the girl showed no sign of relief. In a weak voice, she asked, "Why did you save me?" Jiang Yu was taken aback by her reaction, but he answered honestly, "It was just instinct." She pulled away from his grasp, her voice cold and distant. "In this fleeing zone, every wasted movement comes with a price. By saving me, you've only endangered yourself." Jiang Yu put his hands on his hips, a small smirk on his lips. "Wow. This hellhole sure has a lot of rules." Whoosh! 3 bizarre projectiles wreathed in dark green flames shot straight for him. A system voice echoed in his mind. Keen intuition activated. Jiang Yu instantly arched backward, dodging the attack. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The 3 projectiles embedded themselves deep into the wall behind him. Jiang Yu glanced at the objects quivering in the stone, thinking, these bone spikes are razor sharp. To think they could pierce solid rock like that. A white bone fiend. It stood at least 3 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in eerie green fire as it lumbered out from a thick cloud of smoke. It advanced right toward him. The girl he'd just saved gasped in horror, her mouth hanging open. "Oh my god, there are 2 of them. 2 Tier 2 fiends." With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Yu launched 2 of the bone spikes right back at the creatures, infusing them with his own dark energy. "Take these back," Jiang Du said, his voice cold as steel. The 2 white bone monstrosities froze, pure shock flashing across their grotesque faces. The bone spikes, now glowing with a sinister black aura, slammed directly into their hollow chests. Jiang Du grabbed the schoolgirl and bolted. She stared at him, wide-eyed, as a single thought raced through her mind. He hadn't just dodged those deadly spikes. He'd used their own attack to create an opening for their escape. This is the first time I've ever met a guy with so much courage and cunning. But the white bone creature wasn't dead. It brandished a rusted white blade, radiating a thick aura of death as it lunged forward. Jiang Du and the girl ran as fast as they could, but their speed was nothing compared to the creature's massive, terrifying strides. He shoved the girl ahead of him. "Go, run." She looked back in shock, letting out a gasp as the white bone creature's sword swung down. Jiang Du activated his shadow step, instantly appearing behind the monster. His dark aura flared as he unleashed a powerful kick. Bam! The rusted white blade flew through the air, and the white bone creature crashed face first onto the ground. "Have a taste of that," Jiang Du growled. The physical force of his kick was minimal, but the fiery aura it unleashed was absolutely devastating. "Activate danger sense." Before he could even catch his breath, Jiang Du's eyes darted sharply to the side. He leaped back in shock as an attack wrapped in a deep purple aura shot toward him. Jiang Du summoned the power within his body. A cerulean aura enveloped him, laced with tendrils of dark energy, as he jumped up to evade the attack. But it was as if the attack had a homing system. No matter which way he moved, it pursued him relentlessly. It curved its flight path, and Jiang Du dodged again. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Does this steel pipe have a GPS tracker or something? Why can't I shake this thing?" He considered his options. "Looks like I have no other choice but to use that skill." Jiang Du stood perfectly still and summoned his shadow image. Instantly, a black aura erupted from the void, completely engulfing him. He watched as the projectile honed in on him. With a heavy thud, the steel pipe slammed into the ground, its powerful death aura flaring. The real Jiang Du appeared a short distance away, the shadows around him slowly receding. Staring at the pipe glowing with a deadly aura, Jiang Du was lost in thought. He stroked his chin, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, is this training camp run by lunatics? Weren't they supposed to intervene if an attack was fatal? If it weren't for my danger sense, that would have gone straight through my heart. Does that still not count as a dangerous attack? Help me!" The familiar voice of the schoolgirl snapped him out of it. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in horror. Oh no. It's her. The girl was ensnared by a strange power that took the form of grotesque tentacles. They tightened their grip, lifting her high into the air. Then, with a sickening crack, it slammed her across the room. She cried out in agony as her back smashed into the wall. The impact sent a violent shockwave through her spine and internal organs. The pain shot straight to her brain. The girl squeezed her eyes shut as a trickle of black blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Her body slid to the ground, leaving a deep crater in the wall. A notification suddenly appeared above her head. Eliminated. She had been disqualified. Jiang Yu was stunned, unable to do a thing, as he muttered a single word. Damn it. Watching the scene, Jiang Yu could only think to himself, it hasn't even been 10 minutes and someone's already out. This survival battle is no joke. I need to get my head in the game. His face hardened, and the corner of his mouth twisted into a smirk as a deep azure aura began to blaze around him. Thump. Suddenly, bizarre vines snaked out from a crack in the door, covered in the same deathly aura as the white-bone creatures. They belonged to a giant, pink flower with a gaping mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Its vines twisted together to form a humanoid body. It radiated a powerful death aura, and a health bar above its head showed it had only 20% remaining. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Is that a man-eating flower? Its vines began slithering along the steel beams. A moment later, the flower beast lunged forward. He quickly assessed the situation. Its power level seems just as high as the white-bone creatures. Luckily, its health bar is already at 20%. Otherwise, this would be a real headache. As the sharpened vines shot towards him like spears, Jiang Yu unleashed a violent surge of dark energy. But just as the steel-like tips were about to hit, the creature's form vanished without a trace. He smirked, a flash of genuine surprise in his eyes. Whoa, it can turn invisible too? Where does this training camp find these strange monsters? Facing a relentless barrage of attacks, Jiang Yu quickly weaved and dodged. He lowered his center of gravity, gritting his teeth. I can't keep running forever. My stamina will give out long before its health does. Jiang Yu retreated, narrowly dodging 3 clusters of vines that shot out at him. His expression turned ice cold. His eyes blazed with killing intent. He knew the key to winning was to see through his opponent's movements. Jiang Yu clenched his jaw, making a decision. Activate. Shadow sight. In an instant, his eyes turned a deep, pitch black. In the dark, his pupils seemed to glow, etched with a radiant, mystical sigil. His power surged, growing more violent than ever before. He could finally see clearly. Now, let's see how arrogant you can be. Piercing through the veil of black bone, Jiang Yu finally saw the flesh-eating mutant's true body. He let out a defiant laugh, lunging forward with a roar. Think you're hot stuff with a little stealth? He shouted. You messed with the wrong guy. Jiang Yu leaped into the air, his hand gripping a rusty steel bar. With a sickening thud, he plunged the weapon straight into the creature's chest. A torrent of crimson blood erupted like a waterfall. The carnivorous mutant let out a strangled, agonizing shriek as its health bar dropped to just 10%. Pure terror filled its eyes as it turned to flee for its life. Get out of my way! Jiang Yu roared, unleashing a full-power kick that sent it flying. More blood spewed from its mouth. With a heavy crash, the mutant's body slammed onto the floor behind him. He glanced to the side, pressing forward, assuming that people from the special training camp would eventually arrive to dispose of these corpses. That means I can't waste any more time. I have to keep moving. In an instant, Jiang Yu channeled his inner energy, but the crushing pressure in the air still made his steps feel heavy. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this oppressive aura and spiritual pollution is so strong it travels on the wind. Is this difficulty level really meant for trainees? Jiang Yu flinched, his brows knitting together and his jaw tightening as a wave of dizziness washed over him, like he was drunk. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed through the air, and his expression froze in utter shock. A strange object had struck him out of nowhere, embedding itself in his shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out, and his body staggered slightly. He quickly planted his feet, one hand clamping down on the wound, his face a mask of cold fury. Jiang Yu smirked, gripping the steel shard in his shoulder with a sharp hiss. Damn, that stings. In the space before him, a strange, crimson energy began to swirl. A bizarrely shaped mutant materialized from thin air, looking like a demon lord straight out of a comic book, radiating an overwhelming aura of death and bloodlust. Its chest was ripped open, revealing a deep energy core within, while its hand cradled a blazing orb of fire. Jiang Yu gasped in disbelief. Holy crap! A level 2 mutant with 70% health. The moment the mutant landed, its bloody aura flooded the area. Behind it, a massive horde of mutants, both land and air types, began to appear. A dizzying swarm of all shapes and sizes. His eyes nearly rolled back in his head as he screamed internally. "Are you kidding me? There's a whole army of them." Jiang Yu ripped the steel shard from his shoulder, pressing on the wound with his other hand. He gave a grim smile, thinking, they sent a whole pack led by a 70% health level 2 just for me. This freaking training camp is seriously twisted. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's eyes shot open. Huh? Wait a second. He was stunned to see a brightly glowing doorway. Behind the horde of dark mutants, a swirling vortex that looked like a summoning portal had appeared. Facing 7 powerful mutants, Jiang Yu felt no fear. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. This door is separate, on the left, unlike the others. Could that be the exit? The demon-faced mutant raised its hand, and a bloody aura enveloped it. Countless stones and steel fragments suddenly lost their gravity, floating eerily into the air. As the whirlwind of debris gathered power, the demon-faced mutant pointed directly at him without even turning its head. Not sure if it was an escape route, he decided he had to take the chance. Jiang Yu lowered his stance and shot forward like a bullet. His eyes were locked on the Demon King's every move, determined to reach that door before his stamina gave out completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air ripped apart as the shards, empowered with violent energy, shot towards Jiang Yu like a demonic beam of light. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Yu channeled his inner energy into both arms, raising them to block the barrage head-on. His eyes remained fixed on his target. He just had to grit his teeth and push through, then this would all be over. Jiang Yu used a flash step, appearing right in front of the mutant. He threw a punch, but his opponent easily dodged it with a simple lean. He was slightly surprised. He never expected it to be able to evade his attack. Jiang Yu frowned. Before he could recover, the mutant's hand had already condensed a blazing sphere of energy. After a massive explosion, the mutant's counterattack sent them both flying in opposite directions. As crimson flames bloomed like endless fireworks, Jiang Yu groaned, half of his face now covered in blood. He grit his teeth, his expression turning ferocious. Not bad, he thought. An attack from a nearly full-health mutant. One hit was enough to draw blood. At this rate, I'll be beaten to a pulp before I even get close to that door. He exhaled sharply and leaped to a new position. Looks like I have no choice but to use my ultimate skill while I still have the energy. Jiang Yu wiped a streak of blood from his chin. The demon-faced mutant suddenly appeared right behind him, silent and deadly, like a phantom. Spiritual energy gathered in its claw, clearly aiming for a finishing blow. But Jiang Yu simply tilted his head, dodging with ease as he spun to face it. The demonic hand grazed his shoulder as he let out a low chuckle. Heh, so you're serving yourself up to me. Crack! Jiang Yu seized its arm with both hands. He raised his voice, declaring, "Then this time, I'll make sure you can't get away." Deep green energy erupted from his arms. With a surge of power, Jiang Yu flipped the monster over his shoulder, slamming it hard into the ground. The monster's health bar instantly plummeted, stopping at a mere 27%. At the same time, the other creatures leaped and flew, charging toward him in a unified swarm. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's left eye began to glow, transforming into a high-tech display. Targeting cursors locked onto every enemy in range as the long-dormant system interface began flashing with notifications. A message appeared. Hostile gaze detected. Front right, lock left shoulder and retreat to evade the attack. The sound of wind whistled from behind. Another attack was closing in. Advance a half step. Jiang Yu smirked, thinking to himself that within a 6-meter radius, everything was crystal clear. This veteran instinct, combined with his sword and fluid movements, allowed him to glide through the horde, as if time and space itself were his to command. Jiang Yu's blade danced through a storm of lightning as the creature's screams filled the air like a symphony. The bodies of the monsters were sliced apart. His expression turned grim as he muttered a single phrase, "This must be the flow state." With a swarm of monsters chasing from behind and a spatial gate up ahead, Jiang Yu said nothing, simply accelerating his pace. He charged toward the vortex. "This is it. Run!" But suddenly, 2 monsters radiating an immense aura appeared before him. The sight made him falter. Jiang Yu was shocked. Wait, what's happening now? That bone spur aberration and the carnivorous flower. Didn't I already defeat them? Why are they revived with full health? In that single moment of hesitation, 2 other massive creatures lunged forward. Jiang Yu flinched, quickly spinning away as he grit his teeth. He deftly performed a backflip, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it! This special training camp plays dirty. He landed gracefully, leaving a trail of dark energy as he took off running again. He said, "If that's how it is, then you all can play by yourselves." His eyes fixed on the spatial vortex, Jiang Yu grit his teeth. I'm done playing this game. However, he was forced to a halt once again. Jiang Yu stood frozen before the two familiar monsters he had just fought. He knew this was bad. These two weren't easy to handle, and with his current stamina, he could probably only use the flow state one more time. Jiang Yu looked up, his expression hardening with resolve. Because of that, this time, I'm only allowed to win. I am not allowed to lose. As he re-entered the flow state, a notification chimed. Bone spur. From the back left is striking toward your abdomen. Block is possible. The cost is a torn palm. Then use the momentum to pull the opponent forward. Jiang Yu clenched his fist, watching the death-infused spike rush toward him. The system's voice continued. Vine attack incoming from the upper right. When you grab the bone spur, bend backward 40 degrees, and the vine will strike. The bone spur aberration. He glanced at the vine as it shot towards him. The flow state. It's all about observation and absolute control over your own body. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Why is it not just enhancing my perception and control, but also feeding me direct solutions? Does that even make sense? He felt a flicker of suspicion. Jiang Yu leaped into the air, causing the bone spur aberration and the carnivorous flower to miss their attacks. Their powerful blows, however, accidentally slammed into each other. Seeing them impaled on one another's attacks, he finally had his answer. It may not be logical, but when heaven serves you a meal, you just have to eat it. The bone spur aberration roared in agony. The vine had pierced straight through its chest, the pain so intense its jaw hung open and its eyes bulged. The carnivorous flower was equally shocked. It never saw this coming. Jiang Yu sneered at the two of them, muttering, "Huh, a couple of idiots." He ran for the gate, panting heavily. He looked up, his stamina nearly depleted, but luckily, he was almost there. As soon as he had that thought, he failed to notice the monster's vine swinging behind him. It whipped forward and struck him squarely on the butt, making Jiang Yu yelp in surprise. But ironically, that very strike sent him flying directly into the spatial vortex. The carnivorous flower was stunned. It truly couldn't believe how things had turned out. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, flashed a bright smile, turning to wave at it. He never thought it would end like this. Ha ha ha. You turned out to be a pretty helpful guy after all. See ya. The carnivorous flower seethed with rage. Its two main vines twisted, as if to express its indignation. Jiang Yu appeared in a different space, and the vortex he had just exited began to disappear. He looked around, his face blanked, and he grit his teeth. An exit? This isn't an exit. There's not even a single door here. Jiang Yu stood there, waving his arms frantically and shouting, "Hey, is anyone here? Let me out!" Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed, startling him. A new monster appeared, one with a humanoid form. Model, a demon king, shrouded in an aura of death forged from the abyss itself. Jiang Yu was once again forced to witness the sheer insanity of this training camp. He groaned in agony. Oh, come on. Another level 2? Are you special ops psychos actually trying to kill me? The mutant wasted no time on words, instantly lunging forward and wearing Jiang Yu down. He yelled desperately, "Hey, hey, hey, at least let a guy catch his breath first." But the abomination didn't understand human language, immediately sending a kick flying right into his face. Jiang Yu cried out. Blood seeped from between his teeth. With a heavy thud, he slammed face first onto the ground. The white smoke quickly cleared. Jiang Yu lay sprawled on the floor, all his will to struggle completely gone. He squeezed one eye shut, his voice trembling with pain. "Damn you, you cursed special training camp. This isn't over between us." His vision was blurry, yet the scene felt strangely familiar. His mind was a total blank. Huh, where am I? I remember. I think I was knocked out by that bizarre mutant. Jiang Yu slowly opened one eye, realizing his body was wrapped tightly in medical bandages. An IV was hooked up to his arm. Suddenly sensing something off, Jiang Yu dazedly looked down. At the foot of his bed stood Yang Zi, who was in the middle of pulling his pants down as she calmly asked, "You're awake?" "Whoa!" Jiang Yu's face turned beet red as he shrieked in alarm. "In broad daylight? What are you doing pulling down my pants?" Yang Zi crossed her arms and promptly stood up, not even bothering to look at him. "Since you're awake, you can take them off yourself." Still completely bewildered, Jiang Yu let out a gasp before suddenly curling up, hugging himself like a damsel in distress as he screamed, "Oh heavens, my heart already belongs to someone else." Faced with this over-the-top drama, Yang Zi was left completely speechless. She simply raised an eyebrow at him and said, "Your butt is all torn up. I need to apply some medicine." As if snapping out of it, Jiang Yu turned over onto his stomach. But then, he remembered something and asked softly, "Oh, right." While applying the ointment, Yang Zi coolly cut him off. My name is Yang Zi. Don't ask again. I've already added you as a contact. No white socks. I can't wear those on duty. If you're not afraid of your little crush finding out, you can come to my room to get a pair. I'll pretend I didn't see a thing. Jiang Yu thought to himself, man, I've teased countless girls, but this is the first time I've been teased back, and she's a total pro at it. He hid a smirk and asked deliberately, you said my butt was torn up. Is it serious? Will it affect its future performance? I mean, a man's dignity is at stake here. Yang Zi didn't waste words. She delivered a firm smack right onto his reddened and scraped backside. Jiang Yu immediately yelped, shocked by the intense sting. He hissed, ow, ow, but the medic here showed zero mercy. Turning to leave, Yang Zi offered some cold comfort. The fact you can feel pain proves your senses are still working fine. Just use the ointment for a few days, and it won't affect your manly dignity. She tossed him a sidelong glance and continued. Same rules as always. Once the IV bag is empty, press the button on the headboard to call me. Though that smack hurt like hell. Looking back, it was kinda thrilling. Heh. Jiang Yu watched Yang Zi's retreating figure, a love-struck grin spreading across his face that made him look like a complete fool. However, that mutant's final attack must have pushed me to my absolute limit, which is probably how I managed to clear the escape zone. Otherwise, given the insane difficulty of this training camp, there's no way anyone could have passed that easily. Jiang Yu's gaze returned to his lap as he looked down thoughtfully. An uneasy feeling crept in. Still, this whole thing is just too weird. Why would they design a stage that's impossible to clear? As a few theories began to form, he realized something else. Why haven't I figured out any secret trick to clearing the stage? Jiang Yu closed his eyes, deciding to replay the entire sequence in his head, while processing the combat experience he'd gained. Tick, tock, the sound of the clock ticked away. The process took a while, and by the time he was done, night had almost fallen. Jiang Yu's eyes fluttered open. The first thing he did was check the clock. His head felt a bit woozy, so he raised a hand to steady it. Just then, a voice rang out. You're finally awake. Liu Baoqiang stood by the bed, munching on something. He glanced over at Jiang Yu and said, I saw a post on the forum that you got carried out. So I rushed right over. Don't tell me you really picked a fight with a second year, like everyone was guessing? Jiang Yu looked like he wanted to spit in his face. His voice was icy. I was called away for special training. Then he asked, where are Instructor Song and Jiao Jiao? Liu Baoqiang replied with a lollipop in his mouth. Instructor Song is still at the main field. Zhu Jiao Jiao came with me for a bit, but when she saw you were still out, she went back to train. Hearing this, Jiang Yu wanted to curse out loud. His face went blank. You're kidding. She's still training? He asked again, and Liu Baoqiang replied, of course. You pushed yourself so hard you got hurt. How could Jiao Jiao just sit still? I really admire you top students. The instructor doesn't even have to force you to train. You all have such promising futures. The future looked bright. Jiang Yu shot up from the bed, jolting Liu Baoqiang. Whoa, what are you doing? He asked. You're still hurt. But he just waved it off. It's nothing. I don't need to be cooped up in here. A little rest back in my own room is all I need. Jiang Yu glanced at his reflection in a small nearby mirror, not out of vanity, but to use it to check his health bar. His HP was stable, but his body felt like its energy had been completely siphoned away. It looked like he definitely needed some proper rest. The moment he stepped outside, he caught Yang Xi's attention. His sudden appearance made her jump. Yang Xi crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. Why are you out here? Jiang Yu was just as surprised to see her. He scratched his cheek, explaining sheepishly, the injury isn't that serious. I was just heading back to my dorm to rest. His answer only seemed to annoy her more. Her tone sharpened. Hey, if something happens to you, we're the ones responsible for it. A wide grin immediately spread across Jiang Yu's face. He lightly tapped his own shoulder and declared, then I'll take responsibility for you. Witnessing this all too familiar scene, Liu Baoqiang just sighed. He decided to just stay quiet and not comment. Yang Xi huffed, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She thought to herself, who needs a brat like you taking responsibility for me? Once they were outside, Liu Baoqiang's curiosity got the better of him. Jiang Yu, you just said you'd take responsibility for that nurse. But what about Jiao Jiao? Jiang Yu felt an urge to smack his friend. Don't twist my words. Why does it sound so messed up when you say it? Liu Baoqiang quickly backed down. All right. My bad. I got the wrong idea. He walked a few steps before stopping and waving him over. You should go check on Jiao Jiao. She's been really worried about you. I'm not a Zone 1 student, so I can't get in. I'll just wait for you out here. Jiang Yu casually tilted his head. All right, I'll just pop in for a few words and be right back. Stepping onto the training grounds, Jiang Yu headed for the stands, where he found his instructor. Instructor Song's face lit up slightly when he saw him approach. Kid, you're awake. Why aren't you resting for another couple of days? That wound isn't fully healed. Jiang Yu climbed up into the stands with a grin. A minor wound like this is nothing. Instructor Song didn't press the issue, simply telling him, "Come, sit." Instructor Song's voice was calm as he offered advice to the young prodigy. Achieving a level 2 breakthrough during a crisis like that, even with your immense talent, it drains your very essence. You need more rest, or you risk damaging your core foundation. Jiang Yu looked a bit skeptical. Is that really how it works? So, he asked, when can I go back to the Dragon's Horn Zone? Instructor Song crossed his arms with a shrug. For the next few days, you'll be training with the others. A bitter smile touched Jiang Yu's lips as he lowered his head. That's too long. Instructor Song eyed him. What's the rush? Besides, it's not like you can clear that stage anytime soon. He thought back to those level 2 creatures and how they attacked in swarms. Jiang Yu stretched, letting out a frustrated sigh. Well, that's because the difficulty is ridiculously high, isn't it? Instructor Song raised an eyebrow. High, you say? His voice turned cold. That's the final exam, for the second-year students. Jiang Yu was lost in thought. Even if it's a graded final exam, the other students don't have what it takes to actually kill those things. Are they really graded on just desperately hiding? That made no sense. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait a minute. Key words flashed through his mind. Passageway. Traps. Students. Could it be? Jiang Yu glanced at his instructor, voicing his new theory. Cooperation. A smirk played on Instructor Song's lips. What the survival zone is truly designed to test is the students' ability to work together. The difficulty is set impossibly high, and a large number of students are. The only way to clear it is through teamwork, though perhaps there are other solutions as well. Delegation and cooperation. Jiang Yu lowered his head, his expression grim. So this is what a university for the gifted is really like. It felt like another heavy blow to his pride. Oh, right. Instructor Song. What's your take on Instructor Su Jinyang? He asked, rubbing the back of his head. During our very first lesson at the camp, everyone was on the verge of a complete breakdown. I even went to ask him a few questions about it back then. Instructor Song's expression softened slightly. Instructor Su, you mean? Recalling the students' horrified faces, Instructor Song spoke gently. That's understandable. After all, for your first exposure to the real world, feeling shock, fear, despair. In that first class, they showed us completely uncensored, graphic footage. You can't even imagine what a shock it was to our systems. After that lesson, I had nightmares for 3 nights straight. Instructor Song stood up, looking at him curiously. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu replied. It's just, Instructor Su seems so gentle, but his teaching methods are absolutely suffocating. Instructor Song's voice grew serious. That foundation is crucial. It's the very thing that will allow you to break through to level 2. You've already reached level 2, surpassing your peers. But you absolutely cannot afford to become arrogant. You must take every single step with caution. If you don't, forcing your level up might not cause issues now, but in the long run, the consequences could be catastrophic. But ignoring that advice, however, model. Just like that, Jiang Yu switched topics. Hey, Instructor Song, are you a 3rd-tier superhuman? Keeping his eyes on the trainees below, the instructor answered quietly. Yeah. I got injured because I rushed my 2nd-tier basics. It created a world of trouble for me when I finally hit the 3rd tier. Thinking back on his own naive ideas, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Man, the path of a superhuman is way tougher than I ever imagined. He continued. At first, I thought getting stronger was like in the novels. You know, just meditate, absorb some spirit energy, and then boom, a breakthrough. Kan An gave a wry smile. That's why they call it fiction, kid. If there really was a shortcut to power like that, our nation, Dazhou, wouldn't be in the state it's in today. Sensing the grim tone, Jiang Yu tried to offer some comfort. But you made it through, Instructor Song. Things will get better, right? But an instructor couldn't just wallow in pessimism. He shot the boy a sharp look, his voice turning stern. Who said I made it through? I'm merely stating a fact. The first rule of being a superhuman is that you must never give in to despair. Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. And the second rule? Kan An replied calmly. I forgot. Jiang Yu, a voice suddenly called out from the training area's gate. Startled, Jiang Yu turned to see a girl standing with Liu Baocheng, waving her hand high in the air. It was none other than Zhao Zhao. She waved at him with a bright smile. You coming? There was no reason to refuse, not that he wanted to, anyway. Jiang Yu's face lit up as he called back. Hang on, I'm coming. The Academy's flag billowed in the wind, catching the sunlight. His eyes fixed on its emblem, a framed lightning bolt, surrounded by 4 small stars. Jiang Yu recalled reading something about this. Every star on the national flag holds a special meaning. The central star represents the nation of Da Zhou. The 4 stars around it symbolize 4 pivotal events since the calamity, and the heroines tied to them. That 5-star emblem represents the sacrifices of countless heroes, a symbol that will forever shine in the hearts of the people. Reality wasn't as simple as it was in novels or cartoons. But as long as Da Zhou's superhumans still stand, gazing up at the fluttering flag, Jiang Yu felt his conviction harden. The path ahead may be brutal, but they would overcome it all. The young man stood tall and proud, straight as a pine tree. He radiated a youthful energy, as brilliant as the sun itself. A sudden breeze swept past, carrying with it fresh green leaves, and rustling the clothes of the young hero. Completely baffled by his student's behavior, Kan An clapped him on the shoulder. Jiang Yu jumped, turning to see a curious look on his instructor's face. Why are you staring so intently at the flag? You want to be on flag duty next week or something? He quickly waved his hands in panic. No. I was just wondering about the origin of the stars, that's all. Hearing that, Instructor Song glanced up at the flag. It's in the history books, he said flatly. The 4th star represents the Night Watch. It wasn't always called that, though. It went through a ton of names. The Superhuman Bureau, the Supernatural Affairs Office, you name it. Eventually, they settled on the name Night Watch. The instructor suddenly posed a question. Any idea why they call it that? Jiang Yu had no idea. He took a wild guess. Is it because more monsters appear at night? Or maybe that's when the aberrants show up. Kan An didn't elaborate. He just shook his head. Forget it. It's better that you don't know. Jiang Yu was confused, but he didn't press the issue. Right, I get it. Knowing too much could destabilize my Dao heart and give rise to inner demons. Right? Instructor Song looked like he was about to blow a gasket. You and your nonsense. He rolled up his sleeves. If you've got so much free time, how about we go a few rounds? Moving with inhuman speed, Jiang Yu practically teleported away, leaping down 3 steps in a single bound. He shouted over his shoulder. Bullying an injured man goes against martial virtue. See ya. When he reached Zhao Zhao, he noticed someone was missing. Where's Fatty? He was just here a second ago, Zhao Zhao pointed. He went ahead to the cafeteria to save us some seats. Then, she pinched his arm, hard. Do you have a death wish or something? Her voice might have been soft, but her grip was vicious. Tears welled up in Jiang Yu's eyes from the pain. Ow! Heroin! Spare my life! But I'm perfectly fine now, see? Zhao Zhao's grip only tightened, and her voice rose an octave. How can you say that? Zhao Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red and watery. A lump formed in her throat, but she forced the words out. Do you have any idea how scared I was? When I heard you had to be carried out of the arena, I nearly died from fright. She trailed off, unable to continue. The overwhelming emotions were too much to handle. Zhao Zhao quickly turned away, crying silently. A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Yu, but it was quickly replaced by affection. He gently raised his hand, catching one of her pearl-like tears. He whispered softly, Don't cry, Zhao Zhao. But the tender moment lasted only a second. Then, as if possessed, he brought the tear-stained finger to his lips and tasted it. He even offered a blunt review of the flavor. It's a little bitter, and kinda salty. Zhao Zhao was so stunned by his bizarre actions that she completely forgot to cry. When she finally snapped out of it, her expression soured, and she raised her voice at him. Jaden, are you insane? Why did you suddenly taste my tears? Jaden calmly pulled his finger from his lips, a small smirk forming as he answered. To remember your taste, of course. It was a cheesy and slightly wicked line, but Jaden didn't stop there. He pulled the girl into his arms, whispering her name. Jia Jia, don't worry. From now on, no matter what happens, I'll remember the bitter taste of your tears today, and I'll protect myself for you. Jia Jia's cheeks flushed bright red, and her voice softened completely. You better keep your word. If you don't, I'll have my dad and Uncle Lee teach you a lesson. As they stepped back, Jaden suddenly noticed the scrape on her knee. His heart ached as he asked, Hey, what happened to your knee? Did you get it checked at the infirmary? Jia Jia hummed, feeling a little embarrassed as she recalled the moment. She'd overheard some people talking. The exact words were, Did you hear? That guy, Jaden, got jumped by some second years and was beaten so badly he was crippled. They had to carry him out. The moment she heard it, she panicked and ran to find him, tripping and falling in her haste. Just thinking about it now made her want to die of embarrassment. Unwilling to explain, she just pushed Jaden forward, making up a flimsy excuse. "You're bound to get banged up during training, right? It's just a small wound. I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria." But Jaden was genuinely worried for her. He urged, "You still have to be careful. What if it's a fracture?" But Jia refused to listen. She grabbed his wrist and pulled him along, saying shyly, "Geez, why are you being such a mother hen? Let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll be stuck on dish duty." Beneath the training tower, the two familiar figures walked away as Jia's voice piped up with a demand. "I want chicken breast, chips, fries, and a soda later. You're paying." Jaden didn't have any objections, and just went along with her. All right, whatever you want." Half a month later, inside the escape zone, Jaden was hunting an aberration. He pursued it relentlessly, taunting, "What are you running for? Weren't you so smug when you were pushing me around earlier? I warned you not to be so arrogant. It's a tough world out here." Jaden sneered. "You think you can escape?" he roared, activating his sigil, and in an instant, a magic circle locked onto the aberration. For a moment, it froze. Then, Jaden erupted in a furious leap, his dark aura exploding, the blue spiritual energy around him growing even more violent. His gaze turned cold as he raised his fist, while the panicked aberration could only stand paralyzed, unable to struggle. At that moment, in the escape zone's control room, everyone's face was grim. Instructor Tong yelled in alarm, "This is bad. That kid is going to kill the aberration. Pull it out of there now. The training exercise is over." The person next to him immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The scene changes. Instructor Khan walked into the break room to find Jaden casually drinking water. "You rotten brat," he said. "You've improved again. After only half a month of training. Almost none of the level 2 aberrations in the escape zone are a match for you. I'm starting to seriously wonder if you awakened the shadow pupil ability, or some kind of skill that just makes you stronger the more you fight." Instructor Tong spoke with a strained voice, finding it hard not to be suspicious. Jaden himself was surprised by the question. He gave a helpless, wry smile in return. "Well, Instructor Tong, you know, everyone's physical constitution is different." Khan raised an eyebrow. "Don't get cocky just because you have a little power. Are you interested in participating in a mission?" He spoke suddenly, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. "Besides teaching, we instructors also carry out missions for the organization. Some are in the real world. Others are in—" Jaden thought to himself, "I still can't let them find out about Shadow Devour. If I go with them, I can only kill aberrations, not consume them. There's no way I'm working for free." With that thought, he shook his head and refused. "It's a waste of time. I'm not going." Instructor Tong put on a look of regret, rubbing the back of his neck. "Oh? That's a shame. I was going to say, if you performed well on the mission, I could get you a certification so you wouldn't have to stay at this special—" Hearing that, Jaden's eyes began to sparkle. He slammed his water bottle down on the table, immediately spinning around with a huge smile. He snapped into a military salute and declared, "You've got a deal." At the station, Jaden was surprised by how many unfamiliar faces there were. He walked over to Khan and asked, "Instructor Tong, who are these people?" Instructor Tong replied, "The other students assigned to this mission." Suddenly, Jaden spotted a familiar figure and started a conversation. "Hey, this senior looks really familiar." The girl ripped off her hat and glared at him in frustration. "My name is Young Z. This is the 5th time you've asked. Is my name really that hard to remember?" Realizing who it was, he let out an awkward laugh. "Haha, my bad. You were wearing a different outfit, so I almost didn't recognize you." "Ah, no, I mean, you weren't in your nurse's uniform. Model. That's enough." Kanan's voice cut through the chatter. "No more talking. Settle down, now. I have something important to discuss." Once everyone was quiet, Instructor Tong began the briefing. Intel confirms blood fiend activity in the shadow plane near West Yunhai. Casualties have been reported. The primary target is a corrupted, early-stage level 2 with blood system abilities. Everyone acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." 30 minutes later, on the high-speed train, Jiang Yu was completely dead to the world, his head resting on Yang Qi's shoulder. Poor Yang Qi was forced to endure it. "This rotten kid," she fumed silently. "What was he even doing last night to be this exhausted?" Jiang Yu slept without a shred of dignity, drooling all over her clean shirt. Suddenly, Instructor Song's voice boomed through the car. "We're at the station. Everyone, prepare to disembark." Jiang Yu snapped awake instantly. He shot up, yelling, "Yes, sir." Then his eyes darted to his side. The moment he saw the wet patch, he wanted to die. Damn it. Did I really just drool all over her? He grabbed a tissue and started dabbing at her shoulder. I'm so sorry. Training was brutal yesterday, and I haven't fully recovered. I just passed out. Let me get that for you. Yangxi's expression was already dark, but his clueless actions made her absolutely see red. She couldn't tell if he was genuinely stupid or just playing dumb. Don't you dare touch me, she hissed. Or I'll text Jiao Jiao this instant. Yangxi was about to explode. Jiang Yu just blinked blankly, muttering, "Oh, okay." Then the threat finally hit him. His heart stopped. Wait, how does she have Jiao Jiao's number? Jiang Yu immediately bowed his head in submission, offering the tissue with both hands. I got the part up here for you. You'll have to. Take care of the rest. Yangxi was on the verge of snapping. Just shut up, she seethed. Qing An's voice cut through the tension from outside. Jiang Yu, Yangxi, get a move on. They moved through the ruins of the old city under a dark sky. Qing An led the way, saying, All right, team. The scanner has pinpointed the blood fiend to this housing complex. Stay close and don't fall behind, Jiang Yu added, his tone suddenly serious. Wild aberrations are savage creatures. If we get separated, they'll drain you dry before you can even scream. But another student chimed in, disagreeing. I don't think so. I heard competition between them is fierce these days. They don't kill their prey right away. They like to play with their food first. Yangxi glanced back at the group, her expression grim. He's right. This is where our training gets put to the ultimate test. Jiang Yu stepped forward, adjusting his gear. I'll have the body cam running to record everyone's performance. So make it a good show. As he scanned the decaying buildings, he wondered. This complex isn't massive, but it's not small either. Which building? Which floor? Where is it hiding? Watching from behind, Instructor Song was surprised, but a pleased smile touched his lips. He thought, that kid, Jiang Yu. He seems almost thrilled by this. His hands have known battle before. I'd recognize that bloodlust anywhere. The instructor's thoughts deepened. Going from level 1 to 2 usually takes a full year, which means when Jiang Yu was just 16, General Li had him hunting aberrations in the shadow plane. At that age, a frown creased Instructor Song's brow. His expression hardened. He could only sigh. That's just cruel. Weren't they worried the corruption would overwhelm his body? The image of another legendary figure, General Feng, surfaced in his mind. Still, he thought, a level 2 at 17 is incredibly rare, but not impossible. General Feng reached that stage with profound mastery. His combat power was peerless, far surpassing the generations before him. I wonder just how far this kid, Jiang Yu, can go. A spark of anticipation lit up the instructor's eyes. Jiang Yu unleashed a pulse of his spiritual energy. In front of him, an aberration materialized from the shadows. He pointed, his voice sharp. Over there! Seeing Jiang Yu engage the enemy, Qing An immediately made an assessment. A level 1 blood fiend is out in the open, which means the level 2 is close. Found you. Just as Jiang Yu moved in for the instant kill, a purple blur shot out from the side. A level 2 blood fiend, its claws aimed straight for his throat. Jiang Yu was caught off guard. With a deafening crash, a wave of potent death energy slammed toward him, shielding the weaker fiend. In that instant, it felt as if Jiang Yu and the fiend had been transported to another dimension entirely. Man and monster clashed in a furious exchange. For what felt like 800 blows, they were perfectly matched, neither side giving an inch. Qing An refused to be a spectator. Erupting with a furious aura, he charged in. Jiang Yu and I will take the level 2. The rest of you, eliminate the level 1s. The students behind them yelled, Understood. As Instructor Song moved past Yangxi, he gave her a sharp look. Yangxi, you're a medic, not a frontline fighter. Find a safe place and take cover. She just nodded. Right. But in that exact moment, a level 1 blood fiend lunged at her from behind. Yangxi's gaze snapped backward. Thwump! She caught the fiend's head in a vice-like grip. The creature froze, its face a mask of shock. Squelch. A thick, pink tendril, pulsing with spiritual power, erupted from Yangxi's palm, unfurling rapidly. It enveloped the blood fiend completely, then began to constrict and devour. And as it did, Yangxi's own expression began to twist into something inhuman. She remained perfectly still, not a single twitch, calmly admiring her handiwork. As the tentacles retracted, the blood fiend's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Its life force was completely gone. Yangxi then took out a vial, placing it under her palm to draw some of her own blood. Suddenly, her cold gaze shot up to meet the approaching Jiang Yu. He let out a confused sound, still completely baffled, thinking, Huh? What was that? What happened to my gentle nurse? Yangxi asked first. Jiang Yu, still gripping the level 2 blood fiend, forced a smile. What's up? Had your fill? She asked softly. Then how about another one? You got it, he replied instantly. Watching her unleash her power once more, Jiang Yu's curiosity got the better of him. Hey, Yangxi, what exactly is your ability? Yangxi glanced at her tentacles, which coiled like a carnivorous plant around its prey. She answered bluntly, a branch of the devourer. Swallow. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up at her words. He asked excitedly, does that mean you can turn any part of you into a tentacle? Yangxi couldn't comprehend his strange train of thought. His question left her completely speechless, glaring at him with a look of pure confusion. But Jiang Yu didn't even notice her expression. He was lost in his own wild fantasies, his mind racing with bizarre images of octopuses coiling around poles. Whoa, he thought. Her ability is totally bizarre, but incredibly stimulating. His eagerness was written all over his face. He even raised his hand, a shameless grin spreading across his lips. So, can I touch it? Yang Shi's refusal was swift and cold. No, Jiang Yu pressed on. Just a peek then? She shot him a look, crossing her arms in disgust. You're a total creep, she said. You want me to report you for harassment to the special training camp? A smug look appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Go ahead. Report me. My uncle is. But Yang Shi cut him off, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Your uncle is a retired war general, and your father-in-law is the current patrol commissioner, right? So what? You gonna use your connections to bully me? Jiang Yu quickly cleared his throat to diffuse the tension. Ahem. Just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. He facepalmed, muttering to himself, I can't believe my classic villain line went viral this fast. Everyone's got it memorized now. Just then, the slender arm in front of him began to morph, and Jiang Yu's eyes widened in stunned silence. Yangxi spoke with a chilling indifference. Fine, you want to look? Then look. After this, I bet you'll remember my name. Her arm had completely transformed into writhing, bright pink tentacles. Each one was lined with rows of razor-sharp, serrated teeth. Yangxi stared at the grotesque limb, her voice unnervingly calm as she judged herself. A hideous mutation. Terrifying, isn't it? But Jiang Yu's mind worked in mysterious ways, and Yangxi was about to find that out firsthand. Instead of fear, his face was filled with fascination. He praised it without hesitation. Incredible, so flexible and nimble. A tentacle girl is pretty cute too. Yangxi froze, barely believing her ears. She repeated the word, stunned. Cute? She thought to herself that ever since her mutation began, everyone else had recoiled in fear. He was the first person to ever call it cute. Yeah, I seriously think it's cute, he said. Besides, your tentacles are reacting to me. Jiang Yu let out a strange, unsettling laugh, a trickle of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. He looked like a complete and utter menace to society. A chill ran down Yangxi's spine. She snatched her arm back and took a step away, warning him sternly. I'm warning you, don't cross the line. She realized how wrong she'd been about him. At first, she thought he might be a decent guy, but now she saw him for what he was, a genuine creep. Seeing her guarded stance, Jiang Yu found the situation oddly familiar. He chuckled and tried to explain. What are you thinking? The reaction I was talking about wasn't down there. I meant up here. For some unknown reason, his Shadow Clan aspect was acting up, stirring an indescribable impulse within him. It was a primal urge to enter his shadow form and utterly destroy the mutating Yangxi before him. His scalp began to tingle at the thought. Jiang Yu lowered his head, deep in contemplation. Is there some kind of natural conflict between the Shadow and Devourer types, like the conflict between Shadow and Bronze? The complex relationships between the species of the Abyss? It seemed he would need to absorb more aspect fragments to understand it all. Just then, Instructor Song returned. He carried a level 1 blood fiend in one hand and a level 2 in the other as he walked toward her. Zhao Yang, take care of these, he said. We've made good progress on this mission. Yes, sir, Yangxi replied instantly. As she moved aside to let her mutation feed, Qing An walked over to Jiang Yu. She noticed he was still holding onto the level 1 blood fiend. Confused, she asked, why are you still holding that one? Jiang Yu explained quietly. Shouldn't we keep one alive to turn in? It's only at 4% health. It can probably last for another half hour. Besides, a live specimen is better than a dead one. Hearing this, Instructor Song felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples wearily. Kid, have you been playing too many video games? What's this about 4% health? You talk as if you can actually see it. Get rid of it. It's time to head back. Gazing at the blood fiend corpses littered across the ground, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. But the story of these blood fiends is a truly heartbreaking one. They opened a small restaurant, but ended up crossing a group of scavengers. Their shop was destroyed, and they were threatened. The owner couldn't just let it go, and chose revenge. So they mutated into blood fiends because of that? Khan An, always seeing the bigger picture, added, they got their revenge, but dragged countless innocent people down with them. With that, the entire team departed. Jiang Yu, walking at the rear, suddenly felt a strange sensation. He whipped his head around, spotting a dark figure on a distant skyscraper. Was it an aberrant or a scavenger? In that instant, the shadow vanished from the rooftop. A sliver of doubt entered Jiang Yu's mind. The distance was over 100 meters. Was it just a coincidence they glanced this way? Or had they been watching us all along? As they continued on, Instructor Tong's voice droned on. After all, when ordinary people are faced with the supernatural, most of them will be paralyzed by fear. And if a great power is offered to them in that moment, most can't find the will to refuse it. But sometimes, that one step forward leads straight into the abyss. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the battle, two among the countless bodies, a heavy footstep echoed. A female, level 2 blood fiend knelt beside a fallen level 1, letting out a heart-wrenching, guttural cry. She raised a hand, slicing her own face open, letting her fresh blood drip into the mouth of her fallen comrade, like some kind of tragic miracle. Incredibly, the fallen blood fiend began to stir. Seeing it grown back to life, a look of pure joy spread across the female's face, but her joy was tragically short-lived. A hand suddenly clamped down on her arm. It was Jiang Yu. A dark, dangerous smile played on his lips as he tightened his grip. Well now, looks like one slipped through the net. His voice was soft, but it made the blood fiend's teeth grind with pure hatred. The level 2 creature let out a ferocious roar, struggling with all its might to break free. But Jiang Yu's grip was like solid steel. He didn't move an inch. Realizing escape was impossible, she switched tactics. With rage burning in her blood-red eyes, she lunged at him. Jiang Yu thought to himself, I have to give her credit. Giving up half of her own blood like that. It was obvious now. This pair had been husband and wife. They lost control and turned into these things. He casually dodged her attack, then paused. His eyes darted to the level, one creature still lying on the ground. A grim smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. He knew that no matter how tragic their past was, in their current state, he couldn't just let them go and harm more innocent people. He planted his feet firmly, gathering his strength, and with a thunderous crash, hurled the level 2 blood fiend straight into a nearby wall. Looking at the dazed and broken creature, Jiang Yu estimated its health was still at 10%. Looks like it'll take one more punch to finish this, he thought. The stone wall crumbled so easily. He stepped onto the creature's mutated body, his voice devoid of all emotion. You can rest in peace now. But the level 2 creature refused to give up. It reached out a trembling hand, letting out a series of weak, desperate moans. For the first time, Jiang Yu hesitated. He had never once questioned his beliefs or the path he had chosen. But in that moment, as she reached out, she looked so utterly human. His eyes locked onto her, and then to himself, the one about to deliver the final blow. In that instant, he was the one who felt like the monster. What was truly right? Jiang Yu glanced down at his own hands, feeling completely lost. Just then, Khan An appeared at his side. His voice was stern. Jiang Yu, it's an aberrant now. Whether they are born wild or were once human, once they've mutated, there is no going back. Jiang Yu's expression hardened. He was right. The transformation was irreversible. Instructor Tong then stepped forward to deal with the last survivor. The instructor added, that is why we can show no mercy to them. To do so would put all of humanity at risk. Jiang Yu watched grimly as the flames consumed the creature, and a chilling thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What if, one day, the person who mutated was Chu Li, or Jiao Jiao, or even Point himself? What would he do then? Deep blue flames licked at his feet, consuming everything in their path. Back at the special training camp, Khan An led him towards a large building, announcing that he'd been approved for an off-roster certification. From now on, he could operate under the identity of a scavenger. He could log into the organization's internal network and accept missions directly. Jiang Yu wasn't sure how to feel about this. So, I'm off the books now. Does my uncle know about this? Instructor Tong answered casually. This was General Li's decision, actually. He overruled everyone else's objections. He saw your combat footage and wanted to find some work for you. Jiang Yu was left speechless. This new job was basically a license to go out and hunt aberrants. Oh, Uncle Li. Aren't you afraid I'll fail spectacularly one day? But on the other hand, this was also a perfect opportunity to train. A legitimate path to growing even stronger. Inside the headquarters, Kan-on led him to a registration terminal and began the instructions. All right, enter your information here. Oh, and General Lee also mentioned, if you want unrestricted access to the special training grounds. Model. That meant he had to complete at least 3 missions a week. Jiang Yu frowned. 3 missions was far too many. Instructor Song smiled, offering a suggestion. How about you try bargaining with General Lee yourself? Go on, General, he sighed, closing his eyes. That path was even more difficult, but he had to accept it. Never mind. With that, they both departed. This trip was just a preliminary briefing. Kan-on laid out the plan. From now on, he would be splitting his time between training at the barracks and accepting missions from Van Hai. Sometimes, you'll encounter strays in the shadow dimension that aren't on the official list. Taking them down counts as a mission, too. Don't disappoint me. I'm expecting great things from you. Once outside, Instructor Song had other business and left first. I have to get back to the barracks. You're on your own for a bit, kid. Jiang Yu waved as his instructor departed. Goodbye, Instructor Song. After everyone was gone, he turned to leave, but a strange feeling started to creep in. Why did they issue this certificate so easily? Could Uncle Lee have been looking for an excuse to trick me into running missions for free? Suddenly, a powerful shove to his shoulder jolted Jiang Yu back to reality. The man who collided with him was clearly in a frantic hurry. It was Dong Koa, and he was yelling into his phone. Doctor, is it Hoa Hoa? Has her condition gotten worse? His head was bowed, his face a mask of grim desperation. The voice on the other end was inaudible. Dang, Koa replied urgently. Understood. I just left the Night Watch headquarters. I've already traded my points for the medicine. I'm on my way now. In the chaos of the moment, Jiang Yu hadn't recognized him. But now, a jolt of surprise ran through him. Wait, isn't that Dang Koa? But it's been over a month. How did he get so haggard? And judging by his tone, Jiang Yu thought, he's in some kind of serious trouble. Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto his disappearing figure, and in an instant, he made a decision. I can't just leave him. He was one of my men. I have to see what's going on. Inside the hospital, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor echoed faintly, an IV line feeding blood into pale, fragile skin. On the bed lay a beautiful little girl, her small body entangled in a complex web of medical tubes. Her eyes were vacant and clouded, completely drained of all life. Dang Koa carefully opened a case before the doctor. Inside rested a single, small vial of serum. The moment he saw it, the doctor's eyes widened in shock. In a sharp voice, he demanded, "Where on earth did you get this?" Dang Koa ignored the question, his brow furrowed. "Doctor, just tell me. Can it be used or not?" The doctor wasn't one for idle chatter. "This is definitely the latest blood source formula," he said seriously. "But there's something I must discuss with you. Let's step outside." With that, the doctor gestured towards the hallway. Dang Koa clutched the precious vial and followed him out. The doctor delivered the news bluntly. His daughter's condition had taken a sudden turn for the worse because the supernatural contamination inside her had become malignant. If you had brought this blood source medicine 3 days ago, we might have had a chance at a miracle. But now... The doctor hesitated. It's difficult to say. Dang. Koa's head dropped, his face etched with dread, as he whispered, "Doctor, just tell me, how much time does Hoa Hoa have left?" The doctor looked down, his voice heavy. "Approximately 1 month." Dang Kwa exhaled a shaky breath, clutching his chest. A desperate hope flickered in his eyes. "There's still time then. Please, doctor, prepare for the procedure." Meanwhile, back in the hospital room, Jiang Yu used his shadow meld skill, rising silently from the floor. His eyes darted to the patient chart at the foot of the bed, and he whispered the words aloud. Dang Hoa, age 5, snowmelt syndrome. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. What kind of sickness is that? And what was that blood source medicine they mentioned? When in doubt, search it up. He pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. The information he needed appeared almost instantly. Snowmelt syndrome. A critical illness caused by contamination of the bloodline. Though the chances are incredibly low, if contaminated by a blood fiend and not purified in time, the victim's own blood turns acidic, corroding their body from the inside until they dissolve into a pile of sludge. Early detection and treatment with the blood source medicine is the only known method of purification, but in most cases, the disease isn't discovered until it's reached the terminal stage. Jiang Yu was stunned as he absorbed the horrifying details. He gripped his phone tightly. Dang, Hoa is only 5 years old, he thought. She's only ever lived in the human world. So how could she have possibly contracted this? Could this be connected to those blood fiends, the news said, were slipping into the human world? Down in the hospital garden, Dang Qua stood on the phone, his face grim. How many vials of the blood source medicine do you have left? The person on the other end didn't answer his question. Instead, they tried to reason with him. Come on, one vial costs $1 million, and the materials are impossibly rare. We can use other methods. Why waste resources like this? He didn't even let them finish. Dang, Koa roared into the phone with every ounce of strength he had. I asked, how many vials do you have left? The person on the other end suppressed their own rage, their voice turning ice cold. Dang, Koa, you'd best remember your place. You want the medicine, don't you? Fine, come and get it yourself. The line went dead. Dang, Koa's screen lit up with a long list of rejected calls, all glowing in crimson. Dang Qua's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated desperation. The father within him made a silent vow. Hua Hua, Daddy will save you, don't be afraid. He gritted his teeth, ready to sacrifice everything. Deng Ke left without another word. From behind a tree, Jiang Yu watched him go, his expression turning grim. A gut feeling screamed that something was wrong. Is he going to get a new blood source vial? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Jiang Yu quickly dialed a number labeled Li. The call connected instantly, and he spoke in a rush. Uncle Li, a friend's daughter, has the snow transformation syndrome. Can a blood source vial cure it? Uncle Li's response was blunt. Not a guarantee. The old man then asked, how old is the patient? Jiang Yu's reply was short. 5 years old. Then her chances are practically zero. A child's resistance to the contamination is extremely low. If you catch it early, a blood source vial might still be effective, but in the final stages, she's almost impossible to save. Jiang Yu! A familiar voice suddenly called out from nearby. He looked up and recognized the face. Xiao Xiao. Feng Xiao Xiao. Walked over. A bright smile on her face. Long time no see. Weren't you supposed to be at the special training camp? Why are you back already? Jiang Yu took the drink she offered with one hand, placing the other on his hip. My performance was so good, they let me out early. What about you? Skipping class today? Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and explained, I was captured by an aberration a few days ago. A night watchman saved me. He was seriously injured, so I came to visit him. It's only been a month, but you've already changed so much. Your entire aura feels completely different. Feng Xiaoxiao tilted her head, looking him up and down with an admiring gaze. Jiang Yu just smiled and scratched his head. It's nothing special. I feel like you've changed quite a bit yourself. So how have things been? Feng Xiaoxiao's gaze drifted to the fallen leaves on the ground as she answered softly, I'm still the same, but seeing all of you go to the training camp, while I couldn't. A hint of sadness entered her voice as she confided in him. When I was in danger, I could only rely on others to save me. It was pure luck a night watchman was there. The more I think about it, the more I admire you guys. If only I could become a superhuman, too. But Jiang Yu immediately shattered her daydream. He chuckled softly. Being a superhuman isn't as great as you think. We face life or death situations and constant danger. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. Most normal people get to live a peaceful life. But for us superhumans, how many can escape being injured or crippled for life? No, Jiang Yu, you're different. You have a gift. Feng Xiaoxiao's face darkened as she recalled the monsters she had encountered. Her voice grew icy. You could never understand the absolute helplessness a normal person feels when facing an aberration. If that night watchman hadn't shown up that day, I would have been devoured in a single bite. Suddenly, Jiang Yu placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. His touch pulled Feng Xiaoxiao from her dark memories. But now, his own expression had grown heavy. A terrified scream ripped through the air. What is that thing? Why are there aberrations here? Both Jiang Yu and Feng Xiaoxiao snapped their heads toward the sound. A bloody massacre was unfolding. Vile and grotesque aberrations swarmed the area, radiating a deathly aura. They slaughtered indiscriminately, their rampage drowned out by endless, piercing screams. Ah! Run for your lives! Somebody save me! An aberration suddenly leaped, landing right in front of the two of them. Jiang Yu instantly stepped forward, shielding Feng Xiaoxiao behind him. His power flared as he stared the creature down with pure contempt. He then smirked and said, Hide behind me, don't move. The aberration charged, but before it could attack, it let out a piercing shriek. Jiang Yu's hand had transformed into a deadly weapon, as he plunged it straight through the aberration's throat with his bare fist. With a single blow, its 80% health bar dropped straight into the red zone. Jiang Yu shot them a disdainful glare, a cocky smirk forming on his face. A pathetic, Level 1 insect dares to posture in front of me? Jiang Yu tossed the corpse aside and spoke to her in a serious tone. Stay right here, I'll be back in a moment. Elsewhere on the streets, massive aberrations were showing off their power to helpless humans. Cries for help echoed non-stop. One person was trapped, crying and begging, "No, please, don't. Someone, save me." The aberration cackled sinisterly, slowly raising its claws. But before it could strike, Jiang Yu appeared from out of nowhere. He unleashed a powerful kick. Go to hell! Crack! A single, perfect strike sent the aberration to its grave. Without stopping, Jiang Yu launched himself at another aberration. He roared, "And you're next." With another powerful kick, Jiang Yu sent it flying. His job finished, Jiang Yu leaped away, disappearing from the crowd's sight. Regardless, he'd made quick work of them. Glancing back, Jaden figured these three blood fiends were once human too. The situation was escalating unnaturally. One or two isolated cases would be normal, but this many appearing at once? It was no coincidence. He was suddenly startled by Lily's somber gaze. See? This is what happens when ordinary people face these monsters. They're just too weak. Just then, another blood-curdling scream pierced the air, grabbing both of their attention. Jiang Yu snapped his head around to look. People's bodies began to contort grotesquely, erupting with a crimson, bloody aura. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. Why are my hands so red? My blood feels like it's boiling. Jiang Yu shouted in alarm. Everyone else, get back. Spread out now. He rushed over, his mind racing. It seems these people have been corrupted by the blood fiends. I'm great at killing aberrations, but I don't know the first thing about curing this taint. The only option is to call the Night Watch organization for backup. Jiang Yu, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. You're so powerful now. Thank you for saving me. Jiang Yu offered a small smile. We're old classmates. No need for formalities. You should head home, stock up on supplies, and don't wander around. I have other business to attend to. We'll see each other again. She nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu quickly took off. Feng Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. She watched his retreating figure, her resolve hardening. Jiang Yu, thank you for showing me the strength of a superhuman once again. Even though I'm just an ordinary human now, I will still follow your lead and help as many people as I can. Just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. A message from Uncle Lee appeared. Are you still alive? Jiang Yu replied. I'm afraid I can't guarantee your life anymore. It's fine, Uncle Lee wrote back. The Night Watch organization takes good care of me. You can't even imagine how cushy my position is. Jiang Yu stared seriously at the phone, then typed, screenshot saved. I'm going to report you right now. Instantly, a notification showed that Uncle Lee had retracted a message. Then, a new alert from him came through. We've dispatched a team to handle the blood fiends near your location. If you're unharmed, return to base. Jiang Yu thought to himself. If that's the case, I should use this chance to slip into the shadow plane and steal some kills. A wicked grin spread across his face. Just a moment ago, killing those 3 blood fiends completed my 3 weekly quests. Now, it's time for some real hunting. At that moment in the shadow plane, a bizarre aberration with only 20% of its health bar left was devouring its meal. Instantly, its health recovered by another 20%, for a total of 40%. But its moment of triumph was short-lived. Swoosh! A brilliant flash of light slammed directly into its face. The aberration was stunned. Crash! A sound like shattering thunder echoed out. The aberration was sliced clean in two. Jiang Yu swiftly absorbed the stream of power, thinking cheerfully, I didn't expect that. To think I can now kill a level 2 blood fiend, as strong as it was, in a single instant. This feeling is exhilarating. Wait, Jiang Yu sensed something wasn't right. There was something wrong with this absorption. Before him, a strange object surrounded by spiritual energy materialized. Jiang Yu was completely baffled. What is this thing? He stared blankly at the spiritual and profound energy within his shadow, or more accurately, at the object now in his hand. What in the world is this? I can't even identify it. A single red thread suddenly appeared in his palm. Jiang Yu muttered in confusion. Don't tell me. I absorbed something I shouldn't have? Jiang Yu pulled up his system panel to check his shadow form. 1. Using this ability reduces the consumption of shadow points in the real world, and while in the shadow plane, it constantly drains your shadow to replenish shadow points, boosting your self-healing speed. 2. In this state, your oppressive aura is stronger, allowing you to instill fear in your prey. This makes it easier to expose their weaknesses. 3. This ability is evolving. It may become stronger. Jiang Yu stared intently at the screen. He focused on the third entry, then scratched his head in a daze. What's this? The system is giving me an open-ended question now? Could it be because this is my first time absorbing a wild, level 2 aberration? Regardless, he wasn't the type to discover things by sitting still. Jiang Yu immediately shot forward at full speed. He thought, I'll know once I find another one to test it on. In an area resembling a parking garage, stood a giant rooster, completely wreathed in flames, its aura immense. Jiang Yu hid to one side, sizing up the creature. Teesk, that chicken is plump, and I was just craving some chicken soup. A deafening boom suddenly echoed, startling him. A series of intense rumbles followed. Jiang Yu thought with suspicion. An earthquake? Impossible. This is the shadow plane, after all. It's always one crisis after another. At the same time, it seemed the rooster had spotted him. It immediately turned tail and fled. Jiang Yu shouted after it, Hey, don't run. I just want to ask you something. And just like that, the man and the chicken were off on a wild chase, running to who knows where. He had barely paused to rest when a surprise from above shocked him. A blazing fireball plummeted from the void, unleashing a powerful shockwave that kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. Jiang Yu braced against the blast, peering up from behind his arm in utter shock. Countless blue portals had suddenly materialized before him. They then flashed with a blinding white light. Thud! The heavy steps of monsters slammed down as a horde of level 2 aberrations appeared. They poured out from the portals. A powerful, violet death aura billowed forth, corrupting the very air around them. Jiang Yu was horrified. This is a shadow tide. The seemingly harmless blue spatial vortex was actually a colossal phenomenon that was engulfing the entire shadow plane. Boom! Suddenly, another creature plummeted from the sky like a fallen comet. The infernal skeleton seemed forged in hellfire for 10,000 years. Its entire body blazed with a scorching heat as it charged forward, hungry for battle. The creature swung its dual blades, unleashing a violent torrent of flames that Jiang Yu barely managed to parry. But the skeleton was a step faster, landing a devastating kick. The impact sent Jiang Yu flying, completely unable to block it. He soared more than 10 meters through the air, his flight only stopping when his back slammed hard against a car. Seizing the opportunity for a swift kill, the infernal skeleton rushed in. It loomed over him, radiating pure arrogance. Gripping its blade with both hands, it let out a dry, rattling laugh of absolute confidence. But just then, a glint appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. The skeleton brought its weapon down with a mighty crash, but the blade struck nothing but empty air. Jiang Yu had vanished. Activating Shadow Pounce, he instantly reappeared, right behind the infernal skeleton, striking a critical blow. Yet, the attack barely seemed to faze it. The infernal skeleton let out a furious roar, a raw display of its power and rage. Even Jiang Yu was shocked. Only 7% damage, he thought. I'm sure I hit its weak spot. It seems this bone aberration is a tier 3 threat, with incredibly high defense. If that's the case, I'll just have to activate Chain Kill. +1 killing aura. +1 killing aura. +1 killing aura. The system notifications chimed in his mind. Amidst those digital pings, Jiang Yu launched his new strategy, a combination of Shadow Pounce and Relentless attrition. He became a blur, striking from all sides in a guerrilla-style assault, chipping away at the infernal skeleton's defenses. Jiang Yu smirked. Let's see if I can shave you down to nothing. His killing aura had finally peaked. Activate. Slaughter. As the notification sounded, a glowing targeting matrix appeared directly on the Tier 3 aberration's chest. Panting heavily, Jiang Yu forced a grin. You little toy. You think you can ambush me, your big brother Jiang? Die. But just as he moved in for the final blow, he was the one who got ambushed. Jiang Yu shadow stepped away, clutching his injured shoulder. He gasped for air, his breath coming in heavy bursts. Hiding behind a stone pillar, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. In that instant, his abyss eye opened completely. It floated in the air, its many gazes fixed unblinkingly on a single spot. A chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine. Just then, a phantom-like aberration emerged, its entire body shrouded in a crimson, bloody aura. Right behind it, countless more aberrations were about to break through. Jiang Yu cursed his bad luck. Time to fold this hand and fight another day. Worse, their predatory eyes, like those of wolves and lions, promised to tear him limb from limb, sending shivers through his body. Jiang Yu thought to himself, damn it. So many of them at once. The situation is completely against me. On top of that, the shadow dimension is incredibly unstable because of the approaching tide. Trying to force an escape now would be suicide. What should I do? Am I really going to have to solo every aberration in this entire zone? Jiang Yu's frown deepened as he weighed his options. Whoosh! A sudden sound startled him. Gyeongdu's eyes widened in shock as a brilliant ball of fire was summoned into existence. It illuminated the entire shadow dimension. The eternal torch, once activated, emitted a gentle light that drove back the encroaching darkness. It was a beacon of hope. System warning. This light possesses a powerful attraction for aberrations. The price. The user must consume their own supernatural energy and stamina to sustain the light source. A young man at the front held the eternal torch high. Behind him stood thousands of superhumans, as someone shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived." Following that cry, the light of the eternal torch engulfed the shadow dimension, signaling a new beginning. The post-tide campaign had officially begun. Just then, a rescue team advanced with grim determination, accompanied by the booming sound of war drums. Upon hearing this sound, all the aberrations began to tremble and howl in agony. Standing frozen for a moment, Jiang Yu felt the power inside him shifting, and he instantly understood. This drumming. It's boosting our combat power while weakening the aberrations. With that realization, he launched himself high into the air. Fueled by the energy of the moment, Jiang Yu felt a surge of adrenaline and let out a powerful war cry. As if answering his challenge, the horde of aberrations roared and charged toward him. But to Jiang Yu's utter astonishment, thousands of missiles suddenly streaked across the sky. They rained down directly on the horde, creating an earth-shattering explosion that drowned everything in a sea of fire. Consumed by the inferno, the monsters could only scream and writhe in agony. Jiang Yu swiftly moved through the disintegrating monsters. With a simple flick of his wrist, he used Shadow Devour to capture the pack leader. Instantly, a system window appeared. Name: Armored Bone Knight. Species: High Tier 2 Bone. Description: No malicious information found. Reward for Shadow Devour acquired. Increased Shadow Points. Increased bone hardness and strength. This aberration consumed 195 shadow points. Holding the info card, Jiang Yu grinned. Excellent, he thought. Today's going to be a feast. But his celebration was cut short as each with a unique way to exterminate their targets. Witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but gasp. My God, their long-range firepower is insane. The mutants were bombarded by a relentless barrage of spells from the Night Watch. The colossal green beast was so overwhelmed, it couldn't even react. The moment the Night Watch squad paused to catch their breath, the creature instantly lunged forward, ready to strike again. Facing this type of mutant, members of the Night Watch stepped forward. They activated their abilities, their bodies transforming, growing more powerful. The three of them charged fearlessly, joining forces to combat the massive green monster. In the heat of battle, two of the brawlers pinned the mutant's legs, while the third unleashed a set of razor-sharp claws, tearing into its head with a savage roar. On the perimeter, two others rolled a massive cannon into position and opened fire. The barrel charged with a surge of deadly energy. The mutants, completely oblivious to the threat, just kept on roaring. A single blast from the cannon instantly vaporized the mutants into nothing but dust. The relief squad's commander raised the eternal torch high and roared. After them, the entire team immediately gave chase, each member unleashing their unique powers to wipe out the enemy. Watching from the sidelines as the mutants' health bars dwindled, Jiang Yu thought with a smirk, "Damn, their health is almost gone, and I haven't even lifted a finger." A wicked grin spread across his face. He licked his lips. It'd be a crime against myself not to snatch these kills. With a single motion, Jiang Yu moved like a blur, finishing off every last one of the weakened mutants. Someone watching from the sidelines turned to their comrade in confusion. Whose subordinate is that? He's incredibly strong. The brown-haired man scowled in annoyance. Isn't he afraid of the price? With that, he charged forward, his voice filled with resolve. We can't lose. Let's move. The other man eagerly agreed. Right. I'll pay whatever price it takes to kill the next one. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's Shadow Devour ability was slowly consuming the colossal green mutant from within. Exhausted from channeling his power, Jiang Yu let out a sharp breath. Taking out this many in just half an hour, the combat strength of the Night Watch was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A new system notification appeared. Race: Blood Clan. Tier: 2. Mid-rank. The price for killing a blood source contaminator has been waived. Shadow Devour acquired. This mutant has been consumed. As red tendrils materialized and wrapped around his hands, a sense of panic set in. Blood source contamination. Just as Jiang Yu's brow furrowed in distress, a desperate shout echoed out. Hey! A moment later, a combat medic rushed onto the scene. As she administered treatment, she urgently announced, "This is blood system contamination. He needs to be taken to the hospital, now." The Night Watch captain nodded grimly. Understood. All squad members, immediate retreat. Hearing the order, 2 squad members saw Jiang Yu standing there in a daze. They grabbed his arms and started dragging him away. The black-haired one yelled, "What are you spacing out for?" The captain gave the order, "We have to fall back now." Pulled along so suddenly, Jiang Yu was completely bewildered. Staring back at all the food scattered on the ground, Jiang Yu reached out in despair. His mind screamed, "But there are still so many mutants left for me to absorb. Damn it, there are hundreds of them. Let me go." The young man infected by the blood contamination began to convulse. Red and blue veins bulged across his skin as his eyes rolled back, and he let out a scream of pure agony. Inside the medical bay, doctors and nurses pinned him down, trying to stop his thrashing from making things worse. The doctor's face was grim as he barked out orders. "Get the respirator, now." The situation was hanging by a thread. His voice was stern. "Prepare the anti-contamination intravenous drip, and bring the contamination treatment device here." Beside the bed, nurses struggled to restrain the screaming patient. Suddenly, a patch of murky, dark energy materialized in the corner of the room. From it, Jiang Yu slowly rose up from the floor, silently observing the chaos. Once he understood the situation, he slipped away unnoticed. Phasing through the wall of the medical bay, he glanced around, thinking, "This blood source contamination is far more potent than I imagined." Even a veteran Night Watch member couldn't resist it. Later that night, under the high moon, as darkness enveloped the city, Jiang Yu stood on a rooftop, lost in thought. He let out a long sigh and reverted to his original form. He wondered, is this thing on my body related to the blood source contamination? Is this a side effect of absorbing that blood clan creature? Jiang Yu stared at the red tendril on his hand, his mind filled with questions. The system may have said the price was waived. But what in the world was this crimson thread? Lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, confused. A notification lit up the screen. Mutant activity detected. Liunan Street, East District 2. Proceed to location immediately. More notifications began flooding in. District 2. A new alert buzzed on his phone. Blood fiends in East District 2. Civilians under attack. Jaden's brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. What in the world is going on? Why are so many blood fiends appearing all at once? Suddenly, another system notification flashed. Attention all superhumans. A massive outbreak of blood fiends and blood contamination has been detected in East District 2. The situation is critical. Furthermore, this strain of contamination may carry a high risk of latent infection and transmission. Following an emergency meeting, East District 2 is now under complete lockdown. His eyes widened in shock as he read the message. Phone still in hand, Jaden's mind raced. A lockdown? A normal incident would only require night watchers and scavengers. Why resort to a full quarantine? The red thread on his hand was also beginning to fade. Jaden looked to the horizon, where lightning relentlessly scarred the sky. He stood lost in thought. What could have possibly happened in East District 2? Below, his face was etched with deep concern. At that same moment, across the bustling city, public announcement speakers crackled to life. Attention residents of the Yunhai residential area. Traces of monster activity have been confirmed in East District 2. Amidst the endless flow of traffic, the announcement continued. All citizens are advised to remain indoors. Do not stay outside for extended periods. All entertainment venues are to cease operations immediately. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in that very district, Daniel was fighting for his life. Staring at the 2 fiends before him, he grit his teeth, certain this was his end. But suddenly, the monsters were struck by an invisible force, letting out blood-curdling shrieks of terror. It was Jaden's attack. He unleashed a powerful, non-stop barrage of strikes against them. After finishing them off, he calmly turned to the man. "You all right?" Seeing him, Daniel's eyes lit up with relief. He shouted with joy, "Jaden!" Noticing Jaden clutching his stomach, Daniel rushed over. "Are you hurt?" Jaden replied wearily. "Ran into some trouble on the way here, but I'll be fine. What are you doing here anyway?" Daniel placed a hand over his heart and smiled. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to make some money. And this time, I need to make a lot." Hearing this, Jaden fell silent for a moment. "It's for your daughter, isn't it?" Daniel's eyes widened, his face a mask of pure shock. Though he already knew the answer, Jaden asked grimly, "Your daughter, she's suffering from blood contamination, right?" The brown-haired man, Daniel, finally spoke. "How did you know?" Ignoring the question, Jaden got straight to the point. "What's her condition now?" Daniel answered, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "She's okay. She had the procedure to remove the contamination, but getting my hands on the blood source antidote, it cost me everything I had." At those words, everything clicked for Jaden. he stated gravely. So you came to this dangerous place to earn money. Daniel let out a tired sigh. I had no choice. I have a family to feed, and my regular salary just isn't enough. Jaden stepped closer, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. He said in a low voice, Go home. Daniel stared back, confused. Huh? Jaden's gaze was unwavering. Don't make your daughter worry. I'll give you a share of whatever I hunt down today. Daniel was so stunned he could barely speak. Jaden, I can't. But given the circumstances, he had no other option. He reluctantly nodded, accepting the offer. Before leaving, he looked back over his shoulder to say goodbye. All right, I'm heading back then. You be careful. Jaden flexed confidently. Don't worry. You, of all people, know how strong I am, right? Jaden's lips pressed into a thin line as he watched his friend's figure disappear into the dust. Just then, his status window popped up. Jaden's health had dropped to 71%. He clutched his side, crying out in pain. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The wound reopened. I can't return to the shadow floor for now. This is a real headache. Jaden stared at the energy glowing from his hand, completely baffled. I've absorbed so many blood fiends. So why isn't the system reacting? Then, a single notification appeared. Rations. He looked around, bewildered. What? What do you mean? Rations. Just then, Jaden's gaze fell upon the orange fiend lying on the ground. A thought struck him. Don't tell me. He quickly walked over, grabbed its tail, and took a hearty bite. The result? Not only did his health drop to 66%, but the bite sent his teeth flying from his mouth. Jaden spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking in utter disbelief. My God, are the feathers on this blood rooster made of iron? How is anyone supposed to eat this? Rage exploded within him. His claws materialized as he roared, You damn monster, I'll tear you apart. The glowing claws shot forward, piercing straight through the blood creature. But then, a strange energy surged from the monster, enveloping Jiang Yu as his body began to absorb it. After absorbing the mutant's energy, his life force surged back to 100%. Jiang Yu licked his lips, a triumphant smirk on his face. Absolutely delicious. On the ground, the blood creeper had turned a sickly purple, now just a withered husk of its former terrifying self. Jiang Yu finally understood. So, this is what rations meant. Absorbing the blood of the blood fiends to recover. This meant he had a way to heal in the real world, compensating for his shadow form's shortcomings. He looked at the targets on his phone and smirked. Time to hunt a few more blood fiends. Who knows, I might even awaken a stronger power. Jiang Yu quickly reverted to his human form, startled by his phone's screen lighting up. Putting the phone to his ear, he answered, Uncle Lee, what's up? Why are you calling? A roar from the other end nearly burst his eardrum. Li Sunguang shouted, If you hadn't picked up, I was about to send a team to collect your corpse. Unable to stay calm, Uncle Lee's worried voice pressed on. Are you in East District 2 right now? Get back here immediately. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. No, I'm just out getting a bite. I'm not in East District 2. Hearing that, Li Sunguang exploded with rage. Who are you trying to fool? This blood corruption is highly unusual. It's not something you can handle. Sitting in his office, Uncle Lee gripped the phone, his brow furrowed with worry. Listen here. Not even a level 3 transcendent can withstand the blood corruption brought by these fiends. In severe cases, blood-colored veins appear on their skin. They can lose control and mutate into an aberration at any moment. Tired of his uncle's nagging, Jiang Yu replied dismissively, Yeah, I get it. On the other end, Li Sunguang's voice was laced with confusion. The entire area has already fallen. This blood contamination will probably spread through the population very quickly, right? Staring silently into the distance, Jiang Yu nodded. Based on the number of infected, it's likely been active for over half a month. He clenched his fists, his voice tight with frustration. For it to go on this long and only explode in East District 2, and all at the same time. Uncle Lee, don't you find that incredibly strange? Back in his office, his uncle was stunned by the question. After a moment of silence, Li Sunguang grumbled a warning. Don't you dare try to pry. This isn't something you need to worry about. Jiang Yu's voice turned urgent. Wait. Just one last question. Among the patients being treated for blood contamination, is there someone named Deng Ke? Uncle Lee cradled the phone on his shoulder while flipping through a ledger. He shook his head. No Deng Ke, but his daughter is on the list. In fact, she's one of the 3 most critical cases. Li Sunguang sounded confused. Why? Why are you asking about this? Suddenly, the line went dead silent. Uncle Lee frowned, a sense of dread creeping in. The phone had slipped from Jiang Yu's grasp, clattering to the ground. The call was still connected, Uncle Lee's frantic voice echoing, Jiangdu, hello? Jiangdu. In an instant, Jiangdu had transformed into his shadow form. Pure panic etched across his face. He stared forward, gritting his teeth in alarm as three colossal aberrations, several times his size, materialized before him. An intense, fiery battle was about to erupt. Facing this impossible situation, Jiangdu's expression hardened as he analyzed the threat. This feeling. It's just like being targeted in the kin's nest. The blood fiends are after me again. Could it be that shadows and blood are mortal enemies? Suddenly, one of the aberrations uttered a series of strange words. Blood contamination, blood veins, aspect fragments, rations. His eyes widened in utter confusion. Jiangdu stared at the three multicolored monstrosities before him and thought, aspects, blood veins, rations. Don't tell me blood fiends are food for shadows from the abyss? They all charged at once, unleashing a ferocious assault. Jiangdu leaped nimbly, dodging the red aberration's strike. He glanced down, an irritated thought flashing in his mind. Seriously? My food is trying to rebel? The purple aberration snarled, whipping its barbed tail toward him. Looking back, even he was taken aback by the creature's immense, whip-like tail. The moment it struck, Jiangdu vanished into thin air to evade the attack. Emerging from a dark portal he created, he landed on the ground, cursing inwardly. A wise man picks his battles. I'll lure them away and take them down one by one. As the three aberrations aggressively closed in, Jiangdu vaulted into the air, executing a spectacular flip right over the bewildered purple creature. After a perfect landing, he thought he was in the clear, but then two masked figures appeared out of nowhere. They aimed their weapons at him, demanding, "Who are you?" Jiangdu quickly responded, "Friendly, don't shoot." Ignoring his words, a continuous volley of gunfire erupted towards him, making him flinch. But he realized the bullets were flying past him, tearing into the aberrations right behind him. Jiangdu froze in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. Two more people in dark glasses arrived as backup. "Are you all right?" Looking forward, his jaw dropped. It wasn't just two people, but closer to 200, all lined up in perfect formation. Their guns were all aimed at the fallen aberrations on the ground. He stared at the squadron before him in total disbelief. Level 4, Night Watchers. I can't believe the regular army showed up. Jiangdu shrugged, feigning disappointment. Ah well, time to go home and take a shower. Looks like there's nothing left for me to do. At that moment, a tank unleashed, a ferocious blast of fire straight ahead. The wandering aberrations were caught in the blast, scattering in sheer terror. The scene descended into chaos, rocked by explosions. But as peace returned to the sky, the encroaching darkness had been vanquished. An announcement echoed through the streets. All residents, please remain calm. The aberrations have been dealt with. Yunhai's East District 2 is now secure. But the site that remained was one of total devastation. Cracked buildings and lingering smoke were all that was left of the fierce battle. The reassuring voice continued, "Please, everyone, maintain order, do not panic." Meanwhile, on a quiet morning at the Yunhai University Library, someone slammed a heavy book down on a table. An overview of the abyssal races. He let out a heavy sigh. Whew. Finally found it. This was Jiang Yu. Opening the book, he muttered to himself, "This time, I have to understand the relationships between the species of the abyss. I need to know exactly how many mortal enemies the shadow species has." He dove deep into the book's contents. It described the abyss as another dimension, a world completely different from our blue star. Its social structures and races were described as utterly unique existences. The author had referenced countless documents, combining them with his own first-hand experience venturing into the abyss. A simple guide to the creatures of the abyss, written by Li Xunguang. Jiang Yu stared at the author's name in shock. Huh? This book? It was written by Uncle Li. The abyss was depicted as a space shrouded in a strange, green-tinged blood energy, a place where humans would be severely corrupted. According to the records, the abyss wasn't without suns. In fact, it had 3 of them hanging in its sky. The book also warned that the abyss was saturated with a thick corruption. Any transcendent below level 3, or with a willpower below level 4, would be walking into certain death. Even more fascinating, the aberrations living there formed complex relationships based on their bloodline, rank, and attributes. Each species was a massive clan, and they forged intricate bonds, from dependency and alliances to becoming mortal enemies. Reading this, Jiang Yu felt like his entire worldview was expanding. He was thrilled to learn that even aberrations formed alliances. That meant the shadow species might have allies too. One page showed a massive, green aberration with a single purple eye in the middle of its stomach. The text read, "High-tier species in the abyss possess colossal bodies. They often lack special abilities, as their physical forms alone are enough to tear the world apart. Their young can be as tall as a 3 to 5-story building. Their numbers are extremely low, and because of their immense size, they can rarely squeeze through the rifts to Blue Star. Jiang Yu's expression grew grim as he processed this terrifying information. If a monster like this ever made it to our world, I fear only a Lumina hero could possibly stop it. He flipped through the pages, searching for more clues. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes locked on the page before him. It was a picture of 3 beautiful women with voluptuous figures, each sharing a common symbol on their stomach. Looking at the image, Jiang Yu couldn't help but blush. Did Uncle Lee put this in the wrong book? Why are there beautiful women in a guide to monsters? What's going on? Jiang Yu forced himself to read the introduction. The succubus species, a mid-tier race of the abyss. They survive using their innate powers of seduction. Their combat strength is weak, perhaps even less than some low-tier species. The succubus species has a near-human appearance, possesses high intelligence, and can use various tactics to infiltrate human society, targeting high-ranking individuals. After reading that, he began to understand, and a sense of dread crept over him. So, these are aberrations too? Disguising themselves to get close to our leaders? This species is incredibly dangerous. Jiang Yu clenched his fist, full of determination despite his nosebleed. If I ever run into one of these succubi, I'll be sure to take them down, no matter what it takes. He continued flipping through the book, studying intently. The bone species, a mid-tier race of the abyss that uses bones as its power source. The grudge species, a low-tier race that feeds on resentment, with very weak combat power. After a moment of thought, he wondered aloud. Interesting. 4. If there's a grudge species, could there also be a sword species or a butcher species? Flipping to the next page, Jiang Yu was stunned by what he saw. A massive block of text appeared. The shadow species, also known as the shadow fiend species, is a top-tier race in the abyss, with the potential to become one of the 3 strongest, alongside the ancient demon species and the soul demon species. Jiang Yu stared in awe at the page. The illustration of the shadow species was utterly grotesque. Compared to other races, the shadow species enslaves many other clans as its subordinates, practicing a class-based system of rule much like human society. Jiang Yu gripped the book, his eyes wide with shock. My God. So the shadow species is basically the demon king of the abyss. And here I was thinking they were just some sneaky assassin type. However, for some unknown reason, the shadow species collapsed overnight, according to the author's research. The shadow species treated its subordinates as cannon fodder to be slaughtered without a second thought, even if it hadn't imploded. With such tyranny, with such oppressive rule, it was only a matter of time. The other races would surely unite to overthrow the shadow race's tyranny. Jiang Yu slammed the book onto the table, his face pale with horror. This can't be right. If this was true, the shadow race had 0 allies in the abyss. Images of the other species flashed in his mind as he cursed in terror. Damn it. Every single one of them was a mortal enemy. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Yu closed his eyes, thinking, the old shadow race really dug its own grave. And now, I'm the one stuck with the bill. This is the worst luck. But a smug thought crept into his mind. The fact that they were targeting him also proved they were still afraid, terrified of the day he would finally grow into his full power. At that thought, a heroic image of a ridiculously handsome Jiang Yu filled his mind. He couldn't help but admire his own magnificent profile. Maybe one day, he'd become just like the legends of the old shadow race, a returning king from the very moment he appeared. Lost in his daydream, Jiang Yu suddenly burst out laughing. When that time comes, he'd sweep through the abyss and make a whole legion of succubi his personal maids. The very thought was exhilarating. Ha ha. His idiotic cackling made the people nearby scowl at him. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Excuse me, student. Please keep your voice down in the library. Jiang Yu jumped, glancing over his shoulder. He unconsciously apologized. Oh, my bad. Wait. Teacher Su? He never expected to run into his own instructor. Teacher Su chuckled teasingly. Ha ha. You're just like your Uncle Lee. He also had a habit of laughing like a fool all by himself. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. You know my Uncle Lee? Teacher Su gently reminded him. Shh. Keep it down. Your uncle was one of my former students. Hearing that, Jiang Yu grew thoughtful. Is that so? Well then, I guess that makes you practically family, Teacher Su. In that case, about that true history you mentioned last time. But Teacher Su cut him off with a wag of his finger. Not so fast. Wait until you reach the 3rd rank. You'll understand everything then. Jiang Yu stared at him, his curiosity ignited. So, how exactly do I reach the third rank? Are there any shortcuts? Teacher Su gave him a sly wink, studying him for a moment. After a long pause, he decided to let him in on the secret. I've told you before that fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the more the better. Because that is the very process of condensing your supernatural power. It's also the essential condition for reaching the third rank, Teacher Su explained with a serious tone. However, if you feel fear after reaching the third rank, and your will shatters, the power in your core will vanish completely. After that, taking even one more step forward will be nearly impossible. Jiang Yu's eyes went wide. He thought to himself in stunned silence, well then, I'm completely screwed, he continued. A guy like me, who was born fearing nothing in heaven or earth, who even has some unconventional ideas about the other species. Does this mean I can never reach the third rank? His teacher turned back and advised him, all right, don't overthink it. If you have any problems in the future, you can come find me anytime. Jiang Yu replied, surprised. Yes, thank you, Teacher Su. But after taking a few steps, his teacher suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ah, that's right. The teacher's thoughtful eyes locked onto him with a warning. Just a little reminder for you. At the end of the month, the special training camp is holding an exam. You'd better prepare for it. And carefully. Jiang Yu was completely bewildered. Huh? An exam at the end of this month? Then a horrifying realization struck him. Oh my God. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? That fateful day finally arrived. As the exam began, the candidates sat spaced far apart. Jiang Yu put his head in his hands, already feeling defeated. Don't panic, he thought. Sure, I'm awful at math, literature, and foreign languages, but my knowledge of the supernatural is second to none. After that brief moment of self-reassurance, the bell rang, signaling the start of the test. Inside the exam hall, he reached out and took his test paper, but when he saw the first question, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa. The first question is, what are the full names of the basic supernatural class instructors? A is Zhang San, B is C is Wang Wu, D is Zhao Liu. He gripped his pen tightly, screaming in his mind, what the hell kind of garbage question is this? Seeing the problem, Jiang Yu clutched his head in agony. This was supposed to be an easy point, but he honestly couldn't remember any of those teachers' names. Whatever. I'll just leave this one blank. Next question. He prayed the following questions would be things he actually knew. But after reading the next one, the color drained from Jiang Yu's face. The question read, the first supernatural rank is called Spirit Awakening. The second rank has a total of 3 stages. 1. Emotional Fall. 2. Wolf Bridge. And 3. Domination. 4. Aberration. And 5. Control. Please select your answer, A, B, C, D, or E for all of the above. Jiang Yu stammered, his mind a total blank. I still don't know. Next question. Question 3. What legal statutes must superhumans abide by? He bit his lip, thinking hard, before moving on to question 4. What are the emergency treatment methods for the backlash received when killing a member of the soul race? His face was an indescribable mask of confusion, with a storm of question marks swirling above his head. Huh? Finally, question 5. What are the standard weapon and equipment loadouts for supernatural personnel? By this question, he had thrown his hands up in surrender. His face was contorted in sheer terror. After a whole series of questions without a single answer, he clasped his hands and prayed to the heavens. Forget it. I'll just leave it all to fate. Suddenly, his eyes drifted down to the essay portion of the exam. The prompt was, 1. You are inside your house when you suddenly hear a violent pounding on the door. You look outside and see a skeleton, a level 1 medium-grade aberration. You don't know if it spotted you. Based on your own experience, what's the best course of action? He pictured the image of a green-skinned bone fiend relentlessly pounding on a door. On to question 2. For those new to the world of superhumans, level 1 is just an adjustment period. Everyone's abilities are different, and many people have no powers at all. Based on your own experience, what is the most effective way to train your abilities? The prompt about training conjured an image of a young man standing on a sea-swept cliff, practicing relentlessly. Finally, the third question. An unavoidable part of being a superhuman is contact with aberrations and their corrupting influence. How can you avoid being corrupted, or at least minimize the damage it does to your body? The image showed a hand holding a spray can aimed at an aberration. After reading the questions, Jiang Yu cheered. Oh yeah, these are all based on real-world experience. This is my specialty, he wrote furiously. the scratch of his pen filling the quiet room. Jiang Yu happily worked through his test. He thought with glee. And there's still the final essay. Man, this test was practically made for me. Sunlight began to creep over the city's skyscrapers as the two of them left the exam room. Zhao Zhao looked at his over-the-top confidence and asked helplessly, "Judging by your expression, the test must have gone well." Jiang Yu cockily brushed back his hair. "Of course. I'm not saying I aced it, but I definitely earned enough points to pass." She pointed a finger at him. "Keep dreaming. You feel great after every test, but when the scores come out, it's a disaster." Hearing that, he whipped his head around, annoyed. "What's that supposed to mean? When it comes to killing aberrations, I have plenty of insight. There's no way I messed this up." Zhao Zhao replied without much interest. All right. Maybe I really did underestimate you." Zhao Zhao casually brushed her hair back, turning to ask, "By the way, did you and Yunhai meet up with Xiao Xiao?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Yeah, did she tell you?" Zhao Zhao tilted her head. "She said you've changed a lot recently. Almost didn't recognize you." The girl secretly swooned, wondering if changed a lot was code for got way hotter. He swaggered forward. "A little change is normal, but that best friend of yours has changed even more than I have." The girl's eyes widened as she hurried to ask, "Changed? What kind of change?" As he walked, Jiang Yu said lazily, "He's just a little off." Zhao Zhao rushed to keep up with him. "Off how?" "Jiang Yu, you better explain yourself." He just smirked in response. "Why don't you go ask him yourself?" She scowled, calling his name. "Jiang Yu." At that moment, an instructor was grading papers, his hand trembling with pure rage. Red slashes bled across the exam sheet. The content of this student's paper read, Question 1. You're inside a house, when suddenly, there's a loud banging on the door. You look outside and see a level 1 medium-grade bone fiend. You don't know if it has seen you. Based on your own experience, what's the best course of action? The student answered, "Open the door and rip its head clean off." Next question. Question 2. For those new to the world of superhumans, level 1 is just an adjustment period, and everyone's abilities are different. Many people also have no abilities at all. Based on your own experience, what is the most effective way to train your abilities? Training abilities. The student's answer was, get stronger by hunting and killing aberrations. Another savage red line was drawn across the page. Finally, question 3. An unavoidable part of being a superhuman is contact with aberrations and their corrupting influence. How can you avoid being corrupted, or at least minimize the damage it does to your body? This student answered, don't become a superhuman. The instructor couldn't contain his fury after grading this section. It was bad enough that he guessed C for every multiple choice question. But these short answers were absolute nonsense. Taking a deep breath, the teacher flipped to the next section, the essay. He placed the paper on the desk, looking at the prompt. Superhumans mean different things to different people. Describe the image of the superhuman in your heart. How does that person inspire you on your path to becoming a superhuman? Use the superhuman in my eyes as your title. The topic is open, and below it was the essay itself, My Superhuman Uncle. The so-called superhuman is someone who can do what ordinary people cannot. I believe being a superhuman isn't just about having immense power, but about an ordinary person possessing a superhuman heart. If you turn your back on the sun, you only see your own shadow. But if you face the sun, you can see the light even with your eyes closed. My uncle was once a war general for Great Joe. Now, he's a high-ranking officer in the Night's Watch organization. I have another uncle named Lu Nanfeng. He's also my future father-in-law. At the same time, he's a patrol envoy for the Yunhai City Night's Watch, and a trusted comrade of my Uncle Li. This exam belonged to none other than Jiang Yu. After reading it, it would be a waste if the instructor's blood pressure didn't skyrocket. Instructor Song seethed through clenched teeth. Jiang Du. You and I are going to have a little chat in my office. Instructor Tong glared at Jiang Yu, who sat casually across from him. Through gritted teeth, he seethed. Do you have any idea why I called you here? Jiang Yu's face lit up. Why? Seeing the student's clueless expression, the instructor's rage finally boiled over. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring, Don't play dumb with me. What is this nonsense you wrote? What if someone else saw this? Instructor. Anne exploded with fury. Your theoretical knowledge is zero. Your essays are a complete disaster. Jiang Yu just leaned back in his chair, scratching his head with a grin. But I was being honest. I'm already a second level, he added casually. When you see an aberration, you just charge in and fight. Veins bulged on Instructor Tong's forehead. So, because you're a second level, you think you can just ignore all the fundamentals. Is that it? That brute force is all you need to handle aberrations? right? Jiang Yu gave a dismissive laugh. Theory has to be applied in the real world eventually. So what matters most is actual combat experience. Furious but helpless, Instructor Tong could only lean forward, shaking his fist as a warning. He sneered. Is that so? If you value combat so much, then let's have a little combat test. Jiang Yu stammered, suddenly nervous. You're not planning on beating me up yourself, are you? Instructor An turned to leave, waving a dismissive hand. Relax, it won't be me. Jiang Yu was confused. Huh? Then who? The instructor glanced back with a mysterious glint in his eye. You'll find out soon enough. A short while later, Jiang Yu and Instructor Tong arrived at a special room. Jiang Yu looked around, bewildered. What is this place? My body feels so heavy. The instructor grinned smugly. It's supposed to feel heavy. This is a sealed zone, a training ground for high-level cadets with supernatural abilities. Jiang Yu shot his sinister-looking instructor a bored glance. This area contains a special forbidden object that constantly emits high-intensity pressure. Many second-year students wash out at this stage. The failure rate is double the average. Hearing this, he just scoffed, thinking to himself that a doubled failure rate sounded more like they were just filtering out the weak. They ventured deeper inside, and soon, a combat ring appeared before them, where a man was already waiting. Instructor Tong pointed, a look of pure excitement on his face, and urged him on. Get in there. That's your opponent for today. His heart pounding with anticipation, Jiang Yu climbed through the ropes and onto the stage, giving a serious, military-style salute. Greetings, instructor. The man merely tilted his head, his terrifying aura instantly flooding the entire room. Jiang Yu's entire body was instantly locked down by this pressure, and he froze, his mind reeling in shock. What the hell is happening? Just a single glance, and my mind went completely blank? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, anger surging as he felt the power in his own body slipping from his grasp. Has his aura already overwhelmed me? Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind, a man training. His eyes widened in realization. Wait a minute, I've seen him somewhere before. He recalled the image of the instructor's attack. The moment he obliterated an entire training ground with a single palm strike. Jiang Yu finally remembered. That's right. That video mentioned that this young man had shattered Uncle Lee's record. The instructor's handsome face came into focus in his memory, a cold beauty with a powerful, chiseled physique. Jiang Yu mentally recited the man's profile. 29 years old, the youngest war general in history, and also the 5th currently serving. A cold sweat broke out on his skin as Jiang Yu thought in a panic. My opponent is a sitting war general of the Great Continent? He stared at the formidable young man before him and thought, just from a look, the power inside me is already running wild like an untamed horse, completely uncontrollable. If we actually fight, suddenly, Jiang Yu's sharp instincts screamed at him. Something was coming. His eyes flew open in alarm, but he was too slow to dodge the war general's powerful palm strike. Jiang Yu's face went pale as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. In the next instant, a brutal kick sent his entire body flying into the air. Before he could even recover, a fist flew toward his face like a bolt of lightning. He instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the reigning war general's deadly blow. Jiang Yu leaped back several steps, creating distance between them. Wiping a trickle of blood from his nose, he thought in disbelief, holy crap. He didn't even say hello before attacking. If I hadn't dodged that last punch, I would have been hospitalized for a month. Easy. A grin spread across Jiang Yu's face as he prepared to activate 100 battles. But man, he thought to himself, that feeling was seriously thrilling. A chance to fight a war general of the Great Continent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but the war general gave him no more time to think, once again lunging forward with a powerful fist. Jiang Yu deftly leaned to the side, luckily evading the blow. Seizing the opening, he launched himself into the air, aiming for his opponent's back. The war general's eyes narrowed, his fists tightening for the coming clash. He unleashed a volley of lightning-fast punches at Jiang Du, but the boy dodged every single one with ease. A flash of pride hit Jiang Du. His opponent's speed and power were monstrous, but his moves were surprisingly basic. Suddenly, the general's eyes turned a terrifying, pitch black. A chill ran down Jiang Du's spine. Something was wrong. He froze in his tracks. In a blink, the general slammed a hand down on Jiang Du's head. The force of the blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Kanan cried out in panic. Jiang Du, get a hold of yourself. Relax, he's not going to die. I've figured it out. The general's voice was low. It seems level 1 power isn't enough for you. Jiang Du's eyes shot wide in disbelief. What? Level 1? The general's expression hardened. He growled. Then let's see how you handle level 2. Daizhou's legendary general began channeling a far greater power into his hand. A blazing red inferno erupted around him, aimed directly at Jiang Yu. The attack struck his shoulder like lightning, making Jiang Yu grit his teeth in agony. The flames on the general's hand intensified, blazing with terrifying power. Jiang Yu panicked, thinking, "The pressure, it's too much." He's barely moving, yet his power is immense. Jiang Yu couldn't take the crushing force any longer, and collapsed to his knees. Jiang Yu realized with dread, he's not even going all out. He wasn't lying. That really was just level 1. Giving him no time to recover, the general sent Jiang Yu flying with a single, brutal kick. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a wall with a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, Jiang Yu was revealed, battered and exhausted, leaning against a large boulder. Kanan spoke up, his voice filled with worry. "You don't pull your punches at all. What if you'd killed him?" The general replied nonchalantly. "I was holding back. He's just too weak." He glanced at Jiang Yu, a look of disappointment on his face. "I heard a young prodigy had appeared in Yunhai, one who reached the enlightenment stage before turning 18. But it seems my expectations were far too high." Khan, and quickly defended him. "You can't judge him by your standards. The kid's got incredible potential. He just needs time to hone his skills." Hearing this, the general turned to leave, his voice cold. "Then, you can take your time honing him. I'm leaving." Khan was surprised. "Huh? You're heading back already?" The general replied casually. "After I visit an old acquaintance, I'll be back in Beidou by the day after tomorrow." He waved a dismissive goodbye. "And as for your little prodigy, I suggest you don't get your hopes up." Suddenly, a rage-filled voice echoed through the area. "Think you can just run away after putting on a show?" A figure radiating a terrifying aura appeared behind the general. Khan whipped his head around, shouting, "Jiang Yu!" Jiang Yu had unleashed the hidden power within him. He growled through clenched teeth. "You want to leave? Fine." His hands tightened into fists as he charged the general. "But not before you take one punch from me." Jiang Yu closed the distance in an instant, ready for a final, desperate clash. The very ground shook, debris flying into the air. But just as suddenly, Jiang Yu's feet faltered. The general instantly saw the opening, his eyes widening in surprise. He seized the chance, slamming Jiang Yu to the ground with one hand. He casually sat on top of him, prompting a furious roar. "Damn it, not again. I refuse to believe I can't beat you." The general considered this for a moment, then asked, "Not bad. How would you like to come to Beidou with me?" A moment later, the general from Daizhou gently helped Jiang Yu to his feet. Jiang Yu couldn't believe his ears. "Go. To Beidou?" The general continued his pitch. "You're starting university soon, right? Beidou, Lindong, Changyang, they're all great options. As it happens, I'm stationed in Beidou. I could look after you." Jiang Yu hesitated, thinking to himself, "We just met. We're complete strangers. Isn't getting in through a connection like this a bit much?" The general's mind drifted back to a memory from long ago. He smiled. "I was once a student of General Li. 7 years ago, I nearly fell into the abyss. Back then, I was hit by a strange infection and lost all of my powers. Luckily, General Li was the one who pulled me back." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's thoughts began to race. "General Li. In my past life, I couldn't follow in your footsteps. But in this life, it seems you've given me a chance to experience it after all." He thought back, a suspicion forming. "But 7 years ago," quote, "that was the same time as the Chongming sector riot. General Li was deployed there. When he came back, he was missing an arm. And Uncle Song once mentioned that General Li made a grave mistake back then. This must be connected to that incident." The general smiled. "You don't have to give me your answer right away. After all, you haven't even fully adapted to the special training camp yet. Showing up in Beidou out of nowhere will only attract criticism. General Li's old enemies are still waiting, and looking for any opportunity to exploit his past mistakes." Ugh, Jiang Yu sighed. "Damn it, how could I forget Uncle Li's talent for getting on people's nerves?" He hesitated for a moment. If I go to North Capital, I won't get dragged off to some war, will I?" The commander clapped his shoulder and said gently, "Relax, you're not going to die. You have a real gift for this, so you have to train hard. I'll be back in 2 months to test your progress." Jiang Yu immediately replied, "Yes, Commander Fang." Commander Fang watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure, thinking to himself that just a month ago, the kid had barely grasped the Fei technique, and now he had already formed his own unique stance. If he's polished correctly, his future might just surpass my own. He opened a file, silently searching for Jiang Yu's name. The profile clearly read, Jiang Yu, Age 17, willpower level yellow, rank unknown, suspected to be level 8, image pupil ability suspected. Adopted by Li Sun Guang from the battlefield. Biological parents unknown. After entering the special training camp, he demonstrated level 2 abilities. Within half a month, he mastered the Fei skill and formed his own stance, showing the potential of a commander. Seeing this, Commander Fang began to ponder. This kid's file needs an update. I have to add a note about his duel with Yang Yi. In his very first battle, he acquired 3 skills: lock, crush, and pulse. His progress is nothing short of astonishing. He mused internally that a commander candidate potential rating was unprecedented in history. This meant the boy could become utterly invincible. I wonder how many years it will take Jiang Yu to reach such a high level. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu walked along, thinking to himself that Commander Fang was a really good guy, calm and polite, except when he fought. Then he became a vicious and cruel monster. For a young, developing warrior, latching onto a powerful figure like him would save a lot of trouble. And if there was a powerful older sister-type commander, that would be even more amazing. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Jiang Yu saw the sender's name and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, I think it's from Yang Si." Yang Si's message was a report. The materials from the last blood specimen had been made into a blood-burning potion. After using it, it would ignite the blood in the body to channel one's stance. Want to give it a try? She also sent a picture of herself holding a vial of black liquid. At that sight, Jiang Yu's eyes immediately turned into hearts. He cheered, "Oh my god, can I really try this for free?" A moment later, at the large white Ministry of Health building, Jiang Yu burst through the doors with a skip in his step, shouting excitedly, "What potion? I'm here to try it." Yang Si stepped out and locked the door tight, making Jiang Yu ask suspiciously, "Why are you locking the door?" She twirled a scanner in her hand and said sternly, "Behave yourself for me." He obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Yang Si began scanning him and announced, "All vital signs are normal, and your bodily functions are fine." Jiang Yu thought, so it was just for a physical checkup? What a letdown. Then, she dangled one end of a chain in front of him. Yang Si moved closer, her voice calm. "Come on, put it on." Jiang Yu asked, confused. "Huh?" he thought with a rush of excitement. "Oh my god, as expected of my only big sis. Even her method for testing medicine is this thrilling." He eagerly agreed, Okay, put it all on." A moment later, Jiang Yu's legs were firmly shackled. He asked doubtfully, "So, what's next? What do we do?" Yang Si pointed to a chair behind him and said softly, "Go sit there quietly." Once settled in the chair, Jiang Yu asked again, "Are we doing the whole set? My hands too?" Yang Si replied, "I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it and try to run away." He said decisively, "That won't happen. It's my honor to contribute to medical science." Yang Si leaned in, pinched his cheek, and whispered, "Such a noble mindset." She quickly poured the black potion into his mouth and explained, "This is a revised version from my teacher. We've tested it on many level 1 students. Now we just need a level 2 subject. The side effects aren't major," Yang Si instructed. "If you feel any discomfort later, tell me immediately." Looking at her expression, Jiang Yu thought with suspicion, "Why does this lady's smile look so terrifying? Could it be?" Before he could finish the thought, Yang Si pressed the start button. A jolt of electricity instantly shot through Jiang Yu's body, making him scream out in agony. After experiencing that sensation, his face turned pale. He thought miserably, "Damn it, this is thrilling all right, but not the kind of thrilling I was imagining." Yang Si covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Oh my, you're already twitching. Hasn't the potion taken effect yet?" She pressed the start button again, her voice casual. "Let's try again." Jiang Yu was shocked again, causing him to yell in a panic. "Ah, stop, 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 don't." Yang Si gave a faint smile and said softly, "Don't stop, you say? Ha, you've got some backbone. In that case, I'll grant your wish." Suddenly, Jiang Yu realized something was wrong with his body. He opened his eyes wide in shock. His hands were slowly, automatically, floating into the air. Yang Si noted with interest, "Looks like the serum is finally kicking in." Arcs of electricity began to crackle around him, colliding to create an immense source of power. Waves of immense spiritual energy pulsed from Jiang Yu's body. He wondered in awe, "Is this my own aura?" Ever since my awakening, this is the first time I've ever felt its presence so clearly. Jiang Yu focused the spiritual power into his palm. Not only that, he realized, this aura has taken a physical, gaseous form. I can actually see it and control it. I'll be able to use this freely in battle from now on. Yang Si asked quietly, "How do you feel?" Jiang Yu answered, beaming, "Incredible. I can clearly feel both my aura and my body's core energy skyrocketing. Yang Si smiled. Excellent. It seems this serum is perfect for a level 2. Jiangdu's eyes lit up. So if I take this every day, I can accumulate enough aura in no time, right? She scoffed. In your dreams. The power from this is nothing like the aura you forge through actual combat. Besides, take too much, and your body won't be able to process it. The result would be fatal. Jiangdu's face fell. Is that right? He muttered. Shaving years off my life. That's a serious drawback. Then something clicked. He quickly shot back. Wait a minute. What if I'm not worried about dying young? You just said it yourself. If you can fully process it, the aura you gain is just as real as the kind forged in battle. The only cost is your own lifespan. Yang Si's expression turned grim. That look on your face is dangerous. Don't even think about getting another vial of this blood boil serum from me ever again. Hearing this, Jiangdu just smirked to himself. If you won't give it to me, I'll just find another way to get it. Elsewhere, the city was buzzing with chatter. Did you guys hear that huge noise from the outskirts last night? Someone replied. Yeah, I thought it was an earthquake. Another person chimed in. Seriously, it was so loud I thought some legendary masters were going at it. In a quiet corner, two men were enjoying a drink, when a white-haired old man approached them with a warm smile. Old Li, it's been too long since you've dropped by. Hey, what happened to your face? Li Sunguang just waved it off. The stray cats have been extra feisty lately. Getting scratched is bound to happen. The owner chuckled, scratching his head. Well, maybe try not to mess with them anymore. You two enjoy your meal, just give me a shout if you need anything. As Li Sunguang poured a drink, he remarked to General Fang. Seems like after you became a general, you've gotten pretty bold, kid. Letting your own master pour your drink. Oh, you've got some nerve. The general just laughed loudly. We fought. Now we're drinking. Isn't this how it's supposed to be? The general retorted. Only because you went easy on me. Old Li took a sip, calmly replying, That's just your imagination. You always think I'm holding back when we spar. But the truth is, I'm just getting old. General Fang shot back. I'm not an idiot. There's a difference between getting weaker with age and deliberately holding back. I can tell. Old Li just smiled softly. Perhaps. But that's not important. Then, his expression turned serious. You've been to the training camp, haven't you? How's that Jiangdu kid doing? Any interest in taking on a disciple? General Fang considered it for a moment. His potential is off the charts. He's only been at the camp a little over a month, and he's already awakened 4 unique skills. Why don't you teach him yourself, master? Old Li replied gently. I'm an old man. I can't keep up with you youngsters. All things considered, you're the best fit. I'd rest easy knowing he's in your hands. At this, General Fang slammed his glass on the table, asking suspiciously, The truth is, nobody else wants anything to do with you, isn't it? And stop talking like you're on your deathbed, giving last requests. He's your responsibility, so you teach him. Li Sunguang just chuckled and quickly changed the subject. All right, let's drop it. That guy up in the northern capital has been making some moves lately. You haven't been affected, have you? The general replied, Not for the time being, but it seems like he's searching for something. General Fang's brow furrowed. I can't shake the feeling that a storm is brewing. We've only just found a glimmer of hope for the path to level 6. Who knows how many years it'll take to make it accessible? I fear we don't have that kind of time. Suddenly, Jiangdu appeared out of nowhere. Seriously? You guys started eating without me? Old Li grumbled. We waited half the day for you. Were we supposed to starve? Now, stop complaining and sit down and eat. Jiangdu eyed them both suspiciously. Hey, don't tell me you two were just fighting, were you? Your faces are all grimy, and you're covered in bruises. Old Li just offered a quiet, mysterious smile, saying nothing. Meanwhile, General Fang just took a silent sip of his drink, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Li Sunguang shattered the awkward silence, calling out loudly, Old Wu, come over here and take a picture for us, would you? The owner quickly agreed. Of course. With that, the old man took out a phone and enthusiastically started snapping photos. In the picture, both General Fang and Old Li were beaming. Jiangdu, meanwhile, was completely focused on piling food onto his plate. Li Shunguang looked at the photo and praised. This came out great. The old man sent a photo to both of them. Hearing this, Jiang Yu wondered, what in the world has gotten into him today? He usually despises getting his picture taken, but today, he was the one asking for it. And even smiling. A moment later, he suddenly rose from his seat. Uncle Li, General Fang, he said quickly, please, enjoy your meal. I'm out of the barracks today, so I have to take care of my weekly assignment. Uncle Li simply nodded. Go on. General Fang added a quiet reminder, "Stay safe." Jiang Yu stretched, cracking his knuckles with a smirk. Time to get to work. As he walked away, both Uncle Li and General Fang watched him go. Their eyes were filled with a deep, affectionate pride. Jiang Yu now stood in the middle of a bustling crowd. Every person here was part of the same mission. He scanned the area, thinking to himself, "I can't believe a mission for one measly level 2 blood fiend drew this many freelancers and members of the Night Watch." With every step he took, the crowd seemed to grow even thicker. The level 2 blood fiend was first spotted last night. With this many hunters on its trail, it should have been captured hours ago. Something wasn't right. Jiang Yu decided to melt into a nearby alleyway and observe from the shadows. He wondered if the Night Watch's tracking gear was malfunctioning. After a moment's thought, a new plan formed. He'd check the shadow plane. Maybe a clue was waiting there. Instantly, a strange, dark liquid erupted from his feet, engulfing his entire body, before vanishing into nothing. In a blink, he reappeared in a completely different location. He scanned the desolate landscape, lost in thought. Ever since his attack power hit level 2, his ability to see health bars hadn't improved, but his overall perceptual range had expanded massively. Suddenly, Jiang Yu sensed a presence. Without making a single sound, his head snapped around. A strange energy was pouring out of a nearby room. It had to be there. Peering closer, he spotted it. The blood fiend was lurking behind a tattered window curtain. Its body was a skeleton shrouded in a bizarre, pulsating energy. Rows of jagged teeth lined its maw, and its blank, pupilless white eyes were locked directly on Jiang Yu. No wonder no one could find it, he mused. The clever monster was hiding in the next district over. He sized up his target, a thrill of excitement building inside him. A level 2 blood fiend with 70% of its health bar remaining? This was definitely doable. A confident smirk played on his lips. The dark liquid, now crackling with blinding arcs of lightning, began to materialize once more. In a flash, Jiang Yu teleported directly behind the blood fiend, moving with absolute silence so as not to alert the hideous beast. But the creature's senses were sharp. It immediately whipped around, sensing his presence. Its blank, white eyes met his, and a low, guttural growl rumbled from its chest. A furious expression crossed Jiang Yu's face. He let out a roar of his own, dropping into a low stance. His aura exploded with a force so immense it seemed to crush the very air around him. Jiang Yu spread his arms, ready for battle. In an instant, his left arm transformed into a jet-black blade, crackling with raw electricity. With a single, devastating strike, he sent the blood fiend crashing to the ground, completely immobilized. Jiang Yu slowly approached the downed creature. A large syringe materialized in his hand as he hummed a cheerful tune. Bingo. He plunged the needle into the back of the blood fiend's neck, steadily drawing the creature's blood into the vial. He thought to himself, "I'll bring this blood sample back for Yang Zi and the others. Then I'll finally be able to use another blood waste potion." As its blood was drained, the blood fiend let out an agonized shriek. Its face twisted into a horrifying, distorted mask of pain. That piercing scream instantly caught the attention of the other hunters. Everyone's head snapped toward the sound. "That came from the next district over," someone shouted. Standing right beside the source, Jiang Yu had to endure the full force of its shriek. Annoyed, he casually cleaned out his ear with his pinky. Geez, that thing's scream could deafen an army. With the sample collected, Jiang Yu retracted the needle and stored it safely in his backpack. Just as he finished, a squad of armed men burst into the room. "Don't move, Night Watch," their leader commanded. "Hands in the air," they ordered. He turned to see several burly men, weapons raised, cautiously closing in on him. But Jiang Yu just gave them a friendly, casual wave. "Hey guys," he said. "I'm a freelancer with the Night Watch. Just happened to be passing by and found this thing. It's all taken care of now. You can haul the corpse back." As the squad moved in to secure the blood fiend's corpse, another blood-curdling scream suddenly ripped through the air. Jiang Yu's head snapped up. "What now? Is there another one?" He looked toward the source of the scream and saw it came from a young girl. Dark purple tendrils were wrapped tightly around her calf, clinging to her like an irremovable stain. The girl was trapped in the massive grip of a colossal, purple-hued blood fiend. The monstrous blood beast stood nearly 10 feet tall, its entire body covered in shaggy fur. Vicious fangs jutted out from its powerful jaw. The girl, still in her school uniform, screamed in terror, "Somebody, help me!" Jiang Yu looked closer, and his eyes widened in recognition. Xiao Xiao, a Night Watch member, charged toward the beast, aiming his submachine gun. "Stop right there! You're not getting away!" The rest of the squad moved to surround the creature, their weapons trained on it. "Let the hostage go! Now!" they shouted. But the blood fiend refused to release Feng Xiaoxiao. Instead, Its razor-sharp claws raked across her chest, forcing a pained cry from her lips. Despite the agony, she didn't dare provoke it, biting her lip to stifle a scream. The scent of fresh blood sent the creature into a frenzy. Watching this, Jiang Yu knew he couldn't wait any longer. Damn it. If he made a move, there was a high chance Feng Xiaoxiao would become collateral damage. He hesitated for a split second, but his resolve hardened. He had to act. There was no other choice. He'd have to risk it. And with that thought, a black mist began to seep from Jiang Yu's feet. In an instant, the surrounding air grew thick and heavy. The entire area was consumed by the strange, dark aura. The crowd erupted in chaos. What is that? Suddenly, the blood beast shrieked in agony, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the perfect moment, Jiang Yu lunged forward, decapitating the creature with a single, flawless strike. Not one movement was wasted. He landed softly on the ground. Jiang Yu turned to Feng Xiaoxiao and asked, "Xiaoxiao, are you okay?" Xiaoxiao was still in a daze from how fast everything happened. She hadn't even processed the attack, let alone the rescue. It wasn't until Jiang Yu got closer, waving a hand in front of her face, that she snapped out of it. "Hey, what's wrong? Did it scare you that badly?" Feng Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses, stammering, yeah, a little." Seeing her stunned state, a man with blue hair stepped forward. "Thank you, young man. That was a close call. We're lucky you were here. We'll take this young lady to the hospital now." Feng Xiaoxiao flinched and quickly shook her head, refusing. "There's no need. I have anti-contamination medicine at my house." The blue-haired man was still concerned. "Huh? But what if you run into trouble on the way?" Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and ran to Jiang Yu's side. "It's okay. He's my classmate. He'll take me home." Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Jiang Yu froze up, his face flushing crimson as she held on to him. Jiang Yu's body went rigid. He let out a flustered shout. "Ah!" Feng Xiaoxiao just looked up at him and asked again. "Right? Classmate Jiang Yu." Blushing furiously, Jiang Yu could only scratch his head in confusion and agree softly. Yeah." A storm of thoughts raged in his mind. Just what in the world is Feng Xiaoxiao trying to pull? Don't tell me. She's actually fallen for me, right? Seeing that they knew each other, the man across from them breathed a sigh of relief. "All right then. If you're with him, I guess there's no problem." But he still gave them a kind warning. "You two still need to be careful. There have been a lot of blood fiend sightings in this area recently." Feng Xiaoxiao waved to the blue-haired man. "Okay, don't worry. Goodbye, Mr. Night Watchman," he replied. "Right. Be safe on your way." After the two had walked away, someone with a tablet approached the blue-haired man to report. "Leader, the analysis is complete. This blood fiend, it's the same one that killed the 3 restaurant owners." The blue-haired man was shocked. "What?" He turned to look at the report, muttering, "All 3 victims were in the same business. It's a good thing we caught it today. Otherwise, there would have been even more victims." His attention was immediately drawn to one very familiar name, Feng Xinran. He whispered the name under his breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu got Feng Xiaoxiao home safely. She invited him inside. "Please, come in." Feng Xiaoxiao's home was incredibly neat and tidy, with sunlight streaming through the windows, brightening the room. Jiang Yu looked around and asked, "Where are your parents? Are they not home?" Feng Xiaoxiao turned away, replying, "They're away on business. They're rarely ever home." Jiang Yu walked over to a rabbit cage in the room. Inside was an adorable white rabbit with ruby-red eyes. He asked curiously, "Hey, since when did you have a pet rabbit, Xiao? You've never mentioned it before." Jiang Yu poked his finger through the cage, gently booping its nose and cooed. "It's so cute." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, imagining how delicious a spicy stewed rabbit would be. As he spoke, he pictured the cute animal becoming a tasty meal. His outstretched hands looked like demonic claws, ready to snatch the rabbit, making the poor creature tremble in fear. Seeing Jiang Yu teasing the rabbit, Feng Xiaoxiao approached him. Her hips swayed mesmerizingly with each step. She warned him not to get too close. "Be careful, it might bite you." She gave him a bewitching smile, finishing her sentence with a slight blush. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly suggestive. Hearing that, Jiang Yu sheepishly pulled his hand back and smiled. "Oh, really? In that case, I guess I should be more careful." Seeing Feng Xiaoxiao's alluring expression left Jiang Yu feeling a bit flustered. "Oh my god. Is she trying to challenge me with that seductive outfit? This is too much." Jiang Yu decided it was time to leave. He cleared his throat. "Well, since you're home safe, my job here is done. I'll be going now." Jiang Yu quickly turned and headed for the door. But Feng Xiaoxiao had no intention of letting him leave so easily. "You don't even want to have a cup of tea with your classmate?" This put Jiang Yu in a truly difficult spot. Seeing his silence, Feng Xiaoxiao decided not to let him off the hook, a playful smirk spreading across her lips. A challenge. Or are you just scared? In the end, Jiang Yu had to surrender. He sat back down at the table, which was covered with everything from fruit to snacks. But he only dared to grab a glass of water before retreating to a corner of the sofa, looking incredibly pitiful. Feng Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was the picture of relaxation. She kicked off her shoes, sat right next to him, and propped her feet on the table as she munched on chips. The silent atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Jiang Yu secretly glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao's flawless white legs and felt a silent blush creep up his neck. He thought to himself that something felt different the last time they met. Feng Xiaoxiao had truly changed so much. It wasn't just her face. Her figure was more beautiful too. Could this be the legendary glow-up women go through after growing up? He secretly watched Feng Xiaoxiao eat her chips beside him. She suddenly closed her eyes, as if remembering something, and then spoke. "This is the second time you've saved me." Jiang Yu held the steaming glass, relieved that she had finally broken the silence. He felt a little more at ease. "Yeah, what a coincidence. Maybe you should carry something for self-defense. After all, you can't always count on me coincidentally being there." Jiang Yu was still holding the steaming glass in his hands. Feng Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. "No need. If it's meant to happen, I'll just have to accept my fate. Who said I'm anything more than just a normal person?" Then, as if a thought struck her, she turned around. Leaning on the back of the sofa, she moved in close to Jiang Yu. "By the way, how has Zhao Zhao been at the camp recently?" Feeling Feng Xiaoxiao getting closer, Jiang Yu quickly shifted away. "She's the same as always. She rests after training every day, and we talk when we have time." Feng Xiaoxiao smiled. "Just talk? What else would there be? Liu Pang is with me too." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxiao stopped leaning in so close to Jiang Yu. She leaned back against the sofa with a self-deprecating smile. "That's nice. If I had tested with some potential, I would be there with you all right now." Jiang Yu quickly replied, "It's not like we can't see each other. We're still old classmates." Jiang Yu jumped off the sofa, stood before her, and gestured wildly to comfort her. "Don't overthink it. By the time you finish your exams, we'll be out of the camp. Then we can go shopping, eat, and hang out together again." But suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao lunged forward and threw herself into his arms. It all happened so fast that Jiang Yu couldn't react, only managing to gasp her name in shock. "Xiaoxiao." Feng Xiaoxiao's chest pressed so tightly against his arm that he could clearly feel the frantic beat of her heart. Her legs weren't still either. They coiled and rubbed between his own. Feng Xiaoxiao's entire body was plastered against his. In a complete panic, he pushed her away and cried out, "Feng Xiaoxiao, do you know about me and Zhao Zhao? Why are you still doing this?" Feng Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. She didn't answer, and silence once again consumed the room. Finally, Feng Xiaoxiao looked up, tears streaming down her face as her voice choked with emotion. "I can't accept it." They both sat back down to talk. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao seemed more like herself. The tears had stopped. She sat timidly, her head bowed low. "Chen Zhao Zhao is my best friend. She's beautiful, and she gets good grades. She has a high aptitude, and everyone likes her. I admire her, but at the same time, I'm so jealous of her. I know it's wrong, but I just can't calm my heart." Feng Xiaoxiao began to drift into the past, until one day, Zhao Zhao told me she wanted to study music, that she didn't want to become a superhuman. I was so happy in that moment. I thought, finally, I can prove myself. So I gave it my all. Xiao Xiao's effort was clear in her daily grind. No matter what she was doing, she always had a thick book in her hands. In complete contrast, the image of Chen Zhao Zhao in her memory was of a cheerful, carefree girl, always surrounded by friends. But life played a cruel joke on me. A profound sadness washed over Xiao Xiao's face. All my efforts just turned to dust. Xiao Xiao burst into tears again. She and I, we're from two different worlds now. A bitter smile twisted her lips. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from the front door as the handle turned. Feng Xiaoxiao's parents walked in, not yet noticing the two in the living room. They were discussing work as they entered. Who would have thought all three of them would die at the hands of those monsters? But I guess what goes around comes around. Feng Xiaoxiao's mother added, "Even though they were our rivals for years, for them to go so suddenly, it still makes you sigh." Only when he stepped fully into the room did Feng Xiaoxiao's father spot the stranger. They both froze, their jaws dropping in shock. Feng Xiaoxiao's mother spoke first, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu politely raised a hand in return. "Auntie, uncle." Her father was still stunned. "Aren't you too?" Jiang Yu frantically denied it, his voice practically a shout. "No, uncle, it's not what you think at all. Seeing that her parents were home, Jiang Yu decided it was time to leave. Right, I have something I need to do, so I'll be going now. But Feng Xiaoxiao's mother quickly stopped him. Huh? We should head out after dinner. He quickly made an excuse. No need, sir. My family's already cooked. They're calling me home now. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to leave, Feng Xiaoxiao's father called him back. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I just got a call saying our entire residential complex has been locked down. Hearing this, Jiang Yu froze in his tracks. He spun around to face Feng Xiaoxiao's father with a shocked expression and asked, "A lockdown?" But outside, the sky is still perfectly clear. The only difference was that the complex was now surrounded by a barricade of armed personnel. Every single one of them looked grim and menacing. The residents looked at each other, utterly bewildered, with no idea why their neighborhood was suddenly under quarantine and surrounded by a squad of soldiers. Jiang Yu made his way down to the lobby, hiding in a corner to observe the scene outside as he thought to himself. So, Uncle Lu is leading the team himself. This doesn't look like a simple quarantine operation, bringing this many people just to surround one complex. It's like they're hunting something. A young man holding a tablet approached Commander Lu. Commander Lu, the contamination index we're reading here is much higher than in the other complexes. We can confirm the target is inside this location. He remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. Understood. All squads. Move out immediately. Hiding nearby, Jiang Yu managed to overhear a few words and muttered. The target is in this complex, so the one with the bloodline authority is really here. Suddenly, something flashed in the corner of Jiang Yu's eye, forcing him to whip his head around to follow it. Jiang Yu was stunned to realize the shadow was a bloodspawn, a creature with a vaguely humanoid shape, soaring through the sky. So it's finally appeared. But wait, isn't that Feng Xiaoxiao's building? He watched as the bloodspawn flew directly toward Feng Xiaoxiao's home. Moving with lightning speed, Jiang Yu quickly activated his powers as a horrible suspicion formed in his mind. The last two times, the bloodspawn went straight for Feng Xiaoxiao. Don't tell me it's targeting her specifically. The bloodspawn flying in the sky suddenly split into 4, then 5 separate bodies. This unexpected development caught Jiang Yu completely off guard. Oh, great. So we're playing the clone game now? With this many of them, which one am I supposed to follow? In his shadow form, Jiang Yu hid on the street below and frowned. The bloodspawn in the sky suddenly slammed into an invisible wall. It turned out that the soldiers who had surrounded the complex had erected a containment field to trap them. One of them ordered, "Don't move. Surrender obediently." This action seemed to enrage the creatures, causing them to immediately turn and fly in a different direction. The squad couldn't react in time and could only give a hurried chase. Still concealed in the corner, Jiang Yu observed everything, having no intention of revealing himself in front of the crowd. However, as he looked at the bloodspawn, he noticed something was off. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yu finally realized, this is wrong. These are all decoys. The real one isn't here. As he was searching for the true body of the bloodspawn, Jiang Yu sensed a strange presence. In another corner, the real one was waving its hands, creating a doorway that looked like a teleportation gate. Seeing her step through it, Jiang Yu immediately gave chase and yelled, "You're not getting away!" The portal was rapidly shrinking, and Jiang Yu almost didn't make it through because his butt got stuck. After a desperate struggle, he finally managed to squeeze through the portal. The scenery around him had changed completely. It felt as if time itself was distorted here. Though it was day outside, this dimension was shrouded in night. Before he could even spot the bloodspawn, a surprise attack came hurtling straight toward Jiang Yu. She caused a sky-shattering explosion. Dust and debris filled the air as the ground cracked open, and the bloodspawn reappeared. And this time, Jiang Yu could finally see her true form. Her entire body was encased in a tight-fitting, hardened armor. A pair of small, featherless wings sprouted from her back. Her crimson eyes glowed from within pools of pure darkness, and her entire body blazed with a red fire. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yu. "Were you looking for me?" From the aftershock of her attack, Jiang Yu had already taken some damage. His arm seemed to be injured. He dropped to one knee, clutching his right arm and muttering to himself. So this is the one who possesses the bloodline authority? But why does she look so much like my own shadow form? Seeing that her attack had wounded Jiang Yu, she closed the distance in a flash. She spread her arms wide, forming a long spear. The red flames around her body burned even hotter than before. Jiang Yu wondered with confusion, why can't I see her health bar? She charged towards Jiang Yu with terrifying speed, every step leaving behind the thick smell of smoke. The red fire spread, making the surrounding air feel heavy and suffocating. Jiang Yu quickly leaped up to dodge the bloodspawn's attack. Using that momentum, he raised his arm high, balled his hand into a fist, and prepared to deliver a devastating punch as he fell. But to his utter shock, when his fist made contact with the blood spawn, it passed right through her body. Completely stunned, Jiang Yu yanked his hand back. Seizing that moment of hesitation, the bloodkin unleashed a furious barrage of attacks right at him. However, the attacks were nothing more than a distraction. Aside from clouding his vision, they inflicted no real damage. The blood fiend sneered inwardly. This man was far weaker than she imagined, posing absolutely no threat to her at all. But it seemed his last attack had barely done any damage. If that's how it was, Jiang Yu clenched his fist, pouring every last ounce of his power into it. After gathering enough energy, he unleashed a devastating punch. The force of the blow sent the blood beast flying, dealing a significant amount of damage. She struggled just to get back on her feet. Jiang Yu gave her no time to recover, instantly lunging forward. He raised his fist for another strike and demanded to know if she was the holder of the bloodline's power. Was she the one who contaminated Yunhai's blood source? But her speed suddenly exploded, letting her easily dodge aside as she provoked Jiang Yu. By the time Jiang Yu could even register her speed, she had already circled completely behind him. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, continuing to mock Jiang Yu. Too slow. Is the reason you're not as decisive as you were in the video because you feel guilty about that bloodkin couple from before? Jiang Yu spun around to face her, his brow furrowed. They were just small business owners. Why did you have to harm them? She smirked, her expression full of contempt. Harm them? Please. I saved them. Her words sent Jiang Yu into a blind rage. He roared in fury. Nonsense. Turning them into blood fiends is what you call salvation? You just turned that couple into monsters. But do you even know what their life was like? He lunged at her, but his fist passed straight through her body, dealing no damage at all. She was like a phantom made of smoke. Untouched, she was there, but the moment he made contact, she simply dissolved. That wasn't how she saw it. She began to recount the entire story. The owner's sister was being harassed by thugs, and a conflict broke out. The thugs called in their boss, a self-proclaimed superhuman, to help them. And just like that, the couple's business was destroyed in an instant. The aberrations never harmed them. It was a superhuman who drove them to utter despair. Finishing her story, she stared silently at Jiang Yu, but hearing it only fueled his anger. Shut up! You're just exploiting their hatred. You want to turn them all into your puppets, and you are the mastermind behind all of this. I will never forgive you. He charged forward to continue the battle, but she had no intention of fighting back. She simply lowered her head and let her blood fiend form melt away. Is that so? Then tell me, who is the real aberration? Who is the real superhuman? Can you even tell the difference, Jiang Yu? Shockingly, beneath that monstrous form was the face of Lu Jiao. Jiang Yu was paralyzed by the revelation. He froze in place, the blade that formed from his hand stopping just inches from Lu Jiao's head. She didn't even try to dodge. For a moment, they both stood motionless. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Jiao stared at him with cold eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Now that you know my identity, you don't have the guts to finish it?" She stepped closer, placing a hand on Jiang Yu's chest. Aberration or superhuman, none of that matters. Jiang Yu said nothing, just stood there listening to her. Lu Jiao leaned in closer, her hand tracing his lips as a blush crept onto her cheeks. What's important is me, isn't it? Jiang Yu remained silent, not uttering a single word since he saw Lu Jiao's face. He leaned down towards Lu Jiao, and for a moment, it looked like they were about to share a passionate kiss, creating an incredibly romantic scene. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu placed his hand on Lu Jiao's mouth and pushed her away. This sudden action from Jiang Yu left Lu Jiao completely stunned. His expression was ice cold, his brows knitted together. He said, "The game ends here, Xiao Xiao." The name left Lu Jiao utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? What Xiao Xiao? I'm Lu Jiao." Jiang Yu immediately refuted her claim. "The real Lu Jiao knows nothing about your true identity in the shadows. Only you know that. When you saved me back then, I was shocked when I saw your true form. Of course, you let me see you then. And to be able to transform into a perfect copy of Lu Jiao, besides Feng Xiaoxiao, I can't think of a second person." At that, Feng Xiaoxiao stopped her denials. She scowled and quickly spread her arms wide. They erupted into blazing red blades of fire. Feng Xiaoxiao then shot towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu remained perfectly still, and as Feng Xiaoxiao closed in, he swung his arm once, cleanly severing one of hers in a single, fluid motion. Feng Xiaoxiao didn't have time to react. Her mouth simply fell open in astonishment. Feng Xiaoxiao staggered back, clutching her severed arm. She looked down and muttered, "Humph. I never imagined that between two people with the same nature, the gap could be this massive." At last, Feng Xiaoxiao dropped her disguise, revealing her true face. She looked at Jiang Yu, her expression laced with sorrow. That's me. I'm the culprit you mentioned, the one who brought chaos to Yunhai. So what now? Kill me. At this point, Feng Xiaoxiao no longer cared about her own fate. She would accept whatever Jiang Yu decided to do. She had accepted her destiny. Jiang Yu didn't answer, nor did he step forward. It seemed he was hesitating over his choice. Feng Xiaoxiao took the initiative, stepping closer and taking his hand. I've made so many mistakes. Killed so many people. Just end it. Kill me. Her voice was a desperate, broken plea. A profound sadness washed over Feng Xiaoxiao's face. She took Jiang Yu's hand, guiding it to her own throat. It would have taken just a little pressure to end it all. But Jiang Yu's hand didn't tighten. Instead, it balled into a fist, and he slammed it into her face with devastating force. Feng Xiaoxiao was left completely dazed. In the next instant, Jiang Yu seized her by the ankle. He lifted her up and began smashing her into the pavement, swinging her from side to side like a farmer threshing wheat. He poured all of his strength into every impact. Feng Xiaoxiao was completely helpless, forced to just endure the savage beating. Finally, her body gave out. The whites of her eyes showed as she fell unconscious. After one last slam, Jiang Yu hurled her limp form against a nearby wall. Thick, blackish-red fluid oozed from her body, forming dark puddles on the ground. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were rolled back, completely white. She staggered forward, her body covered in horrific wounds. Both of her arms were severed, and even a piece of her head was gone. That dark fluid continued to pour from her wounds. Jiang Yu, still shrouded in his shadow form, spoke. You're just a clone, made of fake flesh and blood, he stated calmly. Killing you would be completely meaningless. The Feng Xiaoxiao clone looked stunned. How did you know I was a clone? Is that another one of your abilities? Jiang Yu frowned at the clone. That doesn't matter, he said. The person you are now is nothing like the Xiaoxiao I remember. Jiang Yu's frown deepened as he questioned the clone. Why did you become like this? The clone lowered her head, her face darkening. Ah, it seems you still don't understand, she said softly. I never changed at all. Feng Xiaoxiao's clone raised her head, staring directly at Jiang Yu. Then, she began to tell him her story. My father ran a restaurant business. For years, he was constantly suppressed by 3 of his main competitors. They hired local thugs to harass him endlessly. And they didn't spare me or my mother either. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. So you sent the bloodkin to kill those 3 men. And to create an alibi, you purposely had it attack you as well. That's right, she confirmed. When I watched those 3 scum die right in front of me, I didn't feel a single ounce of fear. On the contrary, I felt an incredible satisfaction, because I was finally in control of the power I had always craved. Feng Xiaoxiao's clone held out her hand for Jiang Yu to see. At that moment, her body had already regenerated to its original state. The horrific wounds had vanished completely. Jiang Yu pressed on. So this power, where in the world did you get it? A smirk played on the clone's lips. How did I get it? What if I told you I just picked it up off the street? Would you believe me then? Jiang Yu's expression turned to ice. I'm not in the mood for your games. The clone let out a long sigh. Huh, it seems you don't trust me anymore, but that's fine. Think whatever you want about me. The clone gave Jiang Yu a final, cryptic smile. Until we meet again, old friend. Realizing the clone was about to escape, Jiang Yu lunged forward to grab her. Wait, Jiang Yu yelled. But before he could even touch her, the clone's body violently exploded. Pieces of flesh scattered in every direction. All Jiang Yu could grasp was a single, mangled piece of what was left. Staring down at his now empty hands, Jiang Yu fell silent, his heart weighing heavy in his chest. Feng Xiaoxiao. Jiang Yu stared at his own hand, lost in deep thought. He replayed the entire fight in his mind. The whole time, there was never a health bar above Feng Xiaoxiao's head. That proved it. She wasn't the original body, just one of the Bloodkin's many clones. To go through all this trouble just to stir the pot in Yunhai City. There must be a much larger conspiracy at work. It seems I need to train harder to increase my power. Otherwise, I'll just be a lamb for the slaughter. Just then, his phone suddenly started ringing, shattering the silence. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone. The second he answered, Uncle Lee's voice practically exploded through the speaker, nearly shattering his eardrum. Kid, where have you been? Why weren't you answering your messages? I was on a mission. Have you found the source of the bloodline contamination? Yeah, it's connected to your classmate, Feng Xiaoxiao. We're putting out an all-points bulletin for her capture. For the next few days, we're conducting a massive contamination sweep of Yunhai City. You'd better stay put and don't wander off. I know. I'll head back to the barracks after I eat. He hung up. So, he thought, even the night watch can't get their hands on Feng Xiaoxiao. So, my suspicions were on the mark. He and the power backing him bury their secrets deep. Jiang Yu sat before a table piled high with a magnificent feast. He devoured the food ravenously, knowing that in the days to come, a proper meal outside the barracks would be impossible. A server approached Jiang Yu's table, carrying a stuffed bear. It was an adorable plushie of a girl with pink hair and a bow. The server offered a polite smile. "Hello, sir. We noticed you were dining alone, so we brought you some company." But the moment Jiang Yu saw the plushie, he stopped short. Whoa, this little doll. It looked exactly like Zhao Zhao. Jiang Yu snapped a picture of the plushie, sending it to Lu Zhao Zhao, asking, "Doesn't this look like you?" But Lu Zhao Zhao's reply was furious. "Looks like you jerk. How dare you talk to me?" Then, she sent him a photo. It was a picture of Jiang Yu sitting right next to Feng Xiaoxiao on the sofa in her house. The picture was a candid shot, taken while he was gazing at Feng Xiaoxiao. Her text followed, "Why? Xiaoxiao sent me this photo and then blocked me. You'd better explain this." Seeing the photo, Jiang Yu froze. He forced a smile, completely unsure how to even begin explaining this. To Lu Zhao Zhao, he cursed inwardly. That two-faced snake, Feng Xiaoxiao. I already let you off the hook once, and you still pull these tricks behind my back. He quickly texted back, "That picture isn't what it looks like. Wait for me. I'll explain everything in person." "Daddy, that doll is so cute." A little girl's voice suddenly caught Jiang Yu's attention. He turned his head, thinking he'd heard that voice before. At the next table sat a family of three, a husband, a wife, and their young daughter. The father told his daughter, "But your doll is very cute too." The little girl stubbornly puffed out her cheeks. "But I like that girl doll better." Jiang Yu recognized the father. It was Dan Ke. He was shocked. Of all people, it had to be Dan Ke. Wasn't his daughter suffering from a severe infection before? How could she have been discharged from the hospital so quickly? Could he have actually obtained a blood source tube from that mysterious figure? Dan Ke gently tried to reason with his daughter. "Just be a good girl and eat your food. After we're done, Dad will take you to play the claw machine. You can get as many as you want then." Hearing that, the little girl finally relented, though her cute cheeks were still puffed out. "Okay." Jiang Yu approached their table, holding the pink-haired girl plushie. "Hey, little one, this is for you." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You're so nice." Dan Ke also turned to express his gratitude. "Thanks, brother." Jiang Yu just smiled and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "It's nothing." He thought back to the incident at the Shuyang group. After that, not a single official treatment tube had been released to the public. The secret circulation of these blood source tubes from unknown origins. He had a gut feeling Feng Xiaoxiao was tangled up in this. He would have to find the right time to probe Dan Ke about the tube's origins, but today wasn't the day. He wouldn't interrupt their family reunion. Jiang Yu decided to leave. But from behind, Dan Ke's eyes followed his retreating figure. Dan Ke's wife noticed her husband staring at the young man and asked curiously, "Honey, what are you looking at?" Dan Ke turned to reassure his wife. "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." At the Night Watcher organization's point verification area, Jiang Yu was speaking with the verifier. He wore a Pikachu hoodie, and its two-pointed ears made him look both adorable and a little goofy. The point verifier looked at his hood, a bit lost for words. "We've kept you waiting. We've completed the verification. Your current point total is 40. Jiang Yu recalled seeing a supernatural skill book in the Night Watcher's shop that required 100 points. It looked like he still had a long way to go. Noticing his recent frequency of activity, the verifier offered a word of caution. I should probably remind you, if you keep identifying species at such a high rate, you're running a serious risk of severe infection." Jiang Yu simply replied, "Thank you." After verifying his points, Jiang Yu walked along the street, watching the bustling crowds pass by and thinking it was time to go back. This matter is settled. Time to go home. As Jiang Yu walked, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. The scene before him was baffling. In front of him, two young women sat side by side, scrolling on their phones. One was Lu Jiao Jiao, and the other was Yang Zi. Jiang Yu walked closer, his voice filled with astonishment. "What are you two doing, and why are you sitting next to each other?" Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, both girls jumped, looked up, and called out his name in unison when they saw him standing before them. "Jiang Yu!" After speaking, they glared at the person next to them, realizing the other had also called his name. Sparks practically flew between their eyes as they both spoke at once. "Lu Jiao Jiao!" "Yang Zi!" Yang Zi demanded. "Are you here to pick up Jiang Yu?" Lu Jiao Jiao shot back. "Of course I am. Witnessing the intense rivalry between them, Jiang Yu decided that retreating was the wisest course of action. Oh man, what is this showdown? I'd better make a run for it. But he only managed a few steps. A hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar, yanking him back. I knew you'd try to run. Jiang Yu turned his head to see Lu Jiaojiao. She clutched his collar tightly, as if afraid he would disappear. That's why I came to the station early, just to intercept you. Now talk. What is really going on between you and Xiao Xiao? Seeing the unwavering determination in Lu Jiaojiao's eyes, he knew she wouldn't let him leave. Not until this was all cleared up. Jiang Yu gave up trying to flee. Whoa, hey, it's broad daylight. Give your man a little face here, will you? At Jiang Yu's words, the curious crowd around them turned to watch the drama unfold. Lu Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson. She quickly let go of his shirt and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. You are not my man." The instant Lu Jiaojiao's hand left his collar, Yang Zi seized the opening, sliding between them with a smile. So sorry about this. Model. Too bad. I'm afraid I'll have to borrow your man for a bit. Yang Zi's eyes glinted with mischief as she stared down Lu Jiaojiao. The two found a private corner to talk. Not bad, kid. In 3 days you killed 12 Tier 2 aberrations. But you're refusing contamination treatment. The Night Watch has been blowing up our phones, demanding we bring you in for immediate treatment. Jiang Yu scratched his nose, trying to change the subject. Damn. The points verification center is really on top of things. Jiang Yu turned to Lu Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, look at this. But she quickly turned away, her face bright red, clearly embarrassed by her childish outburst from before. Finally, Lu Jiaojiao's anger subsided, and she turned to speak with Jiang Yu. Humph. Just go get your contamination treated already. The sight of you is just irritating. After following Yang Shi to the treatment facility, Jiang Yu laid down on the contamination scanning bed. He glanced over at Yang Xi, who was watching him with an amused expression. Hey, miss. Could you maybe not dress like that next time? It's distracting. Yang Xi immediately shot him down. It's fine. I don't dress for other people. Yang Xi leaned down slightly over the scanner, a playful smirk on her face. From now on, I'll only dress like this in front of Lu Jiaojiao. Or maybe, just for you? Jiang Yu was left speechless by her relentless teasing. Don't do that. Someone could get killed. Yang Xi just laughed. Huh. So you do get scared. All those dirty thoughts. But not an ounce of courage. All right, you can get up now. The scan is finished. We'll have the results in a moment. But the contamination reading looks extremely low. Jiang Yu sat up with a confident smirk. It's not just low, it's non-existent. Yang Xi was already at her desk, looking at the monitor. Hearing his claim, she turned back to him, confused. Non-existent? Jiang Yu hopped off the bed, stretching out his stiff muscles. He walked towards the door with a casual wave. That's right. You can go ahead and file the report. My talent rank is on another level. A few measly Tier 2 aberrations are nowhere near enough to contaminate me. Hearing this, Yang Xi froze. Another level? Suddenly, she remembered a rumor she'd heard, that among this year's students was someone with an unknown rank status, a truly heaven-defying talent. Could it actually be him? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he saw who was approaching. Hey, isn't that the doctor who gave me an eye exam once? What's he doing here? Yang Xi's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Professor Zhao Qi, he glanced at her. Ah, Yang Xi, are you busy? Yang Xi immediately replied. Yes, sir. We just finished up. Are you coming from the lab? Hearing this, Jiang Yu was shocked. I can't believe he's an instructor for the Special Training Camp's medical division. Zhao Qi replied with his usual calm demeanor. Yes. I've had a new idea, and I'm preparing to implement it. He didn't stay to chat, turning with a wave. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be on my way. Yang Xi smiled and waved back. Of course. Goodbye, Professor. She watched him leave before introducing him. That's my mentor, Zhao Qi. That blood boil potion from before was his masterpiece. Jiang Yu was seriously impressed from behind her. Incredible. But I never saw him at the hospital's ophthalmology clinic before. Why would a transcendent being like him be working as a regular doctor? Hearing that, Yang Xi turned back and replied, All I know is that he came to the hospital for field research, to observe the mutation process in contaminated patients. But as for the specific reason, after saying that, she suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Oh, right. The report came through. It's true. There's zero contamination. Jiang Yu replied with a satisfied look. Great. Go ahead and file that report. I have someone waiting for me anyway. A second later, his confident demeanor vanished, replaced by a wheedling tone. Since I'm already here, could I get one more of those blood boil potions? Yang Xi just stared at him. You just used one 4 days ago. Jiang Yu wouldn't back down. Everyone's body is different. My talent is miraculous. 4 or 5 days is all I need to recover. She gave him a helpless look. If something goes wrong, I'm not taking any responsibility. Yang Xi's voice was firm. Just this one vial. And absolutely no more. Jiang Yu downed the blood boil potion in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes shot wide open as a surge of electricity flashed through his body. In the next second, the potion's power flooded his system, leaving him. Steam began to pour from his body. Seeing this, Yang Xi started to panic. This is bad. Blood suddenly erupted from Jiang Yu's mouth as his body collapsed. His vision swam, the world turning black. His strength completely gone, he fell forward into Yang Xi's arms. She caught him, her face etched with worry as she called out, "Jiang Yu!" An unknown amount of time passed. Before Jiang Yu, still cradled in Yang Xi's arms, finally opened his eyes. She looked down at him. "Oh, thank goodness. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have had to report this to the camp." Jiang Yu immediately shot up, stopping her. "Don't report it. I've already absorbed the potion's effects, haven't I? I'm fine now." But Yang Xi was still worried. "You may have absorbed the effects, but you're completely drained. You can barely even stand." His face instantly brightened, full of fighting spirit as he declared, "Who says? I'm perfectly fine." A powerful energy radiated from Jiang Yu's very being. For a man in the Night Watch, strength is a lifelong quest. The scene shifts to the dead of night, where a suffocating darkness blankets the high-rise buildings. Jiang Yu burst through the door, his mind racing. Zhao Zhao still hadn't answered his messages. Was she angry he'd made her wait so long? Just then, Zhao Zhao, dressed in her pajamas, sat up and rubbed her eyes. "You're back." Jiang Yu immediately walked over, ruffling her hair. His voice was gentle. Did I wake you?" Zhao Zhao looked up at him and replied, "No, I was waiting for you." "How did the contamination treatment go?" He smiled, assuring her it went smoothly. But then Jiang Yu's eyes fell to her feet, where dark purple patches had appeared. He knelt down instantly. "Your leg. It's been contaminated by the variant swarm. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Zhao Zhao instinctively pulled her leg back, avoiding his gaze. "It's not a big deal. It's already been treated. I just need to apply medicine on time." A moment later, Jiang Yu gently took her foot, and a strange power began to emanate from his other hand. "Don't move. Let me try something." Seeing this, Zhao Zhao asked, "What are you doing?" She could only watch as the purple marks on her leg seemed to react to the power in Jiang Yu's hand. Watching it, he thought to himself that his shadow guard could devour those variant creatures. But he wondered if it would work on the contamination itself. After channeling his power for a while, the corruption on Zhao Zhao's leg remained. A flash of failure crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "I can't draw it out." Hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Zhao Zhao's cheeks. She shyly took out a small green vial. "I've been using this for the past few days." As Zhao Zhao poured the liquid onto her hand, she explained, "Since it can't be drawn out, this medicinal alcohol is the only way." Jiang Yu took the solution and began applying it to the contamination on her leg. He added gently, "Tell me if this hurts." Suddenly, she let out a sharp gasp. Jiang Yu looked at her with a comforting tone. "Just bear with it a little longer. It's almost done." Zhao Zhao avoided his gaze, her face still red as she mumbled, "Okay." While applying the medicine, Jiang Yu asked, "Your injury is this serious? Why did you still come all the way to the station to meet me?" Zhao Zhao's eyes met his for a second before she answered hesitantly, "I wanted to know what happened to Xiao Xiao. And I also wanted to," she whispered, the last part in her heart. "See you sooner." Jiang Yu didn't press further. He looked down at her leg, his voice turning grim. "Zhao Zhao, I don't think we'll ever see Xiao Xiao again." She was instantly agitated. "What do you mean? What happened to Xiao Xiao?" After he explained the whole story, Jiang Yu concluded, "That's how it is." The weight of his responsibility was too heavy, and it led him down the wrong path. Even if he wanted to turn back now, it's impossible. Zhao Zhao lowered her eyes. "It's all my fault. After I joined the camp, I barely contacted him. If I had just checked in on him more often, maybe he wouldn't have." He gently guided her to lie down, pulling the blanket over her comfortingly. "It's useless to think like that. He's stubborn. He chose his own path, and wouldn't listen to anyone. We can only hope there's still a shred of good left in his heart." With that, he stood up, forcing a smile. "You get some rest. I'm going to read for a bit." Suddenly, a hand gripped his tightly. "Don't go," Zhao Zhao pleaded from the bed, a look of fear on her face. "Jiang Yu, you'll stay with me forever, right?" He smiled, his eyes shining with unwavering conviction as he replied, "I will." A few days later, in a small diner, Jiang Yu was enjoying a bowl of noodles when he overheard a conversation from the next table. A man in a white shirt spoke up. "Old Joe, how's your boy Xiao Feng doing? Didn't you say he had that hemostasis syndrome?" The man with glasses replied, "The Night Watch organization gave us 1 vial of blood source medicine. We had to sell our house just to buy a second vial. It was barely enough to save his life." Jiang Yu slurped his noodles, glancing over his shoulder. He couldn't help but ponder this mysterious blood source medicine. The man in white leaned in conspiratorially. "Hey, I heard that after the Suyang Corporation collapsed, some underground company in the East District started selling blood source vials for just 1/10 of the official price." The man with glasses was immediately captivated. "Is that for real?" But just as quickly, the man in white changed his tone. "That's just a rumor I heard. Who knows if it's reliable?" The man with glasses lowered his head to eat, but his eyes were still filled with hope. "Still, it's better than nothing, right? If it's true, it could be a lifeline." The man in white added, "All right, let's drop it. Let's just eat." And so, the meal ended, as dusk settled over the city. Jiang Yu followed the 2 men as they left the diner. The man with glasses waved to the man in white. "Hao Zi, I'm heading to the hospital first. Thanks for today." The man named Hao Zi waved back. "We're brothers. No need to thank me." After saying their goodbyes, Hao Zi turned down a different street, with Jiang Yu silently trailing behind him. He watched as Hao Zi put a phone to his ear and spoke to the person on the other end. "Brother Hu, are we making too much noise?" The night watch was on high alert. Suddenly, a call came through for Hao Zi. He answered, "I know. I'm on my way now." With a single hand on his phone, his thumb swiped across the screen. Racing through the darkened streets, a man suddenly skidded to a halt as an ethereal barrier materialized, blocking his path. He stared ahead, completely baffled by the mysterious power that had appeared before him. The strange, shimmering space gradually dissolved, revealing Jiang Yu. He spoke to the man. "Where are you headed? Mind if I tag along?" In an instant, the night fell silent. The 2 figures vanished without a trace, leaving only a sliver of moon hanging high in the sky. In another building, a gathering of blood breeds waited for a special arrival. Their leader stepped forward, lifted a red cloth, and scowled. "Damn it. Who chose this food? Why would you bring someone trained in a military camp? Are you actively trying to get us all killed?" A green-haired mutant standing behind him spoke up. "Brother Hu, it was me." He quickly explained. "I was in the middle of capturing our meal when she suddenly broke free, trying to play the hero. We noticed her scent was quite intoxicating. To avoid drawing any attention, we decided to bring her along with us." The leader slapped him hard across the face. "You idiot." Then, he violently ripped away the red cloth, revealing long, grotesque purple fingers that looked absolutely terrifying. Below them, a group of captured humans huddled together in fear. The leader's gaze fell on Xiao Di as he asked with a chilling smile, "So, you must be Li Xiao Di?" As a student from the special training camp, Xiao Di glared back defiantly, her voice filled with contempt. "Spit. You pathetic creatures who willingly became blood breeds are nothing but traitors to all of humanity." A female mutant with 2 horns approached, placing a hand on the leader's shoulder. "Brother Hu, what should we do now? We can't kill her, but we can't just let her go, either." The leader turned away, pulling out his phone to call the boss. He stepped aside for a private conversation. "Boss, it's me. I have a situation that requires your orders." After listening for a moment, Brother Hu replied, "Yes. All right. I understand your wishes." He turned back with a wicked grin. "The boss says he will personally turn her into one of us. And as for the Night Watch, he'll take care of them too. The feast will proceed as planned." The blood breeds immediately erupted in cheers. "Yes, long live Brother Hu, long live the boss." Brother Hu then popped open a bottle of wine, letting the foam spray all over the horned female mutant's chest. She whispered coyly, "You're so naughty." The feast began as another mutant swung open the iron cage holding the captured humans. Each one dragged a person out amidst their desperate screams for help. "No, I don't want to go. Somebody, please save me. I'm begging you, spare me. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything." The female mutant also grabbed a man for herself. She leaned in close and whispered, "Hello, little brother, let's play a game. If you win, I'll grant you 1 wish. But if you lose, I'll just take a little piece of your flesh." Over on the sofa, Brother Hu approached Xiao Di with the wine bottle. "Care for a drink?" When she didn't react, he added, "Oh, my apologies. I forgot, your hands and feet are tied." The leader then forced Xiao Di's mouth open, pouring wine down her throat. "Then, allow me to feed you." Restrained, Xiao Di could only let out a choked cry. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Brother Hu stood up, staring down at her with pure malice. "Ha ha ha, I just love watching you so-called righteous people trample over one another. What's so great about your night watch? You think you're better just because you were born with a little more talent? Well, look at you now. We're the ones pulling your strings." Terror filled Xiao Di's wide eyes as her voice trembled. "You. What are you going to do?" The leader leaned in closer, raising a razor-sharp finger. "To tell you the truth, ever since I became a blood breed, I've never had the chance to taste the flesh of a transcendent like you." He then jabbed his finger into Xiao Di's neck, drawing blood. He spoke with disgusting hunger. "I can only imagine how exquisite it must taste." Xiao Di squeezed her eyes shut as tears streamed down her face. In her heart, she prayed desperately for someone to come and save her. Suddenly, a hand shrouded in shadow secretly flipped the power switch, plunging the entire room into darkness. Brother Hu spun around, furious. "What's going on? Who turned off the lights?" A few emergency lights flickered on, casting eerie pools of light on the floor below. Standing in the center of one of those pools of light was Jiang Yu, his clothes enveloped in a black membrane, holding Haozi in his right hand. Jiang Yu casually tossed Haozi forward, his voice cutting through the silence. "Greetings. Food. Good evening." Haozi immediately screamed, "Brother Hu, run! Get out of here!" A wave of joy washed over Xiao Di. She cried out, "Brother Yu Zi! It's Brother Yu Zi! He's come to save us!" Brother Hu glared down at the intruder. "Where did this little punk come from, daring to ruin our party? Brothers, go chop him up and serve him as an appetizer." The blood breeds roared in response. "Yes, sir." With their grotesque forms, they charged forward in packs, rushing to annihilate Jiang Yu. At first, only a few charged, but then all 7 mutants lunged at once, forming a tight circle that closed in on Jiang Yu at the center. Seeing this, the leader couldn't help but laugh. "Humph. Let's see how you handle this madness." Xiao Di watched, her heart pounding with worry. "Brother Yuzi, please be okay." As the mutants converged, the very air seemed to heat up, but Jiang Yu's figure had already vanished. 1 second later, with a display of absolute power, Jiang Yu wiped out the entire mob in a single, devastating blow. The black membrane covering his clothes concealed his triumphant form, leaving only shimmering particles of light in his wake. Green light flickered in the aftermath. Xiao Di rushed forward from a distance, throwing herself into Jiang Yu's arms. "This is amazing," she cried with relief. "I knew with Brother Yu's incredible power, we'd be totally safe." Jiang Yu, though a bit surprised, looked down at her. "Li Xiaodi, what are you doing here? Did they manage to capture you?" Xiaodi buried her face in his chest and nodded. "Yeah, I just ran into them by chance and fell right into their trap. Thank goodness you showed up. If you hadn't, I would have been a goner." The leader watched from the side, his face twisting with disgust. He growled, "You rotten punk. You dare injure my brothers and try to steal my meal?" In the next instant, a thug named Tiger lunged forward, pulling an arm back as he roared with killing intent. "You're courting death." Jiang Yu's eyes sharpened, instantly recognizing the move. A micro-level skill, he thought. A confident smirk played on his lips. It's not clear who's looking for death just yet." Jiang Yu unleashed a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided, sending shockwaves of energy blasting outward. But in less than 2 seconds, the leader's power was utterly crushed by Jiang Yu's overwhelming force. He clutched his arm, screaming in agony. "Ah!" Standing beside Xiaodi, Jiang Yu interrogated the man. "Who is your boss?" Tiger was now a cowering mess, kneeling on the ground, too terrified to even look up. I'll talk. All I know is that his surname is Liu." Jiang Yu pressed further. "Is there anyone above him?" The leader shook his head frantically. "I don't know. I only ever deal with him. Even if there's someone higher up, I would have no way of knowing." Seeing he couldn't get any more information, Jiang Yu's voice turned ice cold. "If you truly know nothing, then there's no reason to keep you alive." Tiger's face drained of all color. "My lord, spare me. I really don't know anything about the higher-ups." Suddenly, Jiang Yu detected a sound outside the door. He thought to himself, "Well now," just as he predicted, the door blasted open in an instant, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. A squad of men in black suits and sunglasses stormed in. A man with brown hair shouted, "Night Patrol Division. Nobody move!" The gang leader scrambled to grab the leg of the squad's commander, his face a mask of anguish as he wailed, "Sir, save us. We were threatened by some shadow monster. We nearly lost our lives. Thank God you're here. Arrest him now." But the commander scanned the area, only to find the room completely empty. There was no one else in sight. Xiaodi grew furious and stepped forward to explain. "Commander, don't listen to his nonsense. These mutated blood fiends captured us to be their food. If it wasn't for Brother Yu stepping in, we would have been devoured by—" Hearing this, the commander paused. Brother Yu. Could he be that wandering scrap collector who went viral on the internet a while back? In the middle of his thoughts, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Beep. What's the situation on your end? He immediately raised a hand to his ear to report. There was a minor incident, but no one was injured. The Blood Fiend leader and his subordinates have all been apprehended. The voice on the other end replied, Excellent. We've confirmed the location of the mastermind, Liu, and are moving in to capture him. Hidden in a dark corner, Jiang Yu had heard the entire conversation. He thought, if the night patrol already has their man, then I don't need to make a separate trip. But is that guy named Liu really the true mastermind? Even with doubts lingering in his mind, Jiang Yu quietly melted into the shadows and vanished. Whatever, he mused. There are bound to be more clues later. Today was a pretty good haul, but using my power like that has nearly drained me. Time to head back and refuel. Xiaodi seemed to sense something amiss, thinking to herself, Brother Yu's presence. It's gone. He must have left. It's only been a month, and he's already this powerful. Plus, that brazen attitude. It's just like the legendary Demon King from the special training camp. Jiang Yu returned to the hospital room, rolling his shoulders. Yangxi was still at work. She didn't turn around, but her voice held a hint of concern. You've already consumed 10 vials of the waste blood serum. By all rights, that should have cost you at least 3 years of your life, but your vital signs show absolutely no damage. At this point, I'm starting to seriously question your entire physical makeup. Hearing this, he just grinned and spread his arms wide. Heh, I'm right here. Feel free to have a look. Yangxi's finger extended, playfully poking his solid chest. Even our most advanced equipment can't find anything strange. What makes you think my naked eyes could? She placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him closer until their faces were mere inches apart. Yangxi raised an eyebrow, the air between them thick with tension. But I have a feeling that one day, I'll find out exactly what kind of secrets you're hiding inside that body of yours. Jiang Yu put his shirt back on, as Yangxi turned toward the door. From now on, you can just pick up the serum and take it on your own. He was a little taken aback. I don't need the monitoring equipment anymore, she replied. That was just a precaution to check your vitals for side effects, but your condition is completely stable now, so it's not necessary. Jiang Yu walked over to her side. Is that right? I actually found the equipment rather comfortable. Yangxi shot back teasingly. You mean getting to see Bai Ti was more comfortable, don't you? She placed a hand on her own ample chest, her eyes locking directly onto Jiang Yu's. How about, I call you every day, just to see Bai Pi? Jiang Yu recoiled, his eyes locked on Yangxi's hand. He answered nervously. Jiao Jiao will find out about, That's not it, he stammered. My heart has gotten stronger, so I don't have time. Then a dreadful thought hit him. You're not recording this, are you? With a triumphant smirk, Yangxi held up his phone, the screen glowing menacingly. Of course I am, he sneered. Bring me 20 vials of the blood progenitor's heart blood next time, or this little recording goes straight to Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yu's finger brushed against the glowing screen. And suddenly, a news report began to play from the phone. The man surnamed Liu, the alleged mastermind of today's bloodline incident, has been apprehended. Jiang Yu's expression instantly sharpened. Tong dong, pull up that news report. The screen immediately displayed an article detailing the confession from the mastermind, Liu. He claimed to have found a red crystal in a dark basement, unaware that it was formed from the remains of a special blood progenitor after its death. From that moment on, his life was completely transformed. He began to expand his clan, infecting others through various means. He even built a factory, producing counterfeit medicine, to spread the contagion on a massive scale. After reading the report, Jiang Yu unconsciously covered his mouth, deep in thought. He had used Yun Hai to stir up chaos before, a plot that had even dragged in Feng Xiaoxiao. For the mastermind to be captured this easily, something felt completely wrong. He made up his mind. It seemed he would have to investigate that factory himself. Jiang Yu turned to leave without hesitation, giving Yangxi a quick wave. Something's come up. I'm heading out. Night had fallen. On a dilapidated street corner, police cars were lined up row after row. Officers were busy transporting crates of evidence. One officer was checking containers filled with test tubes on a laptop. All of it was evidence from the mutant incident. Seizing a moment when the officers were distracted, a hand snaked out, deftly swiping a single vial. Under the pale moonlight, among ruined buildings, Jiang Yu crouched down. Holding the vial, he mused. So there really was a counterfeit blood source factory. I thought it was just a rumor. He stared intently at the vial in his hand. His expression was tense, his brow furrowed with suspicion. But someone with a bloodline authority can create this stuff themselves. Why would they need an entire factory? A factory might be more efficient for mass production, but it also increases the risk of exposure exponentially. The clear vial held a swirling, dark liquid. There's gotta be a catch with this thing, right? His voice was laced with unease. Jiang Yu decided there was only one way to find out. He had to test it on himself. After downing the contents, a look of mild satisfaction crossed his face. But a second later, he stared at the empty vial in fury. "What the hell?" he shouted. "This stuff tastes like soda. Tangerine-flavored soda. It has a minor effect, sure. Enough to keep you alive, maybe. But it's not a real cure." Jiang Yu tossed the vial aside and turned to leave in disgust. So the mastermind really was that Liu guy. Was this all just to sell some cheap knockoff for a profit? But then, a sudden thought stopped him in his tracks. He whipped his head around, his eyes locking onto the vial on the ground. Wait a minute. If this blood source vial is a fake, just a cheap imitation with chemical flavoring, then how was Deng Kei's daughter actually cured? A look of deep concern washed over Jiang Yu's face. Could there be more than one type of counterfeit vial on the market? Was the man they arrested just a pawn? He pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a picture of Feng Xiaoxiao and a wanted poster. And what about Feng Xiaoxiao? What part does he play in all of this? Jiang Yu hurried away, frantically dialing Deng Kei's number to get answers. But the call wouldn't go through. "The number you have dialed has been switched off." The automated voice only fueled his growing anxiety. What the hell is he doing? Why would his phone be off right now? He glanced at a bus waiting at a nearby stop. Don't tell me something's happened to him, he thought. As he stepped onto the bus, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw a middle-aged man in a business suit, half bald, holding onto a rail and looking right at him. Jiang Yu sized up the man instantly. No blood aura, he thought. Could this be a clone created by Feng Xiaoxiao? The double-decker bus rumbled down the street. Inside, the middle-aged man's face was grim, his eyes darting around nervously. He looked terrified. Jiang Yu glanced at his phone, then back at the man. The thought was crystal clear in his mind. No health bar visible. It's definitely him. The bus came to a stop, and the man scrambled off, walking unsteadily before ducking into a narrow alley. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him from behind. He whipped around in terror, shouting, "Who's there?" The man's body suddenly began to break apart in pieces, his form dissolving like melting wax. Was it just an illusion? He wondered aloud. In a flash, the balding, middle-aged man transformed into a young man with long hair and a white shirt. From the depths of the shadows, Jiang Yu peered out, his eyes taking in the entire transformation. Shape-shifting, he thought. No wonder the Night Watch organization couldn't find a single trace of him. The newly transformed young man opened a door and stepped into a cluttered room. He flew into a rage. The table flipped over with a violent crash, sending everything scattering. He didn't notice the subtle noise just outside the window. Elsewhere, Jiang Yu clung to a windowsill. Only the top half of his face was visible, his eyes intently focused on the events unfolding inside. Inside the room, a young man ripped open a set of white curtains, but there was no window behind them. Instead, there was a bathtub filled with water. A gaunt young man was submerged within it, his body covered in horrific wounds. The first man's face contorted into a menacing grin. He's gone, right on schedule. He then tilted his head back, his jaw unhinging as a torrent of black smoke poured from his throat. His face shriveled, his eyes turning a dead, milky white. The dark smoke slithered through the air and forced its way into the man who was seconds from death suddenly snapped his eyes open. Crimson lines of power began to pulse across his skin. He stood up, emerging completely naked from the water. A cold, indifferent "ch" escaped his lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, a blast of pure energy erupted, disintegrating the other man into nothing but dust. He looked down at his own hands, feeling the immense power swelling within him. A look of pure satisfaction crossed his face. Suddenly, that energy shot out the window like a violent storm. But a hand reached out from the darkness, effortlessly suppressing and absorbing the entire force. The man shrouded in dark energy smirked with satisfaction. He let a drop of blood fall from his finger into a vial, now half full. Success. A fresh vial of the blood source. The scene cuts to a bright, clear day. Inside an apartment building, the same man knocks on a door. The door swung open, revealing a gentle woman. "You've arrived," she said with a soft voice. A warm smile spread across the man's face as he gave a small nod. A little girl, Hua Hua, came bounding out from inside. "Uncle, look," she exclaimed happily. "This is our new home. It's so nice and big." The man crouched down, his smile widening as he looked at the young girl. Haha, it looks like you really like the new place. It's a shame your dad is still away for work. He had to ask me to come and help you two out. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 vials, his smile hiding a sinister intent. Here, your uncle brought you some special tasty juice. Hua Hua took the 2 vials cheerfully. Thank you, uncle. But her mother watched on, a look of unease on her face. She looked up, her voice laced with apprehension. Is it all finished? The man with the dark aura gave a confident nod. Yeah, he said. It'll all be over very soon. He then headed downstairs, strolling casually into the twilight with his hands in his pockets. He looked to the sky and let out a long sigh. Finally, being free from suspicion, he thought to himself. It's like a massive weight has been lifted from my shoulders. But suddenly, his instincts screamed danger. He whipped around in an instant. Who's there? In the alleyway behind him, a dark figure slowly emerged, and a familiar voice cut through the silence. I just read the news, the voice said. A local thug who bullied a college kid dies from blood source contamination, after transforming right in front of the student. Then, the student himself, the figure, stepping from the shadows, was Jiang Yu. He continued. But what no one suspects is that both of them were already dead long before that. This entire incident was nothing more than a puppet show, one that you directed and starred in using your abilities. Jiang Yu's gaze pierced through him, exposing the entire plot. Your true goal was simply to harvest their blood, to create another vial of the blood source. Am I wrong? The man's face was finally revealed in the light. His cold eyes locked onto Jiang Yu. His cover was blown. Deng Ke. Jiang Yu's voice was sharp. The man's form melted away into swirling black smoke. I never imagined, a voice hissed from the smoke, that a plan I so carefully orchestrated would be uncovered by you. Deng Ke's face materialized from the darkness, a smirk playing on his lips as he sized up his opponent. You truly live up to your name, Yu Zi. As perceptive as always, Deng Ke and Jiang Yu faced each other in the empty street. Tell me, Deng Ke asked with genuine curiosity. When did you start to suspect? Was it during that encounter in East Sector 2? Or was it even sooner? Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. I became suspicious when Hua Hua was contaminated by the blood source. And during that incident in East Sector 2, you were the first one to arrive on the scene. Deng Ke just shrugged. Is that so? He said casually. I even let those blood fiends surround me on purpose. But I guess that still wasn't enough to fool you. No, Jiang Yu answered, his voice tight. Even though I had my suspicions, I never truly believed it was you. Jiang Yu's voice was strained with emotion, unable to accept the truth. Deng Ke, you were never this kind of person. What in the world happened to you? A flicker of sorrow darkened Deng Ke's expression. The black energy began to swirl around him once more. You're right, this isn't who I am, he said, his voice low. But for the sake of my family, what's the problem with becoming a monster? The second he finished speaking, Deng Ke transformed. His body erupted in flames, becoming a monstrous creature that glared at Jiang Yu with pure malice. Deng Ke lunged forward to attack. Jiang Yu met the charge head-on, throwing up a hand to defend. Instantly, a red aura and a blue aura collided with explosive force. A vibrant blue aura erupted from Jiang Yu's body. He furrowed his brow, pleading with his former friend. Turn yourself into the Night Watch. It's not too late to stop this. Veins pulsed on Dante's face, his eyes blazing red. Flames erupted around his body as he snarled, the Night Watch. He unleashed a furious flaming kick, but Jiang Yu leaped into the air, dodging it with ease. He roared with rage. If they were any real help, I wouldn't have ended up like this. And so it was. Consumed by rage, Deng Ke unleashed his attack through the smoke and flames, roaring. My wife and daughter are suffering from the agony of blood contamination. Besides the blood source medicine, there was no other way. But an ordinary person like me could never afford it. So I could only use the fresh blood of others to forge a medicine that would keep my wife and child alive. Jiang Yu could only parry the blows, stunned into silence as tears welled in his eyes. Deng Ke continued his pained confession. I thought things were getting better, but I never imagined this was only the beginning. Their bodies are in a constant state of mutation. The fresh blood supply can never be stopped. The attacks rained down relentlessly on Jiang Yu, whose green shield could only offer a passive defense. Still, Deng Ke's voice echoed. I have no other choice. I can't just stand by and watch my family die before my very eyes. He raised a fist crackling with energy, his face a storm of complex emotions. Sadness, hesitation, and bitter resentment. Finally, with grim determination, he made his move, delivering a final ultimatum. Therefore, No one will stop me, not even you. The powerful punch descended, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Yet, the mighty fist was stopped cold by a shadowy hand. The wall behind Jiang Yu fractured, but he remained completely unharmed. He asked calmly, "Is that so? Then what about the new house?" Deng Ke was stunned by the unexpected question, asking blankly, "What?" Jiang Yu remained perfectly composed. "That house wasn't cheap. You must have made a lot of money selling the blood source medicine, right?" His face filled with disgust as he stated plainly, claiming "it's for your family" is just an excuse. The two were still locked in their standoff, but now Deng Ke was forced to one knee, his fist still trapped in Jiang Yu's grip. In contrast, Jiang Yu stood tall, his presence completely overwhelming his opponent. The power, the influence, and wealth that strength brings. That is what you truly desire. The pressure from Jiang Yu intensified as he declared, "Your malice is a bottomless pit, and your greed claws its way out." In the next instant, he slammed a kick directly into Deng Ke's stomach, causing him to vomit blood. The force sent him flying backward, shattering a utility pole on the street. Deng Ke stabilized himself, his body now shrouded in a red aura as he growled with fury. "Ha! So, you're finally using your real power?" A vicious look twisted his face as his arm transformed into a black, fiery whip. He spoke with menace, "Fine by me. I'll stop holding back, too." With those words, he surged forward, issuing a challenge. "Come on. A battle to the death." Jiang Yu immediately transformed as well, rushing to meet him. A single blow from Deng Ke landed with the weight of a mountain, powerful enough to obliterate everything. From above, Jiang Yu launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard. But Deng Ke quickly countered with a treacherous strike, aiming straight for Jiang Yu's temple. He dodged it warily, forcing Deng Ke to leap into the air. He then dove down, unleashing a sweeping kick at Jiang Yu. His eyes now held only pure malice, his smile turning sinister. Jiang Yu fell back to block Deng Ke's move. His expression grew even more ferocious as he said excitedly, "What's wrong, Mr. Yu? Is this all the strength you have? So this is the limit of a high-ranking shadow corrupt. Pathetic." As he spoke, black tendrils erupted from his back, swarming towards Jiang Yu. He just watched coldly as blades of green energy flashed past him, severing every single one of Deng Ke's tendrils. The green energy sword was ensnared by the black tendrils, which began to constrict. Deng Ke used the tentacles to hurl Jiang Yu away. Planting himself firmly to keep his balance, Deng Ke stared into the thick black smoke where Jiang Yu had landed. He glanced around frantically, taking a fearful step back. He frowned in irritation, his eyes darting around. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "Damn it, where did he go?" Suddenly, Jiang Yu appeared right behind Deng Ke, lunging forward with overwhelming force. But he was abruptly bound by Deng Ke's black tentacles, leaving him stunned in disbelief. Deng Ke stood with his arms crossed, a triumphant smirk on his face. His voice dripped with cunning. "How naive. Mr. Yu, did you really think I'd fall for such an obvious opening? I know you far too well. Your techniques, your fighting habits. I have them all memorized." Trapped by the tentacles, Jiang Yu was still in shock, staring blankly at his opponent. Deng Ke added, "If I wanted to kill you right now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Looking down on his opponent, he gave a faint smile at his foe's naivety, replying softly, "Is that so? I think you're the one who's been fooled." Jiang Yu tilted his head, telling Deng Ke to look down at his feet. Deng Ke froze, realizing he'd already fallen into Jiang Yu's trap. He looked around in a panic, sweat beading on his forehead as he bit his lip, trying to regain his composure. Deng Ke channeled his magic, transforming the red and black power into flowing dark ribbons. Deng Ke landed gracefully in a standard shadow plane stance. He sneered, "Humph. You think entering the shadow plane is enough to defeat me?" Dust from his landing swirled with red and black magic. Deng Ke continued to gather his power. The magic around him grew stronger and stronger. "You think I can't find you just because you're hiding in the shadows? I am a user of the blood system. Even without my eyes, I can smell the fresh blood pumping through your veins." But Jiang Yu's shadow, glowing with an azure light, emerged from the smoke completely unharmed. "So you really do understand my fighting style?" Deng Ke stared in utter disbelief. Jiang Yu raised his blue-black blade, assuming a battle stance. "That was the old me. After training under Yun Hai, I've been completely reborn. Against you, I have no need for sneak attacks." Deng Ke's eyes blazed red with fury as he lunged forward. "How arrogant. Does a shadow system user like you really dare to face my blood system head-on?" Jiang Yu met his charge with chilling calm. Deng Ke's blood system and Jiang Yu's shadow system clashed directly, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Crimson and azure light erupted, bathing the entire area in a violent glow. Sweat poured down Deng Ke's face as he struggled to parry Jiang Yu's attack. He thought in horror, "This is impossible. When it comes to raw power, the shadow system should never be able to overwhelm me. What is this power?" Deng Ke's eyes shot wide open, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Jiang Yu's blade sliced right through his own, the blue-black steel now tinged with a crimson aura. Deng Ke's mind reeled in shock. That's the power of the blood system. With a deafening roar, Jiang Yu channeled all his might. His blade finally severed Deng Ke's crimson tentacle. Seizing the opening, Jiang Yu instantly closed the distance. Deng Ke winced, clutching his arm as he desperately tried to evade. But Jiang Yu showed no mercy, ruthlessly severing Deng Ke's hand with a single, clean strike. In the same instant, a wave of blue-black energy sliced off one of his feet. Jiang Yu pressed the attack relentlessly, leaving Deng Ke no room to even breathe. In moments, Jiang Yu had severed all of Deng Ke's limbs. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Wisps of his blood system's power escaped from his wounds. Blood trickled from the corner of Deng Ke's mouth as he coughed weakly. Cough. As expected of you, Jiang Yu. I thought this power would finally give me a chance. But this is fine. At least I'll die by your hand. But Jiang Yu froze, hesitating. He could only stare as Deng Ke's lips began to move. Finish it, Jiang Yu. After a brutal and ferocious battle, Deng Ke had been utterly crushed by the shadow's overwhelming power. Then suddenly, he let out a sneer, his eyes fixed on the shadow as he spoke. What's the matter? Can't bring yourself to do it? Then he confessed that he was the one who corrupted the blood source of Huo Huo and her mother. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's shadow was completely stunned. Deng Ke let out a long, heavy sigh, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. It's because I brought a fragment of the blood system home with me. From that day forward, the corruption from the blood system began to infect them. His voice suddenly grew louder as he raised a hand. You were right. My family was just an excuse. The only thing I truly wanted was power. But then, his voice dropped to a whisper. But no matter how much power I gained, it never brought me any peace. It only brought me suffering. A mountain of blood debts. It's the reason I couldn't sleep at night. Overwhelming regret washed over Deng Ke as he remembered the happy times with his family. And then, the moment he lost them all, the memory brought him agonizing pain. By the time I realized what I had done, he said, it was already too late. Everything was already set in motion, and there was no turning back. He covered his face, his expression a mask of pure agony, because it was his fault his family was dead. But regret is useless now. What's done is done, and nothing can ever bring them back. Deng Ke continued, I'm not afraid of death, but I am filled with so much regret. I regret that my greed dragged my family into this hell, and now I don't want anything. I just want my family back. Hearing Deng Ke's confession, Jiang Yu's shadow fell silent, disappointed that the price of greed was the lives of innocents. If your family knew the truth, do you think they would even want to be brought back? Jiang Yu's words struck Deng Ke silent. His eyes blazed with a new fire, his face grim as he contemplated the question. As he spoke, the shadow pulled out a phone, as if making a call. His voice was firm. I won't kill you. Your crimes will be judged by the Night's Watch. And with that, he made the call. The shadow then added, but for the sake of the bond we once shared, I want you to answer one question honestly. Jiang Yu's shadow frowned, looking down at Deng Ke. Where did you really get that fragment, he asked, as if truly asking how his once kind friend could have become such a monster. Deng Ke remained on the ground. Lying there, he answered nonchalantly, what if I told you I just found it on the street? Would you believe me? Jiang Yu's mind flashed. Feng Xiaoxiao said the same thing. Could they have really just found them? His face couldn't hide his confusion at Deng Ke's answer. Then, after a moment of intense thought, a realization suddenly struck him. That's not right. Plane fragments aren't just found lying around. This was obviously a trap someone set to lure them in. With a grim expression, it realized someone was trying to use them for their own dirty work. It racked its brain, trying to figure out who would do such a thing. But before Jiang Yu's shadow could think any further, Deng Ke suddenly shot into the air with a horrifying scream. His face was twisted in absolute agony. The shriek sent a cold sweat down the shadow's back, leaving it completely speechless. It had no idea what was happening to Deng Ke. He rose higher into the sky, his eyes blazing with killing intent as a ring of fire erupted around him, aimed right at the shadow. The terrifying sight forced the shadow to cry out, Deng Ke, what's wrong with you? A torrent of dark energy suddenly enveloped him, transforming him into a level 18 monster. The beast wore a horrific expression and a chilling grin, its eyes locked dead on the shadow. Witnessing Deng Ke's monstrous transformation into such a dark and terrifying form, Jiang Yu's shadow narrowed its eyes. It grit its teeth, fury burning in its gaze as it growled. So there was another blood-type plane fragment after all. That must have been what caused Deng Ke to lose all reason and become this hideous creature. However, before the monster could even make a move, the shadow sent it flying with a single, powerful slash. A look of pure astonishment spread across Deng Ke's face, his jaw hanging open. His brow furrowed in disbelief at the shadow's overwhelming power. But that powerful attack was also enough to revert Deng Ke back to his human form. As for Jiang Yu's shadow, a brilliant blue aura flared to life around it. With just one swing of its sword, it completely shattered the crimson ring of light. Deng Ke was sent hurtling to the ground, where he lay motionless, his eyes squeezed shut in excruciating pain. He was in too much agony to even utter a sound. Just then, a masked figure appeared from nowhere. The face hidden behind the mask felt incredibly sinister, radiating a powerful, dark energy. The figure's voice was like ice. "Stay out of my way." As he spoke, he raised his hand, unleashing a black vortex of energy straight at Jiang Yu's shadow. Faced with the sudden assault, the shadow dodged every strike with swift and decisive movements. Its face was a mask of pure hatred, its murderous gaze fixed on the attacker. It lunged forward, sword raised to cut him down, but then it abruptly froze in place. A look of complete shock and confusion washed over its face. It was unbelievable. Standing behind the man were two colossal monsters, both looking ferocious and utterly terrifying. It was clear he had summoned them to deal with Jiang Yu's shadow. Immediately, the two sides clashed in a brutal battle, neither holding anything back, each determined to emerge victorious. Teeth were clenched, and eyes burned with fury. However, it seemed the masked man was only creating a diversion. He suddenly reached his hand toward Deng Ke, revealing his true motive. He was after the red plane fragment. The act caused Deng Ke to cough up blood in agony, splattering it across the ground. Seeing this, the shadow cried out in shock. Deng Ke. It was completely stunned by the man's sudden move. The man caught the plane fragment and absorbed it. Instantly, his power level skyrocketed by 37%. A crimson ring of power erupted around him, his face twisting into a hideous sneer, creating a truly terrifying scene. Suddenly, a red vortex materialized, and he began to vanish into it. The shadow roared, demanding that he stop. At the same time, a mysterious power began to surge from deep within it. Its power exploded with incredible force, blasting the monsters away as its face contorted in absolute fury. With its newfound strength, the shadow's next attack sent the man's mask flying, landing on the ground with a soft thud. When the mask came off, Jiang Yu's shadow was left stunned, stammering, You're? Incredibly, the man behind the mask was none other than Dr. Zhao. He revealed that both Deng Ke and Feng Xiaoxiao were nothing more than pawns in his twisted game. He had used them, again and again, to orchestrate the blood corruption incidents. A dangerous glint flashed in the shadow's eyes, filled with rage that he'd dragged innocents into this, twisting them into blood fiends. The expression of Jiang Yu's shadow hardened, its eyes now burning with a single purpose: vengeance for its friends. It pointed its blade at him and roared. "To create more blood specimens, you developed the blood fiend serum. Am I wrong, Dr. Zhaoqi?" He replied with chilling indifference. "Humph. I didn't want any more complications, but you've simply learned too much." The words barely left his lips before he gave the order, and two monstrosities lunged at the shadow with terrifying speed. Facing the onslaught, Jiang Yu's shadow narrowed its eyes, instantly taking a battle stance. It shot towards the two beasts like a lightning bolt, its movements precise and deadly as it cut them down with decisive strikes. Witnessing the shadow's overwhelming power, Dr. Zhao was utterly stunned, unable to believe his own eyes. Jiang Yu's shadow unleashed a relentless barrage of fatal blows, striking the monsters before they could even react. Its combat prowess, its blinding speed, and flawless techniques were far beyond anything he had anticipated. He'd mistakenly believed the shadow used its full strength against Deng Ke, never imagining it possessed such a terrifying level of power. Then, the doctor's voice dripped with contempt. He was certain that no matter how strong Jiang Yu's shadow was, it was still nothing compared to him. He sneered, "You're just digging your own grave." Before the shadow could react, two devastating strikes slammed into its chest, a mask of agony spreading across its face. A current of electricity surged through Jiang Yu's body. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Jiang Yu reappeared behind Dr. Zhao in a flash, roaring, "You're the one who's going to die." Dr. Zhao seemed to stand perfectly still, but a powerful flame aura had already erupted around his body. No matter how fast Jiang Yu's attack was, the doctor dodged it with ease. Unwilling to yield, Jiang Yu launched himself into the air. Dr. Zhao powerfully repelled him as the two forces of fire and lightning clashed violently. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, glaring at his foe. Trying to run? He unleashed a relentless flurry of deadly attacks, giving Dr. Zhao no room to breathe. Finally, Jiang Yu finished with a massive orb of lightning aimed straight for his face. Take my thunder sphere. But even against such a powerful blast, Dr. Zhao dodged it at the very brink of death. However, an electric web erupted from the sphere, trapping the doctor's entire body. Jiang Yu smirked. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape this. With that, he shouted the name of his technique, activating his killing intent. Massive bolts of lightning shattered Dr. Zhao's outer armor. Even the gem on his chest could no longer resist the onslaught. Seizing the opening, Jiang Yu slammed a fist directly into the doctor's chest, causing him to vomit blood everywhere. Dr. Zhao's vision blurred as rage consumed him. Suddenly, an explosive power erupted from his body. He screamed, "Get off!" The force was so immense it sent Jiang Yu flying backwards, and he slammed painfully into a distant wall. Dr. Zhao calmly adjusted his tie. "I admit, I underestimated you. But unfortunately, you're still no match for me." Despite the crushing blow, Jiang Yu struggled to his feet, wiping a cut on his chin. Is that so? It turned out Jiang Yu's confidence wasn't baseless. He held up Dr. Zhao's gem in his hand. What about without this? A look of pure, speechless horror crossed the doctor's face. Jiang Yu clenched the gem tightly. "I think I'll hold on to this for you." Dr. Zhao immediately shot out several tentacles, desperately trying to reclaim the gem. But without his power source, his tentacles were incredibly weak and were instantly blocked by Jiang Yu's electricity. He teleported right in front of the doctor, challenging him. "You want this?" As he spoke, electrified wires coiled tightly around the doctor's body. "Then come and get it." The world began to fade from Dr. Zhao's vision. He ground his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Is this his true power? If I had known. I should have taken the fragment before he ever found it. But he refused to give up. He couldn't accept this. Every single time, he was always just one step away. He remembered the countless sleepless nights he'd spent developing the abyss resistance serum, pouring his very soul into the research. And yet, time and time again, he was met with failure at the final moment. Just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, his superiors ordered him to stop. 10 years of his life's work, discarded with a single sentence. The memory filled him with unbearable resentment. I can't accept it. I despaired. I hate them. I refuse to fail like this again. And in that moment, a voice screamed from within me, echoing from the void. Are you calling to me? A grotesque power clawed its way out from a crack in the darkness. That day, the abyss appeared before me, offering a piece of the bloodline shard. I, Dr. Zhao, took that fragment when humanity cast me aside. As its power slowly consumed my body, I surrendered myself completely to the abyss. Before my very eyes, I saw the things I despised burn to ashes. To cover my tracks, I broke the shard into many pieces, giving them to those who craved power. Through them, I gathered a massive amount of bloodline samples to continue my research. I never imagined it would trigger this. Those fragments grew stronger by absorbing the host's life force, a development that greatly benefited my own power. Soon, I will reclaim all the bloodline shards and stand at the pinnacle of this world. Now is the time to reveal my true strength. It wasn't easy getting this far. How could I possibly give up now? Dr. Zhao decisively pulled out the serums he had developed. If you all look down on my research without a second thought, he chugged the entire vial, then I will show you its true power. In that instant, crimson armor enveloped the entire room. Dr. Zhao's hand began to gather the most terrifying power imaginable, enough to annihilate all of creation, a figure wielding an overwhelming source of power. He spoke, "This guy doesn't have a shard. How can he possess this much strength? Let's fall back and reassess." Jiang Yu's shadow was stunned, staring at an impossibly strong arm that had just seized someone before him. That person panicked and cried out, "No way! He actually broke through the shadow plane." A sinister smile spread across Dr. Zhao's face as he replied, "Surprised, are you? The ingredients in my little serum were designed specifically to counter the abyss. Naturally, they contain elements that work against your shadow kin too. The effects of my elixir are undeniable, yet those fools in the High Council refuse to acknowledge it." As he spoke, Dr. Zhao's voice filled with rage. They claimed it would cause frightening contamination to the human body? Utter nonsense. Isn't transcendent contamination just as dangerous? And my serum can unlock power far greater than any transcendent. With that, Dr. Zhao unleashed a blast of energy at Jiang Yu's shadow. He declared, "And this is the proof." Jiang Yu's shadow was electrocuted, his entire body convulsing under the force of an unknown power. A moment later, he regained his composure and spoke. Damn it. After so many battles, my shadow points are completely depleted. Meanwhile, this guy's combat power just keeps rising. Is this really the end for me? Dr. Zhao appeared, holding 2 spheres of raw power in his hands. A moment later, his face grim. A single thought echoed in his mind. Is my transcendent path going to end here? The old man held out his hand and demanded, Hand it over. I'd rather not get my hands dirty. Jiang Yu's shadow was lost in confusion and helplessness, sighing as his thoughts drifted. After a moment, he stood up and took out a stone, just as Dr. Zhao reached out to grab it. That's more like it. Just as he was about to touch the stone, lost in his own troubled thoughts, Jiang Yu's shadow spoke. I'd rather die than give it to you. With those words, he brought the stone to his lips and swallowed it whole. The instant Jiang Yu's shadow swallowed the shard, a swirling vortex of red energy began to surge into his body, creating a dark and hazy space around him. Witnessing this act, Dr. Zhao was completely stunned, his hand frozen mid-air as he screamed in disbelief and panic. You're insane! The torrent of red energy being absorbed into his body forced the shadow to his knees, coughing violently. A beam of red light enveloped his body. As the streams of energy grew more and more intense, Dr. Zhao's face darkened as he growled in a cold voice. You ignorant fool! The danger of directly fusing with a shard is immense. Swallowing it whole is just suicide. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. For better or worse, I'm a doctor. I'll show you some mercy and grant you a quick release. The man was clearly trying to intimidate the shadow, hoping to break his will with fear. Despite Dr. Zhao's threats and deception, the shadow squeezed one eye shut, waving his hand dismissively while gritting his teeth. The tension and agony were written all over his face. Suddenly, he let out a loud cry and vanished. It seemed he had successfully absorbed the shard. Now, he and the fragment were one. This left Dr. Zhao utterly astonished. Not understanding what was happening, he frowned and exclaimed, How can I not feel the shard's presence anymore? What is going on? He stammered, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Jiang Yu's shadow suddenly grinned, a look of triumph on his face. Heh. It went down a little rough, but I feel much better now. He felt that the taste wasn't too bad, a bit like dragon fruit. The shadow spoke, his tone mocking Dr. Zhao. The man immediately aimed a strike at the shadow and roared, Stop posturing. Did you really think? You think this fragment is just food? The shadow refused to back down, launching its own vicious counter-assault against Dr. Zhao. A brilliant blue light erupted, engulfing the entire area. From within the glow, the shadow's voice echoed, It seems you're unaware that the blood race is merely prey for the shadow race. A foot materialized from the light, followed by Jiang Yu's shadow, mocking him about the bloodline fragment he had coveted for so long. In an instant, the shadow's form grew stronger, more defined, radiating an overwhelming aura of immense power. A look of pure triumph spread across its face as it declared the fragment had been completely devoured. Absolute terror seized Dr. Zhao. Cold sweat poured down his face, his mind refusing to accept the horrifying reality before him. Then, a crazed laugh erupted from his lips. Ha ha ha, no way. Absolutely impossible. After everything I've done, all my plans, reduced to nothing by you. A grotesque substance began to foam from the old man's mouth as he screamed in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? Scarlet fluid dripped from his lips. With one final, inhuman roar, Dr. Zhao's body twisted and warped into a massive, terrifying beast. The monster was cloaked in a murky, sinister energy, a truly nightmarish sight to behold. Its grotesque face contorted in fury as it bellowed one word, kill. The stage was set for a brutal showdown between Jiang Yu's shadow and the monstrous doctor. They charged at each other without a shred of mercy, each unleashing their full might, aiming to overwhelm the other with sheer terror. The crimson beast shrieked, its razor-sharp teeth bared. Its body was wreathed in a torrent of flames, its face a mask of pure horror. Meanwhile, the shadow ascended into the air, shrouded in a brilliant blue aura. Both combatants wielded power of an incredible magnitude, its face a mask of cold hatred. The shadow locked eyes with the beast and struck first, slashing at the monster with its ethereal blade. It followed up with a relentless flurry of strikes. The beast had no time to retaliate, as molten hot blood sprayed into the air. A triumphant smirk touched the shadow's lips. After absorbing the fragment, its speed and reflexes were on another level now. It could feel the very flow of the doctor's blood, allowing it to perfectly anticipate his every move. Taking a battle-ready stance with dual blades in hand, its face radiating pure murderous intent, the shadow stared down the beast. Its blade sliced deep, sending a gruesome spray of gore everywhere. A delighted whisper escaped its lips. How interesting. It seems this blade has a life-draining effect. But more importantly, it completely seals the target's ability to regenerate. Panic and fear began to overwhelm the monster as it faced the shadow's incredible power. Noticing this, Jiang Yu's shadow let out a contemptuous sneer. It was a smile of utter disdain. The beast was stunned into silence, its eyes locked on the shadow, unable to look away. Without warning, the shadow shot high into the sky, enveloped by a radiant, sapphire blue light. Down below, the colossal beast stood its ground, its muscular, crimson skin straining to fend off the shadow's assault. Two opposing forces clashed, the calm blue aura against the raging, crimson inferno, escalating the battle to a new level. Jiang Yu's shadow glared down, its eyes razor-sharp. Its brow was furrowed, eyes narrowed with a profound, simmering hatred. Its voice rang out, "I just tried to slip into the shadow plane, but it failed. It seems this new form has its limitations." With that, it dove down, slashing its blade into the beast. A torrent of molten blood gushed from the wound. As the molten blood pooled on the ground, the shadow remarked, "That's a bit of an over-the-top hemorrhage." But then its expression suddenly froze in disbelief. The monster's blood. It was corroding the ground. Its jaw dropped at the scene unfolding before it. It was unbelievable. The creature's molten blood was eating away at everything it touched. The beast let out a low, rumbling laugh, a grotesque grin spreading across its face. Just figured that out? Too little, too late. He then let out a deafening roar that shook the very ground. Now melt away in the fires of hell. An endless torrent of corrosive lava erupted from his body, dissolving everything in its path. He was going to drag them all down to hell with him. The deluge of lava intensified, pouring out relentlessly. For the first time, the shadow was at a loss for how to counter the attack. Dr. Zhao Dingquang unleashed his bloodline power, endlessly muttering "Di." But Jiang Yu leaped nimbly into the air, dodging the assault erupting from below. Dr. Zhao's voice dripped with scorn. "Did you really think jumping in the air would save you?" Tendrils of blood shot up from the ground, tearing at the azure aura protecting him. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he voiced his analysis aloud. "This blood tide is powerful, but it seems to be fueled by his own life force. If I wait until he's drained himself, that's when I'll strike." But Dr. Zhao heard him, his voice mocking, "Waiting for me to run out of blood, are you?" With a guttural roar, he channeled his power. On his shoulders, two grotesque, bluish monsters materialized, bound by blood tendrils. A crimson light pulsed beneath his feet. The two monsters on his shoulders suddenly vanished, and the sea of blood at his feet began to swell violently. It churned like a raging river. A bead of sweat trickled down Jiang Yu's face. He's sacrificing other bloodkin to fuel his own power. Standing at the heart of the swirling blood tide, Dr. Zhao bellowed, "There's nowhere left for you to run. My hellish blood will devour all flesh and bone, spreading without end." The skull on Dr. Zhao's shoulder detached slightly, its face contorting in the white light, yet it spoke with pure arrogance. "And right now, the Night Watch is throwing everything they have at the bait I released. By the time they realize the truth, it will be far too late." The river of blood continued to surge, its surface crackling with veins of black and purple lightning. As Dr. Zhao unleashed another bolt of dark lightning, he gloated about his master plan. "First this street, then the whole district, until all of Yunhai is submerged beneath my sea of blood," he declared with absolute certainty. "Even if you kill me, it's useless. The blood will still consume everything, and you'll be forced to watch it all burn." With that, he erupted into a fit of insane laughter. Jiang Yu remained silent, calculating his next move. Then, in a flash, he leaped into the air, leaving his shoes behind on the surface of the blood river. His figure vanished into the churning crimson tide. Seeing this, even Dr. Zhao was stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed, "Have you gone mad? To actually jump into the blood sea?" Dr. Zhao stared in shock as a bolt of azure lightning crashed down, striking the blood river and causing it to bubble and boil violently. The blood began to seethe, as red, black, and blue lightning swirled around Jiang Yu's body, and gas bubbles erupted all around him. Dr. Zhao gasped in astonishment. "Impossible! He's actually burning his own lifeblood to boil my sea of blood." Dr. Zhao's jaw hung open in pure disbelief. Was such a thing even possible? Jiang Yu, unleashing all his magic, declared with finality, "This ends now." Dr. Zhao suddenly leaped down from the rooftop. "To think you could push my blood fragment to this extent. Truly surprising." He faced Jiang Yu with a wide grin, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "Your own blood is finite, but my sea of blood is endless. In the end, I will be the one who wins." Jiang Yu, not to be outdone, shot back, "Talk is cheap. How will we know who's stronger unless we try? Suddenly, two sharp fangs grew from Dr. Zhao's teeth. Jiang Yu was about to charge, but seeing this, he paused. Dr. Zhao stretched out his hand and lunged toward Jiang Yu, screaming, "Now, die!" But Jiang Yu was ready, sword in hand. He met the doctor's charge without a shred of hesitation. The two forces collided, creating a powerful vortex and unleashing a barrage of unearthly sounds. Jiang Yu staggered under the sheer force of the blow, his health bar now dropping to a critical 27%. Blinding red light radiated from Dr. Zhao's aberrant form, nearly swallowing Jiang Yu's silhouette. He flew high into the air, looking down at the scene below, the mad triumph on his face plain for all to see. He roared with laughter. "I've won, do you see? This is my true power. No one can stop me. No one." But while Dr. Zhao was lost in his moment of victory, a sharp blade pierced straight through his back. Fresh blood poured from his mouth. With a furious grunt, Dr. Zhao slowly turned his head. You dare play dirty?" Though weak and exhausted, Jiang Yu forced the words out. "I am the shadow. How else am I supposed to fight?" As the sword, glowing with immense power, was pulled free, Dr. Zhao screamed in agony, his mind refusing to accept defeat. "I won't accept this. I don't want to die. There's still so much I have to do." Images of his past, of a time when he was a kind and gentle doctor, flashed through his mind. Memories from childhood to adulthood flooded his consciousness. "I always tried so hard, but no one ever noticed me. No one ever acknowledged my work." Dr. Zhao lowered his head, his eyes returning to their usual gentle gaze. But a fierce resolve burned in his mind. "That's why I have to prove myself. I have to be better than anyone else. I want those who look down on me to pay the price. I want them all to see." He reached a hand to the sky as his flesh began to dissolve into thin air. Tears streamed down Dr. Zhao's face. "I want to become the center of all power. I want to become the lord of this world." Dr. Zhao's eyes went lifeless, the crimson fading from his pupils. Before the thought could even finish, his entire body crumbled to ash in the cold, dark wind. As the smoke cleared, the scene came into focus for Deng Koa, who was clutching his wounded arm. Just as he regained his senses, he saw the sixth envoy and his guards waiting for him. Seeing Deng Koa awake, the envoy spoke. "You're awake." Without giving him a chance to speak, he ordered the guards to take him away. His hands were bound in a special pair of cuffs, and two massive guards escorted him away. As they led him off, Deng Koa cast a worried glance back at his friend. At that moment, Jiang Yu could only stand by helplessly, unable to do anything as his friend was taken away. Deng Koa's gaze hardened, filled with an unshakable trust for Jiang Yu. "My wife, and Hua, I'm counting on you." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards dragged him away. Jiang Yu's eyes followed his friend until he was out of sight. A sense of helplessness hung in the air as his figure slowly faded from view. The scene shifts to a small dumpling shop, where an irresistible aroma filled the streets. A cheerful, middle-aged shop owner emerged, carrying a steaming tray of fragrant dumplings and placed it right on the main character's table. He picked one up and took a bite. The moment the flavor hit his tongue, his eyes shot wide open in surprise. This is amazing. Dumplings fresh from the steamer this morning are truly the best." Hearing this, the owner couldn't hide his joyful pride. "Haha, you're right. Our dumplings are famous in this neighborhood." The owner's words sparked a memory for Jiang Yu, who turned and asked, "Oh, that's right. I heard from some people nearby that a few scavengers were giving you a hard time a few days ago." At that question, the owner's expression immediately darkened. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he admitted, "That's right. They got a little bit of power and decided to harass my daughter." Popping another dumpling into his mouth, he continued his questions. "So, did you report them to the Night Watch? After all, scavengers fall under their jurisdiction." The shop owner scoffed. "And what if I did? They'd lock them up for 10 days and let them go, and then they'd just come back for revenge." Jiang Yu gave the man a sharp, serious look. "So, you decided to teach them a lesson yourself, didn't you?" Jiang Yu's gaze and his pointed question startled the shop owner. After a moment, he let out a soft, resigned laugh, sitting down heavily and saying, "I knew you'd find me eventually. I just thought no one else knew the truth." Suddenly, a rose quartz crystal materialized in the palm of the shop owner's hand, his expression turning grim. "Are you here to take this back from me? I had a feeling the moment you walked through that door." After the owner handed him the crystal, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. "You're just handing it over like this? Aren't you afraid your daughter will be harassed again?" Though his heart was full of reluctance, the owner shook his head. "Of course I'm scared, but I can't protect her for her entire life. Instead of relying on an item with a mysterious origin, it's far better to rely on one's own strength to grow powerful." Moved by his decision, Jiang Yu stood up with a smile. He pulled a few vials of a dark liquid from his pocket and said, "Uncle, take this medicine. It can remove the contamination from your body." This act left the shop owner completely stunned. "Wait, aren't you here to arrest me? Aren't you a member of the Night Watch?" Jiang Yu simply smiled, striding towards the door as he replied, "That won't be necessary anymore. You are the last person, and the only one, who passed the test." Left behind, the shop owner clutched the vial tightly, so moved by the young man's gesture that tears welled up in his eyes. But as he witnessed that moving scene, Jiang Yu's own eyes filled with tears. He was horrified, unable to believe what was happening before him. Why? The word escaped his lips unconsciously, as if he was detached from reality. He looked down at the fallen bodies of those he knew, their forms completely devoid of life. Again, he asked the empty air, his voice a hollow whisper, "Why did this happen?" His entire body went rigid, his scalp tingling with dread. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him as he couldn't comprehend how things had come to this. In a state of shock, he called out their names. "Uncle Lee, Uncle Lou, Fatty. What's wrong with all of you? What happened here?" All of a sudden, a sharp tearing sound echoed as space itself was ripped open. The noise momentarily pulled him from his spiraling despair. He flinched, realizing the person emerging from the rift was Zhao Yao, but her condition was no different from the others on the ground. She was unconscious, lifeless. Seeing her like that, he screamed her name in agony. "Zhao Yao!" He rushed forward to catch her falling body. But out of nowhere, another figure appeared, one who looked exactly like him, and caught Zhao Yao just before he could. The sight made his eyes go wide with disbelief. He stared at the doppelganger, stammering, Who are you?" Jiang Yu desperately screamed Zhao Yao's name, straining with all his might, just to touch her. Then suddenly, the nightmare shattered as Jiang Yu jolted awake. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was his own hand resting on Zhao Yao's ample chest, while her name was still an unconscious whisper on his lips, Zhao Yao. Panic shot through him as he realized the sensitive placement of his hand, but a part of him couldn't deny that the feeling was incredibly nice. The air around them seemed to shimmer with starlight, but in stark contrast, Zhao Yao's beautiful face had turned thunderously dark, making the entire atmosphere freeze over. Zhao Yao smacked his hand away, her face flushing red with fury. She gritted her teeth and growled, "Jiang Yu, you wouldn't change your ways even if you died." With one hand on her hip, she grabbed a fistful of his hair with the other, and yanked so hard his face twisted in pain. Jiang Yu flailed in a panic, desperately trying to explain. "No, wait. Let me explain." Zhao Yao. His terrified scream echoed across the sky, shattering the quiet peace of the early morning city. Time flew by in a flash, and 1 month had already passed. Today marked the final day of special training at the Yunhai barracks. The guards had already assembled in perfect formation since dawn. A solemn air filled the ceremony. As graduates with top honors, Jiang Yu and Zhao Dao were invited to the stage to give a speech. The gentle morning sunlight seemed to embrace Zhao Dao, highlighting a brilliant aura that radiated from her confident form. Zhao Zhao confidently addressed the entire assembly, her words shining as brightly as her spirit. But while she captivated the crowd, Jiang Yu had zero interest in these formalities and dragged his best friend, and soon they were shining too. But their brilliance was found on the battlefield of a dinner table, fueled by pure, unadulterated hunger. With their stomachs full, Jiang Yu and Zhao Zhao returned to base to pack their bags and say their farewells to Uncle Lee and Uncle Lou. With their final goodbyes exchanged, they walked away from a place that held countless memories, both bitter and sweet. Zhao Zhao couldn't stop the wave of emotion, quickly brushing away a tear. Then, they boarded the plane, destination, Beilu. On the flight, Jiang Yu stared out the window, lost in thought as the world blurred past. Sensing his strange mood, Zhao Zhao gently asked, "What's on your mind? You've been in a daze all day." Hearing her, Jiang Yu turned, his gaze meeting hers for a moment before drifting back to the clouds. "I'm just wondering what the abyss truly is." Zhao Zhao tilted her head, her voice soft. "Didn't you already explain about the abyss fragments in our lecture? They exist everywhere in the world." Jiang Yu immediately corrected her. "No, I'm not talking about the fragments. I'm talking about the abyss itself." He lowered his gaze, his voice dropping. "I always thought of it as some distant corner of the universe, something far removed from us. But just a few days ago, I had a realization. In reality, the abyss is closer than we could ever imagine." Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Closer?" Jiang Yu offered a small, mysterious smile, turning to face her, and slowly pointed to his own heart. "That's right. It exists inside every person's heart. At his gesture, Zhao Zhao's eyes widened, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "What are you even saying?" she stammered. "Why are you getting all philosophical all of a sudden? Are you feeling okay? Is your head on straight?" Jiang Yu let out a teasing laugh. "Haha, it's just a hunch. Don't worry about it. Just pretend I'm kidding." Zhao Zhao stared at him, her embarrassment fading slightly, but the tip of her nose was still tinged with a delicate pink. She asked hesitantly, her voice barely a whisper. "So, if what you're saying is true, what would you do? If the abyss ever consumed me?" At her question, Jiang Yu's expression changed. Without warning, he grabbed her wrist, his grip firm, making her jump in surprise. The faint blush that had just faded from her cheeks came roaring back, spreading like a wildfire. His eyes locked onto hers, burning with an unshakable resolve. When he spoke, his words were like forged steel. "I would charge into the abyss without a second's hesitation. I'd risk everything to pull you out, even if I had to fight myself to do it." His declaration was like fuel to a fire. The crimson blush on her face now burned brightly. On the surface, she tried to play it cool, a hint of doubt in her eyes. But beneath that facade, her heart was a raging sea of emotions. She was completely shaken by his gesture, his gaze, his promise, and most of all, by the powerful, unwavering spirit of the man named Jiang Yu. As the plane drew closer to Beilu, their path ahead seemed bright with promise. But deep down, Jiang Yu never let his guard down, because he knew, the abyss is everywhere, and that's where this chapter ends. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure to smash that like button, share, and subscribe to the channel. It really motivates me to get the next video out. You can also support me by rewatching or donating using the info in the description below. For now, peace out, and I'll catch you in the next one. And hey, don't forget to subscribe. Okay?